Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I want to let you know that this video has no ads, so just sit back and enjoy. I hope you give this video a chance because I truly believe you won't find stories like these anywhere else. And before you get too comfortable, a like or a subscription would mean a lot to me, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It really helps us feel like the global community we are. Let's begin. The parking garage smelled like hot concrete and motor oil. The way it always did in August, the way it had smelled every time Jake had picked up his father from a cardiology appointment at UTMB. He'd parked on the third level because the lower levels were always full on Tuesdays. The clinic ran its cardiac outpatient program on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and Esteban Dominguez had never missed an appointment in 4 years, not once. The man who'd hauled shrimp nets through Gulf squalls for 35 years wasn't about to let a little arterial plaque slow him down. Jake checked his phone again. 2 missed calls from his father, both from 20 minutes ago, both unanswered because Jake had been in a dead zone on the seawall, where cell reception dropped to nothing. He'd called back 3 times, straight to voicemail. The elevator wasn't working. That was the first wrong thing, though Jake didn't register it as wrong. Not yet. Elevators broke. This was a hospital that had been fighting its own infrastructure since Ike flooded the campus in 2008. He took the stairs, his flip-flops slapping against the painted concrete, the stairwell amplifying the sound into something that felt too loud for the space. The second wrong thing was the door on the ground floor. It was propped open with a fire extinguisher, which happened sometimes when maintenance was moving equipment. But the fire extinguisher was dented, caved in on one side as if someone had swung it at something, and there was a smear on the floor that his brain initially categorized as spilled coffee. It wasn't coffee. Jake stepped over it and pushed through into the connector hallway that linked the parking garage to the hospital's main atrium. The hallway was 60 feet long, fluorescent lit, with motivational health posters on both walls. "Take the stairs for your heart," showed a smiling woman in scrubs ascending a cartoon staircase. Someone had torn the poster half off the wall. Jake's flip-flops stuck to the floor with each step, a slight tackiness that he could feel but couldn't explain. Then the smell hit him. Not the parking garage smell. Not hospital antiseptic. Something underneath both of those. Wet and copper bright, and alive in a way that made the back of his throat close. It was a smell he knew. He'd gutted fish since he was 8 years old, had reached into the warm cavity of 1,000 red snappers, and pulled out handfuls of viscera. This smelled like that, but wrong, scaled up, human. He stopped walking. The atrium was ahead, through a set of double doors with narrow windows. The lights beyond the windows were flickering, not the steady fluorescent buzz, but an arrhythmic strobing that turned the visible slice of atrium into a series of still photographs. In one flash, an overturned wheelchair. In the next, a shape on the floor that could have been a pile of laundry or could have been a person. In the next, movement. Something low to the ground shuffling, a silhouette without clear edges. Jake's hand found his phone. He dialed 911. The line was busy. Not ringing, not connecting to a recording. Busy. A flat analog tone that he hadn't heard from a phone since childhood. He pushed through the double doors. The atrium at UTMB's main building was a soaring space. 3 stories of glass and steel, designed to make patients feel like they were entering a place of healing rather than a warehouse for the sick. A grand piano sat near the information desk, donated by some benefactor whose name was engraved on a brass plaque. The piano was overturned. Its strings were exposed, several snapped and curling like metal tendrils, and the bench was 20 feet from where it should have been, resting against the base of a toppled artificial ficus tree. The atrium was not empty. There were bodies. Jake counted 7 in the first 3 seconds, then stopped counting because his brain was doing something strange. It was trying to categorize what he was seeing using frameworks that didn't apply. Accident, his mind offered. Gas leak, mass shooting, something with a name. But the bodies weren't positioned like any of those scenarios. 2 of them were face down in postures that suggested they'd been trying to crawl. One, a woman in nurse's scrubs, was sitting upright against the information desk. her head tilted back, her throat open from jawline to collarbone in a ragged tear that looked like it had been made by something blunt. Not a knife, teeth, movement. To his left, a man in a hospital gown was standing near the elevator bank. Standing was generous. He was swaying, his weight shifting from foot to foot in a rhythm that had no external cause, like a boat rocking in a harbor after the wake has passed. His gown was open in the back, and Jake could see the knobs of his spine, the pale skin of his legs. His head was down. His arms hung at his sides. His fingers twitched. "Sir?" Jake's voice came out hoarse. "Sir, are you okay? Do you need—" The man's head snapped up. His eyes were wrong. The whites had gone the color of old newspaper, yellowed with a network of burst capillaries that turned the sclera into a roadmap of red. His pupils were dilated so wide that there was almost no iris visible. A line of saliva, thick and ropey, hung from his lower lip. He looked at Jake, and Jake felt something ancient and pre-verbal fire in his hindbrain. A recognition that predated language, predated civilization, predated everything except the fundamental mammalian calculus of predator and prey. The man took a step toward him. Jake backed up. His flip-flop caught on something, the edge of a fallen ceiling tile, and he stumbled but didn't fall. The man in the gown took another step, then another. His gait was wrong, too rigid in the knees, as if the joints were locked and he was walking by, swinging his hips. But he was faster than he looked. The distance between them closed from 20 feet to 15 in the time it took Jake to process what he was seeing. From somewhere deep in the hospital, second floor, maybe third, a sound rose. It started as a single voice, high-pitched and raw, and then it multiplied. 2 voices, 5, a dozen. The sound layered on itself, a chorus of screaming that was almost harmonic in its density, and then it cut off all at once, as if someone had pressed a mute button. The silence that followed was worse than the screaming, because it was filled with a new sound, wet, rhythmic, organic. Chewing. Dozens of mouths, chewing. Jake ran. He didn't make a decision. His legs moved. His flip-flops slapped the tile, and he was through the double doors and back into the connector hallway before his conscious mind caught up. He ran up the stairs to the 3rd level of the parking garage, his breath ragged, the hot concrete smell suddenly the most comforting thing in the world. He burst out of the stairwell into the blinding August sunlight and stood with his hands on his knees, gasping, trying to make what he'd seen fit into a world that still had rules. His phone buzzed, a text from his father. Sent 9 minutes ago, delayed by the dead zone. Mijo, estoy en el garage, nivel 2. Algo pasa. No me siento bien. Ven por favor. Level 2. His father was 1 floor below him. Jake looked at the stairwell door. He looked at his car, 15 feet away, sunlight gleaming off the windshield. He could get in. He could drive. He could leave. The option presented itself with the clarity of a multiple-choice test, and for one moment, one breath, he felt the pull of it, the survival arithmetic that said, go now. Figure it out later. Save yourself. He went back into the stairwell. Level 2 was darker than level 3. The fluorescent tubes on this level had been on the fritz for months. The hospital had put in a maintenance request that Jake knew about, because his father complained about it every visit. They fix people's hearts, Esteban would say, but they can't fix a light bulb. Very inspiring, mijo. Now the half-dark felt intentional, predatory, as if the garage itself was complicit in whatever was happening inside the hospital. Jake moved between cars, a Honda Odyssey, a black pickup with a Texas A&M sticker, a white Lexus with its driver's door open and its dashboard chiming the soft, insistent tone that meant the key was still in the ignition. No driver. He found his father sitting against a concrete support pillar between a red Kia and a blue Chevy Tahoe. Esteban Dominguez was 67 years old, had the broad shoulders and thick forearms of a man who'd spent decades handling heavy nets and a face weathered to the color and texture of old leather by Gulf salt and sun. He was wearing the clothes he always wore to doctor's appointments. Pressed khakis, a short-sleeved button-down, this one pale blue with thin stripes, His good belt, his clean sneakers. He had his car keys in his lap. His hands were shaking. Papa. Jake dropped to his knees beside him. Papa? What happened? Are you hurt? Esteban looked up. His eyes were clear, brown, warm, present. But his pupils were dilated wider than the dim garage justified, and there was a sheen of sweat on his forehead that had nothing to do with the Texas heat, because the parking garage, though warm, was shaded. Mijo. His father's voice was hoarse. Something's wrong with me. What happened? Were you in the hospital? Did you see? I was in the lobby, waiting. The television was on, there was news, I don't remember what. Esteban's words came slowly, as if he were pulling them from a deep well. Then a man came through the doors, screaming, running. His mouth was... Esteban stopped. His hands were trembling so hard the car keys jingled. He bit me. Jake went cold. Where? Esteban raised his left arm. The sleeve of his shirt was dark with blood from the elbow down. Through the torn fabric, Jake could see the wound, a semicircle of puncture marks on the forearm, deep enough that one of them was still seeping, the skin around it already swelling and hot. A man bit you. He wasn't... Mijo. His eyes were... I don't know how to... Esteban's face crumpled. Not with pain, with confusion, with the disorientation of a man whose world had been orderly and navigable an hour ago, and was now something else entirely. They were running, everyone. I got to the garage. I sat down because my legs... He looked at his hands as if they belonged to someone else. My hands won't stop. Jake was already tearing the sleeve open. The bite was ugly, but not arterial. Whatever the man had done, he'd clamped down on the meaty part of the forearm and been pulled off before he could do worse. But the skin around the bite was changing. Even in the garage's dim light, Jake could see it, a grayish discoloration spreading outward from the puncture marks, like a slow bruise, and the veins in his father's forearm were visible in a way they shouldn't have been, standing out against the skin in dark blue-green lines. Can you stand? I think so. Mijo, I'm very tired. I know. We're going to my car. It's 1 floor up. Can you do stairs? I've done stairs my whole life. A flash of Esteban's dry humor, but the delivery was wrong. Too slow, the timing off, like a song played at the wrong speed. Jake got his father's arm over his shoulder and lifted him to his feet. Esteban was heavy. He'd always been heavy, a man built to haul and carry, but now his weight felt different. His muscles weren't cooperating fully. His steps were shuffling, uncertain, and his body temperature was noticeable even through his shirt. Not warm, hot. Jake could feel the heat radiating from his father's torso, like a low fever pushing outward. They made it to the stairwell. Esteban grabbed the railing with his right hand, and Jake watched his father's knuckles go white with the effort of what should have been a routine motion. 1 step. 2. Esteban's breath came in short, shallow pulls. By the 5th step, he stopped. Wait. Esteban leaned against the wall. His eyes had changed. Not the color, still brown, but the focus. He was looking at Jake, but his gaze kept drifting, sliding to the left, as if something at the edge of his vision kept pulling his attention. I'm sorry, I can't... The stairs are... It's okay, Papa. Take your time. No. Esteban's voice sharpened. A moment of clarity that cut through the fog. Mijo, listen to me. The television in the lobby. Before the man came, they were saying, the reporter was saying. He closed his eyes and pressed his forehead against the concrete wall. People biting people. Not just here. Houston, Dallas. They said pharmaceutical something. They said it was in the medicine. The reporter was crying. Joaquin, I've never seen a reporter cry. Jake's phone buzzed again. Then again. 3 texts in rapid succession. He didn't look at them. He was watching his father's face, watching the way the muscles around Esteban's mouth were twitching in microspasms, the way his jaw was clenching and unclenching in a rhythm that didn't match his breathing. Papa, we need to go. Now. My temperature. Esteban opened his eyes. I can feel it. like a sunburn, but inside. Everything is. The words are getting. Joaquin, I'm forgetting things. His voice cracked. I can't remember your mother's name. Elena. Her name was Elena. Elena. Esteban repeated it like a man trying to hold water in his cupped hands. Elena, yes, I knew that. I've always known that. Why couldn't I? His body shuddered, a full torso tremor that made his teeth click together. Something's eating my mind, mijo. I can feel it. Like static on a television, that's what it's... I'm losing the signal. Jake grabbed his father's shoulders. Look at me. Papa, look at me. We're going to the car. We're going to the hospital in Houston, or we're going to... There's a doctor, someone can... Joaquin. Esteban's hands came up and gripped Jake's wrists. The grip was too strong. Not his father's grip, which was firm but measured. The grip of a man who knew exactly how much pressure a shrimp net required. This was different. Mechanical. Involuntary. Jake felt the bones in his wrists compress and had to bite back a gasp. Papa, you're hurting me. The grip didn't loosen. Esteban's eyes were fixed on Jake's now, and the drift was gone, replaced by an intensity that was worse, because it was focused but empty. There was recognition in those eyes, but it was eroding in real time, like watching a sandcastle taken by the tide, each wave pulling away another feature until the shape was unrecognizable. Tomas, his father said. I'm Jake. Papa, I'm Tomas se ahogó. Tomas drowned. I remember that, but I can't remember his face. Mijo, I can't see his face anymore. Tears spilled from Esteban's eyes, cutting clean tracks through the sweat on his cheeks. Don't let me forget your face, please. I can feel it going. Jake's throat closed. He couldn't breathe around the thing that was lodged there. Not a lump, but a scream, compressed to a singularity by the impossibility of what was happening. His father was disappearing, not dying. Something worse, being erased. I won't, Jake said. Papa, I won't. Stay with me. Please stay. Esteban's grip on Jake's wrists released. Not gradually, nor all at once, like a switch being thrown. His hands dropped to his sides, his head tilted. The tremor stopped, which should have been a relief, but wasn't, because the tremors had been his father's body fighting, and their absence meant the fight was over. Papa? Esteban's mouth opened. A sound came out that was half word, half moan. Me. The first syllable of Millo, the name his father had called him since birth. Then the sound lost its shape, became a vocalization without intent, and Esteban lunged. Jake threw himself backward. His father's teeth snapped shut inches from his throat. He felt the displacement of air, heard the click of enamel on enamel. Jake hit the stairwell wall, his head cracking against the concrete, hard enough to blur his vision, and he slid sideways as Esteban's body slammed into the space he'd occupied. His father's hands scrabbled at the wall, at the railing, moving with a jerky urgency that had none of Esteban's natural grace. Papa! Papa! Stop! The thing that had been his father turned toward the sound of his voice. Its eyes, his father's eyes, still brown, still the color of the coffee. Esteban drank every morning on the porch overlooking the harbor. Found Jake. And for one moment, one terrible, splitting second, something crossed those eyes. Recognition. Horror. A drowning man surfacing for one final breath. Then, the light went out. The face was still his father's. The body was still his father's, the clothes, the belt, the good sneakers, but the person was gone. Whatever the bite had put into Esteban's blood, whatever pharmaceutical catastrophe was eating through his brain, it had finished its work. The man standing in the stairwell was a shell. A house with the lights off and the door locked from the inside. It took a step toward Jake. Another. The gate was wrong, in the same way the man in the hospital gown had been wrong. Too stiff, too mechanical, as if the body were being operated by something that had never used one before. Jake's hand found the stairwell railing. He pulled himself up. His head was ringing, his vision smeared with white static at the edges, and there was a pain at the base of his skull that throbbed in time with his heartbeat. He retreated up the stairs, keeping his father in sight, watching the thing that wore Esteban's face try to navigate the steps. It couldn't do the stairs, not well. Its feet caught on each riser, and it stumbled, went to one knee, rose again with the dogged persistence of something that didn't understand obstacles, only direction. Jake backed up another step, another. His hand found the crash bar on the door to level 3. "Papa." His voice was a wreck. "Papa, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The thing looked up the stairs at him. Its mouth opened and closed. No words came out, just air and a low, guttural sound that might have been the machinery of speech running without software. Somewhere below, level 1, the ground floor, a door banged open. Footsteps, not one set, many. And that sound again, the shuffling, arrhythmic footfalls of things that had forgotten how to walk, but not how to move toward prey. Jake pushed through the door and ran for his car. His flip-flops slapped the concrete. He fumbled his keys, dropped them, picked them up with hands that were shaking as badly as his father's had been. He got the door open, got in, started the engine. The air conditioning blasted him with air that smelled like the pine tree air freshener Lucia had hung from the rearview mirror before she left for camp. 2 weeks ago, a different lifetime, a different planet. He sat in his car, with the engine running and his hands on the wheel, and he screamed into his palms until his throat felt stripped and raw. Then he put the car in gear and drove toward the exit ramp, past the stairwell door, which was now open, and through the gap, he saw a figure standing in the dim light, his father, or what had been his father, swaying in that terrible metronome rhythm, facing the wrong direction, turning slowly toward the sound of the engine. Jake drove out of the parking garage and into the Galveston sunlight, which was bright and ordinary and hot and didn't care. The streets of Galveston were still mostly normal for the first 15 minutes. That was the thing Jake would remember later, how normalcy didn't shatter all at once, but developed cracks, hairline fractures. You could almost pretend weren't there if you focused on the parts that still held together. Traffic moved. A kid on a bicycle rode along the sidewalk on Broadway. A woman was walking a golden retriever near Rosenberg Avenue, the dog's tail wagging with brainless joy. Jake drove past these people with his jaw clamped shut and his hands gripping the wheel at 10 and 2, and he wanted to roll down his window and scream at them to go home, lock their doors. Don't take ibuprofen. Don't go to the hospital. Don't trust anyone who looks wrong in the eyes. He didn't. He drove. The cracks were there if you looked. 2 police cruisers raced past him going north on 25th Street, sirens screaming. A helicopter, Coast Guard by the markings, thundered over the rooftops toward UTMB. As Jake turned east on Seawall Boulevard, he saw a cluster of people outside a CVS pharmacy. And something about the cluster was wrong. They were too tight together. Someone was on the ground. A woman was screaming. Not the controlled scream of someone calling for help, but the ragged, rising scream of someone watching something impossible. Jake's phone lit up. Texts stacked on the screen like a digital avalanche. From his neighbor, Marco. "Jake, you seen this shit on the news?" From his colleague at Ball High, Patrice. "School closing tomorrow. Emergency. Check channel 13. From his buddy Dion, who ran a charter out of the harbor. "Man, something bad happening at John Seeley Hospital. They locking people in. Military on the Causeway Bridge. WTF." From a number he didn't recognize. "Galveston County Emergency. Alert. Shelter in place effective immediately. Do not travel. Avoid contact with individuals displaying erratic behavior. Do not self-medicate with anti-inflammatory drugs. More information forthcoming." Anti-inflammatory drugs. Jake pulled over. He was on Seawall Boulevard, across from the beach. To his right, the Gulf of Mexico stretched flat and glittering to the horizon. The water, the murky green-brown. It always was near shore. To his left, the hotels and restaurants of the tourist strip, Murdoch's, the Rainforest Cafe knockoff, the souvenir shops selling hermit crabs and painted shells. Normal. Everything normal. Except for the helicopter and the sirens and the fact that his father was in a parking garage with his mind gone and his teeth snapping at the air. He called Lucia. Ring, ring, ring. "Hi, you've reached Lucia's phone. I'm probably looking at fish. Leave a message. Lucia, baby, it's Dad. Call me as soon as you get this. I need to know you're okay. I love you. Call me. He tried the Texas State Aquarium's main number. Busy. He tried the camp's emergency contact line, a number printed on the brochure that was stuck to his refrigerator at home. Busy. He tried Renata in Hamburg. The international call connected, rang 4 times, and went to voicemail with a recorded message in German that Jake couldn't understand. He left a message in English. Renata, something's happening in Texas. I don't know if Lucia... Call me. Please. He sat in his car on Seawall Boulevard and stared at the Gulf and tried to think. His mind kept slipping sideways, replaying the moment in the stairwell. Me, the half-word, the lunge, the snap of teeth. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes until he saw phosphine bursts, orange and white. Focus. Think! What did he know? His father had been bitten by a man in the hospital. The bite had caused rapid cognitive decline, confusion, memory loss, tremors, fever, aggression. The progression from lucid to that had taken less than an hour. The emergency alert mentioned anti-inflammatory drugs, which meant this wasn't isolated, which meant there was a mechanism, a cause, something transmissible. The television his father mentioned, Houston, Dallas, pharmaceutical something, suggested this was regional at minimum, national, maybe wider. Jake was a marine biology teacher. He wasn't a virologist, wasn't an epidemiologist, wasn't a soldier or a cop or any of the things that seemed relevant to whatever was happening. But he understood systems. He understood how an invasive species could enter an ecosystem and dismantle it from the inside. He understood exponential reproduction, trophic cascades, population collapse. And the math he was running in his head, even with incomplete data, was terrifying. If one person bites another, and the incubation is less than an hour, and each infected person seeks more victims, he started the car and drove home. Home was a 2-bedroom cottage on 39th Street, 6 blocks from the seawall. It was the house Jake had grown up in. Esteban and Elena had bought it in 1988 for $67,000, a sum that seemed laughable now, though the house hadn't changed much. White clapboard siding, green shutters, a porch with a swing that creaked when the wind blew off the Gulf. Esteban had signed it over to Jake after Elena died, said he didn't want to rattle around in a family house alone, moved into a 1-bedroom apartment near the harbor, where he could watch the shrimp boats come and go. Jake pulled into the driveway and went inside. The house smelled like the coffee he'd made that morning, a lifetime ago, when his biggest concern had been a student's overdue research paper on tidal ecosystems. He locked the front door, then the back door. He checked the windows, pulling them shut and latching them, even though the house had no central air, and the temperature inside would become unbearable within the hour. He turned on the television. Every channel was the same. Or rather, every channel was a variation on the same footage. Hospitals overrun. Emergency rooms with people screaming. Shaky phone videos of people attacking people, being shot, getting up again because the shots weren't to the head. A CNN anchor was reading from a prepared statement, with mascara streaking down her cheeks. The Centers for Disease Control is urging all Americans to remain indoors. Do not travel. Do not. There are reports that the compound is linked to the pharmaceutical company Helix Dynamics, specifically a drug called Lethe-9, which was in clinical trials for Alzheimer's disease at several locations, including the feed cut to static. Came back. Different anchor. A man, tie loosened, hair disheveled. We're getting confirmation now from multiple sources that Galveston, Texas, where the Lethe-9 trials were headquartered, is considered ground zero for what the CDC is calling a neurological cascade event. The governor has activated the National Guard. We're told that major highway corridors, including I-45, I-10, and I-35 are experiencing extreme congestion as residents of the greater Houston area attempt to... The power went out. Not a flicker, not a brownout. A hard cutoff, like a cord yanked from a socket. The television died. The refrigerator's hum stopped. The ceiling fan in the living room spun down in decreasing circles. The air conditioning unit outside shuddered and went silent. And with it went the white noise that Jake hadn't even been aware of until it was gone. In the silence, he could hear sirens. Distant, but persistent. And under the sirens, something else. A sound that drifted in through the closed windows, muffled but unmistakable. Screaming. Not close, not far. The middle distance. The sound of a neighborhood crossing a line that couldn't be uncrossed. Jake went to the kitchen. His hands were moving with a purpose his conscious mind hadn't authorized yet. The same part of his brain that had sent him back into the stairwell for his father was now pulling cans out of cabinets, filling water bottles from the tap, while the water pressure still held, grabbing the first aid kit from under the bathroom sink. He found a backpack, Lucia's old school backpack, purple with a cartoon octopus on it, and started filling it. Canned beans, canned tuna, granola bars, 2 bottles of water, the first aid kit, a flashlight, batteries, the fish gutting knife from the kitchen drawer, 8 inches of German steel that he'd owned for 15 years. He stopped, looked at the knife in his hand. It was a tool for cutting belly skin and scraping scales. Now it was a weapon. The reclassification happened in his mind, without ceremony. A quiet shift in category that felt like the first step off a cliff. His phone buzzed. A text from Lucia. His heart lurched. Dad, something's wrong. People are screaming, come get me. Please, Dad. Sent from Corpus Christi, 200 miles away. He texted back immediately. I'm coming. Stay inside. Lock everything. I love you. I'm coming. The message showed 1 check mark. Sent. It never showed 2. Never showed delivered. He tried calling. The line was dead. Not busy. Dead. No ring, no tone, no recording. Just a void where the cellular network had been. Jake sat on the kitchen floor with his daughter's backpack in his lap, and the fish knife in his hand and his father's car keys still in his pocket, he realized. He'd taken them from the parking garage floor without thinking, pressing into his thigh. His daughter was 200 miles away. His father was gone. The power was out. The phones were down. The hospitals were overrun. He was a marine biology teacher with a fish knife and a backpack full of canned beans. He stood up, put the backpack on, put the knife in his belt, walked to the front door, unlocked it, and stepped out onto the porch. The street looked almost normal. Almost. Mrs. Trevino across the street was standing in her yard, holding a garden hose that was no longer running. She was staring at something to the east, toward the hospital, toward the source of the sirens. The kid on the bicycle Jake had seen earlier was now standing in the middle of the intersection at 39th and Avenue O, straddling his bike, looking north. 3 houses down, a man Jake didn't recognize was loading boxes into the back of a pickup truck with the controlled urgency of someone trying to look calm while panicking. The sound of breaking glass came from somewhere nearby. A dog barked. Then another. Then a chorus of dogs. Every dog on the block, barking with that high, frantic pitch that dogs used when they sensed something that human senses couldn't parse. Jake walked to his truck, a 2019 Tacoma that he used for hauling fishing gear and ferrying students on field trips to the jetties. He got in. The engine started. The tank was 3/4 full. 3/4 of a tank? What was that, 300 miles? Enough to get to Corpus Christi if the roads were clear. The roads would not be clear. He pulled out of the driveway and headed south, toward the seawall, because the seawall was the highest ground on the island, and because some instinct, territorial, animal, the same instinct that sends crabs scuttling for rock crevices when the tide turns, told him that high ground was where you went when the world was flooding. By the time Jake reached Seawall Boulevard, the cracks in normalcy had widened into chasms. Traffic was locked, not moving. Slowly locked, but dead stop locked. A parking lot of vehicles stretching in both directions as far as he could see. People had abandoned their cars in the middle of the road, doors hanging open, engines still running. Some were running west toward the seawall's end, toward the San Luis Pass Bridge, the island's secondary connection to the mainland. Others were running east, toward the ferry landing, though Jake knew the Bolivar ferry hadn't run since that morning. He parked the truck, pulled it up onto the sidewalk, because the street was impassable, and continued on foot. The seawall was 17 feet of reinforced concrete, built in 1902 after the Great Storm killed 8,000 people, and it ran for 10 miles along the island's Gulf-facing shore. On the beach side, a gentle slope of riprap boulders descended to the sand. On the city side, the boulevard was lined with hotels, restaurants, and tourist shops. People were gathering on the seawall itself, standing on the broad concrete top, looking inland, pointing. Jake climbed the steps near the flagship hotel's old pilings and joined them. Looking north, inland, toward the heart of the island, he could see smoke, not from one source. Multiple columns, black and gray, rising from different parts of the city. The closest was maybe half a mile away, near the Strand District, the old commercial center. The farthest was near the causeway, and from that distance, Jake couldn't tell if the smoke was from a fire or from the exhaust of hundreds of vehicles gridlocked on the bridge. They closed the bridge. A man next to Jake, 40s, sunburned, wearing a Harley-Davidson t-shirt with sweat stains, was staring through a pair of binoculars. National Guard or somebody. Armored vehicles on both ends. Nobody's getting on or off. When? Hour ago, maybe. My wife called from the mainland side. Said they're turning everyone back. Said they're shooting on the bridge. The man lowered his binoculars. His hands were steady, but his voice wasn't. What the hell is this? Jake didn't answer. He was watching a group of people emerge from a side street 3 blocks inland, and the way they were moving told him everything. They were running, not jogging, not hurrying, but the flat-out sprint of people being chased. Behind them, at a distance that was closing, were shapes that moved wrong. Too stiff, too fast. The shambling he'd seen in the hospital had been stage 2, his father's stage, the newly turned, still figuring out their stolen bodies. These were different. These moved with a horrible, lurching efficiency, and there were a lot of them. 20, 30, more emerging from alleys and doorways, drawn by the sound of screaming. Someone near Jake on the seawall said, "Jesus Christ." Someone else said, "We should help them." Nobody moved. Jake moved. He was off the seawall and running toward the group before the decision had fully formed. The running survivors, and 6 of them, 4 adults and 2 children, were 50 yards from the seawall when the fastest of the infected caught the slowest runner. A man, heavy-set, who'd been lagging behind. The infected hit him from behind like a linebacker, and they went down together in a tangle of limbs. And the sound the man made, Jake heard it and knew he would hear it in his sleep for the rest of his life, however long that was. "Here!" Jake shouted. He was standing in the middle of Seawall Boulevard, waving his arms. "Over here! Run!" The remaining 5 survivors veered toward him. A woman carrying a child, a teenage boy, an older woman in a housecoat, a man with blood on his shirt. They reached Jake, and he pointed them toward the seawall steps. The woman with the child was gasping, couldn't speak, just ran. The teenage boy looked back once, saw what was happening to the heavy man, and made a sound like all the air had been punched out of him. The infected that had brought down the man was occupied. But the others, 15, 20 of them, had seen Jake, had heard him shout, and they were coming. Jake ran for the seawall. He was wearing flip-flops, the worst possible footwear for running, and his right one snapped. The thong pulled free of the sole, and he kicked them both off and ran barefoot on asphalt that had been baking in August sun for 8 hours. The pain was immediate, searing but distant, filed under later by a brain that was operating on circuits he didn't normally use. He reached the seawall steps and took them 2 at a time. On top of the seawall, people were shouting, some at Jake, some at each other, some at nothing. The man with binoculars was gone. Someone had a gun, a pistol, and was firing it inland, the shots cracking in the air with a sharpness that made Jake's ears ring. The infected reached the base of the seawall. They stopped. Not all of them. 2 tried to climb the steps and managed 3 or 4 before their coordination failed and they tumbled back down. One clawed at the concrete face of the seawall itself, fingernails breaking against the rough surface, leaving dark smears. But most of them simply milled. They paced back and forth along the boulevard like water finding the edge of a container, bumping into parked cars, into each other, their heads turning in that bird-like way, tracking movement on top of the wall, but unable to solve the problem of vertical distance. The seawall held. 17 feet of concrete, built to stop a tidal surge, held against a different kind of wave. Jake stood on top of the wall and looked down at the faces. Some of them were still recognizable, still wearing the clothes they'd been wearing an hour ago this morning, whenever the world ended for them personally. A woman in a CVS uniform, a kid who couldn't have been older than 15, wearing basketball shorts and one shoe, an old man in a veteran's cap, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly, his hands trembling at his sides. They were alive. All of them. Hearts beating, lungs working, blood flowing. The warmth of living bodies rose from them in a shimmer of heat. They were alive and they were gone, and the difference between those two things was a pharmaceutical compound that dissolved the part of the brain that made a person a person. Jake backed away from the edge. His feet left bloody prints on the concrete. The soles were blistered and raw from the hot asphalt. He sat down, pulled his knees to his chest, and tried to breathe. Around him, the other survivors on the seawall were doing variations of the same thing. Sitting, standing, staring, crying, praying, scrolling through dead phones. A woman was calling a name. "David! David!" Over and over, looking down at the infected below, searching their faces. The sun was going down. The sky over the Gulf was turning orange and pink and violet, the kind of Gulf Coast sunset that tourists posted on Instagram, with captions about paradise. The infected below the seawall were silhouetted against the fading light, a ragged line of figures swaying in the dusk. Jake looked at his phone. No signal, no bars, no connection to his daughter, 200 miles away, who had sent him a text that ended with "Please, Dad." He looked at the sunset. He looked at the fish knife on his belt. He looked at the people around him. Strangers, all of them, bound together by geography and disaster, and the simple fact that they were standing on a wall while the world below them came apart. "We need to organize," he said. Nobody heard him, or nobody listened. He was a marine biology teacher with blistered feet and a fish knife. Why would anyone listen? He said it again, louder. "We need to organize. If they can't climb the wall, then the wall is defensible. But we need water. We need to block the stairway access points. We need—" "Who the hell are you?" The voice came from a woman sitting on a beach towel she'd spread on the concrete. She was in her 40s, angular, with silver hair pulled into a severe braid. Her clothes were smeared with something dark, blood, but not hers. She was holding a medical bag in her lap, one hand resting on it like a talisman. "Jake Dominguez, I teach at Ball High." "A teacher?" The woman's mouth twisted. Not quite a smile. "That's just perfect." "Who are you?" "Dr. Delia Royce, trauma surgery, UTMB." She looked at the blood on her clothes. "Former." "You were in the hospital." "I was in the OR. Patient on the table. Routine appendectomy I was closing." The anesthesiologist started seizing, just mid-sentence, asking about dosage, then convulsing. I thought it was a stroke. Then he bit through the surgical resident's hand, and I realized it wasn't a stroke. She paused. "I got out with a bone saw and a med bag. 14 people in my department. I'm the only one on this wall." Jake sat down across from her. The concrete was warm under his raw feet. "The infected can't climb the seawall. They can use the stairs. We block the stairs. There are— how many access points along the wall? I know everyone. I grew up here." Delia looked at him for a long moment. Her eyes were the pale blue of shallow water, and behind them, something was calculating, assessing him the way a surgeon assessed a wound, looking for what was viable and what was too far gone. "You want to turn this wall into a fortress," she said. "I want to survive the night. And then what? And then I'm going to find my daughter." Something shifted in Delia's expression. Not softness. Nothing about this woman was soft. But recognition, maybe. The acknowledgement that they were both past the point where rational planning and delusional hope were distinguishable from each other. "How old?" 11. "She's at a camp in Corpus Christi. That's 200 miles. I know. Delia looked at the infected below the wall. She looked at the sunset. She looked at Jake's feet, which were bleeding onto the concrete. "You're going to need shoes," she said. She reached into her med bag and pulled out a roll of gauze. "Sit still. Let me wrap those." The first night on the seawall was a tutorial in the new rules of the world, taught by example and paid for in blood. By full dark, there were approximately 200 survivors on the seawall between 25th Street and 45th Street, a 2-mile stretch of concrete that had become, in the space of an afternoon, the last defensible position on Galveston Island. They were a cross-section of the island's population. Tourists who'd been on the beach when the chaos started. Residents who'd fled their homes. UTMB staff who'd escaped the hospital. National Guard soldiers who'd been separated from their unit when the causeway was overrun. Jake learned 4 things before midnight. First, sound drew the infected. A man on the east end of the seawall fired his pistol into the horde below, maybe thinking he could thin them, maybe just terrified and reactive. And the shots pulled infected from blocks away. Within 10 minutes, the density at the base of the wall tripled. The man kept shooting until his magazine was empty. The horde didn't thin. It grew. Every shot was a dinner bell. A woman, one of the separated National Guard soldiers, young with the flat expression of someone operating on training because everything else had shut down, took the man's gun when he stopped to reload. "You're making it worse," she said. Not unkindly, just fact. "What am I supposed to do?" the man said. "Just sit here?" "Yes," she said, "until we figure this out." "Yes." Second, the seawall stairs were the vulnerability. There were access points every few blocks, concrete steps built into the wall's face for beach access. The infected couldn't climb the wall itself, but the stairs were another problem. They could manage stairs slowly, in a bumbling cascade that was more falling upward than climbing. In the dark, with the seawall lit only by the moon and whatever flashlights people had, the stairs were invisible threats. The first breach came at 10 p.m. A group of infected found the 33rd Street stairs and pushed upward in a mass, each one propelled partly by its own legs and partly by the pressure of bodies behind it. They spilled onto the top of the seawall in a clot of flailing limbs, and 3 people who'd been sleeping near the stairs died before anyone understood what was happening. Jake heard the screams from 2 blocks away. By the time he and a group of men reached the breach, it was over. The survivors near the stairs had either fled or been pulled down. The infected that had made it to the top, 6 of them, were now on the seawall's broad surface, confused by the open space, turning in circles, bumping into the railing on the beach side. Jake and the others pushed them off the seawall with improvised tools, a beach umbrella pole, a 2x4, a hotel luggage cart used as a battering ram. The infected fell 17 feet to the riprap boulders below, and some of them got back up, and some of them didn't. But they were off the wall. "Block the stairs," Jake said. "All of them. Now." They used cars. The seawall boulevard was full of abandoned vehicles, and it took 6 people to push a sedan into position at the top of each stairway, wedging it against the concrete railings. It was exhausting, clumsy work in the dark, every pushed car making noise that drew more infected to the base of the wall, and Jake's wrapped feet screamed with every step. But by 2 a.m., every stairway access point along their 2-mile stretch was blocked by at least 1 vehicle. Third, people needed a voice, not a leader, not yet, but someone saying things out loud that organized the chaos into categories. Water, medical, defense, information. Delia had set up a triage station near the 37th Street steps, using her medical bag and the contents of a tourist's beach cooler. Ice, bottled water, hand sanitizer. The National Guard soldier, her name was Corporal Andrea Reese, 24, with a blood type tattooed on her dog tags and nothing else to identify her unit, had started organizing the men and women with weapons into watch rotations. Jake found himself talking. Not because he was brave or commanding or any of the things he associated with leadership. Because the silence was worse. Because people standing in the dark on a wall needed to hear a human voice saying things that made sense. "We hold the wall tonight. Tomorrow we take inventory. Food, water, medicine, skills. We figure out who's here, what we have, and what we need. We don't fire guns unless it's life or death. Sound draws them. Sound is the enemy. Who put you in charge? Someone asked. Nobody. But if you've got a better plan, I'll listen. Nobody had a better plan. Fourth, not everyone on the seawall was going to survive. Not because of the infected, but because of each other. At midnight, a man tried to take water from an elderly couple by force. He was drunk. There were bars on the seawall, and he'd apparently raided one during the chaos. And he was scared and belligerent, and twice the size of the couple he was threatening. Jake stepped between them. The drunk man hit Jake in the mouth. Jake tasted blood, his own, and the flavor was metallic and warm, and it triggered something in him that he hadn't known was there. Not rage. Something colder. He grabbed the man by his shirt collar and his belt and drove him backward into the seawall railing, bending him over it so that the man was looking down. 17 feet down, at the dark shapes milling at the base of the wall. "Look," Jake said. His voice was quiet, conversational, terrifying. "See them? That's what's on the other side of this wall. And you want to fight each other? You want to make noise? You want to draw them up here?" The man went limp. All the fight drained out of him like water from a tipped glass. He started crying, great heaving sobs that shook his whole body. And Jake pulled him back from the railing and let him sit down on the concrete. "Now don't touch anyone's supplies," Jake said. "Tomorrow we share. Tonight we hold." Delia, who had watched the exchange from 10 feet away, said nothing. But when Jake walked past her, she held out a bottle of water. He took it. Their fingers touched briefly. Hers were cool, steady, the hands of a woman who'd spent her career holding people's lives in her grip. "You've got a split lip," she said. "I know. It'll swell." "I know? You handled that well." Jake drank the water. It was warm and tasted faintly of plastic, and it was the best thing he'd ever put in his mouth. "I'm a teacher. I handle angry teenagers every day. That guy was easier than sixth period on a Friday." Something that might have been a laugh escaped Delia's lips. It was short, sharp, surprised. The sound of someone who hadn't expected to find anything funny ever again. She turned away and went back to her triage station, and Jake stood in the dark on the wall and listened to the sounds of the new world. The distant crackling of fires, the murmur of 200 frightened people, and below all of it, like the bass note in a chord, the shuffling, groaning presence of the dead who weren't dead, circling the base of the wall in an endless, mindless patrol. Dawn came blood red over the gulf, the sun hauling itself out of the water like something wounded, staining the sky in shades of crimson and bruised purple. Jake hadn't slept. He'd spent the night walking the seawall, checking barricades, talking to the watch teams Corporal Reese had organized, and helping Delia tend to the injured. There were a lot of injured. Bites, lacerations, broken bones from falls. A man with what Delia said was a cardiac event. Stress-induced. He needs a hospital that doesn't exist anymore. The man survived the night. Barely. In the daylight, the seawall looked different. The infected below had not dispersed with the dawn. They milled in a loose mass along the boulevard, fewer than during the night, but still present, still wrong, still making that sound that Jake was starting to think of as the drone, a low, collective vocalization from dozens of throats. Not quite moaning, not quite breathing, something in between that had no human analog. In the morning light, he could see their faces. Some he recognized. The CVS clerk he bought gum from. A man who ran a bait shop near the harbor. A girl who might have been one of his students. Hard to tell from this distance, with the milky film over her eyes and the gray tint to her skin. People on the seawall were waking up, sitting up from wherever they'd collapsed, on beach towels, on flattened cardboard, on the bare concrete, blinking in the light, looking around, remembering. The remembering was the worst part. Jake watched it happen face by face. The moment when sleep's mercy wore off and reality reasserted itself. A woman checked her phone, no signal, and then pressed it to her forehead and closed her eyes. A man looked north, toward the interior of the island, and said his children's names under his breath like a prayer. A teenager, 16, maybe 17, stared at his hands, and didn't move or speak for 15 minutes. Jake found a concrete bench near the 37th Street barricade and sat down. His body was a catalog of complaints. Blistered feet, wrapped in gauze that had soaked through with blood and needed changing. Split lip, swollen as Delia had predicted, pulsing with his heartbeat. Back muscles that had locked up from pushing cars in the dark, and a headache that sat behind his eyes like a squatter. He was 34 years old, and he felt 80. He was sitting there, trying to figure out what came next, when a voice said, "You the guy? The one who was organizing things last night?" Jake looked up. The speaker was a man in his late 20s, stocky, red-bearded, with burn scars up both forearms that looked old and industrial. He was wearing a company t-shirt that read Offshore Solutions LLC and cargo shorts, with what appeared to be a multi-tool clipped to every available pocket loop. "I'm Jake. I was just talking." "Yeah, well, you were the only one talking sense." The man stuck out a scarred hand. "Theo Kessler. I was an electrician on the offshore rigs out of Bayou Vista. I was on shore leave when this." He gestured broadly at everything. "I can fix things, engines, generators, electrical systems. If it's got wires, I'm your guy." "Good to know. Also, I can't stop talking when I'm nervous, which is like a medical condition or something. My mom always said I'd talk the ears off a dead mule." Which is ironic because now that dead things don't have ears, I mean, they do, but they're not listening in the traditional, sorry, nervous talker. "I'll stop." He did not stop. But he was useful, and over the next hour, as Jake walked the seawall taking stock of survivors and supplies, Theo walked with him, cataloging every piece of equipment, every tool, every potentially useful object within their 2-mile stretch. He had an engineer's eye for repurposing. A hotel ice machine contained a compressor that could be modified into a water purifier. Abandoned cars had batteries that could be wired into a charging station. The seawall's decorative lampposts ran on a separate electrical circuit from the island's main grid and could, theoretically, be powered by a portable generator if anyone could find one. Theo hummed while he worked. Yellow Submarine. Over and over. The same melody, slightly off-key, a constant background frequency that should have been irritating, but was somehow grounding. A small human sound in a world that had lost most of its humanity overnight. By noon of the first day, Jake had a rough census. 212 people on the seawall. Of those, 47 children under 16. 31 people over 60. 19 injured, 3 critically. 8 people with firearms. Total ammunition. Uncertain but limited. 2 medical professionals, Delia and a veterinarian named Paul, who'd been on vacation with his family. 1 engineer, Theo. 3 people with military or law enforcement experience, Corporal Reese and 2 others, who'd identified themselves. A retired Marine and an off-duty Border Patrol agent. Food and water were the immediate crisis. The seawall tourist strip had restaurants, hotels, and shops, all of which contained supplies. But accessing them required going down off the wall and into the streets where the infected roamed. The day's heat was already punishing, the concrete seawall radiating stored warmth like a griddle, and dehydration would kill them faster than any bite. Jake was sitting with Delia, Theo, Corporal Reese, and a handful of others, trying to work out a supply run, when a new voice cut into the conversation. "Y'all need to get off this wall and get to the seawall hotels. I know every building on this strip, back doors, loading docks, basement access. I can get you into any one of them without walking down a main stairway." The speaker was a woman in her late 40s, short, heavyset, Filipino-American, with reading glasses perched on her forehead and an expression of brisk impatience that reminded Jake of his mother. She was carrying a tote bag that clinked when she moved. "Who are you?" Corporal Reese asked. "Margot Villanueva. I owned the antique shop on Post Office Street. I've been in every building on this island. I know where the back doors are." She paused. "Also, I can pick locks, but that's not the point right now." "Why can you pick locks?" Reese asked. Hobby, Margot said, and the way she said it closed the topic completely. Point is, we don't need to go over the wall. There are buildings that back up directly to the seawall's upper level. The Hotel Galvez, the old one, not the new tower, has a rooftop terrace that's level with the top of the wall. You can step from the wall directly onto the terrace. From there, interior stairs down to the hotel's kitchen. Industrial refrigerators, pantry stocks, commercial water supply. Enough to keep 200 people alive for a week. Jake looked at Delia. Delia looked at Corporal Reese. Reese looked at Margot. Show us, Reese said. Margot showed them. The gap between the seawall and the Hotel Galvez terrace was 4 feet, an easy step for an adult. Margot went first, moving with a sureness that suggested she'd navigated far more precarious spaces than a hotel rooftop. Jake followed, then Reese, then 3 others. The Hotel Galvez was a Galveston landmark, a 1911 Grande Dame with a Spanish colonial facade and a reputation for being haunted, which was now the least frightening thing about it. The terrace was clear. The doors to the interior were locked, and Margot produced a set of tools from her tote bag and had the lock open in under 30 seconds. Hobby? Jake said. Expensive hobby, Margot said. Let's go. They moved through the hotel's upper floors in silence. The building was empty. Guests had evacuated or fled during the initial panic, and the staff had presumably done the same. The hallways were dim, lit only by emergency exit signs, running on battery backup. Margot led them down a service stairway to the first floor, through a staff corridor, and into the kitchen. The kitchen was intact, industrial refrigerators humming on backup generators. The hotel had its own emergency power, and it was still running, at least partially. Margot opened the walk-in cooler. Shelves of food, not just canned goods, fresh produce, dairy, meat, perishable, all of it. But in the short term, it was a feast. How long will the generators last? Theo asked, already examining the electrical panels. Hotel this size? 2, maybe 3 days on emergency power. After that, the refrigeration goes and everything in here starts rotting. Margot was already pulling a notebook from her tote bag. We need to eat the perishables first, stockpile the dry goods. I'll do an inventory. You have a notebook for this? Reese said. Margot looked at her. I have a notebook for everything. They spent 2 hours ferrying supplies from the Hotel Galvez to the seawall, a relay chain of people passing boxes and bags across the 4-foot gap between the terrace and the wall. Margot counted everything, every can, every bottle, every package. Her handwriting was small and precise and filled page after page of the notebook. 212 people, she said, reading her figures to Jake at the end of the inventory. Current food supply at rationed levels, approximately 9 days. Water, 5 days if we supplement with tap water, which is still running from the municipal reserve, but will stop when pressure drops. After that, we need a secondary source. The Gulf is right there, someone said. Salt water, Jake said. You can't drink it. Not without desalination equipment. I can build a solar still, Theo said. Basic desalination. Won't produce much, but it's something. Also, the hotel has a rooftop rainwater collection system for the garden. Ornamental. But the tanks hold maybe 300 gallons. We could expand it. If it rains, and this is August on the Gulf Coast, so it'll rain, I can rig collection from every gutter and downspout along the strip. I'd need a lot of plastic sheeting and some PVC, but there's a hardware store on... He stopped himself. Looked at the street below, where shapes moved in the midday heat. Right. Hardware stores in zombie territory. Don't call them that, Jake said. What? Don't call them zombies. They're not dead. They're people. They're sick. Theo looked at him, opened his mouth, closed it, hummed 3 bars of Yellow Submarine, and turned back to the electrical panel. The second night was quieter than the first, which was worse. The barricades held. The watch teams that Corporal Reese had organized maintained their rotations. People ate. Rationed portions of hotel food distributed by Margot, who tracked every calorie with the focus of an accountant auditing the books of God. Delia treated injuries, changed bandages, and sat with the man who'd had the cardiac event, monitoring his breathing with a stethoscope that was the most valuable piece of equipment on the wall. Jake sat on the edge of the seawall, his legs dangling over the beachside, looking at the Gulf. The water was black under the stars, and the waves made their eternal sound. The slow, rhythmic exhalation that had been the soundtrack of his entire life. He'd grown up to that sound, learned to swim in it, lost his brother to it. He pulled out his phone. Dead. The battery had lasted longer than he'd expected, but it was gone now, and with it the last text from Lucia. He'd memorized it, of course. Dad, something's wrong. People are screaming, come get me, please, Dad. But he wanted to see it. Wanted to see her name on the screen. Wanted the small, luminous rectangle of connection in his hands. Can't sleep either. The voice came from his left. A man. Tall, dignified, dark-skinned, with a deep baritone that carried even at a near whisper. He was wearing a suit, which was absurd. A three-piece suit in August in Texas. The tie loosened, the jacket over one arm. He moved with a deliberate grace that Jake associated with people who were accustomed to being watched. Pastor Jeremiah Whitfield. The man extended his hand. His grip was firm, very firm, the kind of grip that surprised people who expected a preacher's softness. First Baptist, 28th, and Broadway. Jake Dominguez. I know who you are, the teacher who's been organizing things. Jeremiah settled his large frame onto the seawall beside Jake, his long legs dangling next to Jake's. He set a Bible on the concrete between them. The leather cover was stained dark with something Jake didn't ask about. You're doing good work. I'm making it up as I go. That's what good work looks like in my experience. Jeremiah looked out at the Gulf. I had a congregation of 342 people. Sunday morning service, full house. A man I didn't recognize came through the doors during the opening hymn. He was wrong, moving wrong. His face was... Jeremiah stopped, his hands resting on his knees, curled into fists. The hymn was Amazing Grace. The tenors had just come in, and then he was quiet for a long time. I was the only one who made it out of the sanctuary. Jake didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. The silence between them was its own language, and they spoke it fluently. I've been praying, Jeremiah said eventually, all day, all night. I've been praying because that is what I do, that is who I am, that is the architecture of my life. But I want to be honest with you, Mr. Dominguez, because you seem like a man who values honesty. I am saying the words and feeling nothing. I am calling out to God and hearing only my own voice coming back. And I do not know if that means God is silent or if it means God is... He stopped again, drew a breath. I'm still going to pray, because these people need someone who prays, whether or not anyone is listening. Jake looked at the preacher's face. It was a strong face, lined with age and expression, the kind of face that belonged on a monument. But the eyes were demolished. I need to get to Corpus Christi, Jake said. My daughter's there. I know. People have been talking. Jeremiah picked up his Bible and held it in his lap. I can't offer you a miracle, Mr. Dominguez, but I can offer you a prayer and a pair of hands. These hands used to box. Golden gloves, 1984. I've still got the jab. He held up his fists. Large, scarred at the knuckles, steady as stone. If you're walking to Corpus Christi, you're going to need people walking with you. Consider this my application. Jake looked at the preacher's hands. He looked at the dark gulf. He thought about his daughter, 200 miles away, who had typed, "Please, Dad," into a phone that no longer connected to anything. Okay, Jake said. Okay. On day 3, Jake met the last 2 people who would form the core of what would eventually become his group. The first was Vernon Bull Massey, and Jake met him during a supply run that went sideways. They'd identified a pharmacy on 25th Street, a Walgreens, 3 blocks from the seawall, that Margot estimated would contain critical medical supplies. Delia's triage station was running low on everything: antibiotics, bandages, surgical tape, antiseptic. The Walgreens was close enough to reach on foot, but far enough that they'd be exposed on the streets for a solid 10 minutes each direction. Jake led the run. He took Corporal Reese, Margot, who claimed she could open the pharmacy's rear loading dock without tools, and was correct, and 2 volunteers, a young man named Garrett, and a retired Marine who went by his surname Hicks. The run started clean. They moved along the side streets, staying close to buildings, minimizing noise. The August heat pressed down on them like a physical weight. It was 97 degrees, and the humidity made the air feel like a wet towel. The infected in this area were sparse, a few wanderers who could be avoided with patience and quiet feet. Margot got them into the Walgreens through the loading dock in under a minute. The pharmacy was intact, untouched, its shelves neatly stocked with the mundane machinery of health: bandages, aspirin, antibiotics, cold medicine, and ibuprofen. Rows and rows of ibuprofen. Advil, Motrin, store-brand generics. America's most popular painkiller lined up like ammunition in a magazine. Jake looked at the ibuprofen and felt something cold settle in his gut. The emergency alert had mentioned anti-inflammatory drugs. His father's text, "Algo pasa, no me siento bien," and the speed of his decline. Had Esteban taken anything for the pain of the bite? Had someone at the hospital given him something? An Advil from a nurse's pocket, a well-meaning attempt to help? He grabbed a basket and started loading antibiotics, bandages, surgical supplies. "Take everything medical," he told the group, "but don't leave the ibuprofen." "Leave it?" Garrett looked confused. "People on the wall have been asking for painkillers." "I know. But the alert said, look, I don't know exactly. But until we understand what's happening, any anti-inflammatory stays on the shelf." They were loading their last boxes when Garrett bumped a display stand. It crashed to the floor with a sound like a gunshot in the silent store. Bottles and packages scattered across the tile with a rattle that seemed to amplify itself, bouncing off the walls, filling the space. Through the front windows, Jake saw movement. The wanderers on 25th Street had been aimless, drifting. Now they were oriented, turning toward the Walgreens. Moving. Back door. Now. They moved. Margot first, then Hicks, then Garrett carrying 2 boxes of supplies. Reese covered the rear. Jake was last, pulling the loading dock door shut behind him. It closed with a metallic slam that he regretted immediately. The alley behind the Walgreens was clear, but the sound had traveled, and the infected were converging from both ends of the block. Jake counted them as they emerged from side streets and doorways. 8, 12, 15, more appearing from the south end of the alley, shuffling into the narrow space between buildings with the slow inevitability of water finding a drain. "We're cut off," Reese said. Her voice was flat, professional, but her hand on her sidearm was tight. "The fence," Margot pointed. A chain-link fence separated the alley from a residential yard. Beyond the yard, another street, and beyond that, the seawall. Over the fence, through the yard, we're 2 blocks out. The fence was 6 feet. Margot went over it with an agility that seemed impossible for a woman of her build. Hobby, Jake thought again. Hicks vaulted it. Garrett tried, slipped, tried again, made it on the 3rd attempt, with Hicks pulling from the other side. Jake was halfway up when Reese shouted. An infected had come from a doorway Jake hadn't seen, a side entrance to the building adjacent to the Walgreens. It was fast. Stage 3, recently turned, still coordinated enough to run in short bursts. It closed the distance to Reese in 2 seconds. Reese fired. The shot was loud, a flat, authoritative crack that blew the quiet apart. The infected dropped. Headshot. Clean. But the sound echoed through the alley, off the buildings, into the streets, and the effect was instantaneous. Every infected in earshot changed direction. The ones at the ends of the alley surged. Others appeared, from windows, from open doors, from around corners. The gunshot had been a beacon. "Move!" Jake dropped over the fence. Reese was right behind him. They ran through the yard, an unkempt lawn with a child's swing set, the chains rust red, the seat rocking slightly in the hot breeze, as if a ghost child had just jumped off, and out through a gate onto the next street. The street was not clear. A group of infected, 30 or more, were moving south along the road, drawn by the gunshot. Between Jake's group and the seawall, a wall of bodies. That was when they heard the sound, not from the infected. from behind a garden shed in the next yard over. A rhythmic banging, metal on metal, and a voice, deep, carrying, authoritative. "Hey, hey, over here! Come on, you ugly sons of—" The banging intensified. The infected on the street turned, oriented on the new sound, began moving toward it. And from behind the garden shed stepped the largest human being Jake had ever seen. Vernon Massey was 6 feet 4 inches and 280 pounds, and he was standing in a stranger's yard, banging a cast iron skillet against a metal trash can lid like a one-man percussion section. He was wearing coaching shorts, a whistle on a lanyard, and a prosthetic leg below his left knee that flashed dull titanium in the sunlight. And he was grinning. "You folks gonna stand there, or you gonna run while they're looking at me?" They ran. Jake's group sprinted for the seawall, while Bull, Jake didn't know his name yet, but Bull was the only word that fit, continued his one-man show, drawing the infected toward himself and away from the fleeing supply team. Then, with a timing that was either expert or insane, Bull stopped banging, dropped behind the garden shed, went silent, and let the confused horde mill past his position while he crawled through a drainage culvert that Jake didn't even know existed. Bull emerged on the seawall 20 minutes later, breathing hard, covered in mud from the drainage pipe, and still grinning. "Vernon Massey," he said, shaking Jake's hand with a grip that could have crushed a coconut. "Folks call me Bull. I coached football at Texas City High." "Well, coached. Past tense. Season's probably canceled." He looked at the horde below the seawall. "Heck of a thing, Hoss. Heck of a thing. You drew them off us. Oldest trick in the book. Misdirection play. You run the fake sweep left, the defense commits, and the real runner goes right. Learned that from Darrell Royal's playbook, 1969. He wrapped his knuckles on his prosthetic leg. Can't run like I used to, but I can make a whole lot of noise." The second person Jake met that day was not as loud. Amara Osei appeared at the edge of the group like she'd materialized from the air itself. One moment she wasn't there, and the next she was, standing at the periphery of the supply distribution, watching everything with dark, steady eyes through the viewfinder of a camera that looked professional grade. She was thin, deliberate, with a shaved head and 3 small parallel scars on each cheek that Jake would later learn were tribal marks, Igbo, placed by her grandmother when Amara was 7. She didn't introduce herself. She took photographs. Click, click. The shutter sound was so soft it might have been a cricket. Jake noticed her because she was photographing things no one else was looking at. Not the dramatic stuff. Not the horde, not the injured, not the barricades. She was photographing a pair of shoes someone had left at the top of the seawall stairs, a child's drawing chalked on the concrete, a house with a sun and 2 stick figures, the way shadows fell across the sleeping forms of exhausted survivors, a water bottle standing upright on the railing, catching the light. "You a reporter?" Jake asked. "Photographer. Wildlife. For Texas Parks and Wildlife." She lowered the camera, looked at him directly. Her gaze was unnerving in its stillness. Not aggressive, just absolutely present, as if she were seeing things about him that he hadn't organized into thoughts yet. "I was documenting whooping crane nesting patterns on the Bolivar Peninsula when this started. And now? Now I'm documenting this." She held up the camera. "Someone has to. If anyone survives this, in 10 years, 100 years, they'll want to know what it was like. Not just the horror, the other things, the human things." She nodded toward the chalked drawing on the concrete. "A child drew that this morning. While the dead were walking below the wall, a child drew a picture of a house with a happy sun. That matters. That has to be recorded." Jake looked at her, at the camera, at the 3 memory cards on a lanyard around her neck. Can that thing zoom? Like really zoom? 300 millimeters telephoto. I can read a license plate at a quarter mile. Then you're not just a photographer. You're a scope. Can you get up on the Hotel Galvez roof and tell me what's happening on the mainland? I need to see the causeway." Amara considered this for 3 full seconds, which was apparently her version of rapid decision-making. I'll need to go alone. I'm faster alone. Quieter. Fine. She was gone for 90 minutes. When she returned, she didn't speak immediately. She sat down next to Jake, removed the camera's memory card, inserted a fresh one, and pocketed the full card with a care that suggested it contained something important. The causeway is destroyed, she said. Not blocked, destroyed. The middle span has been dropped. Explosives from the look of it. Clean cut, both lanes, about a 100-meter gap. Nothing's crossing that bridge. Military? Maybe. I saw armored vehicles on the mainland side, and bodies on the bridge deck. A lot of bodies. She paused. Also, the infected on the mainland. They're not scattered like here. They're gathered. Dense clusters. Moving together, almost like, I don't know, like flocking behavior. Birds, fish, they're responding to something. Sound, maybe. But it looked coordinated. Coordinated how? Amara didn't answer immediately. She was looking at something in the distance, toward the mainland, toward the smear of smoke on the horizon that was Houston dying. There was a figure on a rooftop, standing still while everything around it moved. The others, the infected, they flowed around it, like water around a stone. She met Jake's eyes. It was watching me. Jake felt the back of his neck prickle. The sensation was primal, pre-verbal, the recognition of something that violated the rules, an anomaly in a system he was only beginning to understand. Watching you from how far? Quarter mile through the telephoto. It was different. The posture was different. It was standing like a person. Not swaying, not shuffling, standing. She paused again. It was wearing a lab coat. By day 5, the seawall had become something between a fortress and a refugee camp, and the distinction between the two was narrowing. Margot's inventory was the backbone of everything. She had commandeered a hotel conference room, accessible from the seawall via the terrace bridge, and turned it into a supply depot, with shelves organized by category and a checkout system that she enforced with the gentle ferocity of a librarian defending the Dewey Decimal System. Nothing left the depot without being recorded. Nothing was consumed without being counted. We have food for 7 more days at current ration levels, she reported to Jake, Delia, Reese, and the informal council that had coalesced around them. Water for 4, maybe 5 if it rains. Medicine, Delia can speak to that. Running low on everything. Delia's voice was clipped. She hadn't slept more than 2 hours in any stretch since day 1, and it showed. The skin under her eyes was the color of a bruise, and her movements had a mechanical quality that worried Jake. She was running on something. Willpower, adrenaline, habit. Antibiotics will be critical. 3 of the bite patients on the wall are showing signs of secondary bacterial infection. Without proper treatment, they'll go septic. And the bites? Jake asked. 2 of the 3 bitten patients are in stage 1, the fog. Delia's hands were clasped on the table, and Jake noticed her thumbs pressing against each other, hard enough to whiten the nail beds. Confusion, disorientation, temperature rising. They have, based on what I've observed, somewhere between 18 and 30 hours before stage 2. Can we do anything? I'm a trauma surgeon, not a pharmacologist. I can treat the symptoms, hydration, temperature management, sedation for the tremors when they start. But the underlying mechanism, the prion compound, whatever it is, I can't stop it with what I have. She paused. What I can tell you is that the progression seems to be faster in some patients than others. The woman, Connie, the one bitten on the first night, she's been in stage 1 for 3 days. That's slower than the others. I don't know why. 3 days? Jake leaned forward. Is it possible some people fight it off? I don't know. I don't have blood work. I don't have imaging. I don't have a lab. I have a stethoscope and a bone saw and the contents of a hotel bathroom. Delia's voice cracked on the last word. A hairline fracture in her composure that she sealed immediately, straightening in her chair, squaring her shoulders. What I need is information. There have to be CDC broadcasts, FEMA communications, something. We need to know what this compound is and whether there's a treatment. The radio. Everyone looked at the doorway. A person was standing there, slight, young, with oversized glasses and an energy that seemed to vibrate at a frequency slightly higher than the room's. They were holding something that looked like it had been built from spare parts, a tangle of wires, a circuit board, and what appeared to be the guts of a car stereo. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was listening. I'm Cass Nguyen. I'm a student at U of H Pre-Law. But my grandfather taught me ham radio when I was a kid, and I've been messing with the hotel's emergency communications equipment, and I think I can. They held up the device. I think I can build a receiver, maybe a transmitter, if someone can find me more parts. You can build a radio? Theo was already on his feet, his engineer's brain visibly engaged. What do you need? Copper wire, a lot of it. A longer antenna. I've been using the hotel's lightning rod, but it's not ideal. More capacitors. A power source. The hotel generators are on their last legs. Cass pushed their glasses up their nose. Also a quiet room. The signal-to-noise ratio is going to be... You can have the penthouse suite, Margot said. Top floor, best antenna height. And there's copper wire in the hotel's fire suppression system. Yeah, that would work. That was how Cass became the group's connection to the world. Within 2 days, working with Theo on the electrical components, they had a functioning ham radio receiver operating out of the Hotel Galvez penthouse. The first signals they picked up were military, coded, indecipherable, but proof that someone with resources was still operating. Then civilian bands, other survivor groups, scattered across Texas and Louisiana, broadcasting on whatever frequencies they could find. Fragments of the larger picture came through in bursts. Houston had fallen. 7 million people. The infection had moved through the metropolitan area like a wildfire through dry brush, and the city was now a dead zone. Millions of infected, filling the streets, the highways, the buildings. The military had established a perimeter on the Sam Houston Tollway and then abandoned it when the perimeter was breached. Survivors who'd made it out were heading in every direction, north toward Dallas, east toward Louisiana, south toward the coast, south toward Galveston. The bridge was destroyed, Jake reminded himself. The causeway was down. Nothing was coming across that bridge, but there were other ways onto the island. Boats, the San Luis Pass at the western end, the Bolivar Ferry, if anyone thought to use it. And the infected didn't need roads. They walked. Through fields, through water, through whatever was in front of them. The causeway gap would stop vehicles. Would it stop a horde? Jake was standing on the seawall at sunset on day 5, looking north, when Delia found him. She didn't speak immediately. She stood beside him, arms crossed, and they watched the mainland horizon, where the glow that might have been the setting sun or might have been Houston burning painted the sky in shades of amber and black. Connie's getting worse, Delia said finally. The 3-day slowdown was, I don't know what it was, but she's entering stage 2 now. The tremors started an hour ago. Jake closed his eyes. Connie was a 46-year-old kindergarten teacher from Houston who'd been visiting her sister on the island. She had red hair and a gap-toothed smile, and she'd been teaching the children on the seawall to play clapping games to distract them from the sounds below the wall. She'd been bitten on the hand on night 1. She'd fought it for 3 days, lucid and brave and terrified, and now the window was closing. She asked me to do it, Delia said. Her voice was very quiet. Before she loses herself, she doesn't want to become one of them. She asked me to, I know. Can you? Jake opened his eyes. Can I what? Can you make that decision? Because I can't. I've spent my entire career keeping people alive. I've broken ribs doing CPR on people who were clinically dead for 6 minutes. Because I can't be the one who decides it's over. That's not what these hands are for. She held up her surgeon's hands. They were shaking. Jake looked at Delia's hands. He looked at the fish knife on his belt, which he'd carried every day since the parking garage. He thought about his father, shambling into a horde with his car keys still in his pocket. He thought about Tomas, face down in the Gulf 12 years ago, which was yesterday, which was 1,000 years ago. Give her something, he said, for the pain, something strong. I don't have, my supplies are, Delia. She went still, very still. And Jake saw something in her face that he would not understand until much later. A flicker of something complicated and private and agonized that had nothing to do with Connie and everything to do with a bottle in a medical bag that Delia had never opened and never discarded. "I have morphine," she said, "from the hospital. I took it when I left." She stopped, started again. "I can give her enough to sleep. She won't feel the turn. She'll just go." "Then do that." Delia nodded once. She turned and walked back toward the triage station, and Jake watched her go, and he knew, without specifics, without evidence, that what he'd just asked her to do had cost something he couldn't see. Connie died in her sleep at 3:17 a.m. on day 6, in a hotel room with clean sheets that Margot had found, with Delia holding her hand and Jeremiah reciting a psalm that he delivered in a voice so steady and so empty that it could have been a recording. Connie's body was wrapped in a bedsheet and lowered off the beach side of the seawall to the riprap below. No one wanted to do it. Everyone understood why it had to be done. An uncontrolled turn on the seawall would be a catastrophe. Jeremiah said words over the body. Jake watched the pastor's face while he spoke and saw with a clarity that felt like trespass that the man behind the words was screaming silently. Every phrase, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," was delivered with perfect cadence and zero faith. A performance so convincing that anyone who didn't look at Jeremiah's eyes would have believed the act completely. Jake looked at Jeremiah's eyes. They were voids. After the service, such as it was, Jeremiah walked to the far end of the seawall, away from everyone, and sat alone in the dark. Jake considered following him, decided against it. Some silences were private, and the sound of a man's faith dying was not something that required a witness. Day 6 brought two things, a newcomer and a decision. The newcomer appeared at dawn, climbing the seawall on the beach side, up the riprap boulders, hand over hand, with an agility that marked him as either athletic or desperate or both. He was in his early 30s, blonde, square-jawed, wearing tactical pants and a shirt that might have been olive drab once, but was now the color of dirt and sweat. He had a rifle slung across his back, an AR-15, and a sidearm on his hip, and he moved with the controlled economy of someone with training. Corporal Reese intercepted him at the top of the wall. "Identify yourself." "Derek Loomis, former Army Ranger, 75th Regiment." His voice was confident, a little rough, the voice of a man who'd been running hard. "I was on leave when this hit. Been moving south for 2 days from the Houston perimeter. Ran out of road at the causeway. The bridge is out, so I came along the beach. Saw your perimeter from a mile out. Good setup. Solid defensive positioning." Reese studied him. "Unit?" "3rd Battalion. Fort Benning, then Hood. Ranger tab?" "Right shoulder." He tapped his upper arm, where a patch might have been if he'd been in uniform. "I don't see it." "I'm not in uniform, Corporal." A quick, charming smile. "Lost my kit crossing the San Jacinto. Kept the weapons." Priorities. Reese's expression didn't change, but she stepped aside. A man with military training and 2 firearms was too valuable to turn away, and whatever verification might have been possible in the old world was meaningless now. Derek integrated quickly. Too quickly in retrospect, though Jake didn't see it at the time. Derek was good with people. Easy smile, strong handshake, a way of making eye contact that made each person feel like the most important one in the room. He offered tactical advice that sounded authoritative. Clearing procedures, watch rotations, kill zones, fields of fire. He used military jargon with fluency. CQB, SITREP, ROE, exfil, and the terms had the desired effect, coding his words with the authority of institutional training. He also had a tattoo on his forearm that said Ranger. Jake didn't notice the misspelling. Nobody did. Not yet. The decision came at a council meeting that evening. Jake, Delia, Reese, Margot, Theo, Jeremiah, Bull, Amara, and now Derek gathered in the Hotel Galvez conference room, with Cass patching in via a walkie-talkie from the penthouse radio room. "We can't stay here," Jake said. The statement landed like a stone in a pond. Ripples of discomfort, resistance, fear. "We have food for 6 days," Margot said. "Water for 3. The generators die tomorrow. The horde density at the base of the wall is increasing, Amara said. I've been counting from the roof. Day 1, approximately 200 infected within our perimeter. Today, in over 600. They're not leaving. They're accumulating. And Houston's fallen, Cass's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. I've been monitoring survivor bands. The military perimeter collapsed 3 days ago. 7 million people in that metro area. And conservative estimates say 60% infection rate. That's 4 million infected, and they're moving. South. Toward the coast. Toward us. How long before they reach the island? Reese asked. The causeway's out, Theo said. They can't. They'll walk into the water, Jake said. Everyone looked at him. I've been watching them. The infected don't swim, but they don't avoid water either. They walk in and they keep walking along the bottom. A horde of 4 million pushing south. Some of them will hit the bay. It's shallow. Average depth of the West Bay is 8 to 10 feet. They'll walk across the bottom. Most will get disoriented, stuck in the mud, pulled by currents. But some, maybe 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000, will make it across. And 1 in 1,000 of 4 million is 4,000. Silence. The kind of silence that has weight. I need to get to Corpus Christi, Jake said. My daughter's there, but that's my reason. Here's yours. This island is a trap. The seawall is 17 feet high and 10 miles long. We can't defend 10 miles. We can't feed 200 people for more than a week. We can't hold this position against a sustained horde from the mainland. We need to leave. And go where? Bull asked. South, along the coast. Corpus Christi has military installations. The Naval Air Station, the Army Depot. If there's any organized resistance in South Texas, it'll be there. That's 200 miles, Hoss. On foot through infected territory in August heat. I know. With a prosthetic leg that wasn't designed for cross-country hiking. I know, Bull. Bull looked at Jake for a long moment. Then he grinned. That wide, mustached grin that looked like it belonged on a wanted poster or a football poster, one or the other. Well, hell. I always said I'd walk through fire for my team. Never figured I'd mean it, literally. He slapped both hands on the table. I'm in, Hoss. Draw me up a play. I'm in. Delia. No hesitation. Her jaw was set, her eyes clear. In. Corporal Reese. You'll need someone to keep count of what we carry. Margot held up her notebook. Someone has to be responsible. I can rig a portable power supply for the radio. Theo was already sketching on a napkin. Solar cells from the hotel's garden lights, a deep cycle marine battery from one of the boats in the harbor. It'll be heavy, but it'll keep Cass broadcasting. I go where the radio goes, Cass said through the walkie-talkie. I'll carry it, Jeremiah said quietly. The radio. I'm strong enough, and I'm not carrying much else. He looked at his Bible on the table. Just the one book. Amara said nothing. She raised her camera and took a photograph of the table, the faces around it, the map of Galveston that someone had spread out with coffee cup rings acting as paperweights. Click. Derek cleared his throat. Tactical assessment. A group our size moving through contested territory needs a point man, flank security, and a rear guard. I can put together a movement protocol based on my ranger training. Do it, Jake said. But we're not taking 200 people. Most of them won't want to go, and those who do, we need to be honest about what this is. This isn't an evacuation. This is a march. Some of them won't make it, Delia said, stating it plainly because someone had to. I know. You're asking people to walk into the unknown on the word of a teacher with a fish knife. Jake looked at Delia, at all of them, at the map of the Texas coast, with 200 miles of highway and swamp and industrial wasteland between this room and his daughter. I'm asking people to walk towards something instead of waiting here to die. Nobody argued. The decision was made not with a vote, but with a silence. The kind of silence that isn't absence but consensus. The quiet recognition that the world had narrowed to a single path, and arguing about it was wasting time they didn't have. They would leave in 2 days. They would take whoever wanted to go. They would head south along the coast, toward the mainland, toward the causeway or around it, toward the unknown, toward Lucia. The night before they left the seawall, Jake walked to the edge and looked down at the infected. The horde had grown denser. Amara's count was over 800 now, and in the moonlight they were a sea of moving shapes, their shadows stretching and merging on the boulevard below. The drone was louder here, a basso continuo of not quite human vocalization that rose and fell with a tidal rhythm. He found a spot away from the watch posts where the railing was broken, and he could sit with his feet hanging over the edge of the beachside, looking at the Gulf. The water was silver under the moon. Somewhere out there, beyond the curve of the earth, the world presumably continued. Europe, Asia, Africa, places where the word Galveston was just a name on a map, if it was anything at all. His phone was dead. He hadn't been able to charge it. What little generator power remained went to the radio and the medical equipment. He couldn't pull up Lucia's text. He couldn't see her name, but he could feel the weight of the phone in his pocket, could feel the ghost of the message through the dead glass. "Dad, something's wrong. People are screaming. Come get me. Please, Dad." "Hey." Nina Okafor materialized beside him with the silence of a cat. Jake had met her on day 4. She'd been one of the Houston survivors who reached the island before the causeway was blown. Personal trainer, triathlete, third-generation Nigerian-American. She was lean, fast, and nearly impossible to hear when she moved, which was either a natural gift or a trained skill. Jake hadn't figured out which. She sat beside him without being invited. She did that. Nina occupied spaces without asking permission, not from rudeness, but from a self-assurance that didn't require external validation. "Can't sleep?" Jake asked. "Haven't tried. I've been running the perimeter, checking the stair barricades, counting exits." She pulled her knees up. In the moonlight, the 3 ritual scars on each cheek were visible, thin lines that caught the light like whiskers. "You ready for tomorrow?" "No." Good answer. Anyone who says they're ready is lying or stupid. "Which one is Derek?" Nina's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "I haven't decided yet. He talks a good game. The tactical stuff sounds right mostly, but I don't know. Something. The way he holds a rifle, it's textbook. Like literally textbook. YouTube tutorial textbook. And I've seen enough vets. My uncle was Army, did 2 tours in Afghanistan, to know they don't hold weapons like they're posing for a manual." She shrugged. "Could be nothing. Could be he's just camera ready. Some guys are." Jake filed the observation away. Not because he believed it. Derek had been useful, his advice mostly sound, his presence reassuring. But because Nina's instincts were sharp, and sharp instincts were survival currency. "Why are you coming?" he asked. "You don't have anyone in Corpus Christi." Nina was quiet for a long time. Long enough that Jake thought she wasn't going to answer. Then, "I've got my reasons." "That's not an answer. It's the one you're getting tonight." She stood up, stretched, a runner's stretch, hamstrings and quads, the habits of a body that had been trained to treat itself as an instrument. "Get some sleep, Jake. Tomorrow's going to be a long walk." She dissolved into the darkness. Jake listened to her footsteps, or tried to. He heard nothing. She was already gone. He looked at the Gulf one more time. Somewhere south, past the curve of the coast, past 200 miles of broken world, his daughter was either alive or dead, and the only way to know was to walk. He'd spent 12 years carrying the weight of his brother's drowning, and it had bent him into a specific shape. A man who could not accept loss, who threw himself at rescue the way a moth throws itself at flame. Tomas had drowned because Jake wasn't watching. His father had turned because Jake arrived too late. The pattern was clear. People Jake loved disappeared when he wasn't there, and the only answer to that equation was to be there. Always, no matter the cost. He knew in the part of his mind that was rational and cold, and functioned even now, that this compulsion was a flaw, that it would lead him to make bad decisions, that it would risk other lives for the sake of one. He knew it the way a man knows his own heartbeat, intimately, constantly, unable to stop it. He got up, walked back to the group's staging area, lay down on a strip of cardboard Margot had allocated for him, closed his eyes. He did not sleep. Dawn on day 7. The group assembled at the Hotel Galvez Terrace, the staging point for their departure. 29 people had chosen to come. The rest, 183 survivors, would stay on the seawall under Corporal Reese's command. Reese had volunteered to stay, and Jake had not argued, because someone with military discipline needed to hold the wall, and because Reese had looked at the 200-mile route on the map, and then looked at the 61-year-old pastor with the heavy radio pack, and the 55-year-old man with the prosthetic leg, and the dozen civilians who had never walked more than a mile at a stretch, and said, "Your group needs the island as a fallback. I'll keep it standing." The 29 who were leaving: Jake, Delia, Theo, Margot, Jeremiah, Bull, Nina, Amara, Cass, Derek, and 19 others. A mix of seawall survivors, including 3 families with children. They carried everything in backpacks and duffel bags. Food, Margot had calculated for 12 days, the minimum for a coastal route to Corpus Christi at 15 miles per day. Water, enough for 3 days, with plans to resupply at every opportunity. Medical supplies, Delia's kit, augmented by the Walgreens run. Weapons, Derek's AR-15, 2 pistols, a collection of knives, machetes, and improvised clubs. Cass's radio rig, 80 pounds of equipment distributed across 3 packs, with Jeremiah carrying the heaviest, and Amara's camera kit, she carried it herself, in a waterproof bag that never left her body. They descended from the seawall on the beach side, using a rope ladder that Theo had rigged from hotel bedsheets. The plan was to move along the beach, away from the street-level infected, until they reached the western end of the island, then cross the San Luis Pass Bridge to the mainland. The San Luis Pass Bridge was the island's secondary connection, smaller and less trafficked than the I-45 causeway. And intelligence from Amara's rooftop observations suggested it might still be intact. The beach in the early morning was surreal. The sand was clean. The waves broke in their eternal rhythm. Sandpipers ran along the waterline on stick legs, chasing the retreating foam. Above them on the seawall, the survivors who were staying watched them go. No one waved. The distance was too laden for gestures. They walked west along the beach. The sun rose behind them, painting their shadows long on the sand. The heat built quickly. By 8 a.m., it was over 90 degrees, and the humidity turned the air into something you could almost chew. Sweat soaked through clothing in minutes. The sand was soft, which made walking hard, especially for Bull, whose prosthetic wasn't designed for uneven terrain. He didn't complain. He hummed country songs and called everyone hoss and pushed forward with the dogged persistence of a man who'd spent his life refusing to let a physical limitation define him. By mid-morning, they'd covered 5 miles. The seawall was behind them now, shrinking with distance. Ahead, the western end of the island narrowed to a point where Galveston met the San Luis Pass, a tidal channel separating the island from Follett's Island, and beyond it, the mainland. The San Luis Pass Bridge was visible from a mile out. It was a low, arching structure, 2 lanes, maybe half a mile long. Through Amara's telephoto lens, Jake could see vehicles on the bridge deck, abandoned, scattered like dropped toys. He could not see movement. "Looks clear," Amara said. "Looks can lie," Nina said. They approached the bridge cautiously, Derek on point. He moved well, Jake had to admit. Whether or not his training was military, his instincts for terrain and sightlines were sound. Nina ranging ahead as a scout. She was faster than anyone and so quiet the sand barely registered her passing. And the main group clustered in the center with Bull at the rear. His massive frame, a human barricade between the group and anything coming up behind them. The bridge was not clear. They were 100 yards from the eastern end when Nina came sprinting back, her face tight, her breath controlled. "People," she said, "on the bridge. Armed. Not infected. How many?" 8 that I could see. Maybe more in the vehicles. They've got the east end barricaded. Concrete barriers, 2 trucks, nose to nose. And there's a sign. What does the sign say? Nina looked at Jake with an expression that mixed disgust with a kind of weary recognition. The face of someone who'd always suspected that the worst thing in an apocalypse wouldn't be the monsters. It says, "Toll crossing. Payment required. Jake felt his jaw tighten. He looked at the bridge, at the barricade, at the figures he could now make out with his bare eyes, men, most of them, holding weapons that glinted in the morning sun. Causeway Kings, Derek said. He'd gone pale under his tan. I've heard about them on the radio. They took the I-45 bridge first. Must have expanded to this one. They charge for passage. Charge what? Bull asked. Food, weapons, medicine? Derek paused. Whatever they want. The group stood on the beach. 29 people with backpacks and children and hope and a fish knife, staring at the bridge that was their only way off the island. Behind them, the infected. Ahead of them, the human toll booth at the end of the world. Jake took a breath, tasted salt and exhaust and the faintest undercurrent of rot from somewhere inland. He adjusted the straps of his backpack. Lucia's backpack, purple, with the cartoon octopus. He looked at the people behind him. Delia with her medical bag, Theo humming nervously, Margot clutching her notebook, Jeremiah with the radio pack bowing his broad shoulders, Bull with his grin and his prosthetic, Nina with her watchful stillness, Amara with her camera, Cass with their oversized glasses and their grandfather's knowledge, Derek with his confident bearing and his misspelled tattoo. I'll talk to them, Jake said, and stay here. Not alone, Delia said. Alone is less threatening. Alone is dead if they decide to shoot. I'll go with him. Jeremiah stepped forward, shrugging the radio pack to a more comfortable position. A man of the cloth. They might hesitate before shooting a preacher. Or they'll shoot the preacher first, Bull said. Haas, let me... Bull, you're the most threatening-looking person on this beach. If they see you first, they'll open fire out of sheer intimidation. Jake put a hand on Bull's shoulder, or tried to. Bull's shoulder was approximately at Jake's eye level. Stay with the group. If something goes wrong, get them back to the seawall. If something goes wrong, I'm coming to get you. Bull! That's not negotiable, Haas. Jake looked at the big man. Bull's face had lost its grin. What was left was something hard and certain. The face of a man who'd spent his life protecting teams and wasn't about to stop now. Apocalypse or no. Okay, Jake said. Give me 10 minutes. He walked toward the bridge with Jeremiah beside him. The sand turned to asphalt under his feet. He was wearing shoes now. A pair of running shoes scavenged from a sporting goods store during a supply run, 2 sizes too big, stuffed with newspaper to fit. The barricade grew larger as they approached. The men behind it grew clearer. They were well armed, rifles, shotguns, sidearms. They wore mismatched civilian clothes, but there was a uniformity to their bearing. Alert, organized, confident. Not a rabble. A force. A man stepped out from behind the barricade. He was mid-30s, medium build, with a neat beard and the calm, appraising expression of a man who was very used to being in charge. He carried a shotgun with the barrel resting casually in the crook of his elbow, the way a hunter carries a weapon he's not planning to use. Yet. Morning, the man said. Name's Brock Hartley. Welcome to the San Luis Pass. Where are you folks headed? Mainland, Jake said, and then south. That's a popular direction these days. Brock's smile was professional, salesman-like. Well, you've come to the right bridge. We've been holding this crossing since day 2. Cleared of infected, maintained, patrolled. Safest half-mile on the Texas coast. We just need to cross. Of course you do, and we're here to help with that. We just ask for a small contribution to the upkeep. Maintaining a bridge in these conditions isn't free, you understand. Patrols, barricade materials, ammunition, it adds up. Jake studied the man's face. It was the face of someone who believed his own pitch. Not a sadist, not a warlord, but a businessman who'd found the world's most captive market. What's the toll? Brock looked past Jake at the group on the beach. His eyes moved over them, assessing, calculating, pricing. Jake felt his skin crawl. 30 people, Brock said. That's a big party. Let's say half your food supplies, 2 of your firearms, and the medical kit. He nodded toward Delia's bag, visible even from this distance, with its red cross marking. We need the medical supplies. We have injured. Everyone has injured. That's the nature of the situation. Brock's smile didn't waver. The toll is the toll. You can pay it or you can try the causeway. Oh, wait, the causeway's in the Gulf. He chuckled softly. Or you can go back to the seawall and wait for the Houston horde to arrive. Your choice. We're not monsters. We're a service industry. Jake's hands were at his sides. His right hand was 6 inches from the fish knife on his belt. He was aware of this the way you're aware of a loaded gun in a room. Not because you're going to use it, but because your body is keeping track of options. Jeremiah spoke. His voice was low, resonant, and it carried without effort. The voice of a man who'd filled a sanctuary every Sunday for 30 years. Brother, we have children in our group. Families. You're asking us to give up the supplies that keep them alive. I'm asking you to give up some of your supplies, not all. Think of it as an investment. You give a little now. You get safe passage to the mainland. That's a fair trade in any economy. Jake thought about the group on the beach, about Margot's inventory. It's 12 days of food, meticulously rationed. Half of that was 6 days. Not enough to reach Corpus Christi. He thought about Delia's medical kit, which was the only thing standing between their injured and infection. He thought about the 2 pistols and the AR-15, which were the only things standing between the group and the horde. He thought about Lucia. Half the food, Jake said. 1 firearm. Not the medical kit. Brock tilted his head, considering. The medical kit is non-negotiable. Then, we find another way across. There is no other way across, friend. Not unless you want to swim the pass, which I wouldn't recommend. The current's 8 knots on the outgoing tide, and there are things in that water that aren't fish anymore. Jake looked at the water. The San Luis Pass was a tidal channel, maybe 300 yards wide, with a current that could pull a strong swimmer under in seconds. On the far side, the low profile of Follett's Island shimmered in the heat haze. It might as well have been the moon. Half the food, Jake said again. 1 firearm. That's our offer. Brock looked at him for a long time. Then he shrugged. The easy, practiced shrug of a salesman closing a deal that was never in doubt. Half the food, 1 firearm, and we inspect your group. Standard security check. We need to make sure nobody's bitten, nobody's carrying anything undeclared. It's a safety measure. The inspection was where it went wrong. Not dramatically. Not with gunfire or violence. Not with anything Jake could point to and say, that's where I should have fought. The Causeway Kings were too smart for that. The inspection was thorough, professional, and humiliating. Every pack was opened. Every person was checked for bites, arms extended, necks exposed, a process that was technically medical, but felt like a livestock evaluation. The men doing the inspection were polite. They smiled. They made small talk. When they got to Margot, one of them, a thick-necked man with tattoos crawling up from his collar, insisted on a more thorough check. Margot went rigid. Jake stepped forward. The man with the tattoos looked at Jake, and his hand moved to his sidearm with the lazy confidence of someone who'd done this before. Just being thorough, the man said. Jake's vision narrowed. The edges of his sight went gray, and the center sharpened to a point that contained only the man's face, the gun, and Margot, who was standing very still with her hands at her sides and her jaw locked so tight Jake could see the muscles jumping. She's clear, Delia said. She'd materialized between Margot and the man, her surgeon's posture radiating an authority that had nothing to do with weapons. I've examined every member of this group personally. She's clear. The man looked at Delia, at Jake, at the 29 people watching from the bridge approach, some of them holding weapons they weren't sure how to use, but would absolutely try. Fine. He moved on. The inspection continued. They crossed the bridge. It took 40 minutes. They left behind half their food, 1 pistol, the smaller of the 2, Jake's calculation, keep the guns with the most stopping power, and something less tangible. Jake watched Margot walk across the bridge with her tote bag clutched to her chest and her face expressionless, and he understood that what the Causeway Kings had taken from her couldn't be measured in calories or bullets. On the far side of the bridge, the mainland stretched ahead, flat, green, already shimmering in the late morning heat. The road led north and then west, toward the coast, toward the 200-mile route that would take them to Corpus Christi, toward Lucia. Jake stood on the mainland and looked back at Galveston. The island was a low line on the horizon, the seawall just visible as a dark stripe between the green of land and the blue of the Gulf. Somewhere on that wall, Corporal Reese was organizing defenses. Somewhere below the wall, his father was walking. He turned south, put one foot in front of the other. The shoes were too big and the road was hot and his daughter was 200 miles away. And behind him, 28 other people were following a marine biology teacher into the unknown, because he was the only one walking in a direction. Jeremiah fell into step beside him. The radio pack creaked with each stride. After a quarter mile, the pastor spoke. Ecclesiastes 3:1, he said, "To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven." Jake looked at him. "A time to be born, and a time to die," Jeremiah continued. "A time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted." He paused, looked at the road ahead. "A time to stay, and a time to walk." That last part's not in Ecclesiastes. It should be. Jeremiah shifted the radio pack. 200 miles, Mr. Dominguez. Jake. 200 miles, Jake. And I suspect the toll on that bridge was the cheapest price we're going to pay. Jake said nothing. He walked. Behind him, 28 souls walked with him. Ahead of them, the Texas coast baked under an August sun that didn't care about pharmaceutical catastrophes or broken bridges or little girls in aquariums 200 miles away. The road was long and the dead were everywhere and the living were sometimes worse. But Jake walked. The mainland was worse than the island. Jake had known it would be. The math was simple. Houston's 7 million against Galveston's 50,000. The ratio of infected to survivor scaling exponentially with population density. But knowing and experiencing were different languages, and the mainland spoke the latter with brutal fluency. They followed Highway 257 west from the San Luis Pass Bridge, a 2-lane road that cut through coastal marshland, flat, treeless, the kind of landscape where you could see for miles in every direction, which should have been an advantage, but instead meant the infected could see you too. The marsh grass was chest high on both sides of the road, golden brown in the August heat, and it rustled with things that might have been wind or might have been something moving through it on a path parallel to theirs. The first hour was quiet. The group moved in a loose column, Derek on point, 50 yards ahead, scanning with the AR-15 at low ready. Nina ranging further out, invisible in the marsh grass, appearing periodically to signal all clear. The main body in the center with families and children bracketed by adults. Bull at the rear, his prosthetic clicking softly on the asphalt with each step, his eyes sweeping the road behind them. Jake walked near the middle of the column, close to the families. There were 7 children in the group, ages 4 to 13, and they moved with the glazed obedience of kids who had been frightened into compliance. The youngest, a girl named Sophie, 4, with red hair and messy pigtails, was being carried by her father, a man named Garrett, who'd been part of the Walgreens supply run. Sophie had her thumb in her mouth and her face pressed against her father's neck, and she hadn't spoken a word since day 2. The quiet broke at 11:47 a.m. Nina materialized from the marsh grass like a ghost stepping out of a wall. Her face was controlled, but her breathing was fast. Too fast for someone in her physical condition. Roads blocked ahead, half-mile, pileup. Looks like people tried to evacuate and got stopped. 20, 30 vehicles. Infected? Some, maybe a dozen that I could see. Wanderers. They're in and around the cars, just milling. No concentrated group. Can we go around? Marsh on both sides. Waist-deep mud, maybe deeper. The kids can't do it. Bull can't do it. She glanced at Bull's prosthetic. We go through or we go back. We go through. Derek had come back from point, moving low, the AR-15 across his chest. Standard clearance operation. We move up in 2 elements. Fire team takes the lead, clears the hostiles. Main body moves through the gap. 5 minutes, clean and quiet. Quiet how? Jake asked. If we fire weapons, we draw more. Derek hesitated, a fraction of a second, but Jake noticed it. The slight stall of a man reaching for a script and finding the page blank. Then the confidence reasserted itself. Melee, then. Bladed weapons, suppressed approach. Take them down before they can vocalize. Before they can vocalize, Nina repeated. Her tone was flat. We go quiet, Jake said. Knives, clubs, anything that doesn't make noise. I'll take point with Derek. Nina, you're flanking. Theo, Bull, you stay with the main group. If it goes wrong, Get the families off the road and into the marsh. Wet and muddy is better than dead. Hoss, you should be protecting the people who can't protect themselves. That's your position, Bull. Hold it. Bull's jaw worked. The handlebar mustache twitched, but he nodded once and stepped back to the rear of the column with the expression of a man swallowing something that didn't go down easy. Jake pulled the fish knife from his belt. 8 inches of German steel. A tool for cutting belly skin. A weapon for cutting other things now. He looked at it in his hand and felt the reclassification settle deeper. Not just a change of category, but a change of self. The man who held a knife for gutting fish was not the same man who held a knife for killing things that had been people. They moved up the road. Jake and Derek in front, separated by 10 feet. Nina was in the marsh grass to the left, invisible, her presence marked only by the occasional whisper of stems, parting and closing. Behind them, the main group waited, a cluster of frightened people on a highway in the sun. The pileup came into view. A chain of vehicles, trucks, SUVs, sedans, stretched across both lanes and onto both shoulders. Some nosed into the marsh, some jackknifed across the center line. Doors hung open. Personal possessions were scattered on the asphalt. Suitcases, garbage bags full of clothes. A child's car seat overturned in the median. The detritus of evacuation of people who had thrown everything they owned into their vehicles and driven toward a safety that didn't exist. The infected were there. Jake counted them as he approached. 11. Wanderers, stage 3 or 4, scattered among the vehicles in postures of aimless waiting. Some stood, some sat on the asphalt. One was wedged between 2 cars, its body compressed into the gap, arms dangling, swaying in a non-existent breeze. They were degraded, skin gray, eyes milky, clothing torn and stained. The August heat had accelerated their physical decline. One of them was visibly swollen, the abdomen distended with the gases of internal decomposition. They were alive. Jake could see the rise and fall of chests, the twitch of fingers, but they were rotting from the inside, their bodies persisting beyond the point where their minds had surrendered. The smell reached him at 50 yards, sweet, thick, organic. Not the sharp copper of fresh blood, but the heavy, syrupy stench of decomposition in progress. Bodies breaking down in 97-degree heat. The chemical processes of decay, producing compounds that his nose registered and his stomach rejected. He breathed through his mouth. It didn't help much. You could taste it. Derek raised a fist. Stop. Jake stopped. They crouched behind a pickup truck with a Trump 2024 sticker on the tailgate and a bloodstain on the driver's door. I'll take the 3 on the left, Derek whispered. You take the 2 nearest. Nina can... I'll take what's in front of me, Jake said. Just move. Quiet. He moved. Around the pickup, along the line of cars, using the vehicles as cover. The nearest infected was 10 feet away. A man, or what had been a man, in the remains of a business suit. The tie was still knotted. The jacket was torn at the shoulder, revealing gray skin beneath. He was standing between a minivan and a sedan, his head down, his hands hanging. He didn't see Jake. Jake came around the sedan's rear bumper. 2 steps. The fish knife was in his right hand, the grip familiar, the weight correct. 8 inches of steel, designed for precision work. He'd spent 20 years making exact cuts with this knife, separating flesh from bone along clean lines, his hand steady, his eye accurate. The skill was the same. Only the subject had changed. The infected heard something. Its head began to lift. Jake saw the jaw come up, saw the mouth open, saw the beginning of a vocalization that would draw the others. He drove the knife into the base of the skull, the occipital bone, the entry point where the spinal column met the cranium, where a single precise thrust would sever the brainstem. He knew this anatomy, not from medical training, but from fish. The brainstem of a large fish was in the same relative position, and he dispatched thousands of them with the same motion. A firm thrust, a slight twist, a withdrawal. Ikejime, the Japanese fishermen called it. The merciful kill. The infected collapsed. Silent. Immediate. like a puppet with its strings cut. Jake caught the body and lowered it to the asphalt, and the weight of it, the human weight, the warm, still living weight, was different from any fish he'd ever killed, and his hands were shaking when he pulled the knife free, and there was blood on his fingers. That was red, bright red, oxygenated, the blood of a living thing. He didn't stop. The second infected was 5 feet away, turning toward the sound of the first one falling. Jake crossed the distance and repeated the motion. Thrust, twist, withdraw. The body dropped. Behind him, he heard the soft sounds of Derek working, the grunt of effort, the wet impact, the slump. Nina appeared from the marsh grass and dispatched 2 more with a machete she'd scavenged from a garage on the island, moving with an economy of motion that was almost surgical. No wasted movement, no hesitation. Her face was blank, a mask that covered whatever was happening beneath it. In 90 seconds, it was over. 11 infected, down. The road was clear. Jake stood among the bodies and looked at the blood on his knife and on his hands and felt something inside him shift. Not break, not yet, but tilt, like a picture frame knocked slightly askew. He'd just killed 5 people. They were infected. They were beyond saving. They were a threat to his group and to the children, and to the mission of reaching Lucia. And none of that changed the fact that they had been people, and he had ended them. The man in the business suit had had a life, a job, a name, a family, a favorite restaurant, a song he sang in the shower. All of that was gone before Jake's knife, but the body that remained had still been warm, still been breathing, still been technically and medically alive. He wiped the blade on his pants, sheathed it. Clear, he said. His voice was steady. That surprised him. They moved through the pileup quickly. The families kept their children close, hands over eyes for the youngest, though Jake suspected that the children had already seen worse. The road beyond the pileup was open for another mile before it intersected with Highway 332, the route that would take them north to the mainland proper and then west toward the coast. At the intersection, they found the first sign of organized human presence since the Causeway Kings. A spray-painted message on a highway sign in letters 2 feet high. Moody Gardens, Safe Zone. 12 miles north, food, water, shelter, follow green arrows. Green arrows, painted on the road, on fence posts, on telephone poles, a trail of breadcrumbs leading north toward the pyramid-shaped structures of the Moody Gardens complex on the mainland side of the West Bay. That's a real place, Theo said. Moody Gardens. 3 big glass pyramids. Rainforest Aquarium Discovery Center. Built like a fortress, actually. Concrete foundations, minimal ground floor access. The pyramids themselves could be a trap, Nina said. Could be what it says, Jeremiah said. Shelter. Or could be bait. Draw people in, take their stuff. Like the bridge. The bridge people didn't need bait. They had a choke point. This could be the same thing. A collection point. The group debated. Jake listened. The arguments were reasonable on both sides. A safe zone could mean rest, resupply, medical care, a chance to regroup. Or it could mean another toll, another set of armed men extracting payment from the desperate. The green arrows were bright and fresh, painted recently, which meant someone was maintaining the route, which meant organization, which meant resources. We check it out, Jake said, but carefully. Nina scouts ahead, Amar sets up on high ground with the telephoto. If it's legitimate, we rest and resupply. If it's not, we keep moving. That's 12 miles north, Derek pointed out. Our route to Corpus Christi is southwest. We'd be going the wrong direction. My route is to Corpus Christi. Our route, right now, is wherever keeps these people alive longest. Jake gestured at the group, the families, the children, the exhausted and frightened and dehydrated column of human beings standing on a Texas highway in the killing heat. 12 miles for food and water and a roof is worth the detour. Derek opened his mouth to argue, then closed it. Something crossed his face. Not quite agreement, but the recalculation of a man who understood the value of appearing team-oriented. Copy that. I'll adjust the movement plan. They followed the green arrows north. The 12 miles to Moody Gardens took 2 days. Not because of the distance, 12 miles was manageable even for the slowest members of the group, but because the route passed through the southern edge of the Texas City Industrial Corridor, and the Industrial Corridor was a nightmare. Texas City had been a refinery town. Petrochemical plants, tank farms, processing facilities, storage depots. The infrastructure of fossil fuel extraction lined the highway on both sides. Massive steel structures that looked like the skeletons of mechanical giants. Some were still burning. A storage tank at the Marathon refinery had been struck by something. Lightning, an explosion, a crash, and the resulting fire had been burning for days, sending a column of black smoke into the sky that was visible from 20 miles. The air around it was toxic. Jake could feel it in his lungs, a chemical sharpness that made breathing feel like inhaling fiberglass. They skirted the worst of it, following the green arrows along back roads that wound through residential areas between the industrial zones. The houses here were modest, working-class homes, pickup trucks and driveways, yards with chain-link fences and above-ground pools. Many were intact, doors closed, windows dark. Others were broken open, doors hanging, windows smashed, the interior darkness hinting at what had happened inside. They scavenged as they went. Margot kept her inventory, checking each house they entered, cataloging what they took. Jake insisted on it. "We're not looters, we're survivors. There's a difference." Margot gave him a look that was both appreciative and skeptical, the look of a woman who understood the distinction's fragility. The houses yielded food, water, clothing, and, inevitably, ibuprofen. Every medicine cabinet, every kitchen drawer, every purse and backpack contained it. Advil, Motrin, generic bottles from Walmart and CVS and H-E-B. America's painkiller of choice, available on every shelf, in every pocket, in every first aid kit. A nation medicated for aches and pains, and the medication was an accelerant for the very thing that was killing them. Jake thought about this as they moved through the empty houses. Thought about the supply chains, the marketing, the advertisements, tough on pain, easy on your stomach. He thought about the people who'd been bitten and reached for the medicine cabinet, the reflex so deep it was almost genetic. If it hurts, take something. How many people had turned in their own bathrooms, reaching for relief and finding extinction? On the afternoon of day 8, while the group rested in a cul-de-sac of empty houses, Delia pulled Jake aside. Her face was drawn tight, the skin under her eyes almost purple with exhaustion, and she smelled like antiseptic and old sweat. "We need to talk about the ibuprofen," she said. "I've been telling everyone to leave it. I know, but I need to understand why. The emergency alert mentioned anti-inflammatory drugs, but that's vague. I need specifics, because right now I have 3 people with infected wounds. Not zombie bites, regular wounds that are infected with regular bacteria. And I'd normally treat the inflammation with NSAIDs. If I can't use ibuprofen, I need to know the mechanism so I can find alternatives." Jake told her about Connie, about the speed of her decline after the seawall barricade breach on night 1, bitten at 10 p.m., given ibuprofen by a well-meaning bystander at 11 p.m., entering stage 2 by midnight. A progression that should have taken 18 to 24 hours, compressed to 2. Delia's expression changed as he spoke. Not dramatically. She was too controlled for that. But her eyes narrowed, and her hands, resting on her knees, went still in a way that meant her mind was racing. "NSAIDs suppress prostaglandin synthesis," she said. "Prostaglandins are part of the inflammatory response, which is also part of the immune response. If the lethe compound, if this prion or whatever it is being partially contained by the body's inflammatory response, then suppressing that response with ibuprofen would be like opening the gates." Exactly. The body is fighting the infection. The inflammation, the fever, those aren't just symptoms. They're weapons. The immune system is trying to contain the compound, and ibuprofen shuts down the very mechanism that's buying time. She was quiet for a moment. My God, every ER in the country, every first responder, someone gets bitten, the first thing you do is treat the fever. Tylenol, Advil, Motrin, standard protocol. And every single dose made it worse. Delia pressed both hands against her face, held them there. Her shoulders were rigid, her breathing carefully controlled, and Jake understood that she was using her surgeon's discipline to hold something enormous in check. Not just the horror of the revelation, but its scale. Millions of people, billions of doses of ibuprofen distributed across the country, the world. Every medicine cabinet a trap, every well-meaning nurse and parent an EMT, an unwitting accelerant. The infrastructure of care, weaponized. Acetaminophen, she said from behind her hands. Tylenol, different mechanism. Doesn't suppress prostaglandins in the periphery. It should be safe for pain management. I'll switch to that for the wound infections. She lowered her hands. Her eyes were red but dry. We need to broadcast this. Cass, the radio. If other survivor groups are giving bitten people ibuprofen, I'll talk to Cass tonight. Tonight might be too late for someone. Delia, she stopped, looked at him. He saw the fatigue, the fear, the fury, all of it contained behind a professional mask that was developing cracks. You've slept 4 hours in 3 days, Jake said. I need you functional. Eat something. Rest. The broadcast happens tonight. I'm fine. You're not fine. Nobody's fine. But some of us are better at hiding it. And you're about to stop being one of them. He held her gaze. 4 hours. Minimum. Margot's got a house cleared and a bed made up 3 doors down. Go. Delia's jaw tightened. For a moment, Jake thought she was going to refuse. She had the stubbornness of someone who'd spent her career pushing through exhaustion, trusting her training to compensate for her body's limits. But something in her expression shifted. Not surrender. Acknowledgement. The acknowledgement of a woman who understood that a surgeon who hadn't slept in 3 days was a danger to her patients. 4 hours, she said. Then I need to check the wound patients. Agreed. She turned to go, paused, didn't look back. Jake. Yeah? The morphine I used for Connie. I had it in my bag because I took it from the hospital. From the controlled substances cabinet. She stopped. Her shoulders moved, the smallest rise and fall. I want you to know that I had it because I'm an addict. 6 months clean. The morphine is my supply. I carry it because I'm afraid to throw it away, and I'm afraid to use it, and the fear is the only thing that's kept me clean. You should know that. In case there's a situation where my judgment about medication is compromised. The silence that followed was a living thing. Jake felt it press against his skin, heavy with the weight of what Delia had just handed him. Not a confession, but a weapon. She'd given him the information that could destroy her credibility, her position, her value to the group. She'd given it voluntarily, which meant either she trusted him completely or she was so exhausted that her walls had failed. Either way, the gift was enormous, and the responsibility that came with it was immediate. Thank you for telling me, Jake said. Get some sleep. Delia walked away. Jake stood in the cul-de-sac and watched her go and thought about the things people carry, bottles of pills, military lies, radio photographs, broken faith, and how the weight of those hidden things was heavier than any pack. That evening, Cass made the broadcast. They'd set up in the second-floor bedroom of a brick ranch house, the ham radio's antenna jury-rigged to the home's television antenna mount on the roof. Theo had wired the setup to a car battery they'd pulled from a Dodge Charger in the driveway. The radio hummed with static, a white noise ocean of interference and emptiness, punctuated by occasional bursts of human voice. Fragments of other survivors calling into the void. Cass sat at the makeshift station, headphones on, adjusting frequencies with the delicate touch of a jeweler. They'd been quiet for most of the day, quieter than usual, which for Cass meant near silent. Their normally nervous energy compressed into an interior space. Jake had noticed them staring at their hands during the rest stop, turning them over, examining the palms as if looking for something. He didn't ask. I've got a clear channel on 7.2 megahertz, Cass said. Good propagation tonight. The ionosphere cooperates better after sunset. I should be able to reach most of Texas and into Louisiana. Do it. Cass keyed the microphone. Their voice when it came was different from their usual rapid-fire delivery. Steady, measured, the voice of someone who understood that what they were about to say would travel farther than any words they'd ever spoken. This is a survivor broadcast from the Texas Gulf Coast. My name is Cass Nguyen, transmitting on 7200 megahertz. I have a critical medical advisory for all survivor groups. Static. Then a voice, faint, distorted. Go ahead, Gulf Coast. The compound causing the infection, the lethe-9 compound, is accelerated by common anti-inflammatory drugs. Ibuprofen, naproxen, aspirin, any NSAID. Do not give these medications to bite victims. Repeat, do not administer NSAIDs to anyone who has been exposed to the infection. These drugs suppress the immune response that slows the compound's progression. A bite victim who takes ibuprofen can turn within 1 to 2 hours instead of the normal 18 to 36-hour window. Silence on the channel. Then the distant voice again. Are you saying Advil makes it worse? That is exactly what I'm saying. The most common painkiller in America accelerates the turning process. Switch to acetaminophen, Tylenol, for pain management. It uses a different mechanism and does not appear to affect infection progression. Spread this information on all frequencies. Every survivor group, every settlement, every individual. The medicine cabinets in your shelters may be the most dangerous thing in them. More silence. Then a cascade of voices. Multiple frequencies, multiple stations. All talking at once. Questions, confirmations, horror. A woman's voice from somewhere in East Texas. Oh God, we gave it to Marcus. He was bitten yesterday. We gave him ibuprofen. He turned in 40 minutes. 40 minutes. We thought he was just... The voice broke apart into static, or tears, or both. Cass transmitted the advisory 3 more times over the next hour, on different frequencies, adjusting the message each time for clarity. By the 3rd broadcast, other stations were relaying it. The information spreading outward like ripples in a pond, each relay carrying it farther, into Alabama, into Oklahoma, into the scattered pockets of surviving humanity that clung to their radios like lifelines. When it was done, Cass pulled off the headphones. Their hands were shaking. They sat very still in the dim room, the radio's indicator lights painting their face in green and amber, and they didn't move for a long time. You okay? Jake asked. I killed my best friend. The words came out flat, colorless. Day 1. Marcus Chen. We were at Minute Maid Park, downtown Houston, the Astros game. Marcus got bitten in the parking lot. I shot him. A pause. He'd taken 4 Advil before the game, for a headache. He had them in his pocket. When he got bitten, he took 2 more because the bite hurt. And what do you do when something hurts? You take a pill. Another pause. He turned in 20 minutes, in the car. While I was driving, I had to, with one hand on the wheel, They stopped, pushed their glasses up. The glasses were smudged, and in the radio's glow, the smudges caught the light like tear tracks. 3 seconds, Cass said. That's how long it took. I've counted. I count it every night. 3 seconds between seeing his face change and pulling the trigger. 3 seconds to decide that my best friend was gone and to... They pressed their palms together. Hard. The knuckles went white. I keep thinking about those 3 seconds. Whether they were enough. Whether I should have waited. Whether there was still something of Marcus in there, and I... You saved yourself, Jake said. And now you just saved God knows how many people with that broadcast. Does that math work? Cass looked at him. Their eyes behind the oversized glasses were raw. 1 life taken, many lives saved. Is that how this goes? I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. My grandfather survived the fall of Saigon. He used to say that survival wasn't a math problem. It was a weight problem. You just carry it until you can't. And then you carry it some more. Cass pulled the headphones back on. Adjusted a dial. I'm going to keep scanning. There are people out there. Jake left them to the radio. Outside, the night was hot and close. The air thick with moisture and the distant chemical tang from the burning refinery. He stood on the porch of the ranch house and looked at the sky. No stars. The smoke from Texas City blanketed the heavens in a haze that turned the moon into a smeared orange coin. Nina appeared at his shoulder. She moved like smoke herself. "We have a problem," she said. "Just one." She didn't smile. One of the families, the Hendersons, the ones with the twin boys. David Henderson was bitten. Jake's chest tightened. When? During the pile-up clearance, he didn't tell anyone. Cut on his arm, he said. Hid it under his sleeve. His wife Patricia came to me 20 minutes ago. She's terrified. He's showing symptoms. Confusion, mild tremors. Stage 1. How long? She thinks the bite happened around noon. It's, 10 p.m.? That's 10 hours. He hasn't taken any painkillers. Nina paused. If the broadcast was right, and the timeline without NSAIDs is 18 to 36 hours, we have maybe 8 to 26 hours before stage 2. Delia already woke her. She's with him. Jake walked to the Hendersons' house. It was 3 doors down from the staging area, a modest bungalow with a chain-link fence and a yard that had once been tidy. Inside, the living room had been cleared for sleeping, air mattresses and blankets spread across the floor. David Henderson was sitting on the couch, and his wife Patricia was beside him, and their twin sons, 8 years old, identical, named Tyler and Thomas, were asleep on an air mattress in the corner, with the blank, exhausted slumber of children who had run out of the capacity to be scared. David was 37, accountant from League City. He had a soft face and soft hands, and the body of a man who'd spent his career at a desk. The bite was on his left forearm, a semicircle of puncture marks, swollen and hot, with the telltale gray discoloration spreading outward from the wound. His pupils were dilated, his skin was clammy, and he was holding his wife's hand with a grip that she was enduring without complaint, despite the whiteness of her knuckles. Delia was kneeling in front of him, checking his vitals. Her face was the mask Jake had come to recognize. The surgical mask, the professional distance. But her eyes, when they met Jake's, said everything her mouth wouldn't. "Jake!" David's voice was thin, stretched. "I'm sorry, I should have said something. I thought maybe it wasn't." He looked at the bite. "It's getting worse, isn't it? Let Delia examine you. I know what's happening. I've seen it happen. On the bridge, that woman, the one who turned..." He stopped. His hand was trembling, not shaking. Trembling, a fine, rapid vibration that was different from the gross tremors of stage 2. His body was fighting. His immune system was waging a war that it was going to lose. "I don't want my boys to see me turn. I don't want Tyler and Thomas to..." "David!" Patricia's voice was rigid with control. She was holding herself together with the sheer force of will, the way you hold a cracked dam with your hands and pretend the water isn't coming through. "We'll figure this out. There might be... Delia, is there anything..." "I can manage the symptoms," Delia said. "Hydration, cooling measures for the fever, acetaminophen for pain. I cannot stop the progression." She paused. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Henderson." Patricia's face didn't change. Her hand tightened on David's. Her other hand was in her lap, and Jake saw it. The fingers curling, the nails digging into her palm, the small crescent-shaped wounds she was making in her own skin, the pain she was choosing because it was the only thing she could control. "How long?" David asked. "Variable. Without NSAIDs, the progression is slower. You might have 12 hours. You might have 30. I don't have enough data to..." 12 hours! David looked at the ceiling. 12 hours! He looked at his sleeping sons. "Patricia, I need you to take the boys to another house. Tonight. Now. I'm not leaving you. You are, you have to. Because in 12 hours, or 8 or 4, I don't know. I'm not going to be me anymore, and the boys can't..." "David, please." His voice cracked. Not with fear, with love. The particular quality of a parent's voice, when the thing they're asking for is the last thing they'll ever ask. "Please take the boys. Let them sleep. Don't tell them tonight. Let them have one more night without knowing." Patricia's composure broke. Not dramatically. A single sob, choked off, swallowed back down. She pressed her forehead against David's shoulder. He raised his trembling hand and put it on the back of her head. They stayed like that for 10 seconds, 20, 30. Jake and Delia stood in the doorway and said nothing. Some moments were not for witnesses, and the fact that they were witnessing this one felt like a violation of something sacred. Patricia lifted her head, wiped her face with the back of her hand, stood up with the mechanical precision of someone operating their body by manual override because the automatic systems had crashed. She picked up Tyler, lifted the sleeping boy without waking him, the practiced motion of a mother who'd been carrying sleeping children for 8 years. Jake moved forward and picked up Thomas. The boy was warm and heavy and smelled like kid sweat and dirt and something faintly sweet, and the weight of him in Jake's arms was almost unbearable because it was the weight of his own daughter, 200 miles away, and every child he'd ever held, and every child who would grow up in a world that had stopped making sense. They carried the twins to a house 2 doors down. Jake laid Thomas on a mattress. The boy stirred, murmured something unintelligible, and settled back into sleep. Patricia arranged them side by side, tucked a blanket around them with meticulous care. Hospital corners, smoothed edges, a ritual of motherhood performed with the desperate precision of someone who was about to lose the person who'd helped her build this life. She turned to Jake. Her face was dry. Her voice was steady. I'll stay with him tonight. When it happens. When he... She couldn't finish. Started again. Don't let the boys see. Whatever happens, don't let Tyler and Thomas see their father like that. I promise. And Jake... She reached into her pocket and pulled out a bottle of ibuprofen. Small, travel size, the kind you'd carry in a purse. She held it out. He asked me to give him these. He said the pain is... He asked me to give him these and let him go quickly. Jake looked at the bottle, looked at Patricia, understood what David was asking. Not for pain relief, for acceleration. For a fast end, before the slow dissolution of self that stage 2 brought. The hours of tremors and fragmented memory, and the gradual erosion of everything that made David Henderson a husband and father and person. He wanted to skip to the end. He wanted to turn fast, before the horror of the middle stages, and let someone else handle what came after. No, Jake said. Patricia's eyes widened. I know what he's asking, and the answer is no. Not because I don't understand, I do, but because 12 hours is not nothing. 12 hours with his family, with his mind, with his boys, sleeping in the next room, that time matters. You don't throw away time. You're asking him to suffer. I'm asking him to live for as long as he can. I'm asking him to be David Henderson until the last possible second. Because when Tyler and Thomas are older and they ask about their father, you're going to want to tell them that he fought, that he didn't give up, that he stayed as long as he could. Patricia looked at the ibuprofen in her hand. Then she looked at Jake. Then she did something that Jake did not expect. She threw the bottle. Not at him, at the wall. It hit the drywall with a flat crack and fell to the floor, the child-proof cap popping off, tiny brown tablets scattering across the carpet like spilled beads. I hate this, she said. Her voice was barely audible. I hate this world. I know. She walked back to David's house. Jake stood in the room with the sleeping twins and the scattered ibuprofen and tried to breathe around the thing in his chest that felt like a collapsed lung. Delia appeared in the doorway. You made the right call. Did I? About the ibuprofen, yes. About the rest of it. She looked at the sleeping boys. There is no right call. There's only the call you make and the weight you carry after. Your grandfather? Jake asked, confusing her for a moment with Cass. Sorry, someone else said something similar. My first attending. Day 1 of residency. He said, Dr. Royce, in this profession, you will make decisions that you cannot undo. The trick is not to make the right ones, it's to survive the wrong ones. She adjusted her med bag on her shoulder. I'm going to stay with David. I can keep him comfortable. When the time comes, morphine, not ibuprofen. He won't feel it. You're sure? Delia's hand went to her bag. Jake saw the motion, the fingers touching the outside of the bag, pressing against the shape of something inside it. The bottle. The one she'd carried for 6 months, the one she'd told him about. The one that was both her enemy and her amulet. I have enough for him, she said. From the hospital stock. Not the other supply. I wasn't asking about that. I know. She turned to go, stopped. Jake, the thing you said about fighting, about staying as long as he can, that's beautiful. And it's not enough. Nothing is enough. But I've learned that not enough and nothing are different things. And in a world like this, that difference is everything. She left. Jake sat with the sleeping twins and listened to the radio chatter drifting from the upstairs window. Cass's voice broadcasting the ibuprofen warning into the dark. And he thought about his daughter, and about David Henderson, and about the bottles and medicine cabinets across America that had turned healing into horror. David Henderson turned at 6:14 a.m. on day 9. It happened the way Delia had described. The tremors escalated, the confusion deepened, the fragments of speech became less frequent and less coherent. Patricia stayed with him until 4 a.m., when Delia gently but firmly escorted her out. "The next stage is not something you should see," Delia said, and the way she said it, with the clinical authority of a doctor and the raw knowledge of someone who had watched this process multiple times, left no room for argument. Jake was outside the house when it happened. He heard nothing. Delia emerged at 6:20, her face gray, her hands steady, her eyes somewhere far away. She carried her medical bag and a used syringe, and she walked past Jake without speaking, went to the staging area, disposed of the syringe in a sharps container she'd scavenged from the Walgreens, and sat down on the curb. Jake sat beside her. Neither spoke for 5 minutes. "The morphine," Delia said finally. "I used my medical stock, not the other, in case you were wondering. I wasn't. I was." She looked at her hands, turned them over, examined the palms as if reading them. "Every time I open that bag and the bottle is there, I have a conversation with myself. It takes about 3 seconds, which is enough time to make a decision that can't be unmade." She closed her hands. "Today, the conversation was harder than usual." Jake said nothing. There was nothing to say that wouldn't diminish what she'd just told him, and some admissions were too heavy for response. David Henderson's body was wrapped in a bedsheet and left in the house. There was no beach to lower him to, no wall to lower him from. They closed the door and Jake used a marker to write on the outside, "David Henderson, husband, father. He fought." Patricia read the words. Her face did the thing Jake had seen faces do when grief found a handhold. A momentary collapse of structure, architecture falling, before the rebuild commenced. She gathered her sons and told them, and the sound of 8-year-old boys learning that their father was gone was something Jake knew he would carry for the rest of his life, however long that was. The group moved out at 8 a.m. They were quieter than the day before. Death had a gravity, and it pulled the conversations and the energy and the movement speed into a lower orbit. Even Theo was quiet, his humming absent for the first time. The silence where "Yellow Submarine" should have been more conspicuous than the tune itself. They followed the green arrows north. Moody Gardens appeared on the horizon at midday on day 10th. 3 massive pyramidal structures rising from the flat coastal landscape like something from another world. The pyramids were glass and steel, their faceted surfaces catching the sun and throwing it back in diamond-sharp reflections. The complex sprawled across acres of manicured grounds that had already begun to go wild, lawns turning to meadow, ornamental plantings drooping in the heat, a lazy river attraction visible as a green water channel winding between structures. The complex was enclosed by a perimeter fence, chain link, 8 feet, topped with concertina wire that had been added recently, the galvanized steel still bright and unweathered. Inside the fence, Jake could see activity. People moving between buildings, vehicles parked in organized rows, what looked like a garden being cultivated in the cleared space of the former parking lot. Smoke rose from several points, cooking fires from the smell. A flag flew from the tallest pyramid. Not an American flag, but a white flag with a green circle, the symbol of safe zone. Armed guards at the gate. 3 of them wearing mismatched clothes, but matching postures. Alert, professional, not hostile. One stepped forward as Jake's group approached. "You the folks from Galveston? We picked up your radio signal." "Some of us." Jake Dominguez. "Welcome to Moody Gardens." The guard's face opened into a smile that seemed genuine. "We've got 312 people inside. Food, water, medical facilities, housing in the hotel annex. You folks look like you could use a rest. The gate opened. The group filed through. Children who'd been walking in shell-shocked silence for 3 days suddenly ran, drawn by the sight of other children playing on the grounds, by the smell of food cooking, by the magnetic pull of normalcy. Sophie, the 4-year-old who hadn't spoken since day 2, looked at the other children, looked at her father, and said, "Daddy, can I?" Garrett set her down. She ran. Her pigtails bounced. She reached the other children and stopped. Suddenly shy, and a girl about her age took her hand and pulled her into whatever game was underway. Jake watched this and felt something loosen in his chest. A tension he'd been holding for so long he'd forgotten it was there. The release was physical, a slackening of muscles that had been clenched for 10 days, and it nearly dropped him. His knees weakened. He put a hand on the gatepost and breathed. "Easy." Bull's massive hand on his shoulder, steadying. "You good, Haas?" Yeah. She's alive, Jake. Your girl. I can feel it." Bull's voice was quiet, which for Bull meant it was only slightly louder than normal conversation. "My Darla used to say I had the instincts of a psychic and the subtlety of a dump truck. And my instincts say, your girl is alive." Jake looked at the big man. Bull's face was open, earnest, certain. The face of a man who believed what he was saying, because the alternative was a world he refused to inhabit. And Jake recognized it, because it was his own face, his own refusal, his own stubborn insistence on hope in the teeth of probability. "Thanks, Bull." "Don't thank me, Hoss. Buy me a beer when this is over. I figure the world owes us all a drink." Moody Gardens was everything the sign had promised and more. The community was led by a committee of 7, elected, they said, in the first week after the outbreak by a simple show of hands. The committee included a former city councilwoman, a retired Army colonel, a nurse, a high school principal, a mechanic, a farmer, and a woman named Wren Gallagher, who served as the community's grief counselor and spiritual advisor. Wren met them at the entrance to the main pyramid, the rainforest exhibit, which had been converted into a combined dining hall and meeting space. She was in her early 50s, with the kind of face that projected warmth, the way a fire projected heat, round, soft-featured, with deep-set eyes that crinkled at the corners when she smiled, which was often. Her voice was gentle, modulated, the voice of someone who had spent a professional lifetime sitting with people in their worst moments. "Welcome," she said, taking Jake's hands in both of hers. Her grip was warm and enveloping, and Jake felt himself leaning into it, the first human touch that had carried comfort rather than urgency since the outbreak began. "You've come a long way. You're safe here." "Thank you." Jake's voice was rougher than he intended. The comfort was disorienting, like stepping from freezing water into a warm bath. The relief so intense it was almost painful. "We have beds, food, and a shower facility. When you're rested, the committee would love to hear about conditions on the island." Wren released his hands. "And if anyone needs to talk about what they've seen, what they've lost, what they're carrying, that's what I'm here for. No judgment, no agenda, just a listening ear." Jake looked around the rainforest pyramid. It was extraordinary. A vast glass-enclosed space, filled with tropical plants, walkways, and bridges. Birds still flew in the canopy overhead. Parrots, toucans, species he recognized from his biology training. The humidity inside was brutal, but the air smelled green and alive, and after 10 days of death and chemical smoke and rotting bodies, the smell of living things was almost hallucinatory in its intensity. Margot materialized at his elbow. "I've done a preliminary assessment of their supplies," she said, her notebook open. "They have a functioning kitchen, a water purification system using the aquarium's filtration equipment, a medical clinic in the hotel annex, and approximately 3 months of food at current population levels. This is the most organized survivor community I've seen." "Too organized," Nina said. She'd appeared on Jake's other side, and her voice was so low it was almost subvocal. "Something's off." "Like what?" "I don't know yet. But I've been watching the guards. They're not watching the perimeter. They're watching us." Jake looked at the guards. They were indeed facing inward, not toward the fence and the world of infected beyond it, but toward the new arrivals, with expressions of polite attentiveness that could have been hospitality or surveillance. "Give it a day," Jake said. "Eat, rest, observe. We need the supplies and the rest. If something's wrong, we'll find it. Or it'll find us," Nina said. Ray Pettigrew found Jake on the evening of day 10, as Jake stood on the observation deck of the aquarium pyramid, watching the sun go down over Galveston Bay. Jake hadn't known Ray was in the Moody Gardens community. The man had arrived 2 days before Jake's group, having made his way from the island by boat along the intracoastal waterway. Ray was 44, wiry, perpetually squinting, with a toothpick in his mouth that he rolled from one side to the other in a continuous, meditative motion. He'd been a Galveston County deputy sheriff for 18 years, and he moved with the particular attention of a law enforcement officer. Eyes always moving, posture always angled to see the exits. "Dominguez." Ray leaned on the railing beside him, adjusted the toothpick. "Heard you came over from the island. How's the seawall holding?" "It was holding when we left. Corporal Reese is running it." "Reese is good people." Ray looked at the bay. The water was flat and oily in the evening light, and on the far shore, the lights of Galveston, or what used to be lights, were dark. "I need to tell you something, and I need you to listen without asking questions until I'm done." "Okay. I was a dirty cop." The toothpick stopped moving. "Not violent dirty, not hurting people dirty, money dirty. I took bribes from the port smugglers, the ones running goods through the Galveston harbor. Electronics, pharmaceuticals, sometimes other stuff I didn't ask about. I looked the other way. For 5 years. The toothpick resumed its circuit. I'm telling you because you're the leader of your group, and you deserve to know who's walking with you. And because," he paused, "because the world ended and I'm still carrying it, and carrying it alone is getting heavy." Jake waited. The sunset painted the bay in shades of copper and rust. "The thing is," Ray continued, "I know every road, every back alley, every drainage ditch in this county. I know the smuggling routes, the hidden roads, the places that don't show up on maps. I know which buildings have basements, which have tunnels, which have bolt holes. That knowledge came from being dirty. And now it's the most useful thing I have." He looked at Jake. "I'm trying to be better. I don't know if the apocalypse gives you a clean slate or if it just adds more weight. But I'm trying." "We're all trying," Jake said. "Yeah, but not all of us are starting from the same place." Ray pulled the toothpick out, examined it, put it back. "I've been here 2 days. I've been watching. Something about this place doesn't sit right. Nina said the same thing. Your scouts got good instincts. The guards, they're not guarding against infected. They're guarding against departure. I tried to walk the perimeter yesterday, check the fence line, got redirected, politely but firmly. The perimeter's secure, sir. No need to worry. But I saw something through the fence on the north side. Tracks, boot prints in the mud, leading to and from the fence. Multiple sets, coming and going, not from inside the compound, but from outside. People coming in from outside the perimeter at night, without going through the main gate." Ray's squint deepened. "Also, the grief counselor, Wren. She's been meeting with people individually, private sessions, talking to them about loss, about acceptance, about letting go. That's normal. That's what counselors do. But she's also asking questions, specific questions, about group composition, weapons, watch schedules, who sleeps where." A chill ran through Jake that had nothing to do with the evening air. He thought about the green arrows, the trail of breadcrumbs, the warm welcome, the too-organized community with its elected committee, and its functioning kitchen and its grief counselor who asked about watch schedules. "How sure are you?" "I'm not sure of anything. I'm a dirty ex-cop with a toothpick habit and a guilty conscience. But I've spent 18 years reading situations, and this one reads wrong." Ray pushed off the railing. "I'll keep watching. You keep your people close. And Jake, the woman Wren, don't let her get your people alone." Ray walked away. The toothpick glinted in the fading light. Jake stood on the observation deck and watched the last of the sunset burn out over the bay, and the warmth he'd felt walking through the Moody Gardens gate began to cool. 3 days at Moody Gardens. 3 days of food, rest, showers, medical care. 3 days that the group needed badly. Delia treated wound infections, Theo repaired equipment, Margot restocked supplies, and the families with children experienced something approaching normalcy for the first time since day one. The Henderson twins, Tyler and Thomas, played with other children in the rainforest pyramid, their laughter echoing off the glass walls with a sound that was both healing and haunting. The sound of children adapting, of resilience so fierce it could break your heart. Jake used the time to plan. The route from Moody Gardens to Corpus Christi was approximately 200 miles following the coast. He and Ray spent hours with maps, tracing the path south through Galveston County, across the Brazoria National Wildlife Refuge, through the small coastal towns of Surfside Beach, Freeport, and Sargent, then overland through the ranch country of Matagorda and Calhoun counties, to the outskirts of Corpus Christi. The route was mostly rural, flat coastal prairie, marshland, scattered small towns, which meant lower population density, fewer infected, but also fewer resources. The intracoastal waterway runs almost the entire route, Ray said, tracing the blue line on the map. If we can get a boat, something shallow draft, something we can portage over debris, we could cover the distance faster and avoid the road hazards. Where do we find a boat? There's a marina at Freeport. Commercial fishing boats, recreational craft. If anything survived the initial panic, it'll be there. That's 60 miles. It's 60 miles to save 140. Ray adjusted his toothpick. Better math. Jake agreed. The plan was to leave Moody Gardens on day 14, push south to Freeport, secure a boat, and follow the waterway to Corpus Christi. With favorable conditions, they could reach the aquarium in 10 to 12 days. Favorable conditions. In a world where the phrase was an oxymoron. On day 12, Nina came to Jake with something that changed everything. She'd been running the perimeter, not inside the compound where the guards watched, but outside it, scaling the fence at night and conducting her own reconnaissance. This was a violation of Moody Gardens rules, which prohibited unauthorized exits. Nina had not asked permission. Nina did not ask permission for things she considered necessary. There's a building half a mile north, she said. Old warehouse, corrugated steel. I've been watching it for 2 nights. People come and go. Not infected, not Moody Gardens guards. Other people. They come from different directions. They meet inside. They leave before dawn. How many? 6 to 10 each night, different people. They carry bags, packs, and they... Nina paused. Her face was carefully neutral, which for Nina meant something was seriously wrong. They let infected in. What? The warehouse has a large bay door. On the second night, they opened it and 3 infected walked in. Stage 3. The people inside didn't fight them, didn't run. They stood in a circle around the infected and they, I don't know, prayed, chanted. I couldn't hear from my distance. But they had their hands up and they were... She stopped. And then Ren Gallagher walked in. The chill from the observation deck returned, colder this time. You're sure it was her? I have Amara's telephoto lens, I'm sure. Did Amara? Amara was with me. She has photographs. Jake found Amara in the aquarium pyramid, where she'd been photographing the fish tanks. The marine exhibits were still running on the building's filtration systems, and the fish were alive, circling their tanks in oblivious loops. Amara handed him the camera without a word. He scrolled through the photographs. The telephoto images were grainy with distance and low light, but clear enough. The warehouse interior, shot through a gap in the corrugated siding. Figures standing in a circle. 3 infected in the center, identifiable by their posture, their pallor, their milky eyes. The figures around them with arms raised. And Ren Gallagher, recognizable by her face and her distinct jacket, standing at the head of the circle with an expression of... Jake searched for the word. Rapture. The flood, Amara said. I've heard fragments on the radio. Cass has been picking up references. A group that believes the infection is divine. Baptism, they call it. They expose people to the infected deliberately. And Ren is their leader, or at least their local representative. Amara took the camera back with careful hands. She's been meeting with people individually, private sessions. She's been screening them, identifying who's vulnerable, who's grieving, who's lost faith, who's looking for meaning in all this chaos. She's recruiting. Jake's mind raced. 300 people in this compound. A grief counselor with private access to every one of them. A fence with tracks leading in and out. A warm welcome, free food. a sense of security. All of it designed to make people let their guard down, to open up, to trust. And then, one night, the gates would open. How many of the committee are hers? Jake asked. Unknown, but she's on the committee. She has influence. And the guards, the ones who are watching us instead of the perimeter, at least some of them answer to her. We need to leave. Tonight, Nina said. If she knows we know, she doesn't know. You were outside the fence. She has no reason to suspect. Jake's mind was doing something it hadn't done before. The systems thinking, the ecological thinking, the pattern recognition that came from years of studying predator-prey dynamics. The flood was an invasive species, a parasite that mimicked the host community, integrated, grew, and then consumed from within. Like a parasitic wasp that laid its eggs inside a caterpillar. The caterpillar didn't know it was dying until the larvae ate their way out. I'm not leaving without warning these people, Jake said. If you warn them, Ren finds out. If Ren finds out, she moves up the timeline. Nina's face was hard. We grab our people and we go. 300 people, Nina. 300 people who aren't our responsibility. That's not... What? Not what a good man would say? Jake, you're a good man. You're possibly the best man I've met in this entire disaster. But your goodness is going to get people killed. Not the 300 strangers in this compound. Our people, the people who followed you off the seawall, the Henderson boys, Sophie, Cass. She stepped closer. Your daughter needs you alive, not martyred. Jake looked at her, at the rigid set of her jaw, the controlled intensity in her eyes. Nina Okafor was not a cold person. She was a focused person, a woman who had stripped away everything that wasn't essential to the immediate objective, and the immediate objective was survival. Her clarity was a blade, and it cut. But Jake was not a blade. He was something blunter, something that absorbed rather than cut. And he could not walk away from 300 people without warning. We compromise, he said. We alert the committee, the members who aren't Ren, quietly. Give them the photographs. Then we leave. What they do with the information is their business. And if Ren's people are on the committee, then we've done what we can, and we go. Nina's jaw tightened. She turned without a word and stalked away. Her footsteps so silent they might have been imagined. Jake went to Ray Pettigrew first. They met in the aquarium pyramid, surrounded by tanks of fish that moved in slow, calming arcs through water that smelled of salt and algae. The blue light of the tanks cast everything in an underwater glow. I knew it, Ray said. He wasn't surprised. He was angry, but the anger was cold, controlled. The anger of a man who'd suspected something and been proven right. The grief counselor, I told you. I need you to help me identify which committee members are clean. The colonel, retired Army, Hank something, he's legitimate. I've talked to him. The nurse, Maria, the farmer. Those three I'd stake my life on. The others, the councilwoman, the principal, the mechanic, I'm less sure. Can you get a message to the colonel without going through the committee? I can get a message to anyone in this compound without anyone knowing. That was literally my job for 5 years. Ray's mouth twisted, a grimace that was half self-disgust. Turns out being a dirty cop is the perfect training for an apocalypse. Don't be too hard on yourself. I'll be exactly as hard on myself as I need to be. Being hard on myself is the only thing keeping me honest. He pulled a fresh toothpick from somewhere, his pocket, his sleeve, thin air, Jake still couldn't tell, and put it between his lips. I'll talk to the colonel tonight. You get your people ready to move. If this goes sideways, you need to be at the gate in under 5 minutes. And if it goes right, then 300 people get a fighting chance. And you and I get to carry one less weight. Ray paused. Also, Jake, the woman, Ren. She's talked to several of your people already. Private sessions. I don't know what she said. You should check. A wire of alarm ran through Jake. Who? Jeremiah, for sure. I saw him go into her office this afternoon. And Patricia Henderson. Jake's throat tightened. Patricia, the new widow, the woman whose husband had turned 2 days ago, who was holding herself together with wire and will. Exactly the kind of person a predatory grief counselor would target. Vulnerable, grieving, desperate for meaning. For someone to tell them that the loss had purpose, that the agony wasn't random. He found Jeremiah first. The pastor was in the rainforest pyramid, sitting on a bench beneath a canopy of tropical plants, his Bible in his lap. The humidity in the pyramid was suffocating, 90% at least, and Jeremiah's face was sheened with sweat. But he sat with his usual dignified stillness, his large hands folded over the book's leather cover, his eyes fixed on something in the middle distance. Jeremiah. Jake. The pastor didn't look up. Sit down. Jake sat. The bench was warm, the air thick with the smell of growing things, earth and leaf and flower, the smell of life persisting in a glass cage while the world outside died. Ren Gallagher talked to you today, Jake said. She did. What did she say? Jeremiah was quiet for a long time, long enough that a parrot in the canopy above them shifted on its branch and let out a low, questioning whistle. She told me that God speaks through the silence, Jeremiah said. That the absence of God's voice isn't absence. It's a different kind of presence. That the infected are not cursed, but released, free from suffering, from fear, from the weight of consciousness. He paused. She told me that the greatest act of faith was to surrender, to stop fighting, to let go. And what did you think? Another long silence. When Jeremiah spoke, his voice was lower, not whispering, but pulled inward, a man speaking from a place he didn't usually show. I thought it was the most beautiful thing I'd heard since my congregation died. He looked at Jake. His eyes were raw. And that's what terrified me, because I wanted it to be true. I wanted her to be right. I wanted there to be a God who had a plan for this horror. Even if the plan was incomprehensible, even if the plan required what she was describing. Because the alternative, that this is random, meaningless, a pharmaceutical accident compounded by human stupidity, is something I cannot bear. Jeremiah, I'm not done. The pastor's voice hardened, a thread of steel beneath the velvet. She was beautiful and kind, and she held my hands and she told me exactly what I needed to hear. And every word of it was poison. I know poison. Jake, I've been drinking it since day one. The poison of performing faith I don't have. The poison of comforting others with words I don't believe. I know what it tastes like when someone offers you a lie shaped like the truth. And Ren Gallagher's a liar. Jake's relief was so intense it was almost physical, a release of tension he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Jeremiah was compromised, but not captured. The pastor's crisis of faith, his secret atheism, his performative prayers, had paradoxically made him resistant to Ren's pitch. A true believer might have been seduced by the beauty of her theology. Jeremiah, who no longer believed in anything, recognized the seduction for what it was. She's the flood, Jake said. She's the leader of a cult that exposes survivors to the infected. She's been screening the community, identifying vulnerable people. When she's ready, she'll open the gates. Jeremiah's face went very still, the kind of still that precedes either violence or prayer. And for Jeremiah, the two were closer together than most people realized. Patricia Henderson, he said. I know, I'm going to find her. I'll come. Jeremiah. I let one flock be slaughtered. I will not let another. He stood. All 6'3" of him, broad-shouldered, straight-backed, with the Bible in one hand and the other curled into a fist that had once earned golden gloves. Ecclesiastes 3:3. A time to kill and a time to heal. Let's go find Patricia before that woman kills her with kindness. Patricia was in the hotel annex, sitting in a room that Ren Gallagher had designated as her counseling space. The room was small, comfortable, lit with candles, Ren's aesthetic touch, creating an atmosphere of warmth and intimacy that was also, Jake realized, an atmosphere of control. The candlelight's softened edges made faces look kinder, made eyes look deeper. It was a set designed for vulnerability. Patricia was alone. Ren had apparently finished the session and left. Patricia sat in an armchair, her hands in her lap, her face calm, eerily calm. Not the tight control she'd maintained since David's death. Something looser, softer. the calm of someone who had been given an answer to a question that was tearing them apart. Patricia. Jake knelt in front of the armchair. What did she tell you? She told me David isn't gone. Patricia's voice was distant, dreamy. She said the infected they're not monsters. They're free. The compound strips away the pain, the grief, everything that hurts. David isn't hurting anymore. He's not afraid. He's not carrying anything. Patricia, listen to me. She said there's a way to be with him again. That the separation it's temporary. It's a choice. We choose to be separate. We choose to hold on to the self that hurts. But we could choose differently. Patricia looked at Jake, and her eyes were bright, not with tears, but with something closer to fever. She said the bite isn't death. It's a door. Jake felt ice in his veins. Patricia, where are Tyler and Thomas? The calm flickered. They're with the other children, in the play area. Are they with Ren's people? Now what do you mean, Ren's people? Ren is just... Patricia. He took her hands, held them. David loved you and those boys more than anything in the world. He asked me to protect them. He asked me with the last coherent words he had. And I am telling you that Ren Gallagher is not what she seems, and your boys are in danger. The calm broke. It didn't shatter. It melted, like ice in the August sun. And what was underneath was raw and hot and terrified. Patricia's hands gripped Jake's with sudden, desperate strength. Where are my boys? They found them. Tyler and Thomas were in the play area, supervised by a woman Jake didn't recognize. Not a guard, not a committee member, just a pleasant-faced woman in her 30s, who smiled warmly when Jake arrived. The twins were fine, playing, unhurt, unaware. Patricia gathered them and left the play area without a word to the supervisor, and Jake saw the woman's smile slip, just for a second, a flicker of something behind the warmth, an irritation or an alarm that was quickly covered. Jake gathered his people, all of them in the aquarium pyramid behind the glass walls of the shark tank, where the gray shapes of nurse sharks circled in endless loops overhead. Delia, Theo, Margot, Jeremiah, Bull, Nina, Amara, Cass, Derek, Ray, the Hendersons, the other families. All 29, plus 3 Moody Gardens residents who'd attached themselves to the group during the stay. He told them, quietly, quickly, without drama. Amara's photographs circulated. Faces changed as the information landed. The shift from rest to alarm, from comfort to dread, the familiar recalibration of civilians who'd thought they'd found safety and were learning. Again, that safety was another word for the space between dangers. We leave tonight, Jake said, after dark, through the north fence. Ray knows a section that's been cut and refastened, probably by Ren's people for their warehouse meetings. We take everything we can carry, we move south, and we don't look back. What about the colonel? Ray asked. Hank. I was going to... Did you tell him? Had a conversation. He didn't believe me. Wanted proof. Give him the photographs. Ray nodded and took the camera's memory card. He left. Jake turned to the group. I need everyone packed and ready to move by midnight. Margot, supplies? Margot was already writing. I've been restocking from the Moody Gardens stores. We have 18 days of food at current group size, water for 5 days, full medical kit including antibiotics. I also acquired additional batteries for the radio. She looked up. I may have been aggressive in my requisitioning. Aggressive how? I may have requisitioned supplies from the Moody Gardens stockpile that were not, strictly speaking, allocated to us. Her expression was placid. Consider it a toll. For services rendered, specifically, the service of warning their colonel about the cult operating inside their walls. Margot Villanueva, former professional thief, had robbed the compound that was harboring a cult. Jake couldn't decide if this was poetic justice or just the universe's sense of humor. Thank you, Margot. You're welcome. It's all in the notebook. They moved at midnight. The compound was quiet. The guards walked their routes. The candles in Wren's counseling room were dark. The community slept with the false peace of people who didn't know what was living among them. Jake's group gathered at the north fence section, where Ray had identified the cut and refastened panel. Nina went through first, scouting the far side, and signaled clear. One by one, they slipped through the gap, adults first, then children passed through like packages, then the packs. Bull was the last through, and the gap was almost too small for him. He exhaled completely, compressed his massive frame, and squeezed through with a sound of protesting chain link that made Jake's teeth clench. But he made it, and the group reassembled on the north side of the fence. 32 people in the dark. "South," Jake whispered. "Follow the road. No lights, no voices." They moved. The night was overcast. No moon, no stars. The sky a low ceiling of cloud that reflected the distant orange glow of the Texas city fires. The darkness was near total, and they navigated by the feel of asphalt under their feet and the whispered directions of Ray, who knew every road. They'd covered half a mile when the sound reached them. From behind. From Moody Gardens. A sound that Jake recognized instantly because he'd heard it before. From the stairwell of UTMB, from the base of the seawall, from every nightmare he'd had since day one. The sound of people screaming. Not infected, people. Living, human, terrified people, screaming in the dark. The group stopped. Every face turned back toward the compound. The screams multiplied. 2 voices, 5, a dozen. And then another sound joined them. The drone. The collective vocalization of infected in large numbers. It rose beneath the screams like bass beneath treble, and the combination was a sound that could not be mistaken for anything other than what it was. A community dying. "She opened the gates," Nina whispered. Jake stood on the road in the dark and listened to 300 people being consumed by the thing that Wren Gallagher called baptism. And every molecule of his being screamed, "Go back, help them, do something." His legs tensed, his hands curled into fists. The fish knife was on his belt, and his feet were pointed north, and the screams were getting louder, and "Jake!" Jeremiah's voice, low, steady, a bass note that cut through the treble of screaming. "We can't. I know. You go back there, you die. Everyone you're leading dies. Your daughter. I know." The words came out louder than he intended, and several people flinched. He closed his eyes, opened them. "I know," he said again, quieter. He turned south. He walked. Behind him, 29 people walked with him, and 300 people died. And the screams faded with distance, but not with time. Ray didn't make it. They were 2 miles south of Moody Gardens, moving fast, almost jogging through the dark, when the headlights appeared behind them. 2 vehicles, pickup trucks, moving fast on the road, their high beams cutting through the night like searchlights. Jake's group scattered off the road into the marsh grass on both sides, flattening themselves in the wet mud. The truck stopped. Doors opened. Voices. They went through the fence, north side, tracks in the mud. How many? 30, maybe. Big group. Wren wants them back. Says they contaminated the colonel. He's been spreading dissent. The baptism had to happen early because of them. What about the colonel? The colonel resisted immersion. He's been contained. Jake pressed his face into the mud and breathed through his nose and smelled salt and decay and the chemical undertone of petrochemical runoff. Beside him, Patricia Henderson had her arms around both twins, and she was pressing their faces into her shoulders to muffle any sound. Flashlights. Sweeping the road, the shoulders, the edges of the marsh. The beams cut over Jake's back, and he pressed deeper into the mud, and the light passed, and he didn't breathe until it was 30 feet past. Then Ray stood up. Jake didn't see it happen. He heard it. The splash of a body rising from the marsh, the rustle of grass, and then Ray's voice, loud, caring, deliberately drawing attention. "Hey, over here. You're looking for the cop, right? Here I am." The flashlights swung. Voices shouted. Jake lifted his head and saw Ray standing in the road, 50 feet from the trucks, hands raised, toothpick glinting in the headlight beams. His face was calm, resigned. The face of a man who'd been waiting for this. Not the ambush, not the flood, but the moment when his debts came due. "Run," he said. Not to the flood's people, to Jake. Loud enough to carry, quiet enough that the men with the flashlights didn't catch the word, just moved his lips, and Jake read them in the headlight's spill. Run. They ran. South, through the marsh, through water that was knee-deep and warm and thick with mud. The children were lifted and carried. Bull, whose prosthetic was not designed for marshland, moved by sheer force of will, his good leg driving, the prosthetic dragging, his breath coming in great heaving gasps. Nina ranged ahead, finding the solid ground, marking the path. Behind them a gunshot, then two more, then silence. Jake ran, and the silence behind him was louder than any scream, because it contained the end of Ray Pettigrew, dirty cop, toothpick addict, man who'd been trying to be better, man who'd given his life so that 31 other people could keep theirs. They ran until they couldn't. They stopped in a grove of salt cedar trees on a spit of high ground in the marsh, and they collapsed, and Jake counted heads, 31 all present except one. And then he sat with his back against a tree and put his fist against his mouth and made no sound. Jeremiah sat beside him. The pastor said nothing. He opened his Bible, the stained, battered Bible he'd carried since daycert, and he read, in a voice that was meant only for Jake, "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man laid down his life for his friends." Jake pressed his fist harder against his mouth. The bark of the tree dug into his back. The mud on his face was drying in the warm night air, tightening on his skin like a mask. "He was a good man," Jeremiah said. "He was a dirty cop." "I know, and he was a good man. The two things can live in the same body." Jeremiah closed the Bible, just like faith and doubt, just like courage and fear. Jake said nothing. The marsh was quiet around them. Somewhere north, Moody Gardens was burning. They could see the glow, the familiar orange that meant fire, that meant the end of another place that had tried to be safe. Wren Gallagher was out there, the prophet, with her warm hands and her gentle voice and her door of baptism. 300 people immersed in the holy water of the horde. Jake stood, wiped the mud from his face, looked south. "We keep moving," he said. "First light." Nobody argued. The days blurred. Day 13, day 14, day 15. They moved south through the coastal marshlands, following routes that Ray had mapped before he died. Jake carried the marked map like a testament, tracing routes laid by a dead man's knowledge. The terrain was brutal, flat, featureless, alternating between dry grass prairie and waterlogged marsh that sucked at their shoes and slowed their progress to a crawl. The heat was relentless. By noon each day, the temperature exceeded 100 degrees, and the humidity made the air feel like breathing through a wet cloth. Dehydration was the constant enemy. Margot's water supply dwindled despite careful rationing, and they supplemented with whatever they could find. Residential water heaters in abandoned homes. The standing water inside them was stale but potable. Rainwater collected in jury-rigged tarps during a brief thunderstorm on day 14th, and in one desperate instance, water squeezed from the pulp of prickly pear cactus that grew in sandy patches along the coast. The infected were sparse in the marshlands. The terrain was as hostile to them as it was to the living. But they were present. Wanderers appeared on the roads, in the fields, standing in the shallow waters of the marsh like waiting birds. The group avoided them when possible and dispatched them quietly when avoidance failed. Jake's fish knife became an extension of his hand. The technique he'd developed at the pileup, the Ikejime strike to the brainstem, became routine, and the routineness of it was its own kind of horror. The first kill had made his hands shake. By the 10th, they were steady. By the 20th, he didn't notice the blood. Nina noticed. She watched him clean the knife after a dispatch on day 15. A man in farmer's overalls, a man who'd probably worked this land for decades before the compound ate his mind. And she said, "You're getting good at that." "I know. That bothers you." "It should bother me more than it does. That's what bothers me." Nina considered this. Then she said something that Jake didn't expect. "I'm pregnant." The words hung in the air between them like a held breath. Jake looked at her. Her face was the same face, controlled, unreadable, the face of a woman who ran triathlons and scouted zombie territory and offered information on her own terms. How far? About 10 weeks. I was 6 weeks when this started. She looked at the horizon, flat, shimmering with heat haze. The father isn't in the picture. He wasn't in the picture before the outbreak. It's irrelevant. Why are you telling me? Because in about 3 months, it's going to be impossible to hide. And I'd rather you know now so you can plan around it than have it be a surprise when your scout can't run anymore. She paused. Also because I've been throwing up every morning for 3 weeks, and I'm tired of pretending it's bad water. Jake processed this. A pregnant woman in a zombie apocalypse. A scout whose greatest asset was speed and agility, carrying a life that would progressively compromise both. A baby that would be born, if everything went impossibly well, into a world of infected and toll bridges and baptism cults. Does anyone else know? No. And I'd like to keep it that way for now. Nina, I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm not asking to be sidelined. I'm informing my group leader of a relevant medical condition that may affect my performance in the field. Her voice was crisp, professional. But underneath it, in the spaces between the words, Jake heard something else. Something that sounded like fear or hope, or both. Delia should know. Medical reasons. Agreed. No one else. Not yet. Okay. Nina nodded. She turned and walked ahead to resume her scouting position, and Jake watched her go and thought about the girl on the radio, Haley from Victoria, the 10-year-old they'd voted not to save, and about Lucia, and about all the children in the world who were inheriting a future that no one would have chosen for them. Day 16 brought the first sign of the Causeway King's mainland expansion. They were crossing through the outskirts of Angleton, a small town 30 miles south of Houston, when Derek, on point, raised a fist and signaled stop. Jake moved up to his position, keeping low. The town's main intersection was occupied. 2 pickup trucks positioned to block the road. Armed men, not many, 4 or 5, sitting in folding chairs in the shade of a gas station awning. A hand-painted sign. Toll road. Payment required. Same setup as the bridge, Derek said. His jaw was tight, and there was something in his eyes that Jake hadn't seen before. Not the smooth confidence of the self-proclaimed ranger, but a raw, more honest emotion. Anger. They're franchising. Can we go around? Roads converge here. To go around, we'd need to push through 3 miles of brush country, and Bull... I can do brush country, Bull said from behind them, having somehow moved his 280-pound frame to the front of the column without making a sound. Don't you worry about me, Hoss. Bull, your prosthetic... My prosthetic carried me through 8 seasons of high school football on the sidelines, across Galveston Island in a zombie apocalypse, and through a swamp at midnight while being chased by a cult. It'll carry me through some brush. He grinned. Besides, I'm not paying another toll to those sons of bitches. They took enough at the bridge. They went around. 3 miles of coastal brush. Mesquite, prickly pear, salt grass that tore at their clothes and scratched their skin and slowed their progress to less than a mile an hour. Bull struggled. His prosthetic wasn't designed for uneven terrain, and every step on the rocky, root-laced ground was a negotiation between the titanium limb and the earth. He fell twice, got up twice, refused help both times. His face was set in an expression that Jake recognized from football coaches everywhere. The face of a man who believed that pain was weakness leaving the body, and who would die before admitting that maybe weakness had a point. They cleared the brush and reconnected with the coastal road south of Angleton by late afternoon. The detour had cost them 4 hours, an immeasurable amount of everyone's energy. Margot adjusted the supply calculations in her notebook, accounting for the additional calorie expenditure. At current pace and consumption, we have 14 days of food, she reported. We need to reach Freeport and the marina within 2 days. After that, if we can get a boat, the waterway route cuts our timeline significantly. And if we can't get a boat, Theo asked, then we walk, and we eat less. They reached Freeport on day 18th. The town was dead. Not in the metaphorical sense. Literally dead. The streets empty of both living and infected. The buildings shuttered, the marina silent. The population of Freeport had been around 12,000, and it appeared that most of them had either evacuated or turned. The infected had presumably moved on, drawn by sound or movement to more populated areas, leaving behind a ghost town of empty houses and abandoned vehicles. The marina was at the end of a road that curved along the Brazos River channel toward the Gulf. Jake could smell the water before he saw it, salt and fish and diesel fuel, the smell of every marina he'd ever been to. So familiar it hurt. The docks were mostly empty. Boats had been taken during the evacuation, presumably by people who thought the Gulf was safer than the land. But not all boats were gone. There, Theo pointed. Tied to the far dock, rocking gently in the channel current, was a flat-bottomed aluminum workboat, maybe 26 feet, with a center console and an outboard motor. The kind of boat shrimpers used for tending their nets in the shallows. The kind of boat Jake had grown up on. I know that hull design, Jake said. Shallow draft, can run in 2 feet of water. Perfect for the intracoastal. He was already moving toward the dock, his steps quickening, the first genuine excitement he'd felt in days, overriding his caution. Jake, wait! Nina, but he was already on the dock, already checking the boat. The hull was sound. No visible damage, no holes. The outboard motor was a Yamaha, 115 horsepower, relatively new. The fuel tanks, he checked. 2 15-gallon tanks. One was a quarter full, the other was empty. We need fuel, he said. No, about 20 gallons will get us to Corpus Christi if we're careful. Gas station back on the main road, Theo said. If the pumps still work, they won't without power, but the underground tanks will still have fuel. I can rig a hand pump. Do it. Jake turned to the group. For the first time in days, he felt the weight on his shoulders shift. Not lifting, not gone, but redistributing. They had a boat, a route, a plan. Theo, take Derek and 2 volunteers. Get fuel. Margot, start loading supplies. Delia, check the boat for a first aid kit. Commercial vessels are required to carry them. Bull, Jeremiah. Perimeter security. Nobody comes near this marina without us knowing. What about me? Cass asked. Set up the radio. I want to broadcast our position and route in case other survivor groups need to follow us. And scan for any chatter about Helix. That name's been coming up on the military bands. Helix? The pharmaceutical company? The one that made Lethe 9. They're still operating. I want to know where. The group dispersed. Jake stood on the dock beside the boat and looked at the water. Brown and flat, flowing slowly toward the Gulf, carrying the debris of the dead world on its current. A lawn chair floated past. A child's inflatable toy. A pink flamingo, deflated, riding the current like a bizarre funeral barge. Amara appeared beside him. Raised her camera. Click. The pink flamingo against the brown water, the empty marina, the silent town, another image for the record. Another frame in the documentary of the end. You look different, Amara said. Different how? When we left Galveston, you looked like a man running from something. Now you look like a man running toward something. Jake looked south. The intracoastal waterway stretched ahead. A ribbon of water cutting through the coastal marshes toward Corpus Christi. 140 miles. In a boat at careful speed, 5 or 6 days. I'm running toward my daughter, he said. I know. Amara lowered the camera. I took a photograph of her. From the camp brochure you had. It was in your pack. The one with her school photo. I scanned it with the camera. She paused. For the record. So that if... She's alive, Amara. I believe you. Amara's voice was quiet, measured as always. But there was something underneath it. The slight tremor of a woman who documented everything, because documentation was her defense against chaos. I photograph things that exist and things that are gone. I need them both. The record needs both. She walked away. Jake watched her go, and then he turned back to the water, and he put his hand on the boat's gunwale, and the aluminum was warm under his palm, and the boat rocked gently in the current. And for the first time since the parking garage at UTMB, Jake felt something that wasn't fear or grief or rage. It was direction. Pure, clean, directional. South to Lucia. They launched the boat on day 19th, loaded with 31 people and supplies for 14 days. The flat-bottomed hull sat low in the water, dangerously low, and Theo spent an anxious hour redistributing weight while muttering calculations and humming fragments of Yellow Submarine that he kept cutting short as if he couldn't commit to the full melody. The intracoastal waterway was a different world from the roads. The canal was a man-made channel, roughly 12 feet deep and 150 feet wide, cut through the coastal marshes like a highway through the prairie. On either side, the marsh stretched to the horizon. Tall grass, mud flats, the occasional heron standing motionless in the shallows. The sky was enormous, bigger than any sky Jake had seen from land, a dome of blue and white that pressed down on the flat landscape with a weight that was both oppressive and liberating. The motor ran at quarter throttle, conservation speed, stretching the fuel. The sound was a low, steady drone that was less than a car engine but more than silence, and Jake watched the shoreline nervously, looking for signs that the noise was drawing infected from the banks. It was. They appeared along the waterway's edges within the first hour, figures emerging from the marsh grass, stumbling toward the water, drawn by the motor's sound. Some walked into the canal and disappeared beneath the brown surface, their bubbles rising for a moment before the current carried them away. Others stood at the water's edge, reaching, vocalizing, unable to solve the problem of depth. "Don't look at them," Delia said, sitting beside Jake at the center console. She was looking straight ahead, her jaw set. "Focus on the water." "I can't not look." "Then look with your biologist's brain, not your heart." She paused. "Treat them like a population study. How many per mile? What draws them? What deters them? The more you understand the pattern, the better you can predict it." She was right. Jake shifted his lens, from horror to analysis, from, "Oh God, those were people," to population density. Decreasing as we move away from urban areas, concentrated near bridge crossings and road intersections where human activity was highest, dispersing into low-density scatter in rural marshland. The pattern was ecological. The infected followed the same distribution curves as any predator population, clustered near resource-rich areas, cities, towns, major roads, thinning in the spaces between. The marsh was a biological desert for them. No prey, no stimuli, just endless grass and water and mud. They wandered in, got lost, and either stayed lost or drifted back toward the roads. "The waterway is safe," Jake said. "As safe as anything can be. The noise draws stragglers, but the water itself is a barrier. As long as we stay in the channel..." A hand broke the surface of the water 3 feet from the hull. Jake recoiled. The hand was gray-white, swollen. The fingers splayed in a clutching motion that had no target. It rose from the brown water and then sank again, and Jake saw, briefly, horribly, a face beneath the surface. Eyes open, mouth open, moving. An infected that had walked into the canal and was now walking along the bottom, following the sound of the motor, reaching upward toward a prey it could sense but not reach. "They're under us," Nina said. She was leaning over the bow, looking into the water. Her face was still, but her voice was tight. "I can see shapes, at least 3. Jake looked over the side. The water was murky, visibility maybe 2 feet. But there, in the shifting brown, dark shapes moved. Human shapes. Walking. Arms reaching upward. The boat passed over them, and they clutched at the hull, fingers scraping against aluminum with a sound like nails on a chalkboard, and then fell behind as the boat moved on, only to be replaced by others. "How deep is the channel?" Derek asked. 12 feet, standard. Jake watched the shapes. "They can't reach us. The boat drafts 18 inches. They'd need to be 10.5 feet tall to..." "What about where it gets shallow?" Jake didn't answer. "Because the intracoastal waterway was 12 feet in the maintained channel, but the hurricane had hit 3 weeks ago. Hurricane Valeria, the Category 3, that had made landfall during their time on the seawall. Storm surge and debris had reshaped the waterway's bottom in places, depositing sediment, blocking sections, creating shoals that could reduce the depth to feet rather than fathoms. Where the water was shallow, the things on the bottom could reach the boat. "We go carefully," Jake said. "Theo, can you rig a sounding pole? I need to know the depth ahead of us at all times." "I can do that. Also, I was thinking, the motor noise is drawing them. What if I muffle it? There's a toolbox on this boat, and I think I can build a cowling from..." "Do it. Anything that reduces the sound." They continued south. The motor hummed. Theo hummed. The things beneath the water walked and walked and walked, and the brown current carried them all toward a place where a man's daughter was waiting, or not waiting, or dead or alive. The uncertainty was a living thing, and it rode in the boat with them. On the evening of day 20th, Cass picked up a transmission that changed everything. They were anchored in a wide spot of the waterway, near the ruins of a small drawbridge that had partially collapsed into the canal. The bridge's wreckage created a de facto barrier. They'd have to portage the boat around it in the morning, a prospect that exhausted them in advance. The group had set up camp on the bank, fires kept small and low, the watch rotation in place. Cass had the radio set up in the boat, headphones on, scanning frequencies with the automatic patience of someone who found the act of searching as meaningful as the act of finding. They'd been broadcasting the ibuprofen advisory every evening and receiving responses. Other survivor groups, scattered across the Gulf Coast and inland, sharing information, reporting conditions, building a ghost network of human voices in the electronic dark. Tonight, the voice that came through was different. Helix Recovery, operating under Executive Directive 17 Alpha. All personnel, confirm position and status. Corpus Christi forward team, report readiness for Operation Clean Sweep. Target site, Texas State Aquarium. 12 days to arrival. Confirm. Cass pulled off the headphones. Jake listened to the recording. Cass had been taping all transmissions on a handheld cassette recorder, scavenged from a car. The voice was male, professional, using the flat cadence of someone reading from a script. Helix Recovery. Operation Clean Sweep, Texas State Aquarium. 12 days. "They're going to the aquarium," Jake said. "Why would a pharmaceutical company's security force target an aquarium?" Delia asked. "The aquarium was an early Lethe-9 animal trial site," Amar said. Everyone looked at her. "I photographed a Helix Dynamics annual report in a doctor's office in Texas City. Page 47. Preclinical trials at 3 locations. UTMB Galveston, Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, and the Texas State Aquarium in Corpus Christi. Marine mammal neurological studies. There are records there," Jake said. His mind was racing, the system's thinking engine churning. Evidence, research data, animal trial results, proof that Helix knew what Lethe-9 could do before they moved to human testing. "And they want to destroy it," Delia said. "Clean sweep." Jake tasted the words. Corporate euphemism for evidence destruction. The language of liability management, applied to the apocalypse. "They're going to burn the records, and if anyone's seen them, contain," Amara said. That's the word they'd use. Information containment. Anyone who's seen the records is a liability. Lucia, the children, in the aquarium for 3 months, surrounded by whatever records Helix had left behind. Had they found them? An 11-year-old marine biology enthusiast, trapped in an aquarium full of research documents? Of course she'd found them. Lucia found everything. 12 days, Jake said. They're 12 days out. How far are we? Margot checked the map. 130 miles. At our current pace on the waterway, 6 to 8 days. That gives us 4 to 6 days of buffer, if nothing goes wrong. Nothing never goes wrong, Bull said. Then, we move faster. Jake looked at the group, tired, dirty, sunburned, underfed, human. I know you're exhausted. I know this isn't what you signed up for, but there are children in that aquarium, and there's a corporate kill team heading for them. And we have a head start. We use it. Nobody argued. The decision, like all their decisions now, was made in the silence between words, the shared understanding that they were past the point where discussion improved outcomes. They were a body moving south, and Jake was the nervous system that told the body where to go. They broke camp at dawn. They moved. Day 21. Day 22. The waterway carried them south. The hurricane's damage was everywhere. Debris fields blocked the canal at irregular intervals. Collapsed bridges, sunken boats, uprooted trees. Each blockage required portaging, unloading the boat, carrying supplies around the obstacle, lifting or dragging the boat over or past the wreckage, reloading, relaunching. It was back-breaking work in the August heat, and it slowed them to half their expected pace. At one portage, near the remains of a fishing camp that had been reduced to matchsticks by the storm surge, they found something that stopped the group cold. Bodies. Not infected, human. A dozen of them, arranged in a circle on a patch of high ground above the waterway. Their hands were bound behind their backs with zip ties. Their throats had been cut. In the center of the circle, a sign on a piece of plywood. These people resisted baptism. The cleansing is not optional. The flood. Jake stared at the bodies. The heat had accelerated decomposition. The smell was massive, a physical force, but he could see details. These had been people, a family, a man, a woman, 2 teenagers, others who might have been their neighbors or their friends. They'd been executed, formally, ritually, with the deliberate ceremony of a religious sacrifice. Wren Gallagher's work, or her followers. The flood expanding south, leaving its calling card. Bull turned away and was sick in the grass. Theo stopped humming and didn't start again for 3 hours. Amara photographed the bodies, each face, each bound hand, the sign, with the methodical thoroughness of a crime scene investigator. Her face completely blank, her hands steady. "We need to keep moving," Nina said. Her voice was the flat, inflectionless tone she used when emotion was a luxury she couldn't afford. "Standing here changes nothing." "She's right," Delia said. "We document and we go." They went. But the circle of bodies stayed with them, in the silence of the boat, in the way people avoided each other's eyes, in the way the children were held closer, and the watch rotations grew longer. The world was not just dangerous, it was organized in its danger. The horror had structure, theology, purpose. And purpose made it worse, because purpose meant it wouldn't stop. On day 23, the storm that had been building on the horizon, a tropical disturbance that Cass had been tracking on weather frequencies, arrived. Not Hurricane Valeria, that had already come and gone. This was a tropical storm, unnamed, the kind of messy, disorganized weather system that the Gulf produced with mechanical regularity during hurricane season. It hit like a wall of water, wind and rain so dense it turned the air into a gray curtain, reducing visibility to 10 feet. The waterway, which had been flat and manageable, became a churning, wind-whipped mess of whitecaps and cross-currents. They made it to shore, barely. Theo killed the motor, and they paddled and dragged the boat onto a gravel bank, where a small bridge crossed the waterway. The bridge offered some shelter from the rain, and the group huddled beneath it, 31 people packed into a space meant for drainage culverts. The storm lasted 14 hours. 14 hours of rain that came sideways, driven by 40-mile-per-hour gusts. 14 hours of water rising around their feet, then their ankles, then their calves. The waterway overflowed its banks, and the marsh became a lake, and the boundary between land and water ceased to exist. They moved everything to the bridge deck itself, higher ground by 12 feet, and sat in the open rain because there was nowhere else to go. The children cried. Sophie, who had started speaking again after Moody Gardens, went silent once more. The Henderson twins pressed against their mother and shivered despite the warm rain. Bull wrapped his massive body around as many small bodies as he could reach, his arms encircling children like a human shelter. Jake sat in the rain and watched the water rise and thought about the system, the ecological system that was the Gulf Coast in hurricane season. The way water and wind and heat interacted to produce storms that had shaped this landscape for millennia, long before humans built bridges and canals, long before pharmaceutical companies engineered the end of civilization. The storm didn't know about the outbreak. The storm didn't care. It was a natural force, indifferent and magnificent, and in its indifference was a strange comfort, the reminder that the earth would outlast the horror, that the gulf would still churn, and the wind would still blow long after the last infected collapsed. When the storm passed, the landscape was transformed. The waterway was clogged with new debris, trees, sections of dock, parts of buildings. The marsh was a shallow lake that would take days to drain, and the infected that had been scattered across the marshland had been redistributed by the flood, pushed to higher ground, concentrated on the roads and berms that rose above the water level. Their route was blocked. In 3 places over the next 10 miles, the waterway was completely impassable, choked with storm debris from bank to bank. They'd have to portage around each one, through terrain that was now flooded marshland, populated by displaced infected. 5 days to Corpus Christi, Margot said, recalculating. Her notebook was wet, the pages smeared, and she was rewriting figures from memory with the dogged precision of a woman who would maintain the inventory if the world literally drowned around her. Nay, if we can maintain 8 miles a day. The Helix team is 8 days out now, Jake said. We still have the margin, but it's thin. Thin is our entire operating principle at this point, Delia said. Jake almost smiled. Almost. The muscles in his face made the motion, and then something stopped them. Not grief, not fear, but the simple physical resistance of a face that had forgotten the shape. He wondered when he'd last smiled. The parking garage. Before the parking garage. Lucia's text, her last text, and the world that had existed when he read it. He turned south. Let's move. Derek's lie unraveled on day 24, during the second portage. They were carrying the boat overland, a process that required all available hands and an amount of physical effort that left everyone trembling and hollow-eyed afterward. Derek was at the front of the carrying team, calling out commands. Shift left, brace right, 2-minute rest. Nina was behind him. She'd been watching Derek for days. Jake knew this, had seen her eyes track him during rest stops, had noticed the way she positioned herself within earshot of his conversations. The observation was clinical, persistent, and informed by an instinct that Nina herself couldn't fully articulate. The moment came when Derek's grip on the boat's gunwale slipped, and the weight shifted, and Derek stumbled, and in the process of recovering his balance, his shirt sleeve rode up, exposing his forearm. The tattoo, Ranger. Nina saw it. She'd been 3 feet behind him, close enough to read the letters. She said nothing at the portage. She said nothing during the relaunch. She said nothing until they were anchored for the night and the group was setting up camp. And Derek was sitting apart from the others, cleaning the AR-15 with the focused attention he always gave to weapons maintenance. Then Nina walked up to him and said, "Your tattoo is misspelled." The silence that followed was immense. Derek's hands stopped moving on the rifle. His face, which had been relaxed in the concentration of routine, went through a rapid series of changes. Surprise, calculation, the flash of a sales pitch assembling behind his eyes, and then something else. Something that broke through the layers of persona like water through a dam. "I know," he said. "Ranger, R-A-N-G-E-R. You're missing the E." "I know." Nina stood over him. Her body was still, but her stillness was the coiled stillness of a sprinter in the blocks. "You were never in the military." Derek didn't look up. His hands had stopped moving on the rifle, and they lay in his lap, palms up, exposed, the misspelled tattoo visible to anyone who cared to look. "No," he said. The word was small. It was the smallest word Jake had ever heard. Not in volume, but in content. The total collapse of an identity compressed into a single syllable. Derek Loomis, Army Ranger, 75th Regiment. Fort Benning, the man with the confident bearing and the tactical vocabulary, and the smooth authority that made frightened people feel safe. Erased. "What are you then?" Nina asked. "A car salesman." Derek's voice was flat, dead. The voice of a man standing in the rubble of his own construction. "From Katy, Texas. I sold Toyotas at the Auto Nation on I-10. I was visiting Galveston when..." He stopped, swallowed. "I was terrified. Everyone was dying. And I thought, if I was nobody, if I was just a car salesman with no skills and no training, nobody would want me. Nobody would protect me. I'd be expendable. So you lied. I watched YouTube videos, survival channels, military channels. I learned the terminology. I practiced the posture, the way soldiers walk, the way they hold weapons. I got the tattoo at a strip mall in League City. The artist didn't know how to spell it, and I was too panicked to check. He finally looked up. His face was stripped bare. The charm gone, the confidence gone, the manufactured authority gone. What was left was a 31-year-old man who had been so frightened of being worthless that he'd invented a new self. And the new self had become a prison. You've been making tactical decisions for this group based on things you learned from YouTube, Nina said. Her voice was very level. Yes. People could have died. I know. People did die. I know. The word broke from him like something caged. His eyes were wet. His hands were shaking. So you think I don't know that? You think I don't lie awake every night replaying every call I made and wondering which ones were wrong? The clearance procedures, the movement formations, every piece of advice I gave was from a video, and every time I opened my mouth, I was terrified that someone would die because of something I said wrong, and he stopped, breathed, his chest heaved. But nobody did, he said, quieter. Not because of my calls. I checked. I went back every night and I checked. The people we lost, Connie, David, the people at the bridge, the people at Moody Gardens, Ray, none of them died because of a tactical decision I made. I was terrified I'd get someone killed, and I didn't. And the thing that makes me sick, is that I might actually be competent. Not because of training, because I'm a car salesman, and car salesmen are good at reading people and thinking on their feet and adapting in real time. And it turns out that's what survival actually requires. The group had gathered. The conversation had been loud enough to carry, and 30 people were standing in a loose circle around Derek Loomis, the man who had been their military expert for 2 weeks, staring at a car salesman with a misspelled tattoo and wet eyes. Jake stepped forward. He looked at Derek. He thought about the bridge, where Derek's checkpoint recommendations had gotten them through the Causeway King's inspection with minimal loss, about the pileup, where Derek's clearance formation had been sound, YouTube or not, about the dozen other moments where Derek's advice had been not just adequate, but good. The product of a mind that was genuinely quick and adaptive and capable. Here's what I know, Jake said. You're a liar. You lied to every person here. You put yourself in a position of authority based on a fabrication, and that fabrication could have gotten people killed. He paused. You also kept your cool under fire. You made calls that worked. You carried your weight and then some. And right now, I have 31 people to get to Corpus Christi, and I need every capable body I can get. Jake, Nina started. He stays. Jake looked at Nina. The lie was wrong. The competence is real. We deal with the person in front of us, not the person they pretended to be. And if his competence gets someone killed, then we deal with that too. But right now, I'd rather have an honest car salesman with good instincts than be short a capable person because of a principle. He turned back to Derek. The Ranger Act is over. You're Derek Loomis, car salesman, who has demonstrated genuine field competence. That's enough. That's more than enough. Derek looked at Jake. His face was doing something complicated. Gratitude, shame, relief, and something else that took Jake a moment to identify. Respect. Not the manufactured respect of a subordinate to a commander, but the genuine respect of a man who'd been seen, truly seen, and not discarded. Thank you, Derek said. Don't thank me. Earn it. Derek picked up the AR-15, resumed cleaning it. His hands were steadier now. Nina watched him for a long moment, then turned and walked away. And her silence was not agreement, but the suspension of judgment, a verdict deferred, not dismissed. That night, around the small fire, the group's dynamics shifted. The knowledge of Derek's lie rippled through conversations, through the way people looked at each other, through the invisible architecture of trust that held them together. Some people pulled away from Derek. Others, surprisingly, moved closer, as if the revelation of his vulnerability made him more human, more accessible, more real than the Ranger persona had ever been. Jeremiah sat beside Derek at the fire and quoted nothing. He just sat. The pastor's presence was its own statement. A man who performed faith he didn't have, sitting beside a man who'd performed competence he'd built from scratch. Two liars, two performers, recognizing each other across the gap. Bull walked past Derek's position on his way to the perimeter and said, "Hell, Hoss, I've been coaching football for 20 years with a degree in physical education that I got from a correspondence school. Nobody's who they say they are, not even the honest ones." And Theo, because Theo couldn't help himself, said, I once saw a YouTube video about how to," and then stopped himself, and the group laughed. A short, sharp, surprised sound. The first collective laughter since Moody Gardens, and in the laughter was something necessary. The release of a pressure that had been building, a valve cracked open, a moment of shared absurdity in a world that had lost its mind. Derek looked at the fire. The flames played across his face, and in the light, with his smooth confidence stripped away, he looked younger, scared, human. A car salesman from Katy, Texas, who had reinvented himself to survive, and the reinvention had become something real. Jake watched this from across the fire and thought about identity, about who he'd been 2 weeks ago, a marine biology teacher with a fish knife and a daughter's backpack, and who he was now, a man who killed with practiced efficiency, a man who'd abandoned 300 people to a cult, a man who made decisions about who lived and how they died. The outbreak hadn't just changed the world. It had changed the people in it. Every one of them was becoming something new, something the pre-outbreak world would not recognize. Derek's lie was just the most visible version of a process they were all undergoing. The shedding of old skins, the growth of new ones, the terrible metamorphosis of survival. Jake looked south. Somewhere in the dark, beyond the firelight, the water of the Intracoastal Waterway flowed toward Corpus Christi. And somewhere at the end of that water, in a concrete building on the edge of the Gulf, his daughter was either alive or dead, and the only way to know was to keep moving. He kept moving. Day 25. 90 miles to Corpus Christi. The waterway straightened and deepened as they entered the rural stretch between Matagorda and Calhoun counties. The marsh gave way to coastal prairie, flat grassland dotted with live oaks and mesquite, cattle ranches visible in the distance, their fences down, their herds scattered or dead. The infected were sparse here. The low population density meant fewer hosts, and the distances between towns created natural buffer zones of empty land where nothing human, living or otherwise, moved. The group settled into a routine that was neither comfortable nor desperate, a middle state, a traveling rhythm. Mornings, break camp, load the boat, move. Midday, anchor in shade if possible, rest during the worst heat, eat rationed portions. Afternoons, continue south. Evenings, camp on the bank, set watches, tend to injuries, maintain the radio. In the interstices, the quiet stretches where the motor hummed and the water slid past, and the marsh birds called from the grass, people talked, or didn't talk, or found the spaces between talking and silence, where real communication happened. Bull told Jake about Darla, his wife, 52, diabetic, the woman who'd pushed him to keep coaching after he lost his leg, the woman who'd somehow loved a 6'4", 280 former linebacker for 30 years without ever suggesting he was too much. She'd been at home in Texas City when the outbreak hit. Bull had been at a coaching conference in Galveston. He'd never made it home. "I saw her," Bull said. They were sitting on the boat's bow, watching the waterway unwind ahead of them. Bull's massive frame made the bow dip slightly, and he sat very still to compensate. Twice. Once near the seawall in the Horde. Once during the portage near the refinery smoke. She looked the same. Same blue dress she wears on Sundays. Same hair, pinned up the way she likes it. But her face was... He stopped. His voice, which could fill a football stadium without amplification, dropped to a murmur. "She looked right at me, Hoss. Right at me. And I froze. Both times. Just locked up. Couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't... Bull, next time I see her, I have to do it. The words were quiet and enormous. I know that. I've known it since the first time. She wouldn't want to be like that. Darla was the most dignified woman I ever met. She'd be furious if she knew she was walking around in her Sunday dress with her mind gone. His mustache trembled. But I don't know if I can, Jake. I honestly don't know if I can put my Darla down. You don't have to know yet. I should know. A man should know what he's capable of. A man knows what he's capable of when the moment comes. Not before. Bull looked at him. The big man's eyes were wet, and he didn't bother hiding it. Bull wasn't the kind of man who hid anything, which was probably why the idea of hiding was so foreign to his nature, that the thought of failing at it, of freezing, of being unable to act, was more terrifying than any horde. You're a good man, Jake. I keep hearing that. I'm not sure it's true anymore. It's true because you're not sure it's true. The ones who are sure, those are the ones to watch out for. Bull patted Jake's shoulder, a pat that would have staggered a smaller man, and heaved himself to his feet with a grunt that involved his entire body weight, and both the prosthetic and his good leg working in concert. He moved to the stern, where he resumed his post as rear lookout, scanning the waterway behind them, with the methodical attention of a man who'd spent his life watching for the play the other team was trying to hide. Cass intercepted a second Helix transmission on day 26. This one was clearer, more detailed, and more terrifying. Helix recovery, this is direct across. Forward team confirmed en route to Corpus Christi via helicopter insertion, ETA 9 days. Ground team will follow with armored support, ETA 11 days. Target site, Texas State Aquarium. Objectives: 1. Secure and destroy all Lethe-9 preclinical trial records. 2. Contain any surviving witnesses with knowledge of preclinical data. 3. Sterilize the site. Acknowledge. A response, acknowledged, Director. Confirm containment protocol for juvenile witnesses. Cross's voice clipped and corporate. Standard protocol. Triage prioritization. Cross out. Juvenile witnesses. Children. Lucia. The children at the aquarium camp who had been living inside a building that contained evidence of the pharmaceutical catastrophe that had ended civilization. Helix recovery was coming not just to destroy records, but to kill the people who'd seen them. Jake listened to the recording 3 times. Each time his hands pressed harder against his thighs. His knuckles went white. His jaw locked. Something inside him was changing. Not the gradual shift that had been happening since day 1, but a sudden tectonic movement. A plate of his identity sliding over another with a grinding, irrevocable sound. He was going to reach the aquarium before Helix. He was going to reach his daughter. And whatever stood between him and those 2 facts was going to move or be moved. 9 days, he said. They have a helicopter. We have a boat. How far? 85 miles, Margot said. Can we do it in 7? That's 12 miles a day. With portages and the motor at conservation speed, full throttle. We use all the fuel. If we run dry, we paddle. If we can't paddle, we walk. 7 days. Margot's pen stopped moving on the notebook. She looked at Jake, at his face, at whatever she saw there. 7 days, she said. She wrote it down. The boat surged south. The motor opened to full throttle. The sound louder now, a mechanical roar that would draw every infected within earshot. Jake didn't care. Speed was the only variable he could control, and he pushed it to its limit. The boat's hull slapping against the waterway's small chop, spray flying from the bow. 31 people holding on and hoping that the math worked. 7 days, 85 miles, 9 children, 1 father. The Gulf Coast slid past them, flat and hot and endless. And the sky was the blue of something that didn't care about numbers or children or the men in helicopters who were coming to erase them. Jake drove the boat south and thought about Lucia and did not let himself think about the alternative. Not because he was brave, because the alternative was a world without her, and that world was not one he was willing to inhabit. He would reach her or he would die trying, and the space between those 2 options had narrowed to nothing. The motor roared. The water parted. The dead walked beneath them in the murky brown, reaching upward with hands that would never touch the sky. South, always south. The fuel ran out on day 28th, 62 miles from Corpus Christi. The motor coughed twice, a mechanical stutter that Theo recognized before anyone else, his head snapping up from the radio battery he was soldering, his humming cutting off mid-bar. "Kill it," he said. "Kill the engine now before it sucks air and damages the fuel line." Jake cut the motor. The silence that followed was enormous. Not true silence, but the silence of a machine's absence. The sudden awareness of all the sounds the motor had been masking. Water lapping against the hull. Wind in the marsh grass. The distant, mournful call of a great blue heron, standing motionless in the shallows, 50 yards ahead. And beneath the boat, the soft scraping of hands on aluminum. The things that walked the bottom, still reaching, still following, even without the engine's call. "Options," Jake said. Theo was already in the boat's stern, checking the fuel tanks. He tipped them one at a time, the hollow, tinny sound of empty metal. Both dry. "We maybe have a tablespoon pooled in the fuel line. That's it." "Can we find fuel?" Margot checked the map. The nearest town was Palacios, 8 miles inland from the waterway. A fishing village, pre-outbreak population around 5,000, potentially a marina, potentially fuel. But 8 miles overland through unknown territory, with the clock at 7 days and counting. "We paddle," Jake said. He looked at the supplies. Emergency paddles, 2 of them, stowed under the bench seats. "And we rig more. Theo, can you make paddles?" "From what?" "There's plywood in that wreckage." Jake pointed at a collapsed dock structure on the waterway's bank, 200 yards ahead. "And the boat's toolkit has a saw." Theo was already moving. "I can make 4 paddles in about 2 hours. They'll be ugly, but they'll work. Also, I've been thinking about a sail. We've got tarps, and the wind's been coming from the northeast consistently. And if I rig a mast from one of the dock pilings, do it. It'll be the ugliest sail in maritime history. I don't care what it looks like." Theo grinned. "Story of my life, Hoss." He caught himself, looked at Bull. "Sorry, that's your word. Use it all you want, son." Bull was already unlashing the emergency paddles. "I'll take the first shift. Port side." He settled his massive frame on the bench, jammed the paddle into the water, and pulled. The boat moved. Not fast, a walking pace, maybe less. But it moved. South. Always south. They paddled in shifts, 2 at a time, rotating every 30 minutes. The work was brutal. The waterway's current was sluggish but still present, working against them in subtle ways that turned every stroke into a negotiation. Jake's shoulders screamed within the first hour. His palms blistered within the second. The August sun bore down on them with a weight that felt personal, targeted, as if the heat itself had decided they'd gotten too far and needed to be stopped. Theo's sail, a blue tarp stretched between a dock piling lashed to the center console and a crossbar made from 2 broomsticks duct-taped together, went up on the afternoon of day 29. It looked like something a child would build. It caught the northeast wind and added perhaps a mile per hour to their speed, which was the difference between hope and despair, and Jake loved that ugly, flapping, ridiculous sail more than any piece of engineering he'd ever seen. Yellow submarine drifted from the stern, where Theo sat with a hand on the tarp's guy line, adjusting for wind shifts. The melody was distorted by exhaustion and wind, but it was there, persistent, human. A small declaration that beauty and absurdity still existed. On the night of day 29, they anchored near a section of the waterway, where a creek joined the canal from the west. The creek mouth was wide, 30 feet across, and the water flowing from it was fresh. They refilled every container, drank until their stomachs cramped, and set up camp on a grassy rise above the junction. Jake sat apart from the group on a low bluff overlooking the waterway. The moon was nearly full, and its light turned the water into beaten silver. Below the surface, the dark shapes moved. He'd become accustomed to them, the walkers beneath the water, the drowned who weren't drowned, the ones who had followed the boat's sound for miles, and now milled in the creek junction, confused by the current, reaching upward with the mechanical persistence of things that had no concept of futility. Amara sat beside him. She didn't speak for a long time. She rarely did. When Amara chose to be present, The presence itself was the communication, and Jake had learned to read her silences the way others read words. "I've been seeing things," she said finally. "Through the lens." "What things?" "Changes in the infected." She held out the camera. On the small display screen, a photograph. A group of infected, maybe 20, on a road near one of their portage sites. Standard stage 3 wanderers, gray-skinned, milky-eyed. But in the center of the group, one figure that was different. Hunched, low to the ground. Its arms were longer than they should have been, and its posture was wrong, quadrupedal, spider-like, the spine curved in a way that no healthy human spine would tolerate. What is that? I don't know. It wasn't walking upright. It moved on all fours, fast, staying close to the ground. When the others wandered, it stayed still. When the others stopped, it moved, always into cover. Under a car, behind a wall, into shadow. Amara scrolled to the next photograph. A closer shot, the telephoto at maximum zoom. The figure was in a drainage ditch, and its eyes, clearly visible even in the compressed digital image, were reflecting the camera's flash. Not the dull, milky eyes of a stage 3 infected. Bright, reflective, the tapetum lucidum of a nocturnal predator. A variant, Jake said. The word felt inadequate. An infected that's, evolved. Adapted. There's a difference. Amara's voice was careful, precise. Evolution takes generations. Adaptation can happen within an individual. The lethe compound is changing their physiology in real time. This one, I'm calling it a crawler, seems to have undergone skeletal and muscular restructuring. It's become something designed for ambush. Designed by what? By the compound. By the prine's interaction with that individual's genetics. I don't think they're all becoming this. I think it's rare, a variant, like you said. But I've seen two now. The one in the photograph and another one 3 days ago, near the collapsed bridge. It was in the bridge's support structure, underneath, hanging from the beams. Jake's skin crawled. The sensation was literal, a wave of goose flesh that started at the base of his skull and rolled down his arms. Hanging from beams, moving on all fours, reflective eyes, ambush predators. Everything about the infected that had been navigable, their predictability, their attraction to sound and light, their inability to climb or strategize, was being undermined by the possibility of variants that broke the rules. Have you told anyone else? Delia. She wants to examine one if we can, for medical research. We are not capturing a crawler. I didn't say I agreed with her. Amara's mouth twitched, the closest she came to a smile. I also have something else. She scrolled to another photograph. This one was different, taken from a much greater distance, through the telephoto at its maximum range. The image was grainy, distorted by heat haze, but the subject was visible. A figure, standing on a rise above the waterway, approximately a mile behind them. Not shuffling, not swaying, not exhibiting any of the characteristic stage 3 movements. Standing, still, watching. When was this taken? 2 hours ago. I've been checking our back trail with the telephoto. This figure has been maintaining a consistent distance of approximately 1 mile behind us for 2 days. Jake's throat went dry. Infected? I believe so. The skin pallor is consistent, but the behavior is not. This one is... She paused, choosing her word with the care of a woman who weighed language the way Margot weighed supplies. Deliberate. The one from Galveston, Jake said. The rooftop. The one in the lab coat. I can't confirm from this distance, but the posture is similar. And Jake, on 2 occasions over the past 2 days, I've noticed the wanderer density ahead of us increase just before we reach a portage point, as if something is pushing infected into our path. The chill deepened. Jake thought about what he knew. The figure on the rooftop in Galveston, watching Amara through the telephoto. The infected that flowed around it like water around a stone. The herd behavior that Amara had described. The flocking, the almost coordinated movement. A nucleus, a gravitational center. Something that the horde followed, not because it commanded them, but because its presence created a current that they couldn't resist. "We need to move faster," Jake said. "We need to sleep," Amar said. "You specifically. You've been awake for 31 hours. "I'll sleep on the boat." Jake. It was the first time Amar had used his name without attaching it to information. Just his name, a word that meant, "I see you and you are running on fumes, and you will make a mistake that kills someone if you don't stop. 4 hours, then we move." He slept, or tried to. The darkness behind his eyes was populated with things that crawled and things that watched, and a figure standing on a rise, patient as erosion, following them south. Day 30. 50 miles to Corpus Christi. The waterway narrowed as they entered the stretch between Port Lavaca and the Aransas National Wildlife Refuge. The marshlands here were wilder, less developed, fewer roads, the flat expanse of coastal prairie giving way to a maze of tidal creeks and oyster reefs. The bird life was extraordinary. Jake, the marine biologist, couldn't help noticing. Roseate spoonbills wading in the shallows, their pink plumage absurd against the brown water, brown pelicans diving with mechanical precision, a pair of whooping cranes, impossibly rare, standing in the marsh grass like white sentinels. "Amara," Jake pointed. She saw them, raised her camera. Click, click. Two of the rarest birds in North America, captured in digital amber, while the dead walked the waterway below and a pharmaceutical kill team closed in from the north. "There are more than before," Amara said, lowering the camera. "The wildlife. Without human interference, no boats, no pesticides, no development, the marsh is recovering. It's been less than a month, and the ecological impact of human absence is already visible. That's what happens when the apex predator is removed," Jake said. "The ecosystem rebounds. We're not removed. We're still here. We're not the apex predator anymore." The words sat between them, heavy with implication. Jake looked at the whooping cranes, beautiful, fragile, a species that had been pulled back from the edge of extinction by decades of human intervention. Without human caretakers, they'd either thrive or die on their own merits. The same was true of everything, every ecosystem, every species, every balance of predator and prey. The world was running an experiment in human absence, and the results would be written in the language of natural selection. The infected were part of the new ecology, an invasive species, a top predator that consumed its prey population and converted it into more of itself. In biological terms, the lethe compound was a parasitoid, an organism that converted host biomass into copies of itself, like a virus, like a wasp laying eggs in a caterpillar. The ecological parallels were exact, and Jake's brain, the system's thinking brain, the biology brain, was starting to see the outbreak not as a catastrophe, but as an ecological event, subject to the same rules as any other population dynamics problem. The infected population would peak and then crash. Without new hosts, without prey, the infected would degrade physically. Stage 4, Stage 5, decay and collapse. The warm Texas climate accelerated decomposition. The cold would slow them. Given enough time, months, years, the infected population would decline to a point where the remaining human population could manage it. The question was whether enough humans would survive the peak to reach the trough. He thought about this as they paddled south, and the thinking felt dangerous. Not because it was wrong, but because it was detached, clinical, the kind of thinking that reduced Esteban Dominguez and David Henderson and Connie the kindergarten teacher and Ray Pettigrew to data points in a population curve. The biology was correct. The humanity was missing. That was the danger. Not the infected, not Helix, not the flood. The danger was the way survival filed the edges off your compassion, turned empathy into overhead, reduced people to resources or threats. The danger was becoming something that could think about the end of civilization in ecological terms and feel intellectual satisfaction rather than grief. Jake pulled harder on the paddle. The boat surged forward. His shoulders burned. Good. Pain was a tether to the body, to the animal self that didn't think in systems, that just hurt and feared and wanted. The first crawler attack happened on the evening of day 30. They'd made camp on a spit of shell-covered beach that jutted into the waterway from the eastern bank. It was a good position, elevated with clear sightlines in 3 directions and the water as a barrier on the 4th. The group set up the usual routine: fire, food, watches, radio. Jake was with the first watch, himself, Derek, and a Moody Gardens survivor named Luis, a quiet man in his 40s, who'd been a plumber before the outbreak, and who wielded a pipe wrench with the casual authority of someone who'd been swinging heavy tools for 20 years. They were positioned at the 3 compass points of the camp's land-facing perimeter, 30 feet apart, watching the marsh for movement. The night was clear. Stars blazed in the sky. The absence of light pollution had turned the heavens into something Jake hadn't seen since childhood, a dizzying field of light that made the flat landscape feel like the bottom of a bowl. The moon was waning but still bright enough to paint the marsh in silver and shadow. The sound came at 2:17 a.m., not from ahead of them, from above, a scraping like nails on metal from the direction of the waterway bridge pilings that rose from the shallows, 40 yards to their east. The old bridge had collapsed into the canal days ago, but its support pilings still stood, concrete columns, each about 2 feet in diameter, rising 15 feet out of the water. Jake turned toward the sound. In the moonlight, he saw something on the nearest piling, a shape, low, clinging, pressed against the concrete in a posture that was not human and not animal, but something in between. Its limbs were bent at wrong angles, elbows and knees reversed, and it gripped the piling with fingers that were too long and blackened nails that dug into the concrete with a sound like chalk on a board. Its eyes caught the moonlight and threw it back. 2 discs of reflected silver, unblinking, fixed on the camp. "Contact," Jake whispered into the walkie-talkie. "East, on the bridge pilings." Derek and Luis materialized from their positions. Derek had the AR-15 up, the barrel tracking the shape on the piling. Luis held the pipe wrench in both hands, his knuckles white. The crawler moved. It came off the piling like a spider dropping from its web. A controlled fall that turned into a spring, launching it toward the shore in a trajectory that covered 20 feet in what felt like a single second. It hit the shell beach at the water's edge and scrambled inland on all 4s with a speed that made Jake's legs go weak. Derek fired. The shot was loud, a flat, authoritative crack that blew the night apart. And it missed. The crawler was too fast, too low, and it jinked sideways mid-stride with a lateral agility that a Stage 3 infected could never have managed. Derek adjusted. Fired again. This shot hit. The crawler stumbled, a hit to the shoulder or upper arm, but it didn't stop. It kept coming, veering toward the camp's eastern edge, toward the sleeping area where the children were. No! Jake was running. The fish knife was in his hand. He intercepted the crawler at the edge of the sleeping area, putting himself between the creature and the cluster of sleeping bags, where Sophie and the Henderson twins were tangled in the blankets. The crawler stopped, 5 feet from Jake. He could see it clearly in the moonlight, the distorted spine, the elongated arms, the blackened nails, the reflective eyes. It was wearing the remnants of clothing, a polo shirt, khakis. A man. It had been a man. Its mouth was open, and its breath came in short, shallow bursts that smelled like copper and rot and something chemical. The lethe compound itself, maybe, leaking from pores and glands in concentrations that the nose could detect. It was watching him. Not with the blank, milky stare of a Stage 3, with focus, calculation. It was assessing him the way a predator assessed prey. Size, speed, threat level. Jake raised the knife. His hand was steady. The steadiness wasn't courage. It was the flat, automatic function of a body, that had killed enough times that the motion was becoming muscle memory. The crawler lunged. Jake sidestepped. Years of working on boat decks had given him a balance that translated to any unsteady surface, and the shell beach was unsteady enough to feel like home. The crawler's claws raked the air where his torso had been. Jake pivoted and drove the knife downward, targeting the back of the skull. He missed. The crawler was too fast, too low, and it twisted under the blow with a contortionist's flexibility. The knife scored a line across its shoulder blade, a wound that drew black blood but didn't slow it. The crawler spun, and its hand, those two long fingers, those blackened nails, caught Jake's forearm and squeezed. The pain was extraordinary, not a bite. Nails puncturing skin, driving into the muscle, compressing the forearm with a grip strength that felt hydraulic. Jake gasped. His vision whited out at the edges. The knife was in his right hand and his right arm was free, and he swung it in a short, brutal arc, driving the blade into the base of the crawler's skull. This time, the aim was true. The crawler went rigid. Every muscle in its body locked simultaneously. A full system seizure that lasted 3 seconds, and then it collapsed. The grip on Jake's forearm released. The body hit the shell beach with a wet, heavy sound and lay still. Jake stood over it, breathing hard, blood running down his left forearm from 4 puncture wounds where the nails had penetrated. The knife was still embedded in the crawler's skull. He pulled it free with a twist, the same motion he used on fish, the same clinical detachment that he would examine later for signs of his own dehumanization, and wiped the blade on his pants. The camp was awake. People on their feet, flashlights on, voices overlapping, children crying. Bull was at the perimeter with a machete, scanning for more threats. Delia was already moving toward Jake, her med bag open. "Scratches," Jake said, "not a bite." "Nails." Delia examined his forearm. The puncture wounds were deep, 1/2 inch, maybe more, and the flesh around them was already reddening. "These are essentially stab wounds." The nails were... Jesus, look at the bone structure. She was looking at the crawler's hand, splayed on the shell beach. The fingers were elongated, the nails thickened and curved, almost claw-like. The lethe compound restructured the keratin and the phalangeal bones. These aren't nails, they're weapons. Can the infection spread through scratches? Delia was quiet for a moment, too long. I don't know. The known transmission vectors are saliva, blood, and cerebrospinal fluid. Scratches? The nails could harbor the compound in dried blood or tissue beneath them. It's possible. Delia. I don't know, Jake. I can clean the wound, disinfect it, and monitor you. That's what I can do. She cleaned the wound, disinfected it with alcohol that burned like fire, and made Jake clench his teeth until his jaw ached. Wrapped it in clean gauze. Checked his temperature, normal. Checked his pupils, normal. Checked his cognition. What's your daughter's name? Lucia. What's her favorite animal? Octopus. Normal. We watch it, Delia said. Every 2 hours. Any sign of stage 1, confusion, temperature spike, pupil dilation, you tell me immediately. And then what? Delia didn't answer. She packed her med bag. Her hands, Jake noticed, were shaking. Not the tremor of fatigue, the tremor of a specific, targeted fear. The fear of a doctor who might lose a patient she couldn't afford to lose. Jake checked his watch. 12 hours since the scratch. If the compound was in the wound, stage 1 symptoms should appear within 6 to 18 hours. If nothing happened by morning. He sat on the shell beach and watched the sky lighten in the east. The crawler's body lay where it had fallen, and in the dawn light it looked smaller, less terrifying. A man in a polo shirt curled on a beach who might have been sleeping if you didn't look at the hands, the spine, the wound in the back of the skull. Delia checked him at dawn. Normal. Checked at noon. Normal. Checked at sunset. Normal. By day 31, 24 hours after the scratch, Jake showed no symptoms. Delia's relief was visible, a loosening of the muscles around her eyes, a slight drop in her shoulders. But she said only, "We continue monitoring." But the window for typical onset has passed. So nails don't transmit? Or your immune response contained it? or the compound concentration in nail tissue is below the infectious threshold, or you got lucky. She met his eyes. In this world, lucky is a diagnosis I'm willing to accept. The encounter with the crawler changed the group's behavior in ways that went deeper than tactical adjustment. The infected had been frightening but predictable. They shambled, they pursued, they responded to sound and light and movement. The rules were known. The crawler broke the rules. It was fast. It was smart. It hunted in the dark. It came from above. The children felt it most. Sophie regressed. The thumb went back in, the silence returned. The Henderson twins started sleeping between their mother and whichever adult was on the nearest watch position. The other children, 3 of them from different families, developed a game they played in whispers during the day, a game that involved designating safe spots and danger spots, and moving between them in quick bursts. It was play, and it was also practice, and Jake watched it with a feeling that was equal parts heartbreak and pride. The adults felt it differently. Conversations became shorter, more functional. People checked the dark more often. The watch rotations went from 3 people to 4, and the 4th was always positioned looking up, at bridge structures, at trees, at any elevated surface where something could crouch and wait. Bull, who had been the group's emotional ballast, the man who called everyone hoss and drew football plays in the dirt and treated the apocalypse as an inconvenience rather than a catastrophe, went quiet. Not silent, not withdrawn, but a shade darker. He'd been between the crawler and the children when Jake intercepted it, and the gap, the 10 feet of shell beach that separated his position from the point where the crawler had been heading, haunted him. 10 feet, the distance of a first down, the distance between his prosthetic's limited speed and a child's death. If I still had both legs, he started once, and then stopped himself, and the stopping was worse than whatever he'd been about to say. Jeremiah prayed. Not publicly. The public prayers continued, the psalms at campfires, the blessings before rationed meals, the steady performance of faith that the group needed. But privately, alone in the dark, Jake caught the pastor whispering. Not scripture, but formless words, half-swallowed, directed at a God he didn't believe in. The whispers sounded less like prayer and more like argument, negotiation, a man on his knees haggling with an absent deity over the terms of continued survival. Derek, stripped of his ranger persona, became both more visible and more useful. Without the lie to maintain, his energy went entirely into the actual work. He took extra watch shifts, carried more than his share during portages, and offered tactical suggestions with the qualifier, I think, rather than the authority of standard protocol. The suggestions were, if anything, better. Freed from the need to sound military, Derek's natural instincts emerged, and they were the instincts of a salesman. Read the room, adapt in real time. Never let the customer see you sweat. In the zombie apocalypse, these skills translated to reading terrain, adapting to changing conditions, and maintaining composure under pressure. Nina ranged farther. Her scouting runs grew longer, more ambitious, pushing 2 and 3 miles ahead of the boat. She moved with the same silent efficiency, but Jake noticed changes. She rested more frequently, she drank more water, and she adjusted her belt twice in a single day. The pregnancy was asserting itself, the biological clock running parallel to the survival clock, and Nina treated it with the same disciplined pragmatism she brought to everything. She did not slow down. She recalibrated. Margot's notebook filled. Page after page of inventory, calculations, route notes, resource assessments. But between the columns of numbers, Jake noticed other things, small sketches, a bird, a sunset, Sophie's pigtails, the tarp sail against a blue sky. Margot was documenting too, in her way, not with Amara's photographs, but with a quartermaster's marginalia, the human details that slipped between the supply counts like light through shutters. Day 32, 40 miles. The waterway brought them past the outskirts of Port O'Connor, a tiny fishing village that, in the before times, had been known for nothing except redfish and cold beer. Now it was known for something else. They smelled it before they saw it. A sweet, cloying smell that was different from the decomposition they'd become accustomed to. Heavier, more chemical, laced with an undertone of burnt plastic. It drifted across the water on the morning breeze, and everyone on the boat reacted simultaneously. Hands over mouths, eyes watering, the involuntary gag reflex of bodies confronted with a smell that registered as poison. Around the next bend, the waterway opened onto a wider basin, and they saw the source. A barge, a large commercial barge, maybe 80 feet long, grounded on the waterway's southern bank. Its cargo hold was open, and from the hold, a dense yellowish vapor rose in a slow, continuous column. Chemical drums, dozens of them, were visible inside the hold, some intact, some ruptured, their contents leaking into the water and onto the bank. The liquid that seeped from the ruptured drums was an oily, iridescent substance that spread across the water's surface in rainbow slicks. Chemical spill, Theo said, his voice muffled by the shirt he'd pressed over his face. Looks like chlorinated solvents, maybe from the refineries. This barge probably broke free during the hurricane and ran aground. Is it dangerous? At this concentration, the vapor's probably a respiratory irritant. Prolonged exposure could cause chemical pneumonia. The liquid is definitely toxic. And the water? He looked over the side. The waterway's surface was filmed with the iridescent slick, and beneath it, the brown water had taken on a greenish tinge. Don't touch the water. Don't let anyone drink the water, and we need to get through this section fast. They paddled hard. The chemical zone extended for nearly a mile, a corridor of toxic air and poisoned water that burned the eyes and throat. The children were wrapped in wet cloth, faces covered, breathing through improvised filters. Bull, whose massive lungs needed more air than anyone's, was gasping by the end, his face flushed and his eyes streaming. But the zone had one unexpected benefit. It was empty. No infected, no walkers on the bank, no shapes beneath the surface. The chemicals were as lethal to the infected as they were to the living. More so, perhaps, since the infected wandered mindlessly into toxic zones and stayed until the chemicals destroyed their remaining biological function. Jake saw bodies on the bank, infected who had walked into the spill's radius and collapsed, their skin blistered, their limbs arranged in the attitudes of seizure. The chemicals had done what headshots couldn't. Stop the lethe compound's animation by destroying the biological substrate it operated on. Interesting, Delia said, studying the bodies from a distance through Amara's telephoto lens. The compound keeps them alive, but it doesn't make them invulnerable to chemical damage. Chlorinated solvents would destroy cell membranes. The compound can't animate what's chemically dissolved. File that under useful but impractical, Jake said. We can't exactly carry a chemical plant with us. No, but we can carry the principle. Delia's eyes were sharp, focused. The doctor's mind engaged in a way that transcended fatigue and fear. The compound is biological. It's subject to biological rules. Chemical destruction, thermal destruction, prion denaturing. These are vectors of attack. If someone had a lab, had time, had resources, if someone had all those things, we wouldn't be on a boat with a tarp for a sail. I know. Delia looked away from the telephoto. But it matters, Jake. It matters that this thing can be fought, not just survived. Fought. She was right. The knowledge mattered. Every piece of information, the ibuprofen link, the stages of infection, the cold sensitivity, the chemical vulnerability, was a weapon in a war that would be measured in years, not days. They were gathering intelligence for a fight that most of them wouldn't live to see, and the gathering itself was an act of defiance against the belief that the fight was already lost. Day 33. 30 miles. The waterway brought them through the Aransas National Wildlife Refuge, and here, for the first time in weeks, the world was beautiful. The refuge was a vast expanse of coastal marshland, live oak mottes, and tidal flats that supported one of the most diverse ecosystems on the Gulf Coast. In the absence of human activity, it had exploded. Wading birds in numbers that staggered Jake's biologist's brain. Thousands of them, filling the skies and the shallows, their calls layering into a cacophony that drowned out the sound of paddling and wind. Alligators basked on the banks, unafraid, their ancient eyes tracking the boat with the lazy assessment of a species that had survived 5 mass extinctions and would survive this one too. The group fell silent, not from fear, from awe. After weeks of death and smoke and ruin, the marsh was alive in a way that felt like an answered prayer. Not to any god, but to the stubborn, implacable persistence of life itself. The spoonbills were pink. The water was blue. The sky was enormous and clear and held no smoke. Jake stood at the bow and watched a roseate spoonbill sweep its flat bill through the shallows in broad, feeding arcs, and he felt something crack open in his chest, not breaking but releasing, a sealed chamber popping its pressure valve. Tears came. He didn't fight them. He stood at the bow with salt water on his face and watched the birds and thought, "This is what I teach. This is what I know. This is the world I love." "Dad would love this," he murmured, meaning Esteban, meaning the man who'd taken Jake fishing in these waters when he was 7, who'd named the birds, "Mira, mijo, el espátula rosada," with the reverence of a man who'd lived his life on the Gulf and never stopped being amazed by it. Esteban was still out there, walking. Somewhere in the horde that had been Galveston, his father was shambling through the streets of the town he'd been born in, wearing pressed khakis and clean sneakers, the car keys long since dropped from fingers that had forgotten how to hold them. The man was gone. The body persisted. And the Gulf, which had given Esteban his livelihood and taken his youngest son, continued its tidal breathing without either of them. Delia appeared at Jake's shoulder. She didn't comment on the tears. She held out a water bottle. He took it. "Your arm," she said. He'd almost forgotten. The crawler scratches. He held out his forearm. Delia unwrapped the gauze with practiced hands. The puncture wounds were healing. Clean pink. No sign of infection, no gray discoloration. Normal wound healing. The compound had not found its way into Jake's bloodstream through the crawler's nails. "Clean," Delia said. She rewrapped it with fresh gauze. "You were lucky." "So you keep saying." "It bears repeating. In a world with very little luck, yours is worth noting." She capped the antiseptic and put it back in her bag. Her hand lingered on the bag's zipper. The habitual gesture, the unconscious check for the shape of the bottle inside. "Jake, when we reach the aquarium, the children inside, if any of them have been bitten and if we still have the stolen treatment vials from Helix." Jake looked at her. "What stolen vials?" Delia blinked. "I'm getting ahead of myself. Forget I said anything." But the words hung in the air, and Jake filed them under future, under hope, under things that might matter if we live long enough. Day 34, 20 miles. The waterway turned south-southwest, and for the first time, Jake could see Corpus Christi on the horizon. Not the city itself. It was too far, hidden by the curve of the coast, but the signs of it. A radio tower's blinking light, the faint smudge of a skyline, the knowledge, physical and directional, that the end of the journey was close enough to feel. 20 miles. At their current pace, reduced to 4 or 5 miles a day by the paddle and sail limitation, they were 4 days out. The Helix recovery team was 5 days out by their last intercepted transmission. The margin was 1 day. 24 hours. 24 hours to reach the aquarium, find Lucia, and get the children out before a corporate kill team arrived with helicopters and armored vehicles and orders to sterilize the site. "We need to go faster," Jake said. "We're going as fast as we can," Theo said. He was at the tiller, managing the sail, which had developed a tear in the center that he'd patched with duct tape and dental floss. "Unless you want to get out and push. What about another boat? A faster one? Where?" "Ahead, the Aransas Pass Marina. It's at the junction where the waterway meets the ship channel into Corpus Christi Bay. Commercial fishing fleet, pleasure boats, maybe Coast Guard vessels. That's 10 miles. If we paddle through the night, Jake." Bull's voice from the stern. Tired, patient. the voice of a coach who'd watched a player push too hard. "Look at your people." Jake looked. Really looked. The group was wrecked. 3 weeks on the road, a week on the water. Rationed food, dehydration, sunburn, blisters, exhaustion. The adults were gaunt, cheekbones prominent, eye sockets shadowed, the hollowed-out look of people who were burning more than they consumed. The children were quieter than children should be, their energy conserved, their play reduced to listless, repetitive motions. Margot's notebook was open on her lap, but she wasn't writing. She was staring at the water with an expression of blanked-out fatigue. Theo's humming had been replaced by a tuneless drone that might have been humming or might have been his body's protest. Cass was asleep over the radio, their cheek pressed against the receiver, their glasses crooked on their face. "They can't do a night paddle," Bull said. "Neither can you. You've slept maybe 10 hours in the last 4 days. And that crawler scratch took more out of you than you're admitting. I'm fine. You're swaying, Hoss. Sitting down, on a boat, and you're swaying. That's not fine. That's the preamble to falling over." Jake opened his mouth to argue, and the boat tilted beneath him, or seemed to, the horizon sliding sideways in a nauseating arc that he knew was his inner ear rather than the water. He grabbed the gunwale and held on. "Okay," he said. "We rest tonight, but we launch at first light, and we don't stop until we reach Aransas Pass. Deal." They made camp on a narrow strip of beach near a live oak motte. The trees provided shade for the first time in days, and the shade was so welcome that people walked into it and simply stood there, faces upturned, feeling the temperature drop 10 degrees and experiencing it as something close to ecstasy. Jake sat with his back against a tree. His body was a litany of complaints. The arm wound ached, his shoulders were locked solid from paddling, his feet, healed from the seawall blisters, but newly blistered from the salt water that seeped into the boat, throbbed with each heartbeat. He was 34 years old. He felt 100. He closed his eyes. The sounds of the camp, low voices, the clinking of Margot's inventory, Theo tinkering, the radio's static murmur, formed a cocoon of human noise around him. Safe. Not actually safe, but safe enough to let the vigilance ease, to let the coiled spring of his attention release one turn. He dreamed about Lucia. Not the nightmare version, not the empty aquarium, not the silence on the other end of the dead phone, but a memory. Lucia at 9 on the beach at Galveston, showing him an octopus she'd found in a tide pool. "Dad, look at the chromatophores. It's changing color. Dad, are you looking?" "I'm looking," he'd said. "You're looking at your phone." "I'm looking now. You always say that." He'd put the phone away, knelt beside her at the tide pool, watched the octopus shift from brown to red to mottled gray, its skin a living canvas, its 8 arms probing the crevices of the rock with alien intelligence. Lucia's face in profile. Brown skin, dark eyes enormous with wonder, the gap-toothed smile she'd had before her adult teeth came in. She'd smelled like sunscreen and salt water, and the specific, indefinable scent of a child's scalp that parents know by heart. "Did you know octopuses have 3 hearts?" she said. "I did know that. And blue blood, copper-based, hemocyanin instead of hemoglobin. I'm going to study them when I grow up. I'm going to be the world's expert on octopus intelligence." "I believe you." "Dad." She'd looked at him, deadly serious. 11 years of earnest determination packed into a face that still had baby fat. "Promise me something. Anything. Promise me you'll always come when I need you." He'd promised. Of course he'd promised. What parent doesn't promise? What parent understands in the moment of promising that the world contains forces that make promises into lies, not through cowardice or neglect, but through the sheer, brutal, uncaring mathematics of distance and disaster? He woke with tears on his face, and the stars above him, and the memory of his daughter's voice asking him to promise, and the promise breaking every day he didn't reach her. 20 miles, he whispered. To the stars, to Lucia, to the universe. 20 miles. Day 35. They launched at dawn and paddled like people who smelled the end of a journey, which they did. The salt air carried a different quality as they approached the pass. A brightness, a sharpness that said open water, said bay, said almost there. Aransas Pass was a small town at the junction of the Intracoastal Waterway and the Corpus Christi Ship Channel. The marina was there just as Jake had hoped, a crescent of docks sheltering a collection of fishing boats, pleasure craft, and one vessel that made Jake's heart kick, a bay runner. 32 feet, center console, twin outboards. A fishing charter's wet dream, fast, stable, designed for the shallow waters of the coastal bend. She was tied to the far dock, her lines still intact, her hull undamaged. "That's our boat," Jake said. "Does it have fuel?" Only one way to find out. The marina was not empty. The town of Aransas Pass had a population of around 8,000, and the infection had touched it. The evidence was everywhere. Vehicles abandoned in the streets, doors hanging open. The ubiquitous stains on concrete that Jake no longer needed to examine to identify. But the infected density was low. Rural Texas, sparse population, many residents presumably having evacuated early or died in their homes. They approached the marina on foot, leaving the aluminum workboat anchored in the waterway. Jake, Derek, Nina, and Bull, the clearing team, a configuration that had become instinctive. Derek on point with the AR-15, Nina ranging ahead invisible as smoke, Bull at the rear like a human fortress, Jake in the center with the fish knife, and a newly acquired machete from a hardware store in Port Lavaca. The marina's dock gate was locked. Margot, who had joined the team over Jake's mild objection, "You need me to get through doors. That's not optional," had the lock open in 12 seconds. "Getting faster," Theo observed from behind her. "Practice makes perfect." Margot didn't look up from her lockpicks. "Also, this is a Home Depot padlock. My grandmother could pick this lock with her teeth." They moved onto the docks. The wood was sun-warped and creaking, the slip lines groaning softly as the moored boats rocked in the bay chop. Most of the boats were damaged, hulls cracked, motors ripped free by the hurricane's storm surge, one sailboat lying on its side in the parking lot like a beached whale. But the bay runner was intact. Tied down with extra lines, her cover still on, her motors trimmed up out of the water. Jake climbed aboard, pulled the cover. The cockpit was dry, the console undamaged. He checked the fuel gauge. Both tanks showed 3/4 full. "We have fuel," he said, and the words carried a weight that had nothing to do with gasoline. They were 4 days ahead of Helix. They had a fast boat. They had 20 miles of open water between them and the Texas State Aquarium. "How long to Corpus?" Theo asked. 2 hours, maybe less." "When do we go?" Jake looked at the sun. It was mid-morning. The bay stretched south, flat and glittering, toward the distant skyline of Corpus Christi. Somewhere in that skyline, a concrete aquarium sat on the edge of the water, and inside it his daughter was either alive or dead, and the answer was 2 hours away. "Now," he said. "We go now." They transferred supplies from the aluminum workboat to the bay runner in 40 minutes. The bay runner was bigger, faster, and more comfortable. But it held 31 people the way a sedan holds a family of 6. Badly, with limbs overlapping and personal space non-existent. Theo checked the engines while Jake familiarized himself with the console. Controls, gauges, the GPS that was dark, no satellites or no power to the GPS unit or both. "Engines look good," Theo said, wiping his hands on his shirt. "Yamaha 250s. Full service, recently maintained." This was someone's baby. "Oil's clean, belts are good. Lower unit's intact." He paused. "Also, there's a fishing rod under the seat, and a cooler with 3 beers. Later. I'm just saying, 3 beers for 31 people? That's a pretty dire ratio." Jake started the engines. The Yamahas caught on the first try. A deep, powerful rumble that vibrated through the hull and into Jake's feet and hands. The sound was loud, much louder than the aluminum boat's outboard. And from the dock behind them, shapes appeared. 3 infected, wandering onto the pier, drawn by the engine noise. They reached the edge of the dock and swayed there, arms reaching, mouths working. Jake put the boat in gear. The bay runner surged forward. clearing the marina's no-wake zone in 30 seconds and hitting the open water of Aransas Bay with a speed that pressed everyone back in their seats. The bow lifted, the hull planed, and the world opened up. Flat water in every direction, the coastline receding, the sky enormous and blue and empty. South, Jake said. His hands were on the wheel. His eyes were on the horizon. His heart was in a building 20 miles away. Straight south, the bay runner ran, the water split before her bow in a white V of spray that caught the sunlight and threw rainbows. Behind them, the wake spread in a widening fan that erased itself on the flat water as soon as it formed. Above them, pelicans wheeled and dove, unperturbed by the boat's noise. Beneath them, the bay floor, sand and mud and oyster shell, slid past in the clear, shallow water, and occasionally a dark shape moved down there, walking, reaching, left behind by the boat's speed like a nightmare outrun. Corpus Christi appeared on the horizon. First, the harbor bridge, a concrete arch spanning the ship channel, its roadway empty, its lights dark. Then, the skyline, a modest collection of towers, the art museum's distinctive sail-shaped roof, the convention center. Then, on the city's north shore, jutting out on a spit of land into Corpus Christi Bay, the Texas State Aquarium. Jake saw it and something inside him broke open. Not the controlled release of the bird marsh. This was structural, a foundational shift, a collapse and reconstruction happening simultaneously. The person he'd been for 35 days dissolving, and the person he was about to become coalescing in its place. The aquarium was a collection of interconnected concrete buildings, low-slung and angular, designed to withstand hurricane-force winds and storm surge. It sat on a point of land near the USS Lexington museum ship. The old aircraft carrier, now permanently moored, its gray hull dominating the waterfront like a steel cathedral. Between the aquarium and the Lexington, a broad concrete plaza spread along the waterfront, and beyond it, the parking lots and access roads of North Beach. Through Amara's telephoto, she was already shooting, the shutter clicking in rapid succession. Jake could see details. The aquarium's exterior was intact. The glass entrance was blocked, barricaded from the inside with what looked like furniture, shelving units, heavy objects piled against the doors. The parking lot was scattered with abandoned vehicles, and the familiar shapes of wandering infected, maybe 30, loose, undirected. The building's been fortified, Amara said. Someone inside has blocked every ground floor entrance. The rooftop, there's something on the rooftop. Tarps, containers. It looks like a rainwater collection system. Someone's alive in there, Delia said. Jake's hands tightened on the wheel. The boat was a mile out now, closing fast. He could see the aquarium's signage, Texas State Aquarium, faded by salt air but still legible. He could see the whale tail sculpture in the entry plaza. He could see a window on the second floor, and in that window, movement. A face, small, dark-haired. Amara. I see it. Click, click. Second floor, east wing, a child. Can't make out features at this distance. Get closer. Jake. The infected in the parking lot. I know, get me closer. He pushed the throttle. The bay runner accelerated, spray flying, the hull slamming against the small chop of the bay. The aquarium grew larger, the details sharper. The face in the window was watching them. Jake could see a hand pressed against the glass, a child's hand, fingers spread. Then the face disappeared. The hand pulled back. The window went dark. They saw us, Jake said. They know we're here. Or they're hiding because a loud boat just appeared and the last loud thing they encountered was probably hostile, Nina said. Jake, slow down. We need to approach carefully. She was right. He eased the throttle. The boat slowed, the hull settling off plane, the engine note dropping from a roar to a rumble. They were 300 yards out now, approaching the aquarium's waterfront side. A concrete seawall ran along the property's edge, and a dock, a small functional dock, used for the aquarium's educational boat programs, jutted out into the bay. The dock was intact. Jake brought the bay runner alongside it, and Derek jumped out with a line, making fast to a cleat, with a competence that was finally, genuinely his own. The rest of the group climbed out onto the dock, stretching legs that had been cramped for 2 hours, blinking in the sunlight, staring at the building that had been their destination for 5 weeks. Jake stood on the dock and looked at the aquarium. 35 days, 200 miles, a parking garage in Galveston, a father's face going blank, a daughter's text on a dead phone, bridges and tolls and cults and storms and chemicals, and creatures that crawled in the dark, all of it leading here, to this concrete building on the edge of the Gulf, where his daughter was either alive or dead. He started walking toward the building. Jake, Nina's hand on his arm. We don't know what's in there. We don't know who's in there. If the building has been occupied by hostiles, my daughter's in there. Your daughter might be in there, and if she is, she needs you to arrive alive and thinking clearly, not charging in like a man who's walked 200 miles to find his child? Jake looked at Nina. His eyes were... She released his arm. He walked to the aquarium's waterfront entrance. A service door, metal, locked from inside. He knocked. Not pounded, knocked. The way you knock on someone's house when you've come to visit. Nothing. He knocked again. From inside, muffled by the door, by the concrete walls, by the barricades, a voice. High, young, authoritative. Who are you? Jake's legs nearly buckled. He put his hand on the doorframe to steady himself. The voice was... It was a child's voice, but not Lucia's. Older, maybe, or a different child. My name is Jake Dominguez. I'm looking for my daughter, Lucia Dominguez. She was at the summer camp here, the junior marine biologist camp. Silence. Long enough to count 10 heartbeats. Then the sound of something heavy being moved, scraping against concrete, then another heavy thing, then a third. The barricade being disassembled piece by piece from inside. The door opened 6 inches, a chain, a door chain, hardware store variety, installed with screws that looked new, caught and held. Through the gap, a face peered out. Not Lucia. A boy, 12, maybe 13, brown skin, sharp eyes, a smear of something dark across one cheek. He looked at Jake with the flat, assessing gaze of a child who had learned to evaluate threats. How do we know you're not Helix? The boy said. Jake's breath stopped. You know about Helix? They came 2 weeks ago, in a helicopter. They tried to get in. We didn't let them. The boy's chin lifted. Defiance. Pride. Lucia said they'd send more. She said to watch the water. Lucia. Jake's voice was a wreck. She's alive? She's here? The boy studied Jake's face. Whatever he saw there, the desperation, the hope, the 5 weeks of horror written in the lines and the hollows and the gray at the temples, must have satisfied something, because his expression shifted. Not warmth, not yet, but a crack in the wall. Wait here, he said. The door closed. Jake stood on the concrete with his hand on the doorframe and his forehead against the metal, and he breathed. Behind him, his group waited. Delia had her hand over her mouth. Theo had stopped humming. Bull was crying. Silently, his massive shoulders shaking, tears running into his handlebar mustache. The door opened again. The chain slid free. The door swung wide. Lucia Dominguez stood in the doorway. She was 11 years old. She was alive. She was standing in the doorway of a concrete aquarium she'd held for 3 months with 7 other children, and she was holding a kitchen knife in one hand and a set of keys in the other, and her face was a geography Jake didn't recognize. Harder, leaner, older than 11 should be. Her hair was longer than he'd ever seen it, tangled and salt-stiff, pulled back in a ponytail that Renata would have called practical, and that Jake called, she hasn't had anyone to braid it for her. Her eyes, Elena's eyes, Esteban's eyes, brown and deep, looked at him with an expression that contained multitudes and offered nothing. Dad, she said. The word was flat, not cold, not warm, flat. The word of a child who had waited and built a world without the person she was waiting for. And now the person had arrived. and the world she'd built didn't have a room for him in it yet. Lucia. Jake's voice broke on the second syllable. He took a step toward her, stopped. Something in her posture, the knife, the keys, the way she stood in the doorway, as if it were a checkpoint and she were the authority, told him that the embrace he'd imagined for 5 weeks, the movie scene reunion, the running and catching and holding, that wasn't what was going to happen. Not because she didn't love him, but because love, in the world she'd lived in for 3 months, was a different thing than it had been in his imagination. "You took too long," she said. The words hit him like bullets, not angry bullets, something worse, factual bullets. The statement of a child who had counted the days and found them wanting. "I know," Jake said. "I know I did. I'm sorry. I came as fast as... There are 8 of us." Lucia's voice was the voice of a briefing officer. 7 children and me. Walt died on day 12. He was bitten. He locked himself in the maintenance closet. I have the keys. She held up the ring. The aquarium's water filtration system is still running on emergency power. Solar panels on the roof, supplemented by a backup generator that's almost out of diesel. We have enough food for another 3 weeks if we maintain current rationing. The rooftop rainwater collection gives us about 20 gallons a day. Jake stared at his daughter. She was reporting, delivering a situation brief with the efficiency of a field commander, covering the essentials: personnel, casualties, logistics, infrastructure, with a precision that would have been impressive from an adult and was devastating from an 11-year-old. "The Helix people came on day 19, she continued. A helicopter and 4 people. They tried to get in through the main entrance. We barricaded it. They tried the service entrances. Barricaded. They tried the roof access. I'd already welded the hatch shut. Marcus showed me how. Marcus is 14. He's good with tools." She paused, just barely. "They left. But before they left, one of them said something on the radio. I was listening through the ventilation shaft. She said," Lucia recited from memory, her voice flat, "Target site is occupied by juvenile survivors. Recommend return with a larger force for containment operation. Estimated timeline, 4 to 6 weeks. That's why we're here," Jake said. "We intercepted their transmissions. They're coming back in 5 days. "I know." Lucia looked past Jake at the group on the dock. 31 strangers, armed, exhausted, sun-ruined. She assessed them the way she'd assessed Jake, quickly, thoroughly, without sentiment. "Are they fighters?" "Some of them." "Do they have weapons?" "Some." "Food?" "Enough for 2 weeks." Lucia nodded. The nod was brisk, professional, final. "Come in, all of you. We'll need to expand the barricades for a larger group. And I want to show you the defensible positions." She turned and walked into the aquarium without looking back. Jake stood in the doorway and watched his daughter disappear into the dim interior of the building, and the thing that broke inside him was the last piece of the world he'd been carrying. The world where Lucia was a little girl who needed rescuing, who would run to him and be caught and held, and told that everything was okay. That world was gone, replaced by one where an 11-year-old held a knife and a set of keys and had survived 3 months by making decisions that would haunt her for the rest of her life. She was alive. She was extraordinary. And she was someone he didn't know. Behind him, Delia put a hand on his shoulder. "She's alive, Jake." "I know. She's incredible." "I know. The reunion you wanted, the one you've been imagining, it'll come. Not today. Maybe not this month. But it'll come." Jake nodded. He couldn't speak. His throat was closed around something that was too big for words. Grief and joy and loss and pride, and the devastating recognition that the quest he'd undertaken, the 200-mile walk through the end of the world to save his daughter, had succeeded in every way except the one that mattered most. He'd reached her. He'd found her. She was alive. But the Lucia he'd been trying to save, the girl with the gap-toothed smile, the octopus obsession, the voice that said, "Promise me you'll always come when I need you." That Lucia existed only in his memory and in Amara's photograph. The girl in the aquarium was someone new, someone forged by 3 months of isolation, leadership, and the kind of choices that no child should have to make. He walked into the aquarium. The door closed behind him. The barricade was rebuilt. Inside, the aquarium was dim, lit by emergency lighting and the blue glow of the marine exhibits. The fish tanks were still running, the filtration systems still cycling, and in the ethereal blue light, species that Jake could name by Latin classification drifted in their tanks, oblivious to the apocalypse. A nurse shark circled the main tank. Jellyfish pulsed in their cylindrical display. A sea turtle rested on the bottom, its ancient face serene. Lucia led them through the building with the confidence of someone who knew every corridor, every room, every hiding place. She pointed out features. This is the food storage. We moved everything to the second floor on day 3 because infected tried to break into the ground floor windows. This is the water purification setup. Theo, right? You look like an engineer. You'll want to check the solar panel connections on the roof. We've been losing efficiency. This is the medical room. Delia? Jake said you're a doctor. We have 2 kids with infected cuts that need attention. Infected cuts or infected bites? Delia asked carefully. Cuts. Regular cuts. No one's been bitten. Lucia's jaw tightened. Not since Connor. Who's Connor? He was part of our group, 14. He was bitten during a supply run on day 23. For the first time, Lucia's composure flickered. A crack in the mask, just for an instant, showing something underneath that was raw and young and frightened. Then, the mask was back. I handled it. Jake looked at his daughter, at the knife in her belt, at the keys on the lanyard around her neck, at the set of her jaw, which was his jaw, Elena's jaw, Esteban's jaw. The Dominguez stubbornness, bred into the bone. You did what you had to, he said. I know. She didn't look at him when she said it. She was already moving to the next room, the next briefing point, the next item on an internal checklist that she'd been maintaining for 3 months. She was in motion because stopping meant feeling, and feeling meant remembering, and remembering meant... Lucia, she stopped, didn't turn. I'm here now. A pause. 5 seconds. 10. I know, she said, and walked on. The aquarium was extraordinary, not as a tourist attraction, though the exhibits were still operational and still beautiful, but as a fortress. Lucia and the children had turned it into something that a military engineer would have admired. Every ground floor entrance was barricaded, not just blocked, but reinforced with bolted steel plates, welded brackets, and structural supports that distributed force across multiple points. The windows were covered with steel shelving units filled with sandbags made from exhibit merchandise bags, filled with decorative rock from the landscaping. The rooftop hatch was welded shut, as Lucia had said, and the welds were rough but functional, the work of a 14-year-old boy with a portable welding kit from the maintenance shop, supervised by an 11-year-old girl with her father's systems thinking brain. The aquarium's infrastructure had been repurposed with the same practical intelligence. The marine life support systems, filtration, UV sterilization, temperature regulation, had been redirected to serve human needs. One of the smaller tanks had been drained and converted into a rainwater cistern, connected to the rooftop collection system. The aquarium's gift shop had been converted into a supply depot, its shelves reorganized by category, with a logic that Margot recognized and approved of. The educational theater was the sleeping quarters, its tiered seating providing elevated sleeping positions that couldn't be reached from ground level. Jake met the other children, 7 of them, plus Lucia, ages 8 to 14. Marcus, the 14-year-old who could weld. A girl named Iris, 12, quiet, who monitored the water systems. Twins, and not the Henderson twins, but another set. 9-year-old girls named Alma and Esme, who had assigned themselves to food preparation. A boy named Kai, 10, who served as lookout from the second-floor observation deck. A girl named Devon, 8, who was the youngest and who clung to Lucia like a shadow, her small hand always within reach of Lucia's sleeve. And Jalen, the 13-year-old who'd opened the door. He was Lucia's second-in-command, a boy with sharp instincts and a talent for improvisation. He'd been the one to suggest welding the roof hatch. He'd been the one to figure out that the aquarium's touch tank exhibit, A shallow pool where visitors could handle sea stars and crabs could be used as a fish trap, providing a small but consistent source of protein. They'd survived 3 months, 8 children, no adults. In a concrete building on the edge of the Gulf of Mexico, surrounded by the dead, with a pharmaceutical corporation sending kill teams and a nameless horror walking south along the coast. Jake looked at these children and saw something that he would spend the rest of his life trying to understand. They were not broken. They were not fragile. They were changed, fundamentally, irrevocably, in ways that would shape the rest of their lives. But they had not been destroyed. They had built something, a community, a structure, a system of survival. They had rationed food and purified water and fortified a building and fought off intruders and buried one of their own who turned. And they had done it at an age when, in the world before, their biggest challenge was a math test. The adults in Jake's group looked at the children and saw the same thing. And the looking was hard, because what they saw reflected their own struggle in a mirror that was both smaller and more unforgiving. If children could do this, what was the adult's excuse for every moment of weakness, every argument, every failure of nerve? "She's remarkable," Jeremiah said to Jake, standing in the aquarium's main hall while jellyfish drifted in the blue light around them. "Your daughter, I know. She reminds me of every person I've ever seen walk into a church for the first time after a crisis, looking for answers, not finding them, building their own instead." Jeremiah paused. "That's what faith actually is, I think. Not the answers. The building." Jake looked at the pastor. Jeremiah's face was different here. The devastation that had lived behind his eyes since day one was still present but softened, reshaped by something new. Not faith, not yet, maybe not ever, but something adjacent. Recognition. The recognition that if 8 children could build something in the ruins, then the act of building was itself a kind of prayer, and the building was its own answer. "She won't let me hug her," Jake said. "Give her time. We have 5 days. Then give her 5 days. And if 5 days isn't enough, give her 5 more, and 5 more after that." Jeremiah put his large hand on Jake's shoulder. "You walked 200 miles, Jake. You can wait 5 days for a hug." They spent the first 2 days fortifying. Theo fell in love with the aquarium's systems. The solar panel array, the marine filtration equipment, the emergency generator, and spent hours in the maintenance room with Marcus, the two of them speaking the universal language of engineers. "What if we route this here and bypass that there?" Theo's humming returned, and Marcus, who had never heard Yellow Submarine, learned it bar by bar, until the two of them were humming in unison while rewiring the solar panel junction box. Delia set up a proper medical station in the aquarium's first aid room, which was already equipped better than anything they'd had since UTMB. She examined each child, treated the infected cuts, bacterial, not lethal. The children had been remarkably lucky, and gave each one a thorough physical with the quiet, competent attention that was her best quality and her most effective medicine. Margot merged her inventory with Lucia's supply records and produced a unified database that covered every resource in the building. When she saw Lucia's handwritten supply logs, neat, detailed, maintained daily for 3 months, she looked at the 11-year-old with an expression that bordered on reverence. "You kept records," Margot said. "Of course. How else would I know what we had?" Margot held out her notebook. "I do the same thing." Lucia looked at the notebook, looked at Margot. For the first time since Jake's arrival, something in Lucia's face shifted. Not the full thaw, not the child emerging from behind the commander's mask, but a flicker. The recognition of a kindred spirit. "Your handwriting is better than mine," Lucia said. "I've had more practice." Margot sat down beside her. "Show me your system. I want to see how you organize the perishables." They sat together for an hour, comparing inventory methods, and Jake, watching from across the room, felt something in his chest loosen. Not the reunion he'd wanted, but a connection, a thread of normalcy. 2 people who kept careful records, sharing their systems, finding common ground in the meticulous architecture of survival. Nina scouted the perimeter. The aquarium was on a peninsula, water on 3 sides, the parking lot, and access roads on the 4th. The infected in the parking lot were manageable. 30 or so wanderers, stage 3 and 4. Not a threat to the building's barricades. The real threat would come from the north when Helix arrived, and from further north, where Amara's telephoto had confirmed what Jake feared. The figure, the shepherd, still following, still maintaining that patient, erosional distance. And behind it, around it, a horde. Not 30, not 100. I count approximately 1,500, Amara said, lowering the camera. Her voice was measured, precise, and absolutely terrified. They're moving south along the coast, concentrated, not scattered. They're being guided. The shepherd. It's at the center. The horde flows around it. When it changes direction, they change direction. It's not commanding them. It's gravitational. They follow because they can't not follow. 1,500 infected, directed by a remnant intelligence in a lab coat, moving south toward the aquarium. Add Helix Recovery's forward team, armed, armored, helicoptered. The aquarium was about to become the nexus of a three-way collision. Jake's group, Helix's kill team, and a horde guided by the ghost of the man who'd created the compound. We can't hold the aquarium against 1,500 infected and a paramilitary force, Derek said. The statement was offered without the old Ranger bravado, just a car salesman reading the room. We need a plan, and the plan can't be stand and fight because we'll lose. We fight and move, Jake said. We hold the aquarium until Helix arrives. When Helix comes from the north, the horde will hit them first. The shepherd is behind Helix on the approach corridor, and the horde will be between us. We use that window. While Helix and the horde are engaged, we evacuate south. Take the Bay Runner around the point to Mustang Island. It's a barrier island, accessible only by one bridge, which we can barricade. What about the Helix records? Amara asked. The preclinical trial data. It's in the building, in the research archives. Lucia's children have been using the paper files as fuel for cooking fires. But the digital records are on servers in the basement. If we destroy the records... No. Amara's voice was sharp, the sharpest Jake had ever heard from her. We do not destroy evidence. The world, and whatever's left of it, needs to know what Helix did, what Lethe-9 was, where it came from, who approved it, who covered it up. That data is the most important thing in this building, and I will not let it burn. Jake looked at her, at the 3 memory cards on the lanyard around her neck, filled with photographs of everything they'd seen. At the camera that was her weapon, her tool, her moral center. We take the data with us, he said. Hard drives, servers, whatever we can carry. Amara, that's your responsibility. Cass, can you help with the extraction? I can pull drives from servers, yeah. Cass pushed their glasses up. I'll need an hour and some screwdrivers. You have tonight. We evacuate tomorrow at first light. That gives us 4 days before Helix's forward team arrives. And the horde is further out, maybe 5 or 6 days. And if they come early, then we move early. The plan is the same. Hold, evacuate, run. That night, Jake found Lucia on the aquarium's observation deck. She was sitting in her usual spot, a plastic chair positioned at the second-floor window that overlooked the parking lot and the land approach from the north. This was where she'd spent 3 months, watching, waiting, counting the infected and the days and the diminishing food supply and the probability that no one was coming. Jake sat in the chair beside her. Lucia didn't acknowledge his presence. She was looking at the parking lot, where the infected moved in their aimless circuits, their shapes dark against the lighter concrete. They sat in silence for 10 minutes. Jake didn't push, didn't talk, didn't try to be her father or her rescuer, or anything other than a person sitting in a chair beside her, sharing the dark. Walt was nice, Lucia said finally. The janitor. He was a Vietnam veteran. He told us stories about the war, funny stories, not scary ones. He made the little kids laugh. She paused. When he got bitten, he didn't tell us right away. He kept working for 6 hours, setting up the barricades, getting the water system running. Then he sat me down and gave me the keys and said, "You're the oldest one who's got their head screwed on right. That's you now." He was right. I was 11, Dad. I was 11 years old, and a man gave me a set of keys and told me to keep 7 kids alive. Her voice was steady, but underneath the steadiness, Something was vibrating, a frequency of anger or grief or both, held in check by the same force of will that had held the aquarium for 3 months. He locked himself in the maintenance closet. I heard him change, through the door. The sounds he made, he wasn't. She stopped, breathed. I heard him for 3 days. Then it stopped. Lucia, don't. The word was sharp, a blade. Don't say you're sorry. Don't say it wasn't my fault. Don't say I did a good job. She turned to face him, and in the dim light of the observation deck, her eyes were burning. Not with tears, but with something that came before tears. Something older and harder. You want to know what I did? I rationed the food by age. Youngest eat first. I made that rule on day 2, and I enforced it. Do you know what that means? It means I ate last. Every day. For 3 months. I'm 11 years old, and I've been voluntarily starving myself to keep 8-year-olds alive. Jake's chest constricted. The pain was physical, a squeezing that started behind his sternum and radiated outward, a grief so acute it felt like cardiac. And Connor? Lucia's voice dropped. Connor was 14. He was funny. He did impressions of the counselors who ran away. He made Devin laugh when nothing else could. And on day 23, he got bitten trying to get food from a car in the parking lot. He came back and he showed me the bite and he said, Lucia, what do I do? And I looked at him and her composure cracked. A hairline fracture, instantly sealed. I locked him in the storeroom and I waited and I heard him change. And you don't have to, I need to say it. I need you to hear it. She was shaking now. Not with cold. With the effort of releasing something she'd been holding for months. A confession that had no audience until now. He was still, when I opened the door, he was still moving. He was stage 3. He was standing in the corner and he turned and he came at me and She held up her hands. With a fire extinguisher, I hit him until he stopped. The observation deck was very quiet. Outside, the Gulf made its eternal sound. Inside, a father and a daughter sat in the dark, with the weight of 3 months of impossible choices between them. I'm not the person you came to find, Lucia said. Her voice was small now. Not the commander. Not the briefing officer. A child. I'm not the girl who liked octopuses and wanted to be a marine biologist. I'm the girl who killed a boy with a fire extinguisher and didn't cry about it until right now. She was crying. Finally, after 3 months, after holding the walls and rationing the food and hearing Walt change behind the closet door and doing what she had to do to Connor because there was no one else to do it. After all of that, in the dark, with her father beside her, Lucia Dominguez cried. Jake opened his arms. He didn't reach for her. Didn't pull her in. Held the space open and waited. Lucia looked at his open arms. She looked at the parking lot. She looked at her hands, which had held keys and knives and a fire extinguisher. She leaned against his shoulder. Not an embrace, a lean. The smallest possible physical contact. Her body rigid, her breath ragged, her hands still in her lap, but her shoulder against his chest. Her head tilted just enough to rest against his collarbone. Jake didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't do anything that might break the fragile architecture of this moment. You still like octopuses, he whispered. You're still the girl who likes octopuses. That part of you isn't gone. It's underneath everything else right now. And it'll come back. Lucia didn't answer, but she didn't pull away. And in the dark of the observation deck, with the dead walking below, and a kill team coming from the north, and a horde following a ghost in a lab coat, a father and his daughter sat together and breathed, and the breathing was enough. It wasn't the reunion Jake had imagined. It was smaller and harder and more real, and it contained more love than any fantasy could have held, because fantasies don't have room for fire extinguishers and locked doors and 3 months of starving yourself to feed the younger ones. This was real, and real was enough. Dawn on day 36, 4 days before Helix's estimated arrival. 5 or 6 before the shepherd's horde reached the aquarium. Jake gathered the full group, his survivors and Lucia's children, in the aquarium's main hall. 31 adults and teenagers, 8 children, 39 people in a blue-lit room, surrounded by circling fish. "Here's what we know," Jake said. "Helix Recovery is sending a team to this building. Their orders are to destroy the preclinical trial records and, their word, contain any witnesses. That means the children. That means us, now that we're here." He let that settle. Faces hardened around the room. Margot's pen stopped moving. Bull's fists clenched. Derek's jaw set with an expression that was no longer manufactured, the genuine face of a man who, lie or no lie, had learned what it meant to protect something. Behind Helix, at a greater distance, a large horde is approaching from the north. Approximately 1,500 infected, moving in a directed mass. They're being influenced by a variant infected we've been tracking since Galveston, a figure that appears to retain partial cognitive function. We call it the Shepherd. Murmuring, Jake let it pass. We cannot hold this building against both forces. We are not a military unit. We have limited weapons, limited ammunition, and 39 people, many of whom are children. The plan is not to fight to the last. The plan is to evacuate. He laid out the evacuation. The Bay Runner, loaded with essential supplies and all children, would depart from the aquarium's dock and run south to Mustang Island, a barrier island accessible only by the JFK Causeway Bridge, which could be barricaded. The adults who couldn't fit on the first run would hold the aquarium's waterfront side while the boat returned for a second trip. Amar and Cass will extract the Helix data from the aquarium's servers tonight. We take the evidence with us. When we reach Mustang Island, we broadcast it, the trial records, the evidence of Helix's responsibility, everything. On every frequency Cass can reach. The world needs to know what caused this. "And the Helix team?" Delia asked. They arrived to find an empty building, destroyed servers, and a horde on their doorstep. They have a helicopter and armored vehicles. They can handle the horde. What they can't do is recover evidence that's already been taken and broadcast. "They'll come after us," Derek said. "Maybe. But Mustang Island is defensible. The bridge is a choke point, and Helix's resources aren't infinite. They have 200 personnel. They can't commit them all to chasing us without leaving their base at Johnson Space Center vulnerable." Jake paused. "The bigger threat is the Shepherd. If the horde follows us south, we deal with that when it comes," Nina said. Her voice was flat, final, the voice of a woman who'd learned that planning beyond the immediate was a luxury the world no longer offered. One crisis at a time. First, we get the children out. Then, we worry about what follows. Agreed. The plan was set. People dispersed to their tasks. In the basement, Cass and Amara began extracting hard drives from the aquarium's research servers. On the roof, Theo and Marcus checked the solar panels and the rainwater collection system one last time. In the supply depot, Margot and Lucia, working together with the seamless efficiency of two people who spoke the same organizational language, packed essential supplies for evacuation. Jake stood in the main hall and watched the fish circle their tanks. The blue light was soothing, the old pre-outbreak kind of soothing, the kind that existed in aquariums and planetariums and other places designed to make humans feel small and peaceful. A sea turtle drifted past the glass, its flippers making slow, graceful strokes, its ancient face bearing an expression that could have been wisdom or could have been nothing at all. "Dad." He turned. Lucia was standing behind him, her evacuation pack over one shoulder, the keys still on the lanyard around her neck. She'd been to see Delia. Jake knew this because Delia had insisted on examining every child before the evacuation. And her expression was different. Not open, not the girl from the tide pool, but different, softer at the edges. "The octopus tank," she said, "in the invertebrate exhibit. There's an octopus, a giant Pacific octopus. I've been feeding it for 3 months. Fish from the touch tank. It knows me. When I come to the glass, it changes color. You want to bring it? It'll die if we leave it. The power will fail eventually. The filtration will stop. It'll die in a tank in an empty building. Jake looked at his daughter, at the knife on her belt and the keys around her neck and the aquarium pack on her shoulder, at the face that was hard and lean and old for 11 years, and at the eyes, which were just now, for this moment, the eyes of a girl who loved octopuses and couldn't bear to leave one behind. "We'll figure it out," he said. "Promise?" The word hung in the air, the same word from the tide pool, 2 years and a lifetime ago. "Promise me you'll always come when I need you." "I promise," Jake said. Lucia looked at him. The hard mask was still there. The commander was still present. But underneath it, visible now, fragile, blinking in the light like something newborn, was the girl. "Okay," she said and walked away. Jake stood in the blue light and watched the sea turtle drift and thought, she asked me to promise. That was something. That was the thread connecting the before and the after. The old world and the new. She still asked him to promise. She still believed promises meant something. It was enough. For now, it was enough. Outside, the gulf was flat and bright. The infected circled the parking lot. The shepherd walked south. Helix prepared. The clock ticked. And inside the aquarium, a man and his daughter began, slowly, painfully, to learn each other again. The evacuation plan survived 36 hours before the world tore it apart. Day 37 began with Amara on the observation deck, the telephoto lens pressed to her eye, scanning the northern approach. She'd been rotating with Kai, Lucia's 10-year-old lookout, in 4-hour shifts, and the boy had developed a rapport with her that consisted mostly of shared silence and the occasional exchange of observations delivered in the clipped, efficient style they both preferred. "Something's different," Kai said. He was lying on his stomach at the window, a pair of binoculars Lucia had scavenged from the gift shop pressed to his face. "The ones in the parking lot, they're moving." Amara swung the telephoto. The infected in the parking lot, 30-odd wanderers who'd been circling aimlessly for weeks, had stopped circling. They were oriented, all of them, facing north, not moving toward anything, but aligned, like compass needles finding magnetic north. "Jake." Amara's voice was quiet, but it carried. "You need to see this." Jake climbed to the observation deck, took the telephoto from Amara, looked north. The horizon was wrong. It should have been flat, the coastal plain stretching to the limits of vision, unbroken except for the distant smudge of the harbor bridge. Instead, the horizon was textured, a dark line low to the ground, stretching across the full width of his field of view. It shimmered in the morning heat haze, and it moved. Not fast, not slow. The pace of walking, the pace of a tide coming in, unhurried, inevitable, vast. "The horde," Jake said. "It wasn't supposed to be here for 5 more days, Amar said. "It's moving faster." The shepherd accelerated them. Jake lowered the lens. His hands were steady. His mind was doing the math. Distance, speed, time. The horde was maybe 12 miles out. At walking pace, that was 4 to 5 hours. But the shepherd had demonstrated the ability to push infected into bursts of directed speed. It could be 3, it could be 2, if the horde smelled prey or heard sound. And Helix? Amara took the telephoto back, scanned west, toward the direction of the ship channel and the mainland beyond. Nothing visible. Their forward team is due in 3 days by the last transmission. So, the horde arrives first, by a significant margin. Jake's mind shifted gears. The evacuation plan had assumed a 4-day window. Time to extract data, pack supplies, load the boat, make 2 trips to Mustang Island. That window had just collapsed to hours. He descended to the main hall at a pace that was not quite running. The group was scattered through the building, some eating, some sleeping, some working on fortifications. Jake's voice, when he spoke, cut through the morning's routine like a blade. "Everyone, now!" They gathered. 39 faces in the blue light, some alert, some still blurred with sleep, all recognizing the tone. "The horde is 12 miles north, moving toward us. We have between 2 and 4 hours." Jake let the silence do its work. The evacuation timeline just compressed. "We load the bay runner now. First trip. All children, essential supplies, Delia, Margot, and Lucia. Second trip, everyone else. We move in 30 minutes. 30 minutes isn't enough to finish the server extraction, Cass said. Their face was tight with the particular anxiety of someone whose work was being truncated. I've pulled 6 of the 11 drives. The remaining 5 contain the bulk of the animal trial data. That's the evidence that proves Helix knew about the compound's transmissibility before human trials. How long? 2 hours, minimum. You don't have 2 hours. Then we lose the evidence. Cass's voice cracked. Jake, if we leave those drives, Helix destroys them. And then it's our word against a corporation with unlimited resources and no accountability. The world will never know. The world needs living witnesses more than it needs hard drives. Jake looked at Amara. How much do you have? Photographs of the server room, the file headers, the research logs. I've been documenting everything I could access. The photographs aren't as comprehensive as the raw data, but they're proof. They show Helix's name on the documents, the trial dates, the results summaries. Then that's what we have. Cass, pull the 6 drives and pack them. Leave the rest. Move. Cass's jaw clenched. They adjusted their glasses, a nervous habit that had become, over the weeks, as much a part of their identity as the glasses themselves. They turned and went to the basement without another word, and Jake heard the rapid clatter of screwdriver against server chassis. Lucia! Jake found his daughter at the supply depot, already packing. She'd heard his announcement and begun the evacuation procedure she'd clearly rehearsed. The motions were automatic, efficient, the muscle memory of a child who'd planned for this moment for weeks. Get the children to the dock. Now. The octopus, Lucia said. Lucia, I can transport it. The aquarium has portable containment tanks. They use them for animal transfers, filled with seawater, battery-powered aerator. It's already packed. I did it 2 days ago. Jake looked at his daughter, at the portable tank sitting in the corner of the depot, already filled, already aerated. She'd prepared this. While he'd been planning evacuations and server extractions and military contingencies, his 11-year-old daughter had been packing an octopus. You packed it 2 days ago. I told you. It knows me. She lifted the tank by its handles. It was heavy, 30 pounds of water and cephalopod, and she handled it with the practiced ease of someone who'd been carrying heavy things for 3 months. The children are already at the rally point. I briefed them last night. You briefed them. I brief them every night. We've had evacuation drills since day 5. 8 drills, average time from alert to dock. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. She looked at him. I've been ready for this since before you got here, Dad. She walked toward the dock access corridor. Devon, the 8-year-old shadow, appeared at her side within seconds, her small hand finding Lucia's sleeve. Behind them, the other children filed out of the sleeping quarters, in a line that was both orderly and heartbreaking. Small people with packs too big for them, moving with the disciplined silence of soldiers, a fraction of their age. Jake watched them go and felt the thing in his chest tighten again. The grief and pride and love and rage that had become his constant internal weather since the observation deck conversation. His daughter didn't need rescuing. She needed backup. The loading took 40 minutes, not 30. The bay runner's capacity was the bottleneck, and fitting 8 children, 3 adults, essential supplies, and a portable octopus tank required the spatial reasoning of someone who packed moving trucks for a living. Margot handled it, her notebook abandoned in favor of direct, physical problem solving, her short body wedged into impossible spaces as she rearranged packs and containers with the 3-dimensional intelligence of a Tetris champion. Jake was on the dock, handing supplies down to the boat, when Amara called from the observation deck. Jake, the horde. It's closer than estimated. He climbed to the deck, took the telephoto. The dark line on the horizon was no longer on the horizon. It was 8 miles out, maybe 7, visible to the naked eye as a mass that seemed to darken the landscape itself, a stain spreading south across the coastal plain. And through the telephoto, details, individual figures, thousands of them, moving with the same directional alignment as the parking lot wanderers. Stage 3 and Stage 4, mixed together. The fast and the slow. The recently turned and the months decayed. And at the center of the mass, visible only at maximum zoom through the heat distortion, a figure that walked upright with the deliberate, directed gait of something that knew where it was going. The shepherd, in the shredded remnants of a lab coat, walking toward the aquarium with the same implacable certainty that Jake had walked toward it from the other direction. 5 miles, Amar said. At their current pace, 90 minutes. Maybe less if the shepherd pushes them. Jake descended, his feet on the stairs, his mind on the math. The bay runner could make the run to Mustang Island in 30 minutes. Return trip, 30 minutes. Loading the second group, 20 minutes. Total time for 2 trips, 1 hour and 20 minutes. The horde was 90 minutes out. A 10-minute margin. 10 minutes between evacuation and annihilation. Derek. Jake found the former car salesman checking the AR-15's magazine for the 3rd time. The nervous habit of a man who'd learned weapon maintenance from YouTube and practiced it like a rosary. I need you and Bull on the north perimeter. Not to fight, to watch. The moment you see the leading edge of the horde enter the parking lot, you fall back to the dock. No heroics, no stands. You run. Copy. Derek racked the magazine with a clean, practiced motion. Jake, what I want you to know. Whatever happens, save it. Tell me on Mustang Island. Derek's mouth closed. He nodded, shouldered the rifle, and moved toward the north entrance, where Bull was already stationed. The big man standing at a window, his machete in one hand, his eyes fixed on the parking lot with the flat concentration of a coach watching the opposing team's warm-up. First boat leaves now, Jake said. To Delia, you're on the first trip. Get the children to Mustang Island, find shelter, set up medical. Do not wait for us. If we don't arrive within 2 hours, I'll wait, Delia said. If we don't arrive within 2 hours, you take those children and you survive. That's an order. You're a biology teacher, Jake. You don't give orders. Then it's a request. From a friend to a friend. Delia looked at him. Her pale eyes were steady, but something moved behind them. The complicated calculus of a woman who carried a bottle she'd never opened, and a skill set that the world desperately needed, and a debt to the man who'd trusted her with both. 2 hours, she said. Not a minute more. Not a minute more. The bay runner's engines started. The sound was brutal in the morning stillness, a mechanical roar that would draw infected from a mile in every direction. In the parking lot, the aligned wanderers turned toward the sound, oriented, and began shuffling toward the dock side of the building. Go, Jake said. The boat pulled away from the dock. Jake watched it recede, the white wake spreading on the flat bay, the small figures on board growing smaller, the purple backpack that Lucia wore shrinking to a dot. She was at the stern, looking back, not waving, just looking. Her face, at this distance, was unreadable. He raised his hand, not waving either, just raised. A signal, an acknowledgement. I see you, I'm here, I'll follow. The boat diminished, turned south, disappeared around the point. Jake turned north. The horde was coming. 23 people remained at the aquarium, waiting for the boat to return. The math had to work. There was no alternative to the math working. The 10-minute margin evaporated in the time it took Jake to return to the building. Jake. Theo was at the radio, his face ashen. Cass intercepted a new Helix transmission. The forward team isn't 3 days out. They're here. What? Helicopter. Inbound from the northwest. Cass got the pilot's chatter. They're 10 minutes out. They must have accelerated their timeline when they detected radioactivity at the aquarium. Theo's hands were shaking. He shoved them into his pockets. The helicopter's carrying an advance team, 4 personnel, armed. The horde from the north, the helicopter from the northwest, the bay runner 30 minutes away and 30 minutes back. Jake stood in the main hall, surrounded by fish tanks and blue light and 22 people who were looking at him with the faces of people who knew the math had failed, and he felt the system's thinking brain, the biology brain, the ecology brain, engage with a cold, rapid clarity that was both his greatest gift and his most frightening quality. The horde was a natural force, mindless, directed, unstoppable, The helicopter was a precision instrument, targeted, armed, intelligent. Between the two, the aquarium was a vice, and the jaws were closing. Change of plan, Jake said. His voice was calm. The calm surprised him. The Horde and Helix arrive at roughly the same time. That's not a problem. That's an opportunity. How is that an opportunity? Cass asked, their voice climbing. Because they'll hit each other. The Horde will reach the parking lot from the north. The helicopter will approach from the northwest. Helix's advance team will land in a parking lot that's about to be flooded with 1,500 infected. Their attention will be on the Horde, not on us. And we go out the back, the dockside. The boat returns, we load, we go. Jake looked at the group, but the timing has to be exact. If we're on the dock when the Horde rounds the building, we're exposed. We need the Horde to be engaged with Helix, and we need to be on the water before either of them realizes we're gone. That's a hell of a window, Bull said from the north perimeter. That's the only window we have. Jake turned to Cass. Can you broadcast from the boat? The portable rig. Yes, reduced range, but set it up. We broadcast the Helix data from Mustang Island. Every frequency. Every direction. The evidence goes out whether we survive or not. Cass nodded. Their hands were already moving, disconnecting the radio equipment from the wall outlet and packing it into the portable kit with the speed of someone who'd practiced this procedure dozens of times. Theo, the aquarium's emergency generator. How much diesel is left? Maybe 10 gallons. Why? Can you rig it to blow? Theo stopped humming. Actually, he hadn't been humming. The absence of melody was its own indicator, a barometric drop in the group's emotional weather. He looked at Jake, and in his eyes, Jake saw the engineer's mind working. Not the emotional response, but the mechanical one. The calculation of fuel, ignition, blast radius. 10 gallons of diesel won't blow. Diesel doesn't detonate like gasoline. It burns. But if I mix it with the pool chemicals from the maintenance closet, chlorine, hydrochloric acid, ammonia, I can create something that'll burn hot and fast. Hot enough to destroy the servers and the records that Helix wants. He paused. And if I set it in the basement, near the gas lines to the kitchen, Theo, the building won't explode, but it'll burn. And once the records are gone, Helix has no reason to stay. Their mission objective ceases to exist. Theo's eyes were bright. The engineer's excitement that came from solving a problem, even when the problem was pyrotechnics in an occupied building. I can rig it with a timer. Chemical timer, no electronics needed. 45 minutes from activation to ignition. Do it. Theo went to work. Jake watched him go. The red-bearded engineer with chemical burn scars on his arms and a Beatles tune in his head, descending into the aquarium's basement to build an incendiary device from pool chemicals and diesel fuel. The world had turned a man who fixed oil rigs into a demolition specialist. The world turned everyone into something. The next 40 minutes were the longest and the shortest of Jake's life. Bull and Derek at the north perimeter, watching the Horde approach. The dark mass was visible now without binoculars, a stain on the landscape that grew and darkened and resolved at the edges into individual figures. Thousands of them. The sound preceded them, the drone, the bass note vocalization of a mass of infected moving with shared purpose, a sound that was felt in the chest before it was heard by the ears. Amara on the observation deck, tracking both the Horde and the northwestern sky where the helicopter would appear. Her camera clicked in steady rhythm, documenting the convergence, the evidence, the history that was about to be written. Cass in the main hall, packing the radio with shaking hands, the 6 extracted hard drives in a waterproof bag pressed against their chest like a talisman. Nina, despite Jake's protests, scouting the dock perimeter, checking sight lines, counting the infected that had drifted toward the building's waterfront side. She moved with the same silent efficiency, but Jake noticed the adjustments. The way she braced her lower back when she crouched, the way her hand rested on her abdomen during transitions. 12 weeks pregnant, scouting a zombie-infested perimeter. Jeremiah, standing in the main hall with his Bible and the radio pack, praying. Not the public prayers, the private ones. The angry, bargaining, desperate whispers of a man who didn't believe in God and was asking God for help anyway, because the situation had exceeded the capacity of unbelief. Margot, going through the supply depot one final time, her notebook open, her pen moving, counting what they'd leave behind, recording it, because even the losses deserved documentation. And Jake, moving between all of them, holding the plan together with nothing but his voice and his presence and the stubborn, irrational, life-defining refusal to accept that some problems were unsolvable. At the 35-minute mark, two things happened simultaneously. The Bay Runner appeared on the southern horizon, returning from Mustang Island. Jake saw it from the dock, a white shape growing, the twin engines leaving a wake that caught the morning sun. And from the northwest, a sound, the deep rhythmic thudding of a helicopter's rotors. "Helix is here," Amara called from the observation deck. "Black helicopter, military configuration, coming in fast." "Horde entering the parking lot," Bull called from the north perimeter. "God almighty, Jake, I can't count them. They're everywhere." Jake stood on the dock and looked north. The aquarium's bulk blocked his direct view of the parking lot, but he could hear the horde. The drone had become a roar, a wall of sound that was part vocalization and part footfall, and part the grinding, scraping, shuffling friction of thousands of bodies moving against each other and against the concrete. The building trembled, a subsonic vibration that Jake felt in his teeth and his joints, the physical impact of mass in motion. From the northwest, the helicopter appeared above the building's roofline, sleek, black, unmarked. It circled once, banking sharply, and Jake saw figures in the open side door, helmeted, armed, looking down at a parking lot that was filling with infected like a basin filling with water. The helicopter banked again, hovering now over the parking lot. Jake couldn't see what the crew was seeing, but he could imagine it. 1,500 infected flooding the space below them, flowing around vehicles and over barriers, and against the aquarium's north wall with the mindless, relentless pressure of a liquid finding every gap. A burst of gunfire from the helicopter. Then, sustained fire. The heavy rhythmic chatter of a mounted weapon pouring rounds into the mass below. The sound was massive, industrial. The sound of a machine designed to kill at scale, being used at full capacity. The horde didn't stop. The horde didn't even slow. The gunfire killed dozens. Jake could hear the impacts, the wet, heavy sounds of bodies falling. But dozens out of 1,500 was statistical noise. The mass kept pushing. The drone kept building. "Bay Runner's at the dock," Theo shouted from the waterfront. He was running from the basement, his hands stained with chemicals, his face flushed with the heat of his work below. "Timer's set. 43 minutes. Jake reached the dock. The Bay Runner was there, Delia at the helm, the boat empty of passengers, ready for the second load. 22 people surged toward the dock, packs on backs, moving with the desperate efficiency of people who could hear the horde and the helicopter and the clock, and knew that the margin between life and death was measured in seconds. "Load! Go! Move!" They loaded. Not neatly, not efficiently. Bodies piling into the boat with the urgency of people fleeing a fire, which was exactly what they were. The Bay Runner settled lower in the water with each addition, the freeboard decreasing, the waterline climbing. 22 people in a boat rated for 12. The engines would work harder. The speed would drop. But they would fit. Bull was last. He came from the north perimeter at a pace that was remarkable for a man with a prosthetic leg, not running but moving fast, his body compensating for the limb's limitations with upper body momentum and sheer will. Behind him, Derek, sprinting, the AR-15 bouncing on its sling. "They're coming around the building," Derek shouted. "East side. They'll be at the dock in 2 minutes." Jake looked east. The horde, blocked by the aquarium's north wall, was flowing around the building's sides like water around a rock. The leading edge was visible at the building's eastern corner, figures stumbling into view, orienting on the dock, on the boat, on the sound of the engines. "Everyone in?" "Theo's not here." Nina was counting heads. Where's Theo? Jake's stomach dropped. He looked at the building, at the dock access door, which was open, the interior dim beyond it. He went back, Cass said. Their voice was thin. He said the timer mechanism wasn't right. He said the chemical reaction was unstable, and he needed to adjust it or the whole thing might fail. How long? He said 5 minutes. Jake looked at the horde. The leading edge was 200 yards from the dock, closing fast. 2 minutes, maybe less. He looked at the building, at the open door. He looked at the boat. 21 people, alive, waiting. Go, Jake said to Delia. Jake, take the boat. Get these people to Mustang Island. I'm getting Theo. You can't. Delia, go. Delia's face contorted. She grabbed the throttle. The engines roared. The boat surged away from the dock, 21 people clutching the gunnels and each other, the hull riding dangerously low, the wake churning brown water. Jake turned and ran into the building. The aquarium's interior was dim, blue-lit, and trembling. The horde's pressure against the north wall transmitted through the concrete as a continuous vibration that made the fish in their tanks scatter and the lights flicker. Jake ran through the main hall, past the shark tank, past the jellyfish gallery, toward the basement stairs. Theo! No answer. The sound of the horde was louder inside, channeled by the corridors, amplified by the concrete, a bass roar that made the air itself feel thick. Jake took the basement stairs 3 at a time. The stairwell was dark. The emergency lighting down here had failed, and Jake navigated by the feel of the railing and the glow of his flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness in a cone that revealed concrete walls, exposed pipes, and the acrid chemical smell of Theo's device. Theo! A sound from ahead, coughing. Then a voice, hoarse but steady. Down here. The timer's jammed. The chemical reaction vessel cracked and the acid is eating through the... I need 3 more minutes. Jake found him. Theo was in the basement's mechanical room, kneeling beside a contraption that looked like a science fair project from hell. Plastic containers, rubber tubing, a diesel fuel canister, and what appeared to be a clock mechanism stripped from an alarm clock and wired to a sparking ignition system. Theo's hands were blistered from chemical burns, fresh ones overlaying the old scars on his arms, and his face was tight with pain and concentration. The acid ate through the first containment, Theo said, not looking up. I'm rerouting through the backup vessel. If I can get the ignition relayed... He coughed again. The chemical fumes in the basement were thick. Jake's eyes were watering, his throat burning. 2 minutes. I just need 2 minutes. We don't have 2 minutes. The horde is at the dock. Then I need 1 minute. Theo's hands moved with the sure, quick precision of an engineer who'd spent his career solving mechanical problems under pressure, on rigs and storms, in situations where a wrong connection meant explosion and death. The timer's not going to work. The acid compromised it. I'll have to trigger it manually. Manually meaning? Meaning someone stays. Theo looked up. His face was calm. Not the forced calm of performance. The genuine calm of a man who just completed a calculation and accepted the result. The chemical reaction, once I mix the final components, takes about 90 seconds. That's not enough time to reach the dock. Not with the horde outside. Theo, no. The building has to burn, Jake. The records have to be destroyed. If Helix gets those remaining drives, they reconstruct the data, they cover their tracks, and the world never knows what they did. The 6 drives you took aren't enough. They're supporting evidence, not the primary data. The primary data is in those 5 drives in the server room upstairs. And the only way to make sure Helix doesn't get them is fire. We'll find another way. There is no other way. You know that. The systems guy in your brain has already done the math. Theo met his eyes. The chemical fumes were making them both tear up, which was convenient, because it disguised whatever else might have been in their eyes. Jake, I fix things. That's what I do. That's who I am. I was an electrician on an oil rig who cut corners and got 2 men killed and spent 5 years hating myself for it. And now I get to fix something that matters. I get to make sure the evidence burns before the bad guys get it. I get to... His voice cracked, not from fumes. Tell them it worked. When it's done, tell them Theo fixed it. Jake looked at the man kneeling in the basement of an aquarium at the end of the world, holding a cracked chemical vessel in blistered hands, offering his life as the final mechanical component in a device of his own creation. Theo Kessler, 28, offshore electrician, nervous talker, hummer of Beatles songs, the man who could fix anything. "I won't leave you here," Jake said. "You will, because your daughter's on a boat heading for Mustang Island, and she needs her father, and I need you to go." Theo's hands resumed their work, connecting a tube, positioning a vessel, the precise motions of a man assembling something that would kill him. "Also, I'm not brave, Jake. I've never been brave. I talk too much because I'm scared all the time, and I hum because the silence makes me think about the men I killed on the rig. But this I can do. This is an engineering problem with a clear solution. I'm good at engineering problems." "Theo, go." Theo's voice hardened. The softness, the nervousness, the self-deprecating chatter, all of it fell away. And what remained was steel. "Get out of the building. Get to the water. Swim if you have to. The boat will come back for you. But you have to be alive when it does." Above them, a sound that made Jake's blood freeze. The grinding, splintering crash of the north wall barricade failing. The horde was inside the building. "Go!" Theo shouted. Jake went. He ran up the basement stairs, through the mechanical room corridor, into the main hall. The blue light was flickering wildly now. The horde's pressure on the building was disrupting the electrical systems, and the fish tanks were sloshing, water splashing over the rims. At the far end of the hall, the north barricade was buckling, furniture and shelving units being pushed inward by the sheer mass of bodies pressing against them. Through the gaps, gray hands reached and gray faces pushed, and the drone was deafening, a wall of sound that flattened Jake's thoughts into a single imperative. Move. He ran for the dock, through the waterfront corridor, past the gift shop, past Margot's supply depot, past the empty sleeping quarters, where 39 people had slept the night before. The dock access door was open. Beyond it, daylight, the flat glitter of the bay, the dock, and beyond the dock, open water. Jake burst through the door and onto the dock, and the dock was not empty. 3 infected had found it. Stage 3, recently turned, still coordinated enough to navigate the narrow concrete pier. They were between Jake and the water, and behind Jake, the building was filling with the horde, and the helicopter was overhead. He could hear it, the rotors, the gunfire, Helix's crew engaging the mass of infected that was consuming the parking lot. And the bay runner was gone, somewhere south, carrying 21 people to safety. Jake had the fish knife and the machete. 2 bladed weapons. 3 infected. He didn't think. The fish knife went into the first one, the Ikijimi strike, brainstem, clean, and the body dropped. The second lunged and Jake sidestepped. The boat deck balance, the instinct that had saved him from the crawler, and the machete came around in a horizontal arc that caught the infected at the temple. It fell. The third was on him, hands grasping, mouth opening, the smell of lethe compound and decay filling his nostrils. And Jake drove the machete upward, through the lower jaw, through the palate, into the brain. The infected convulsed and went limp, its weight dragging Jake forward, and he fell to one knee on the dock, the dead thing collapsing over him. He pushed it off, stood. The dock was clear. The building behind him was not. Infected were pouring through the dock access door now, flooding the corridor, flowing toward the daylight. Jake ran to the end of the dock and jumped. The water was warm, Gulf warm, bath warm, and brown, and it closed over his head with a rush of bubbles and salt that filled his nose and stung his eyes. He surfaced, gasping, and swam. Not toward shore, there was no safe shore. Toward open water, toward the bay, away from the building that was about to become an inferno, and the horde that was consuming it. He swam 200 yards before he stopped. Treading water, breathing hard, he turned back. The aquarium was overrun. The horde flowed around and through it like water, through a broken dam. Infected pouring from every door and window. filling the parking lot, the plaza, the dock. The helicopter was still overhead, its gunner still firing, the rounds stitching across the mass of bodies with a sound like 1,000 hammers on 1,000 anvils. And then the building lit up. Not an explosion. Theo had been right about that. A fire. It started as an orange glow in the basement windows, then climbed floor by floor, room by room, with a speed that spoke to the chemical accelerants Theo had mixed. The main hall's glass walls went first, the heat shattering them inward, and fire poured into the space where the fish tanks had been, where the blue light had made everything feel like an underwater cathedral. The shark tank burst, the jellyfish gallery ignited. The sea turtle's tank cracked and the water hissed into steam. The fire reached the upper floors, the observation deck, where Lucia had sat for 3 months watching the parking lot, the sleeping quarters, where 8 children had huddled together in the dark, the supply depot, where Margot's system and Lucia's system had merged into something that was both and neither and new. The roof caught, the solar panels buckled and melted, the rainwater collection system, Lucia's engineering, her survival architecture, collapsed into the flames. The fire burned, and the horde burned with it. Hundreds of infected trapped inside the building, their bodies kindling, the lethe compound in their tissues combusting with a chemical ferocity that turned each body into its own fuel source. The drone changed, from the bass vocalization of a horde to the higher, sharper sound of things burning, a sound that was half scream and half chemistry. Jake treaded water in the bay and watched the aquarium burn and thought, Theo. The engineer was in the basement, at the center of the fire, where he'd mixed the chemicals and triggered the reaction and stayed because the timer was broken and someone had to stay. Theo Kessler, who hummed Yellow Submarine and talked too much and fixed things, who had killed 2 men on an oil rig and carried the weight for 5 years and put it down, finally, in a basement in Corpus Christi, by choosing to be the thing that worked when everything else failed. Jake didn't cry. He was in the water. The Gulf was salt enough. The bay runner found him 40 minutes later. He'd been swimming south, parallel to the shore, keeping 100 yards between himself and the bank, where infected milled and stumbled. The water was his element. He'd grown up in it, learned to swim before he learned to ride a bike, spent his life on and in the Gulf. The swim was long and exhausting, but it was the one skill he possessed that the apocalypse hadn't taught him. This one was his, from before. Nina was at the helm. She'd taken the boat back alone, refused to let anyone else come, refused to wait for a group decision, simply started the engines and headed north. "You don't leave people in the water," she said when Jake hauled himself over the gunwale, dripping and gasping. "That's the rule." "Whose rule?" "Mine." She turned the boat south. "Where's Theo?" Jake didn't answer. Nina looked at his face. She didn't ask again. The ride to Mustang Island took 30 minutes. The island appeared as a low, sandy bar on the southern horizon, separated from the mainland by the Laguna Madre, a shallow, hypersaline body of water that the infected, with their instinctive avoidance of deep water, would not cross. The JFK Causeway Bridge was the only vehicle access, and as they approached, Jake could see that the bridge had already been partially barricaded, cars and debris pushed into a crude wall at the island end by someone in his group. Bull. Of course, bull. The man couldn't resist a defensive line. The group was waiting on the beach, 38 people, Jake's survivors and Lucia's children minus Theo, standing on white sand under a blue sky, watching the boat approach. The fire was visible to the north, a column of black smoke rising from the Corpus Christi waterfront, the aquarium burning, its records and its memories feeding the same flame. Jake climbed out of the boat onto the beach. His legs gave out. He went to his knees in the sand and stayed there, head bowed, water dripping from his hair and his clothes, the salt on his skin indistinguishable from the salt on his face. Delia was there, her hand on his shoulder. "Theo," she said, not a question. The timer failed. He triggered it manually. Jake's voice failed. He tried again. Tell them it worked. That's what he said. Tell them Theo fixed it. Delia's hand tightened on his shoulder. Behind her, the group was silent. 37 people processing the information. The loss, the sacrifice, the mathematics of survival that had traded one life for many and left the remainder to carry the weight of the trade. Cass was the first to speak. Did he get out? No. Silence. He was the bravest person I ever met, Cass said. Their voice was steady and shattered simultaneously. He talked too much, and he hummed that stupid song, and he was the bravest person They stopped, adjusted their glasses, pulled the radio kit from the boat, and began setting it up on the beach, with hands that were trembling so badly the connections took 3 tries each. Bull stood apart from the group, his back to them, facing north. His massive shoulders were hunched in a way Jake had never seen. The posture of a man absorbing an impact, a body blow. The kind that doesn't knock you down, but takes something out of you that doesn't come back. His right hand was touching his prosthetic leg, the habitual gesture, the unconscious reminder of what he'd already lost, now joined by the new loss that would ride alongside the old. He was a good kid, Bull said, to the north, to the smoke, to Theo. He was a good goddamn kid. They buried no one. There was no body to bury. But Jeremiah held a service on the beach at sunset, standing in the red light with his Bible open and his voice, that deep, resonant, room-filling voice, carrying across the sand and the water and the wind. I have been a man of faith for 40 years, Jeremiah said, and I have been a man without faith for 40 days. I do not know which state is truer. I do not know if the God I spent my life preaching about is listening, but I know this. Theo Kessler was afraid every day of his life in this new world, and he acted with courage every one of those days. And on the last day, he did something that I, with all my years of talking about sacrifice, have never had the courage to do. He stayed. The sunset painted the gulf in shades of blood and gold. The smoke from the aquarium was still visible to the north, a dark thread against the luminous sky. If there is a God, Jeremiah continued, and if that God is just, then Theo Kessler's in the arms of something larger than this broken world. And if there is no God, if this is all there is, this sand and this water and this fading light, then Theo Kessler's in something larger still. He is in us, in our survival, which he made possible, in our memory, which will carry him forward, in the sound we will never hear again, the sound of a man humming while he works, because the work was its own prayer. The group was silent. 38 people on a beach, some standing, some sitting, some kneeling in the sand. The children were grouped together. Lucia's aquarium kids and Jake's traveling children intermingled now, the boundaries between the two groups dissolving in the shared experience of loss. Sophie, the 4-year-old who'd been silent for days, was sitting in Bull's lap, her head against his broad chest, and Bull's arms were around her and his eyes were wet, and he wasn't trying to hide it. Cass played something on the radio, not a broadcast, not a frequency. They'd recorded Theo humming Yellow Submarine 3 days earlier, a fragment of audio captured on the cassette recorder during a quiet moment on the boat. They played it now through the radio's small speaker, and the tinny, imperfect melody drifted across the beach, and people who had heard that humming every day for weeks, who had found it annoying, then comforting, then necessary, heard it one last time and understood what its absence would mean. The recording ended. Static hissed from the speaker. The waves broke on the sand. The Gulf didn't care. Jeremiah closed his Bible. Amen, he said, and for the first time since his congregation died, his voice held something that might have been not faith, not yet, but the space where faith might grow. An empty plot, turned and waiting. The days on Mustang Island settled into a rhythm that was half fortress, half homestead. The island was ideal for defense. 30 miles long, narrow, flat, with the Gulf on one side and the Laguna Madre on the other. The JFK Causeway Bridge was the only access point, and Bull organized its fortification with the same X and O tactical mind he'd applied to football for 20 years. Vehicle barricades, choke points, fields of fire for the 2 remaining firearms, watch rotations that covered 24 hours in overlapping shifts. Third and long, Bull said, sketching the bridge defense in the sand with a stick. That's what this is. They've got the numbers, but we've got the choke point. You don't try to stop the whole play, you stop it at the line of scrimmage. Make them come through one gap, and you stack the gap. He drew X's and O's. Jake didn't fully understand the football metaphor, but the tactical principle was sound. Funnel, concentrate, deny. The Causeway Kings were a concern. If their franchise had expanded this far south, the bridge could be contested. But a scouting run by Nina and Derek to the mainland end of the bridge revealed no human presence, just infected, scattered, and disorganized, the normal ambient population of a depopulated coastal area. The bridge was theirs. They established camp in a beachside vacation rental complex, a row of stilt houses on the Gulf side, elevated 10 feet on pilings, accessible by exterior stairs, that could be barricaded from the top. The houses were furnished, which felt surreal. Couches, beds, decorative shells on bathroom counters, welcome mats that said things like sandy toes and salty kisses. The domesticity of the decorations against the reality of their situation created a dissonance that nobody commented on and everyone felt. Margot took over supply management with her usual ferocity. The vacation rentals had kitchens, stocked with vacation staples, crackers, canned soup, wine, inexplicable quantities of ranch dressing that she cataloged with grim efficiency. Fresh water came from a neighborhood well that Theo would have loved. It was rigged with an electric pump that was useless, but the manual backup worked, and the aquifer water was clean and cold. Jake thought about Theo every time someone drew water. The well's manual pump made a rhythmic squeak that was almost musical, and in the silence after each stroke, he heard the ghost of Yellow Submarine, and the absence was a hole that wouldn't close. Delia established a medical station in the largest house. She examined everyone. A thorough physical that was part medical necessity and part psychological reassurance. When she got to Nina, the examination took longer than the others, and when it was done, Delia came to Jake. Nina's pregnant, she told you. Weeks ago. She's in good health, considering 12 weeks. The baby's development appears normal based on what I can assess without imaging equipment. Delia paused. She needs proper nutrition, more than what we're rationing. Tell Margot. Margot will adjust. I already did. Margot said, and I quote, "The pregnant woman gets extra calories. It's in the notebook." A flicker of something that might have been a smile crossed Delia's face. Margot is terrifying in the best possible way. She is. Delia sat beside Jake on the porch of the house he'd claimed, a modest 2-bedroom with a view of the Gulf that, in the before times, would have cost $300 a night. She was quiet for a moment, looking at the water. I opened the bottle, she said. Jake went still. Not to use, to count. She pulled the orange prescription bottle from her med bag. It was open. She tipped it into her palm. White pills, oval, marked with pharmaceutical codes that Jake didn't know. 23 OxyContin. Each one is a dose. Each one is... She paused. I counted them because I needed to know what I was carrying. The weight, the exact weight, and I put them back, and I closed the bottle, and I didn't take one. She returned the pills, capped the bottle, put it back in the bag. 23, that's my number, that's the count. Every day I open the bottle, count them, put them back. It's a ritual, like Jeremiah's prayers. A thing I do to stay who I am. Is it working? Today it worked. She looked at the Gulf. Tomorrow is tomorrow's problem. They sat on the porch and watched the water and said nothing more. And the nothing was full, complete, a conversation without words that carried more weight than any speech. On day 39, Cass made contact. They'd been broadcasting continuously from the portable radio station set up in the vacation rental's living room. The Helix data, the ibuprofen advisory, their location and status, repeated in rotation on every frequency they could reach. Most of the broadcast disappeared into static, but on the evening of day 39, A response came through that was clear, strong, and organized. Mustang Island, this is New Baton Rouge. We copy your transmission. We are a survivor settlement in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Population 412. We have military protection, medical facilities, and functioning infrastructure. We are very interested in your Helix data. Can you confirm the source? Cass's eyes went wide behind their glasses. They keyed the mic with hands that were, for once, perfectly steady. New Baton Rouge, this is Cass Nguyen, Mustang Island, Texas. Source confirmed. Hard drives extracted directly from the Texas State Aquarium Research Server, a documented Helix Dynamics preclinical trial site. We have 6 drives containing partial data on the Lethe-9 compound, including animal trial results and internal communications. We also have photographic documentation of the remaining data. A pause, then, Mustang Island. How many survivors in your group? 38, including 8 children and 1 pregnant woman. Another pause. Longer. The static crackled and hummed. Then, Mustang Island, we are prepared to offer your group asylum and resources. We have agricultural capacity, water purification, and a defensible perimeter. We would also like to discuss the Helix data in detail. Are you able to travel? Negative at this time. We have a boat and limited fuel. We are currently fortifying our position on Mustang Island. Understood. We will attempt to establish a regular communication schedule. Please maintain your current frequency. New Baton Rouge, out. The radio went silent. Cass pulled off the headphones and sat back in the chair and looked at Jake and said, "There are people out there, organized people, with agriculture and water and military protection, and..." They stopped, adjusted their glasses. "We're not alone." "We never were," Jake said. But the feeling, the flood of relief, of connection, of the world being larger than the 38 people on this island, was overwhelming, and he had to sit down. And when he did, his hands were shaking. The Helix helicopter returned on day 40. Amara saw it first, a black dot on the northern horizon, growing, the rhythmic thud of rotors cutting through the morning calm. She was on the roof of the tallest stilt house, the telephoto lens mounted on a tripod she'd fashioned from closet hangers and duct tape, and her voice when she called down was the measured voice of a woman who had trained herself to observe without reacting. Helicopter. Same configuration as the aquarium. Heading south, following the coastline. It'll pass over us in approximately 4 minutes. Jake scrambled to the roof. Through the telephoto, he could see the helicopter clearly. Black, sleek. The markings that might have been there painted over or removed. It was flying low, maybe 500 feet, and as it crossed the line of the Laguna Madre, it banked toward the island. "They're looking for us," Jake said. "They can see the houses, the barricade on the bridge." Amara was clicking rapidly, the camera's motor drive capturing frame after frame. "If they have thermal imaging, they can count us." The helicopter passed over the camp at 300 feet. Jake felt the rotor wash, a hot, powerful downdraft that flattened the sea oats on the dunes and kicked sand into spirals. He looked up. Through the helicopter's side door, he could see a figure, helmeted, holding binoculars, looking down at the camp with the clinical assessment of a predator surveying prey. Then the helicopter banked east, toward the Gulf, and accelerated. Within minutes, it was a dot on the horizon. Then it was gone. "They know where we are," Nina said. She'd appeared on the ground below the house, looking up at Jake and Amara. Her face was tight. "They know our numbers, our position, our defenses. They'll come back." "Not by air," Jake said. "The helicopter is reconnaissance. Their combat capability is ground-based. The armored vehicles, the security teams. To reach us, they have to cross the Laguna Madre, which means the bridge." "Which means our choke point," Bull said, emerging from the barricade position where he'd taken cover when the helicopter appeared. "That's good for us. Single point of entry, stacked defense. But Jake, they've got armored vehicles. Our 2 pistols and an AR-15 aren't going to stop an armored column." Jake looked at the bridge. 2 lanes wide, half a mile long, with the barricade of vehicles and debris at the island end that Bull had built. It would stop infected. It would slow unarmored humans. It would do exactly nothing against the military-grade equipment that Helix Recovery possessed. We need more time, Jake said. Cass, contact New Baton Rouge. Tell them we may have a hostile corporate paramilitary force inbound. Ask what resources they can provide. They're in Louisiana, Jake. That's 500 miles. I know. But they have military protection. That means military communications. If they can reach FEMA, the National Guard, whoever's still operating, Helix is a private corporation conducting unauthorized military operations against civilian survivors. That's not legal even in the apocalypse. You think legality matters right now? I think it matters to whoever's running New Baton Rouge's military protection. Soldiers follow orders. Orders come from authority. Authority comes from law. If we can get someone with authority to tell Helix to stand down, that's a long shot, Hoss, Bull said. It's the only shot we have. Unless someone wants to take on armored vehicles with a fishing knife. Nobody volunteered. 3 days passed. 3 days of fortification, planning, broadcasting, and waiting. 3 days in which the group on Mustang Island began to transform from a survival band into something that looked, in its fragile and imperfect way, like a community. Margot organized the food production. The vacation rental complex had a swimming pool. Useless for swimming now, but useful as a container. She drained it, filled the bottom with soil from the dunes and compost from a landscape supply store Amara had spotted through the telephoto, and planted seeds from a garden center 2 miles up the island. In 6 weeks, she said, writing in her notebook, we'll have tomatoes, peppers, and beans. In 3 months, squash. It won't feed 38 people, but it supplements. 6 weeks is optimistic, Delia said. Everything is optimistic. Optimism is the notebook. Pessimism is not having one. Cass established a regular broadcast schedule, morning, afternoon, evening, transmitting the Helix data, the ibuprofen advisory, and Mustang Island's status. New Baton Rouge maintained contact, and other voices began to emerge. A group in Brownsville near the Mexican border. A fishing community on a platform in the Gulf. A military unit, badly depleted, holding a position at Fort Hood, 500 miles northwest. The radio became a web, fragile, sparse, but real. Human voices scattered across the broken landscape, reaching for each other across the static. Lucia began very slowly to thaw. It happened in increments so small that only Jake, watching with the desperate attention of a father learning his daughter's new language, could track them. On day 41, she sat next to him at dinner instead of across the room. On day 42, she asked him a question about a fish she'd seen from the beach. A logical question, a biology question. The kind of question she would have asked in the before times. On day 43, she brought him the portable octopus tank and said, I need to change the water. Help me. They changed the water together. The octopus, Lucia had named it Houdini, was a giant Pacific octopus, about 3 feet in tentacle span, with the remarkable skin color changing ability of its species. When Lucia reached into the tank, Houdini wrapped 2 tentacles around her arm with a gentle exploratory grip that made Jake's breath catch, because it was the first time he'd seen his daughter touched by a living thing without flinching. See, Lucia said, it knows me. Octopuses are incredibly intelligent. They can recognize individual humans. I know that, Dad. A flash of the old Lucia. The impatient, know-it-all 11-year-old energy that said, I already know everything you're about to teach me. Then the flash faded, and the harder, newer face returned. But the crack it left was wider than before. Lucia. Yeah? I'm proud of you. She looked at him. The assessment was there, the commander's gaze, the survivor's calculation. But underneath it, briefly, the child. I know, she said, and turned back to the octopus. It wasn't an embrace. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't the reunion from the movie in Jake's head. It was 2 people, sitting beside a tank of water, tending to a creature that had no idea the world had ended, and finding in that, tending a small, quiet place where the distance between them narrowed by an inch. An inch was enough. An inch was everything. Day 44. The Helix ground team arrived. Amara saw them at dawn. 3 vehicles approaching the mainland end of the JFK Causeway Bridge. Through the telephoto, the details were clear. 2 armored SUVs and a military-style transport truck, matte black, moving in convoy formation. The vehicles stopped at the bridge's mainland end, and figures emerged. Armed, armored, professional. Jake counted 12 through the lens. "That's their advanced ground team," he said. "The full force is still at Johnson Space Center. These are the operatives sent to complete the mission." 12 armored soldiers against 38 civilians, Derek said. He was at the bridge barricade, the AR-15 in his hands, his face set in an expression that was no longer a mask. Whatever Derek was feeling, fear, determination, the honest terror of a car salesman facing trained killers, was real and visible in his. "Those are bad odds. But they have to cross the bridge," Bull said. He was beside Derek, machete in one hand, the other resting on the barricade. Half a mile of open ground. Single lane once they pass the vehicle wall. And if their armored cars are too wide for the gap we left, they'll widen the gap, Nina said. "They have tools, training, explosives, probably. Then we make it expensive." Bull looked at Jake. "Hoss, I've been coaching defense for 20 years. I know how to make an offense pay for every yard. We can't stop them. But we can slow them, make them bleed for every foot of that bridge. And maybe, while they're bleeding, something changes." "Like what?" "Like that." Bull pointed north. Past the bridge, past the Helix vehicles, past the flat mainland landscape. Jake raised the telephoto. On the horizon, the dark line, the horde, the shepherd's horde, diminished by the aquarium battle but not destroyed, still moving south with the relentless, tidal inevitability that defined it. Smaller now, Amar estimated 800, down from 1,500, but still a mass, still directed, still following the remnant intelligence in the lab code. "The horde will hit the mainland side of the bridge within hours," Jake said. "The Helix is between us and the horde." "Same play as the aquarium," Derek said. "Helix engages the horde, we—" "No." Jake lowered the lens. "At the aquarium we ran. This time there's nowhere to run. The island is our position. We hold it or we lose everything." He looked at the bridge, at the Helix vehicles, at the horde on the horizon. But the horde changes Helix's calculus. They can't assault the bridge with 800 infected at their backs. They'll have to deal with the horde first, or they'll be overrun. "And while they're dealing with the horde," Nina said, "we fortify, improve the barricade, set up fallback positions, make the bridge absolutely impassable." Jake nodded. "Everyone who can work, to the bridge. Bull, you're in command of the defense. Derek, you're his second. Nina, I need you off the bridge. Shh, you're too valuable to risk in a fixed position. Jake, you're pregnant, Nina, and you're our best scout. I need you watching the flanks. And if Helix tries to cross the Laguna by boat, you're the early warning." Nina's jaw tightened, but she nodded. The pragmatist in her recognized the logic, even if the warrior resisted it. "Cass, broadcast everything. Our position, the Helix assault, everything. If New Baton Rouge or anyone else is listening, they need to know what's happening. On it." Cass was already at the radio, headphones on, fingers flying across the dials. The portable kit hummed with the energy of a desperate transmission, a signal flung into the ether, like a message in a bottle. The Helix team did not immediately assault the bridge. They established a position at the mainland end and waited. Through the telephoto, Jake watched them set up barriers, firing positions, a communication station with a satellite antenna. They were organized, professional, unhurried. They had the luxury of patience because they held the dominant force position. 12 trained operators with armored vehicles and military weapons against 38 civilians with 2 pistols and an AR-15. But the horde was coming, and the horde didn't care about force positions. At noon, a voice crackled through a bullhorn from the mainland end of the bridge. Female. Crisp. Corporate. Survivors on Mustang Island. This is Director Elaine Cross, Helix Recovery Division. We are aware of your possession of proprietary Helix Dynamics research data. This data is the intellectual property of Helix Dynamics, and its unauthorized possession constitutes a federal violation under the Biosecurity Research Protection Act. We are authorized to recover this data and to ensure the containment of any information that may pose a public health risk." The voice paused. The wind carried the sound across the half-mile bridge, distorted but intelligible. "We have no desire for conflict. Surrender the data drives and any copies, and your group will be permitted to remain on the island without interference. You have 2 hours to comply." Jake stood at the barricade and listened, and the voice, calm, professional, the voice of a woman who had reduced the apocalypse to a property dispute, made something inside him go cold and hard. He picked up the bullhorn they'd scavenged from a lifeguard station. "Director Cross, this is Jake Dominguez. We have your data, and we're not giving it back. The Lethe-9 compound was created by Helix Dynamics, tested at this location, fast-tracked through trials that your own records show were flagged for safety concerns, and released into the population through criminal negligence. Your data doesn't belong to you. It belongs to every person your company killed." Silence from the mainland end. "We've already broadcast the data on multiple frequencies. It's been received by survivor settlements across the Gulf Coast. Destroying the drives won't contain the information. It's out. The world knows. You're too late." More silence. Then Cross's voice, unchanged in tone, as if Jake's words were a minor contractual objection to be noted and overruled. "Mr. Dominguez, the data you've broadcast is incomplete. Without the primary trial records, which were destroyed in the aquarium fire, the partial data you possess is insufficient for definitive attribution. We appreciate your position, but the legal and scientific reality is that your broadcasts, while dramatic, do not constitute proof. People died because of your drug. People die in pharmaceutical trials. That's the nature of medical research. The scale of this particular adverse event is regrettable, but the liability framework—" "Regrettable?" Jake's voice cracked across the bridge. "You're standing in a world full of the Walking Dead, and you're talking about liability frameworks? Mr. Dominguez, I understand your emotional response. You have 2 hours. After that, we will recover the data by force. Cross out." The bullhorn clicked off. Jake stood at the barricade, his hands shaking, not with fear, but with a rage so deep it felt geological, tectonic, a plate shift in his moral architecture. This woman, this corporate functionary with her legal language and her authorized terminology and her regrettable adverse events, she was going to kill them. Kill children, kill Lucia, kill the baby growing inside Nina, to protect a stock price that would never be quoted again in a market that no longer existed. "Jake," Delia was beside him, her hand on his arm. "Breathe." He breathed. The rage didn't subside. It settled, sank into his bones, into the bedrock of who he was becoming, and hardened there into something permanent. "Bull," Jake said. "How long can we hold the bridge?" "Against 12 trained operators with armored vehicles." Bull's face was grim. "If they come straight at us, hours. The barricade's solid, the choke point's narrow, and they'll take casualties. But they'll push through eventually. Armored vehicles against a car barricade is a matter of time. What if they don't have the armored vehicles? Then it's 12 infantry against a fortified position with a narrow approach. That's different. We could hold that for a while. A long while, maybe. Then we need to remove the armored vehicles from the equation." Jake turned to the group. 38 faces. Some he'd known for weeks, some for days. All of them standing on a bridge at the end of the world, looking at him for a plan. "Amara, where's the horde?" 8 miles north. Estimated arrival at the mainland bridge end, 3 to 4 hours. When the horde arrives, Helix has 2 choices, retreat or fight. If they retreat, we win. They're gone and we hold the island. If they fight, the horde ties them down. 800 infected against 12 operators is overwhelming even with armored vehicles. While they're engaged with the horde, we have a window. "A window for what?" Derek asked. "For me to cross the bridge and destroy the vehicles." The silence was absolute. 38 people. The wind, the waves, the distant drone of the approaching horde. "You're insane," Nina said. "Probably. But I know how to move quietly, and I know water." Jake pointed at the Laguna Madre, the shallow body of water that separated the island from the mainland. "The bridge isn't the only crossing. The laguna is chest-deep in places. I can wade across, come up behind the Helix position while they're fighting the horde, disable the vehicles, and wade back. You'd be in the water with bottom walkers. The Laguna is hypersaline, much saltier than the bay. I don't think the infected who walked in have walked out. The salt concentration might be affecting them. I've seen no movement in the Laguna through the telephoto. You think. You don't know. I know that if those armored vehicles reach our barricade, we can't stop them. I know that the horde is coming and it will hit Helix from behind. And I know that 3 hours from now, in the chaos of a horde engagement, 12 operators aren't going to be watching the Laguna for a single man wading through chest-deep water. Nobody spoke. The plan was insane. It was also, as Derek noted, with the weary recognition of a man who'd been making do with insane plans for weeks. The only plan they had. I'll go with you, Derek said. No. Jake, you're needed at the barricade. Bull needs a shooter. You're the best we have. Jake looked at Derek, the car salesman from Katy, Texas, the man who'd lied his way into competence and was now offering to die for the truth. Hold the bridge, Derek. That's your job. You hold the bridge. Derek's jaw worked. His hand was tight on the AR-15's grip, but he nodded. Once. The nod of a man accepting an assignment he didn't like from a leader he'd chosen to follow. I'll go with Jake. Amara's voice quiet and certain. Everyone turned. She was standing at the edge of the group, camera around her neck, a scavenged rifle, a bolt action hunting rifle found in one of the vacation rentals, in her hands. He needs someone with a long-range scope to cover him from the mainland side. I can set up a position on the shore and provide overwatch while he moves on the vehicles. Amara, you're not a... I'm a competitive marksman. I've been shooting since I was 14. And my camera lens is the best optical scope in this group. She met Jake's eyes. Her gaze was level, unblinking, the steady patience of a woman who'd waited hours for a photograph and would wait hours more. You need a sniper, Jake. I'm the closest thing you have. Jake looked at her, at the camera and the rifle, at the scars on her cheeks that caught the afternoon light, at the 3 memory cards on the lanyard, the entire visual history of the outbreak, the evidence that could not be replaced. Give the memory cards to Cass, he said. If we don't come back, the data survives. Amara removed the lanyard, held it for a moment. The weight of thousands of photographs, thousands of moments, thousands of people alive and dead and in between. Then she placed it in Cass's hands. Guard them, she said. With my life, Cass said, and meant it. They waited for the horde. 3 hours, the longest 3 hours since the parking garage at UTMB. Jake sat at the barricade and cleaned the fish knife and the machete and tried not to think about what he was about to do. The knife's blade was nicked in 2 places from hitting bone. The crawler's skull, the infected on the dock. He honed it with a sharpening stone from a vacation rental kitchen set. The rhythmic scraping a meditation, a narrowing of attention to the immediate and the physical. Lucia found him. She sat beside him on the barricade. She didn't speak for a while. She watched him sharpen the knife with the focused attention she gave to everything. The commander's attention, the survivor's attention. The attention of a child who'd learned that details were the difference between alive and dead. You're going across, she said. Yes. It's dangerous. Yes. You might not come back. Jake set down the sharpening stone. He looked at his daughter, at her face, which was hard and lean and old and beautiful, at her eyes, which were his mother's eyes, his father's eyes, his eyes. I'll come back, he said. You can't promise that. No, but I can promise that I'll try. And I've been trying to get to you for 35 days. And I've crossed 200 miles of the worst this world has to offer. And I'm not stopping now. Lucia looked at the knife, at the machete, at her father's hands, which had hauled fishing nets and held chalk and written lesson plans and killed things that used to be people. Dad, yeah? When you come back. She stopped, started again. When you come back, can we look at the octopus together? I want to show you how Houdini changes color when I tap on the glass. There's a specific pattern, 3 taps and it turns red. I think it's a threat response, but it might be recognition. I'm not sure. Jake's throat closed. The tightness was absolute, a physical seal that held back everything. The grief, the joy, the love, the fear. His daughter was asking him to look at an octopus. She was asking him to be her father. She was asking him in the only language she had left to come home. "I'd love that," he said. Lucia nodded, stood, walked away. At the end of the barricade, she stopped and turned. "3 taps," she said. "Don't forget." She disappeared into the camp. Jake sat with the knife and the stone and the sound of the approaching horde and his daughter's voice in his ears. And he honed the blade until it was sharp enough to split a hair. And then he stood up and went to meet the end of the world. The horde reached the mainland bridge end at 4:47 p.m. Jake was in the water. The Laguna Madre was warm, bathwater warm, blood temperature, the kind of warmth that erased the boundary between body and environment. It was also shallow, chest deep on Jake, who was 5'11", and the bottom was mud so soft that each step sank him 6 inches. Walking through it was like walking through wet concrete, each step a negotiation between forward momentum and the suction that tried to hold him in place. The water was clear enough to see the bottom in the afternoon light, white sand, dark mud, occasional clumps of seagrass, and as Jake had feared and Nina had predicted, shapes, dark shapes, walking on the bottom. But they were few, much fewer than the waterway. And they were slow. The hypersaline water seemed to affect them, their movements even more sluggish than normal stage 4, as if the salt were desiccating them from the outside in. Jake gave them wide berths, wading in broad arcs around each dark silhouette, his heart a hammer in his chest, his eyes fixed on the mud beneath the surface. Amar was 50 yards to his left, moving parallel, the hunting rifle held above the water in both hands. She moved with the deliberate, patient stride of a woman accustomed to moving through terrain without disturbing it. The wildlife photographer's discipline, the ability to become part of the landscape. They crossed the laguna in 40 minutes. The mainland shore was mudflat, gray, featureless, exposed by the low tide. Beyond the mudflat, the road that led to the mainland end of the bridge, and beyond that, the helix position. The horde was audible before it was visible. The drone, that collective vocalization, amplified by 800 throats, rolled across the flat landscape like distant thunder. Then the shapes appeared on the northern horizon, the dark line resolving into individual figures, flowing south across the coastal plain. The helix team had heard it. Jake, prone on the mudflat, 300 yards from the helix position, watched through Amara's telephoto as the operators reorganized. The calm, patient setup of the morning was gone, replaced by rapid movement, shouted orders, the armored SUVs being repositioned to face north. Director Cross was visible, a tall woman in body armor, her posture rigid, her voice carrying across the flat ground as she directed her team. "North perimeter. All units north. The horde is primary. Forget the bridge." The helix team turned north. 12 operators, 2 armored vehicles, facing a wave of 800 infected that was closing fast. Jake moved. He came off the mudflat in a low run, angling toward the helix vehicles from the east. The blind side, the side facing the laguna that no one was watching, because no one expected a threat from that direction. The ground was hard-packed shell and sand, and his feet, bare, the shoes left on the island to avoid waterlogged weight, made almost no sound. The armored SUVs were parked 20 yards from the bridge's mainland end. Close together, engines off, the keys, Jake prayed, still inside. He reached the first vehicle, dropped to his knees behind it, the smell of exhaust and gun oil and human sweat. The sound of the approaching horde, much louder now, the drone becoming a roar. Gunfire erupted, the helix team engaging the horde. The sound was enormous, automatic weapons, controlled bursts, the disciplined fire of trained operators engaging a mass target. Rounds tore into the leading edge of the horde. An infected fell, dozens in the first volley, but the mass kept coming. 800 bodies, driven by the shepherd's gravitational pull, flowing around the fallen and over them and through them. Jake pulled the door handle on the first SUV. Locked. He moved to the second. Locked. He looked under the vehicle. The undercarriage was standard. Frame, axles, fuel tank. The fuel tank, the fish knife. 8 inches of German steel. He drove it into the fuel tank, aluminum soft enough to puncture, and twisted. Diesel fuel poured out, splashing onto the shell ground, spreading in a dark pool that caught the orange light of the lowering sun. He crawled to the second SUV. Same motion. Puncture. Twist. Fuel flowing. A shout from the helix position. Not aimed at Jake, aimed at the horde. The firing intensified. The drone intensified. The leading edge of the horde was 50 yards from the helix position and closing. Jake pulled the lighter from his pocket. A Bic, yellow, scavenged from a vacation rental's kitchen drawer, the kind of lighter used for birthday candles and barbecue grills. He flicked it. The flame was small, orange, ordinary. He touched it to the diesel pool. Diesel didn't ignite like gasoline. It needed heat, sustained heat, and the Bic's flame was marginal. Jake held it to the spreading pool and waited. The puddle smoked, darkened, and then, slowly, then all at once, caught. A low blue-orange flame that spread across the ground beneath both vehicles, licking at the punctured tanks, climbing the tires, finding the fuel lines. Jake ran. Behind him, the fire found the first SUV's fuel system. The ignition wasn't an explosion. Diesel vehicles don't explode like movies, but it was violent. A sustained eruption of flame that engulfed the vehicle from below. The tires bursting with flat percussive bangs, the windows cracking from heat, the interior catching with a whoosh of superheated air that Jake felt on his back from 30 yards away. The second SUV caught seconds later. Same pattern, fire from below, climbing, consuming. A helix operator turned, saw the burning vehicles, saw Jake running east toward the Laguna, raised a weapon. The shot came from Amara's position. 300 yards. The hunting rifle cracked, a single, clean report, and the operator stumbled, the round catching his body armor and knocking him sideways. Not a kill. The armor held, but enough to disrupt his aim. His return fire went wide, rounds snapping past Jake's head with the flat, angry sound of displaced air. Jake hit the water. The Laguna closed over him, warm, salt, embracing, and he dove. Underwater, the sound of the world above was muted, compressed, a distant chaos of gunfire and flame and the drone of the horde. He swam underwater for as long as his lungs held, surfaced, gasped, dove again. 20 yards, 50, 100. Amara was in the water too, retreating from her firing position, the rifle held above the surface, moving with the controlled efficiency of a woman who had done exactly what she came to do. They waded back across the Laguna. The hypersaline water stung every cut and scratch on Jake's body. The crawler wounds on his arm, the blisters on his feet, a new gash on his shin from the undercarriage of the SUV. The pain was extraordinary and irrelevant. Behind him, both Helix vehicles were fully engulfed, columns of black smoke rising into the evening sky. The Helix team was trapped between the burning vehicles and the approaching horde, with no armored transport, no mobile cover, no extraction. From the bridge, Bull's voice carried across the water, "That's my quarterback! That's my goddamn quarterback!" Jake staggered out of the Laguna onto the island's shore. His legs buckled. He went down on the mudflat, face first, tasting salt and sand. Amara dropped beside him, breathing hard, the rifle across her back. "Good shot," Jake gasped. "I hit armor. I was aiming for center mass." She paused. "But I'll take the assist." They lay on the mudflat and listened to the battle on the mainland end of the bridge. The Helix team, now on foot, fighting a running engagement with 800 infected, while their vehicles burned behind them. The sound was chaotic, desperate. The controlled fire of trained operators degrading into the ragged, panicked fire of people being overwhelmed. Jake didn't watch. He lay on the mud and looked at the sky, which was purple and orange with sunset and smoke. And he breathed. And he was alive. And his daughter was on the island behind him. And the aquarium's data was in Cass's hands. And somewhere in the chaos, a woman named Elaine Cross was learning that the apocalypse wasn't a management problem. The battle lasted until dark. From the island, the group watched the mainland burn. The Helix vehicles were funeral pyres, casting flickering light across the bridge and the shoreline. The gunfire diminished. from sustained bursts to sporadic cracks to individual shots, each one spaced further apart, each one the sound of another round of ammunition expended, another moment of defense purchased. By full dark, the gunfire stopped. The Horde's drone continued. A diminished drone. The battle had cost both sides, but still present, still the sound of mass in motion, of something that would not stop because it did not know how. Jake was at the bridge barricade, wrapped in a blanket that Margot had insisted on, his wet clothes drying in the night wind. The group was around him, not all of them. Some were on watch, some were with the children. But the core. Bull, Derek, Nina, Amara, Cass, Jeremiah, Margot, Delia, and Lucia, sitting beside him, not touching, but close. Close enough. "Is it over?" Cass asked. "Not yet." Jake looked north. The Horde was still on the mainland, still milling, without the shepherd's direction. Where was the shepherd? They would disperse eventually, wander away, following random stimuli. But for now, they were a mass at the bridge's mainland end, a wall of dead-eyed bodies between the island and whatever remained of Helix recovery. "Amara," Jake turned to the photographer, "can you see anything on the mainland? Survivors? Helix personnel?" Amara raised the telephoto, scanned the mainland in the darkness, using the burning vehicle's light as illumination. "The vehicles are still burning. I can see infected in large numbers around the bridge approach. No visible Helix personnel. Dead? Or retreated? There's no way to tell in this light." The night settled. The fires on the mainland burned lower. The drone of the Horde faded as the infected, leaderless, began to disperse. Some wandering north, some drifting west along the shore. Some standing motionless as the temperature dropped and the lethe compounds slowed their metabolism. "Temperature's dropping," Delia said. She was monitoring a thermometer she'd hung from the barricade. 73 degrees. That's 15 degrees below this afternoon. Fall is coming. "When it gets cold enough," Jake started, "the infected slow down. Below 40, they go dormant." Delia looked at the mainland. "We're in late September. If the weather pattern holds, we'll see our first cold front in 4 to 6 weeks. And when we do, the infected will stop. Not die, stop, stop, until it warms up. But the winter window, gives us time. Time to fortify, to grow food, to establish communications, to build. Time for the infected to degrade physically. Stage 4 progresses regardless of temperature. By spring, many of the current infected will be too decomposed to function. The numbers will drop. And the shepherd?" Delia was quiet. The question of the shepherd, the variant with residual intelligence, the figure in the lab coat who'd guided the Horde from Galveston to Corpus Christi, was one that had no comfortable answer. If the shepherd survived the battle, it was still out there, still watching, still following. "We deal with the shepherd when we have to," Jake said. "Right now, we rest." Nobody argued. The group dispersed to their beds. The stilt houses with their welcome mats and decorative shells. The surreal domesticity of vacation rentals at the end of the world. Jake stayed at the barricade for the first watch, sitting in the dark with the fish knife on his belt and the sound of the Gulf at his back. Lucia stayed with him, not talking, just sitting, her shoulder almost touching his, the distance between them measured in centimeters now instead of miles. 3 taps, she said after a while. "What?" "When you tap the glass 3 times, Houdini turns red. I think it means it recognizes me, but it might just be a stress response. We'd need to do controlled experiments to determine causation versus correlation." Jake looked at his daughter. In the darkness, her face was a shadow, but her voice, in that precise, analytical 11-year-old voice, talking about controlled experiments and causation versus correlation, was the most beautiful sound he'd ever heard. "We'll set up experiments," he said. "Tomorrow. We'll build a proper tank, establish controls, document the color changes. We'll do it right. Like real scientists? Like real scientists." Lucia was quiet for a moment, then, "Dad?" "Yeah?" "I'm glad you came." The words were small and enormous. They contained everything. The 3 months of waiting, the fire extinguisher, the locked closet, The rationing, the fear, the anger, the slow, grudging acceptance that he was here, and he was real, and the world, while still broken, had given back one thing it had taken. Me too, Luce. She leaned against his shoulder. A lean, not an embrace, but closer than before. Closer than the observation deck. Closer than the octopus tank. The increments were small, and they were everything. And Jake sat in the dark with his daughter's weight against his arm, and the Gulf breathing at his back, and the fires dying on the mainland. And he held very still, because some moments were so fragile that breathing too hard could shatter them. The night deepened. The temperature dropped. On the mainland, the infected slowed. The fires burned to embers. The radio crackled with static and occasionally distant voices. Other survivors, other islands, other people holding on. Tomorrow there would be more to do. The shepherd was still out there. Helix might regroup. The winter was coming, with its promise of dormant infected and its threat of cold and scarcity. New Baton Rouge was 500 miles away. The world was still broken. But tonight, on a barrier island off the Texas coast, a father and his daughter sat together in the dark, and the distance between them was the width of a shoulder, and the shoulder was warm, and the gulf was eternal. And somewhere in a portable tank in a stilt house, an octopus named Houdini was changing color in the dark, and the color it chose was red, which might have been fear or might have been recognition, and the difference for tonight didn't matter. Fall came to the Texas coast the way it always did, not with the dramatic pageantry of New England maples, but with a subtle downshift, a cooling of the light, a change in the wind's direction that spoke to something ancient in Jake's Gulf-bred bones. The brutal August temperatures that had been killing people as efficiently as the infected gave way to 80-degree days and 60-degree nights, and the change was biological in its effect on everything, human and otherwise. The infected slowed. Not dramatically, not all at once, but measurably. Amara, who had established a daily count and behavioral log from her rooftop observation post, documented the decline. Movement speed decreased by approximately 15% over the first 2 weeks of October, and the wanderers on the mainland side of the bridge spent longer periods standing motionless, their biological systems dialing down in response to the dropping temperatures. By mid-October, when the first real cold front pushed through, a norther that dropped the temperature to 51 degrees overnight, the infected nearest the bridge stopped moving entirely. They stood in the road and the grass and the shallow margins of the Laguna Madre like statues, gray-skinned and glassy-eyed, their chests still rising and falling with the slow, unconscious rhythm of bodies that were alive but emptied, metabolisms idling, the lethe compound conserving the biological resources it had hijacked. "They're not dead," Delia said, examining one through the telephoto from the bridge barricade. "Core temperature drops, metabolism drops, motor function drops. But the compound is still active. The moment the temperature rises above 40, above 50 reliably, they'll reactivate." "Hibernation," Jake said. "Dormancy. There's a difference. Hibernation involves physiological preparation, fat storage, metabolic restructuring. This is more like a forced shutdown. The compound can't animate tissue that's too cold to function, so it conserves. Waits." She paused. "It's patient, Jake. The compound is incredibly patient. That's a hell of a word for a prion." "It's a hell of a prion." The dormancy transformed the landscape. The mainland, which had been a seething mass of infected for months, went quiet. The drone and that constant low-frequency vocalization that had been the soundtrack of the apocalypse faded to silence as one infected after another entered the standing sleep. By the end of October, the approach to the JFK Causeway Bridge was a field of motionless figures, frozen in whatever posture they'd held when the cold took them, some standing, some kneeling, some caught mid-stride, 1 foot forward, arms half raised, arrested in the act of walking towards something they would never reach. It was beautiful. It was horrifying. It was the most unsettling landscape Jake had ever seen. A sculpture garden of the damned, each figure a monument to the person it had been, preserved in the amber of cold air and dormant chemistry. The community on Mustang Island used the winter window. Every day that the infected slept was a day to build, to fortify, to grow, to heal. Bull's bridge defense became permanent. Under his direction, the barricade evolved from a crude wall of vehicles into a layered defensive position with overlapping fields of fire, fallback positions, and Theo would have loved this, an electrical alarm system rigged by Marcus, Lucia's 14-year-old welder, using car batteries and tripwires. The kid's got hands, Bull said, watching Marcus solder connections with the concentration of a surgeon. Good hands, quick, smart. He ruffled the boy's hair, a gesture so paternal, so unconscious, that it made Jake's throat tight. Bull, who had no children, who had lost his wife to the horde, who carried her Sunday dress and her memory like an anchor around his neck, had found something to father in a 14-year-old with a welding torch. Margot's garden produced. The swimming pool farm, ridiculous in concept, remarkable in execution, yielded its first crop in late October. Tomatoes, small and green-tinged, that tasted like the most extraordinary thing anyone had ever eaten. Margot distributed them with the same meticulous fairness she applied to everything. One per person, logged in the notebook, the caloric value recorded alongside the date and weather conditions. When Sophie, the 4-year-old who had been silent for so long, took a bite of tomato and said, "It tastes like summer," the sound of laughter that followed was so unfamiliar that several people looked around in alarm before recognizing it. Cass's radio network expanded. New Baton Rouge remained their primary contact, but other voices joined. A group of shrimpers operating from a platform in the Gulf, a farming community in the hill country near Fredericksburg, a military detachment at Fort Hood that was slowly, painfully reestablishing something that resembled organized governance. The conversations were fragmentary, inconsistent, interrupted by static and atmospheric conditions and the simple logistical difficulty of communicating across hundreds of miles with jury-rigged equipment. But they were real, human voices reaching through the dark, a web of survival that, strand by strand, was beginning to resemble something larger than any single group. Delia treated. She treated the bacterial infections and the lacerations and the stress injuries and the malnutrition. She treated the children's night terrors and the adults' insomnia and the psychosomatic pains that manifested when the body ran out of immediate crises to respond to and began processing the accumulated trauma of 5 weeks on the road. She treated Bull's stump, which had developed a pressure sore from the prosthetic's constant use. She treated Derek's hands, which had developed a tremor that he attributed to the cold, but that Delia, privately, told Jake was post-traumatic. And every day she opened the orange bottle, counted the pills, 23, put them back, closed the bottle. The count never changes, she told Jake, during one of their now habitual evening conversations on the porch. 23 every day. I count them and I put them back and I don't take one. It's the most boring drama in the world. But it's mine. You could throw them away. I could. And then I'd have nothing to not take. The not taking is the point, Jake. The act of choosing every day not to. That's what keeps it real. She looked at the Gulf, which was gray and cold in the October twilight. Theo would have understood. He was an engineer. He understood that the mechanism is the thing, not the outcome. The mechanism. They were quiet for a while. The Gulf breathed. The temperature dropped another degree. "I miss him," Delia said. "I miss the humming." Everyone does. Marcus hums now, did you notice? He picked it up from the story, from the way people talk about Theo. He never met Theo, but he hums Yellow Submarine while he works, because he heard it was what Theo did. She paused. Is that memory? Is that legacy? A song passed from a dead man to a boy through the medium of story? It's something. It's the only kind of immortality that actually works. She pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders. The pills are still 23, in case you were going to ask. I wasn't. I know. Thank you for not asking. Jeremiah underwent his own transformation during the winter weeks, and it was quieter than anyone else's. A geological shift, measured in the slow accumulation of moments, rather than dramatic breaks. He continued the public prayers. Morning grace, evening vespers, the psalms at communal meals. The performance was flawless. The deep voice, the resonant cadence, the words that fell like rain on the group's parched spirits. But Jake, who had been watching the pastor since the seawall, noticed changes. The prayers were shorter, simpler, less ornamental. Where Jeremiah had once deployed the full arsenal of Baptist rhetoric, the call and response rhythms, the building crescendos, the dramatic pauses, he now spoke plainly, as if he'd stripped the language down to its load-bearing elements and discarded the decorative. "The Lord is my shepherd," he said at dinner one evening, standing in the communal area of the largest stilt house, while 38 people held hands around a table made of sawhorses and plywood. "I shall not want." He stopped there, didn't finish the psalm, didn't elaborate. Just those 8 words, spoken into the silence of a room full of hungry, tired, grieving people. It was enough. It was more than enough. The silence after those words held more prayer than any sermon Jeremiah had ever delivered, because the silence was shared, held between 38 people who each understood, in their own way, what it meant to not want in a world that had taken almost everything. After dinner, Jake found Jeremiah on the beach. The pastor was sitting in the sand, his Bible open on his knee, but his eyes on the water. The Gulf was dark under a waning moon, and the sound of the waves was the only sound. No drone, no horde, just the ancient conversation between water and shore. "You didn't finish the psalm," Jake said. "I didn't need to." Jeremiah turned a page in the Bible, though Jake doubted he was reading it. The whole psalm is about comfort. Green pastures, still waters, restored souls. But the first line is about need. And right now, the need is the truth. The comfort might be a lie. I'm not comfortable lying anymore. You've been lying for months. I know. And it was the right thing to do. People needed someone who believed. I provided that. But somewhere between the seawall and this beach, the performance started to, I don't know, not to stop, to change. I'm still saying the words, but the words are changing. They're getting simpler. And the simpler they get, the more He stopped. His large hands closed around the Bible. "I think I'm finding something, Jake. Not faith, not the old faith, the one that died in the sanctuary with my congregation. Something new, something that doesn't have a name yet. What does it feel like?" Jeremiah was quiet for a long time. The waves broke. The moon moved a degree across the sky. "It feels like the space between not believing and believing," he said. "Like standing in a doorway. You can see both rooms. You haven't chosen. You might never choose. But the standing, the being in the doorway, that's something. That's enough to say the words and mean, not all of them. Not yet. But more than I meant yesterday. And maybe tomorrow. More than today." Jake looked at the pastor's face. In the moonlight, it was a landscape of contradictions. The strength of the jaw, the softness of the eyes, the lines that grief and laughter had carved in equal measure. Jeremiah Whitfield, 61, former Golden Gloves boxer, former Baptist pastor, current doorway dweller, carrying a Bible that was both his heaviest burden and his lightest one. "Ecclesiastes," Jeremiah said, chapter 3, verse 1. "To everything there is a season." You quoted that on the road. I quote it every day. It's the only verse that never lies. He closed the Bible. "A time to mourn and a time to dance." We've done the mourning, Jake. Not enough. Never enough. But enough to earn a rest. When do we dance? When the music starts? Then someone had better start humming. Nina's pregnancy became visible in November. She'd hidden it with strategic clothing choices and the general leanness that the apocalypse imposed on everyone. But by the 20th week, the math of biology overwhelmed the math of concealment. She was in the communal area, reaching for a high shelf, when her shirt rode up and Margot, who noticed everything, noticed. "Well," Margot said. She set down her notebook. looked at Nina's abdomen, looked at Nina's face. How far? 20 weeks. Margot picked up her notebook, wrote something. I'll adjust the calorie allocation. You need an additional 300 per day in the second trimester, 450 in the third. Protein emphasis, fish, if we can get it. Do you have prenatal vitamins? No. Delia will improvise. She's been studying a prenatal care manual she found in one of the vacation rentals. Margot's pen didn't stop moving. You'll need fabric for the baby. I've been inventorying the linen closets. There are enough sheets and towels for swaddling. A crib can be improvised from a dresser drawer with padding. She looked up. Boy or girl? I don't know. I don't care. Practical. I respect that. Margot returned to her notebook. I'll have a supply list by tomorrow. The news spread through the group the way news always did in small communities. Not through announcement, but through the organic transmission of shared knowledge. Each person telling the next with a reverence that surprised even them. A baby in the apocalypse. A new life in a world that had been defined for months by its relentless subtraction of lives. The reaction was not uniformly positive. Derek, surprisingly, was the one who voiced the concern that others were thinking. A baby cries. Crying is noise. Noise draws infected. When winter ends and the dormant ones wake up, a crying baby on this island could what? Bull's voice was soft, which for Bull was terrifying. Finish that sentence, son. Derek didn't finish the sentence. He looked at Bull, all 6'4", 280 of him, the handlebar mustache, the prosthetic leg, the hands that could crush a coconut. And he recalibrated. I'm just saying we need to plan for it. Soundproofing, an interior room, contingencies. Then plan for it, Bull said. But don't you ever, in my hearing, suggest that a baby is a liability. A baby is the only goddamn thing that makes any of this worth doing. He turned and walked away, and the conversation was over. Lucia was fascinated. She'd been 11 when the outbreak started, old enough to understand pregnancy in clinical terms, young enough to retain a child's wonder at the mechanics of it. She asked Nina questions with the relentless curiosity of a born scientist. Can you feel it move? How big is it? Does it have fingernails yet? Can it hear us? Nina, who had been stoic about the pregnancy to the point of denial, found herself answering Lucia's questions with an openness that surprised both of them. It kicks at night. It's about the size of a banana. Yes, it has fingernails. And yes, it can hear sounds from outside. Loud sounds, mostly. So it can hear the waves? Probably. And voices? Probably. Lucia considered this. Then she went to the octopus tank, retrieved Houdini, and placed the portable tank next to Nina's chair. Houdini changes color in response to sound stimuli. If the baby can hear, then Houdini's color changes might correlate with the baby's movements. We could design an experiment, play different sounds, record Houdini's color response, and the baby's kick response simultaneously, and compare the data. Nina looked at the 11-year-old who was proposing a cross-species auditory response study using an octopus and an unborn baby as co-subjects, and she laughed. Not a polite laugh. A full-body, head-back, tears-streaming laugh that shook her lean frame and made the baby kick hard enough to be visible through her shirt. Houdini turned red, Lucia reported, peering into the tank. 3 taps equivalent. I think it heard you laugh. I think I needed to laugh. Laughter has documented physiological benefits, endorphin release, stress hormone reduction, improved immune function. Lucia paused. Also, it's nice. Yeah, Nina said, it's nice. The shepherd reappeared on day 67. Amara saw it at dawn, through the telephoto, from the rooftop observation post that had become her permanent station. A figure, standing on the mainland side of the bridge, motionless, facing the island. Not one of the dormant infected. Those stood with the slack, unconscious posture of bodies in standby. This figure stood with intent, upright, shoulders back, head tilted slightly as if listening. The lab coat, shredded, stained, barely recognizable as clothing. But there, hanging from the figure's shoulders like a vestment, Jake, Amara's voice through the walkie-talkie, was the controlled voice of a woman who had trained herself not to react. But underneath the control, something Jake hadn't heard before: fear. It's here. Jake climbed to the roof, took the telephoto. The shepherd was 500 yards away, at the mainland end of the bridge, standing among the dormant infected like a shepherd among sleeping sheep. Its eyes, clear, dark, focused, were fixed on the island. It walked through the night, Jake said. The cold slowed the horde, but not it. Whatever the compound did to its brain, it maintained motor function at lower temperatures. It's been adapting, Delia said. She'd followed Jake to the roof, and she studied the figure through the lens with the clinical intensity of a doctor examining a pathology. The other infected are dormant at 50 degrees. This one is active. The compound in its system is either more concentrated or more evolved, more adapted to the host's physiology. It followed us from Galveston. Jake lowered the lens. 300 miles, through a hurricane, a battle, a fire, and it's still coming. Why? The question hung in the air. Jake had been thinking about it since Amara first photographed the figure on the rooftop in Galveston. The shepherd's behavior didn't fit the standard infected profile. No mindless wandering, no sound chasing, no horde following. It moved with purpose. It directed others. It watched and waited and followed. The aquarium, Jake said. Amara, you said the aquarium was a Helix preclinical trial site. Where was it specifically? Which building? The main research archive was in the basement. But the animal trials... Amara paused. The animal trials were conducted in the Marine Mammal Rehabilitation Wing. The dolphins and sea lions. The compound was tested on cetacean neural tissue before human trials. And who ran those trials? The lead researcher was... Oh. Amara's face changed. Dr. Anton Rieger, the lead researcher on the Lethe-9 project. He was based at UTMB, but the preclinical work was done here, at the aquarium. The shepherd was Dr. Rieger. Silence. The name settled over them like a weight. He was here, Jake said, before the outbreak. He worked here. He knew this building, and whatever's left of his mind, whatever fragment of cognition the compound preserved, it's pulling him back. Not to attack the aquarium, to return to it. But the aquarium's burned. He doesn't know that. His last memory of this place, if he has memories, is of a building where he worked, where he conducted research, where he... Jake stopped. A thought was forming, ugly and enormous. Amara, the photograph of Rieger from his lab coat pocket. The one Delia found at the aquarium, the one of him with a girl. I photographed it, yes. A man and a young girl at the Texas State Aquarium. The girl was approximately 6 or 7 in the photo. The plaque behind them said, Junior Marine Biologist Program. His daughter, Rieger had a daughter, and she attended the same program at the same aquarium. The thought completed itself, and the completion was devastating. The shepherd, Dr. Anton Rieger, had been walking south for months, not leading a horde, not attacking survivors, not acting as a general or a predator or a monster. Walking south, toward the aquarium, toward the last place associated with his daughter, the last anchor of a parental instinct that the compound had stripped of cognition but not of drive. He was doing what Jake had done, walking across Texas to reach a child. The difference was that Rieger no longer knew why he was walking or what he'd find, or that the building he was walking toward was ash. The difference was that the fragment of mind that drove him was so degraded that it could only produce direction, not meaning. South, always south, toward a memory that existed now only as a pull, a gravity, a compass needle in a ruined brain, pointing toward the ghost of a child. Jake looked at the figure on the bridge. 500 yards. A man in a lab coat. A father. He's not attacking, Jake said. He's trying to go home. Nobody spoke. The wind off the Gulf was cold. Genuinely cold. 50s dropping toward 40s. The kind of cold that made you pull your jacket tighter and miss the heat you'd cursed 3 months ago. The dormant infected on the mainland stood in the cold like an army of ice sculptures. The shepherd stood among them, the only moving thing in a frozen world, his clear eyes fixed on an island where the aquarium had been, and the children had been, and his daughter might have been once, in a summer that existed now only in the chemistry of a ruined brain. "What do we do?" Delia asked. "Nothing," Jake said. "We watch. He can't cross the bridge. The barricade holds him like it holds any infected. And when the temperature drops further, he'll slow too. Even his adaptation has limits. And if it doesn't, then we deal with him. But not today. Today, he's a man standing in the cold, looking at something he can't reach." Jake descended from the roof. He walked to the stilt house where Lucia was working on the octopus tank. She'd expanded it, rigging a larger containment from a plastic kiddie pool found in a vacation rental's garage, with a filtration system that Marcus had built from aquarium pump parts. Houdini occupied the new space with the regal indifference of a creature that had evolved for 300 million years, and found the end of human civilization to be a minor inconvenience. "Lucia," she looked up. Her hands were in the tank, adjusting a piece of PVC pipe that served as a hiding structure. Houdini had wrapped one tentacle around her wrist in the gentle, exploratory grip that had become their form of greeting. "There's something I need to tell you about the infected on the bridge." He told her. About the shepherd, about Dr. Rieger, about the photograph and the daughter, and the junior marine biologist program. He told her because she deserved to know, and because she was old enough, had been made old enough by 3 months of survival, to understand, and because the truth, however painful, was less corrosive than ignorance. Lucia listened without interruption. Her face was still, the commander's face, the survivor's face. When Jake finished, she was quiet for a long time. Her hand was still in the tank. Houdini's tentacle was still around her wrist. "He was a father," she said. "Yes. And he walked across Texas to find his daughter." "I think so. What's left of him, whatever the compound preserved, it kept that. The drive. The direction." Lucia's jaw tightened. "And now, he's standing on our bridge, and he'll never find her. And he doesn't even know why he's looking." "Yes." She withdrew her hand from the tank. Houdini released her wrist and sank to the bottom, its skin shifting to a mottled brown that Lucia had cataloged as resting neutral. She stood up and walked to the window, looked north, toward the bridge, though the shepherd was too far away to see from this angle. "That could have been you," she said. Her voice was very quiet. "If you'd been bitten, if the compound had taken your mind, you'd be out there right now, walking, not knowing why, not knowing my name, just walking, because the last thing left in your brain would be me." Jake's chest constricted. He said nothing. There was nothing to say that would be adequate to the truth she'd just spoken. We have to," Lucia stopped, restarted. "When the time comes, when he needs to be stopped, it should be quick. It should be," her voice cracked, the first fracture in the commander's composure since her breakdown on the observation deck. "It should be kind. He was a father. He deserves—" She couldn't finish. She turned from the window and walked to the tank and put her hand back in the water. And Houdini reached for her, and she held the tentacle and breathed, and the creature's skin shifted from brown to a deep, pulsing red that Lucia had never documented before. "New color," she whispered. "I need to write that down." She wrote it down. The notation, the observation, the data point. The act of recording was her anchor, her sanity, her way of processing a world that produced horrors too large for the human emotional register. She recorded the color and the time and the date and the circumstances. Houdini displayed deep red coloration, sustained during emotional conversation. Possible empathic response? More data needed. And the writing steadied her, and she looked at Jake with eyes that were wet but clear. "I'm okay," she said. "You don't have to be." "I know, but I am." She closed the notebook. "For now." The confrontation with Helix came not as an assault, but as a negotiation, and it came by radio. Day 72. Cass, on the morning broadcast, received a hail on a frequency they didn't recognize. Military-grade encryption, broken and partial, but clear enough to understand. Mustang Island, this is Director Cross. Helix Recovery. I am transmitting from a secure position on the mainland. I request a parley. Cass's eyes went wide. They looked at Jake, who had been standing nearby, and the look was a question and a warning and a plea all in one. Put her through, Jake said. Cross's voice was different from the bullhorn address, thinner, strained. The corporate polish was intact, but the surface beneath it had roughened, as if the woman behind the voice had been subjected to forces that her management training hadn't prepared her for. Mr. Dominguez, I'll be direct. My forward team was destroyed during the horde engagement at the bridge. Of 12 operatives, 3 survived, including myself. We have no vehicles, limited ammunition, and no extraction capability. Our helicopter was damaged during the initial aquarium engagement and is non-operational. Jake said nothing. Let the silence work. I am prepared to offer terms. In exchange for passage to your island and integration into your survivor community, I will provide complete access to Helix Dynamics' remaining research data, including the full formula for the Stage 1 and Stage 2 treatment compound. I will also provide testimony regarding Helix's role in the Lethe 9 disaster, including the decisions made by senior management that led to the fast-tracking of clinical trials. Jake looked at Delia. The doctor's face was a mask of competing impulses. The healer who wanted the treatment formula, the moralist who wanted justice, the pragmatist who recognized the value of what Cross was offering. And the containment orders? Jake asked. The orders to kill witnesses? Children? A pause. The static hissed. When Cross spoke again, her voice was flatter, the corporate layer thinner. I will not pretend that those orders were morally defensible. They were operationally consistent with Helix's crisis protocol, which I implemented in my capacity as VP of Global Security. I followed procedure. Procedure, in retrospect, was inadequate to the scale of the crisis. Another pause. I have spent the past week alone on the mainland, with 2 wounded operatives and 800 dormant infected standing between me and any extraction point. I have had time to reconsider several aspects of my professional conduct. Reconsider, Jake repeated. The word tasted like ash. I am not asking for forgiveness, Mr. Dominguez. I am offering a transaction, my knowledge and cooperation in exchange for survival. The formula for the treatment alone is worth more than anything else I could offer. It can halt Stage 1 and Stage 2. Infection within 12 hours of administration. I know the synthesis process. I can teach your doctor to produce it from commonly available pharmaceutical precursors. Jake looked at Delia again. The doctor's eyes were blazing. Not with anger, but with the fierce, focused intensity of a surgeon who had just been told that the instrument she needed to save lives was within reach. The treatment, Delia whispered. Jake, if she's telling the truth, if we can synthesize it. She ordered the deaths of children. I know. She stood in the jellyfish gallery and Jake stopped. The memory was there, vivid and persistent. The blue light, the drifting jellyfish, the woman with the corporate calm and the gun. Except that hadn't happened yet. That was the future. That was the confrontation that his imagination had been building since he intercepted the first Helix transmission. The woman on the radio was not the woman in the jellyfish gallery. Not yet. Let me talk to her, Delia said. Alone. Doctor to scientist. I'll assess the treatment formula's validity. If it's real, if she can deliver what she's promising, Jake, we can save people. Not just our people. Every bitten survivor within radio range. We broadcast the formula alongside the evidence. The world gets the cure and the truth at the same time. Jake was quiet for a long time. The radio crackled. The Gulf breathed. Somewhere on the mainland, a woman who had managed the apocalypse like a quarterly report was waiting for an answer. Delia talks to her, Jake said. We do not let her onto this island until we've verified the formula. If it's real, we discuss terms. If it's not, If it's not, she stays on the mainland. With the dormant infected, who will wake up in the spring? Jake met Cross's silence with his own. That's the deal, Director. Prove the formula works, and we'll talk about Sanctuary. Fail, and winter is your problem. Cross's voice, when it came, had lost the last trace of corporate polish. What remained was the raw voice of a woman who had done terrible things and was now, for the first time, in a position where the terrible things could not be justified by procedure. Transmitting the formula now, she said. Frequency 14,250 megahertz encrypted. Your radio operator can decode with the standard military cipher key. I'll provide that as well. Cass caught the transmission, decoded it, printed it. They'd rigged a small thermal printer from a point-of-sale system scavenged from a beach shop. The formula filled 3 pages of thermal paper, dense with chemical nomenclature that meant nothing to Jake and everything to Delia. Delia read it standing up, the pages held in both hands, her eyes moving with the rapid, focused scanning of a doctor reading a chart. Her face went through a progression, skepticism, interest, recognition, and then something that Jake had never seen on Delia Royce's face before. Hope. It's real, she said. The synthesis pathway it's elegant. The precursors are standard pharmaceuticals, a protease inhibitor, a prion binding agent, an anti-inflammatory that specifically targets... She looked up. Jake, it's an anti-inflammatory. A specific targeted anti-inflammatory that neutralizes the lethe compound without suppressing the body's general immune response. That's why ibuprofen was the accelerant. It suppressed the general response instead of targeting the compound. This treatment does the opposite. It lets the immune system fight while blocking the compound's specific mechanism of action. Can you make it? With the right precursors, yes. Most of what I need is in standard pharmacies. The protease inhibitor might be harder, but it's used in HIV treatment, so any hospital pharmacy would stock it. She was already calculating, her mind racing ahead, the surgeon's brain engaged in a way it hadn't been since the outbreak began. Jake, this changes everything. We broadcast this formula, and every survivor group with a pharmacist or a doctor can produce their own treatment. Bites become survivable. The infection becomes manageable. The entire calculus of survival shifts from avoidance to engagement. We verify it first. How? We don't have a test subject. The answer came from an unexpected source. Derek, who had been listening from the doorway, stepped forward. I'll do it. Everyone looked at him. Scratch me, he said. His face was calm, the deep, settled calm of a man who had made peace with something. Find a dormant infected, scratch me with its nails, and give me the treatment. If it works, I live. If it doesn't, he shrugged. I've been pretending to be brave for 3 months. Might as well try the real thing. Derek, that's, Jake started, logical. 1 volunteer, 1 test. If the formula's real, it proves itself. If it's not, you lose 1 car salesman from Katy, Texas, who would have been too scared to do this 2 months ago, but who has been watching people die for people and dying for people and... His voice wavered. Held. Theo stayed in a basement. Bull defends a bridge every day on 1 leg. Jeremiah prays to a god he doesn't believe in. Nina runs recon while pregnant. You cross the Laguna under fire. Everyone in this group has been something bigger than they were. I want my turn. Jake looked at Derek Loomis, the man who had invented himself out of fear, who had built a competence from desperation, who had been honest about his dishonesty and brave about his cowardice. The misspelled tattoo, the confident bearing that had started as performance and become something real. No, Jake said. Derek's face fell. Not because you're not brave enough, because you're too valuable. You're the best shot we have, you hold the bridge rotation, and Bull needs you. Jake paused. We verify the formula differently. Delia, the crawler that attacked me, the scratches. You documented the compound concentration in my wound. Can you use that data to assess the formula's mechanism of action in vitro, without a human subject? Delia considered this. If I can obtain a tissue sample from a dormant, infected, nail tissue, ideally, which would contain residual compound, I can test the treatment's binding affinity in a bench-level assay. It won't be conclusive proof of clinical efficacy, but it will tell us whether the chemistry is sound. Then we get you a tissue sample from a dormant infected on the mainland. From a dormant infected on the mainland. They looked at each other, at the bridge, at the mainland, where 800 frozen figures stood in the cold, and one stood differently. I'll go, Nina said. You're pregnant. I'm 12 weeks from delivery, not 12 hours. I'm still the fastest and quietest person in this group, and I can cross the bridge, take a nail sample from a dormant infected, and be back in 20 minutes. She met Jake's eyes. Stop treating me like a porcelain doll, Jake. I carried this baby through 200 miles of zombie territory. I can walk half a mile across a bridge. Jake wanted to argue. Every protective instinct, every trace of the fixer who couldn't let people take risks, screamed at him to say no. But Nina's face was set, and her logic was sound, and the fixer, and the man who had to save everyone, was not the man who'd walked 200 miles. That man had learned, inch by painful inch, that saving people sometimes meant letting them save themselves. 20 minutes, he said, not a second more. Nina crossed the bridge in daylight, moving with the silent, gliding stride that had made her the group's premier scout. She passed between dormant infected like a woman walking through a sculpture garden. Careful, deliberate, touching nothing, her eyes tracking every figure for any sign of reactivation. The cold held. The infected slept. Nina reached the mainland end, selected a stage 4 infected whose nails were long and thickened, claws almost like the crawlers, and using a pair of surgical scissors from Delia's kit, clipped 3 nail samples into a sterile container. She was back in 17 minutes. Bull at the barricade counted every second. Delia retreated to her medical station with the samples and the formula and the concentrated attention of a surgeon entering an operating theater. She worked for 6 hours. Jake didn't disturb her. Nobody did. When she emerged, her face was, Jake searched for the word. Transformed was too dramatic. Different was too vague. The word he settled on was open. Delia's face was open in a way it hadn't been since the operating room at UTMB. The face of a doctor who had a tool that worked. The chemistry is sound, she said. The treatment compound binds to the lithium-prion's active site and inhibits its replication cascade. In the tissue sample, the compound arrested prion activity within 8 minutes. It's not a cure. It won't reverse existing damage, but it will halt the progression in stage 1 and stage 2 before irreversible neurological destruction occurs. You're sure? As sure as I can be without a clinical trial. She held up the thermal paper printout. This formula, Jake, this changes the math. Every survivor group that receives it can produce treatment from standard pharmaceutical stock. Bites become treatable injuries instead of death sentences. The entire threat model shifts. Jake took the printout, looked at the chemical nomenclature that was gibberish to him and salvation to Delia. 3 pages of thermal paper, the weight of the world on 3 flimsy sheets. Cass, he said, broadcast the formula. Every frequency, every direction, continuous loop. Priority 1. Cass didn't need to be told twice. Within an hour, the formula was going out across the airwaves, encoded, decoded, relayed by New Baton Rouge and Fort Hood, and the shrimpers on the Gulf platform. The ghost network of human voices carried it outward, station to station, across the broken landscape, and each station that received it became a node in a web of survival that was, for the first time, not just about holding on, but about pushing back. They let Elaine cross onto the island on day 75. She came across the bridge with her 2 surviving operatives, both wounded, one badly. She came unarmed, hands visible, her body armor stripped to the tactical vest underneath. She was thinner than Jake had expected from the bullhorn voice. A tall woman with short gray hair and a face that was all angles and control. The face of someone who had spent her career managing crises and was now, for the first time, the crisis she couldn't manage. Jake met her at the barricade. Bull was beside him, machete visible but not brandished. Derek was on the second line, the AR-15 at low, ready. Amara was on the rooftop with the hunting rifle, because Amara was always on the rooftop, and because the woman walking toward them had ordered the deaths of children. Director Cross, Mr. Dominguez. Cross's voice was the same voice from the bullhorn and the radio. Controlled, professional, precise. But her eyes, up close, told a different story. They were the eyes of a woman who had been stripped of every structure that had defined her. Corporation, hierarchy, protocol, authority, and was standing in the ruins of her own identity, trying to figure out what was left. Your operatives need medical attention, Jake said. They do. Delia will treat them. You will submit to a search. You will surrender any weapons, communications equipment, and anything else that could be used against us. You will be confined to a designated area under guard until the group decides your status. Understood. And Director, the children. Lucia's children? You tried to kill them. Cross's face did something that Jake hadn't expected. It flinched. Not the controlled micro-expression of a diplomat managing a negotiation. A genuine, involuntary flinch, the kind that comes from a blow you didn't see coming. I issued orders consistent with Helix's information containment protocol, she said. The protocol was designed for corporate data breaches, not for children in an aquarium at the end of the world. She paused. I am not asking for absolution. I am asking to be useful. Useful how? I have 16 years of intelligence and security experience. I know Helix's remaining assets, their bases, their personnel, their capabilities. I know the Johnson Space Center facility, which is still operational and still producing the treatment compound in limited quantities for their own use. And I know things about the Lethe-9 project that are not in the server data. Things that were classified above my level, but that I accessed during the collapse of the command structure. What things? Cross looked at Jake. At Bull. At the rooftop, where she knew with the professional awareness of a security expert that a rifle was trained on her. The Lethe compound was not an accident, she said. Not in the way you think. The interaction with NSAIDs was unforeseen, yes. The transmissibility was unforeseen. But the compound itself, the neurological architecture it was designed to produce, was intentional. Lethe-9 wasn't an Alzheimer's drug. It was a behavioral modification compound, developed under DARPA contract for military applications. The Alzheimer's cover was a civilian trial framework to justify human testing. The silence that followed was the silence of a world reframing itself. DARPA, Jake said. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. The contract was for a compound that could selectively suppress higher cognitive function while preserving motor capability in targeted subjects. The military application was, the euphemism was compliance enhancement. The real application was the creation of human subjects who could be directed to perform physical tasks without the complications of fear, doubt, or moral objection. She paused. Helix told its researchers they were curing Alzheimer's. The researchers believed it. Dr. Rieger believed it, but the funding came from DARPA, and the specifications came from a military program that wanted soldiers without souls. Jake felt the ground shift beneath him. Not physically, structurally. The story he'd been telling himself, the narrative of corporate negligence and pharmaceutical greed, was being replaced by something larger, darker, more systemic. Not a mistake. Not an accident. A weapon. The Lethe compound was a weapon, designed to do exactly what it did. Strip the humanity from human beings. And the outbreak was the weapon escaping its laboratory. Can you prove this? I have documents, encrypted, on a personal device that I'm carrying. Cross reached slowly, very slowly, with Bull's machete and Derek's rifle and Amara's scope all tracking her movement, into her vest and produced a small hard drive. DARPA contract documents. Internal Helix communications with the Pentagon. The original project specifications, which describe in clinical language the intended effect of the compound on human cognition. She held the drive out. This is what Helix was trying to destroy. Not the animal trial data. That was a secondary concern. This. The proof that the United States government funded the development of what became the zombie apocalypse. Jake took the drive. It was small, lightweight, The weight of the world on a piece of plastic and silicon. Cass will verify the data, he said. If it's authentic, we broadcast it. I understand. And director, you're alive because you have value, not because you're forgiven. Forgiveness is above my pay grade. I'm a biology teacher. Something moved across Cross's face. Not a smile, not grief, but the complicated expression of a woman who had just been described for the first time in her life, in terms that didn't reference her authority or her position or her role. She was a supplicant, a prisoner, a woman who had managed global security operations and was now standing on a beach in Texas, asking a schoolteacher for permission to live. Understood, she said again. And the word, the second time, was different. Softer, smaller, the word of a person rather than a title. Cass verified the documents over the next 3 days. The DARPA contracts were authentic. The encryption was government grade, the formatting consistent with classified military documents. The dates and project codes cross-referenced with publicly available DARPA budget allocations that Cass found in cached government databases on a laptop they'd recovered from a mainland office building. The truth, when it broadcast, went out like a shockwave. Not just through Cass's radio network, through every relay, every retransmission, every frequency that could carry a signal. New Baton Rouge amplified it. Fort Hood confirmed it. The military detachment had access to classified channels and validated the DARPA contract numbers. The shrimpers on the Gulf platform related to fishing communities in the Caribbean. Within a week, every surviving radio station on the Gulf Coast was carrying the story. The zombie apocalypse was not a pharmaceutical accident. It was a military weapon that escaped containment. The reaction was complicated. Some stations broadcast rage, demands for accountability, calls for retribution against Helix and the government, the fury of people who had survived the end of the world, only to learn that the end had been manufactured. Other stations broadcast despair. The revelation that the compound was intentional somehow made the horror worse. The randomness of an accident replaced by the purposefulness of design. And some stations broadcast something else, a cold, determined clarity that sounded like the beginning of organized resistance. They're forming, Cass reported, listening to the frequency chatter with the focused attention of a communications officer, monitoring a battlefield. New Baton Rouge is talking about a coalition. Fort Hood wants to convene a military tribunal. The Brownsville group is talking about reclaiming government buildings and establishing civil authority. They pulled off the headphones. It's happening, Jake. They're starting to organize. Not just survive, organize, govern, rebuild. On the radio. It starts on the radio. It started on the radio for everything. Radio Free Europe, Voice of America, the BBC during the Blitz. Cass's eyes behind the oversized glasses were bright. The signal is the seed. The community grows around the signal. Jake looked at the young radio operator, 19, non-binary, pre-law before the world ended, carrying the weight of their best friend's death and the skill of their grandfather's hobby, and the fierce, quiet conviction that information was the currency of civilization. Cass Nguyen, who had broadcast the ibuprofen warning that saved unknown thousands, who had transmitted the Helix evidence that would rewrite the history of the apocalypse, who had connected Mustang Island to a web of survival that stretched across the Gulf and beyond. You've done good work, Cass. Cass adjusted their glasses. My grandfather used to say that ham radio was the most democratic technology in the world. Anyone with a transmitter and a voice could reach anyone with a receiver and an ear. No corporations, no governments, no gatekeepers. They smiled, the first full smile Jake had seen from them, unguarded and genuine. He'd have loved this. The most important broadcast in human history, coming from a beach house in Texas. Day 80, 3 months since the outbreak. The temperature on Mustang Island dropped to 42 degrees, and the dormant infected on the mainland entered deep stasis. No visible respiration, no movement. The bodies standing like frost-covered sentinels in the cold morning light. All of them, except one. The shepherd still moved. Slower, much slower than before. its gait reduced to a shuffling crawl that covered perhaps 100 yards per hour. But it moved. Along the mainland side of the bridge, back and forth, a figure in a lab coat pacing the shore like a dog outside a locked door. Its clear eyes, visible through Amara's telephoto, were fixed on the island. Its body temperature must be extraordinary, Delia said, studying it through the lens, to maintain motor function at 42 degrees when every other infected is dormant. The compound in its system is orders of magnitude more active, more concentrated, more adapted. More dangerous? Possibly. Or just more persistent. Delia lowered the lens. There's a word in medicine, refractoriness. It describes a cell or a system that doesn't respond to normal stimuli, that operates outside the normal parameters. The shepherd is refractory. The rules that govern other infected, temperature sensitivity, cognitive destruction, phototropism, don't apply. It's operating on a different set of instructions. Parental instructions. Delia looked at Jake. You think that's what's driving it? I think the last coherent neural pattern that Dr. Rieger's brain produced, before the compound finished its work, was the impulse to reach his daughter. And that pattern was so deep, so fundamental, that the compound couldn't erase it. It erased his name, his memories, his language, his humanity, but it couldn't erase the direction. South, toward the aquarium, toward her. Delia stopped. That's the most terrifying and the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I know. And when the aquarium burned, the anchor was destroyed. But the drive persists. He'll walk south until there's nothing left of him to walk. Unless we stop him. Can you? Jake looked at the figure on the mainland shore. The man in the lab coat. The father who'd walked 300 miles on a compass heading that pointed to a daughter who wasn't there. Yes, he said, but not today. The treatment compound changed everything, as Delia had predicted. Working from Cross's formula, Delia identified the precursors in the pharmaceutical stocks they'd scavenged from the Walgreens run and subsequent raids on mainland pharmacies. The protease inhibitor was the bottleneck. They had limited supply, enough for perhaps 30 doses. But the synthesis process was straightforward, and Delia, working with Marcus, whose mechanical precision translated beautifully to laboratory work, produced the first batch of treatment compound on day 85. They tested it on day 86, not on a human, on a tissue sample. Delia obtained fresh material from a stage 2 infected that had somehow avoided dormancy and was stumbling along the mainland shore. Nina, with the quiet competence that defined her, dispatched the infected and brought back tissue in a sterile container. The treatment worked. In the tissue sample, the lethe prion's replication was halted within 12 minutes. The compound bound to the prion's active site and locked it. A molecular key, turning in a molecular lock, shutting down the machinery of destruction. 30 doses, Delia said, looking at the small vials lined up on the medical station's counter. Each vial contained enough treatment for one person. Each vial was a future bite that wouldn't end in turning. A window of hope in a world that had been defined by its absence. 30 doses is a start. We need more. We need a hospital pharmacy. The protease inhibitor, the one we need, is an HIV medication. It's stocked in every hospital pharmacy in the country. But getting to one means going on to the mainland, into territories we don't control, past dormant infected that could reactivate at any time. When spring comes, we need to be ready. Expeditions, supply runs. Not the desperate scrambles we did on the road. Planned, organized, with purpose. Delia held up a vial. The liquid inside was clear, colorless, unremarkable. This is what purpose looks like now. Not surviving, building. We're not running anymore, Jake. We're standing still and building. Jake took the vial, held it to the light. The liquid caught the sun and threw a tiny rainbow on the wall. A prism effect, the physics of light and liquid, the kind of thing Lucia would notice and want to study. 30 doses, he said. We'll make more. We'll make thousands. Delia's voice was fierce. Not the controlled fierceness of the surgeon, something wilder, more personal. The fierceness of a woman who had carried a bottle of OxyContin for months and never opened it, and now held a bottle of something that healed rather than escaped. Every hospital pharmacy in South Texas, every CVS, every Walgreens, every clinic. We map them, we raid them, we stockpile the precursors, and we produce treatment until every survivor group on the Gulf Coast has a supply. That's ambitious. It's necessary. Ambition is the only rational response to the end of the world. She put the vial back in its rack. Also, I haven't opened the oxy today. I forgot. First time in I don't know how long. She looked at her hands. I just forgot. That's progress. That's distraction, but I'll take it. She almost smiled. 23 pills, still 23. But today, for the first time, I forgot to count. Day 88. The group gathered for what Jeremiah, with dry humor, called the Council of the Apocalypse. They met in the largest stilt house. 39 people now, including Cross and her 2 operatives, who had been given provisional status pending the group's vote. The house was crowded, bodies packed onto couches and floor space, the children arranged in a cluster near the window where the light was best, and Lucia could keep an eye on both them and the adults. Jake stood at the front. Behind him, through the window, the Gulf stretched flat and gray under a November sky. We need to talk about what comes next, he said. Not tomorrow, not next week, next year, 5 years, 10. We need to decide what kind of community we're building, because we are building one, whether we plan to or not. We've been focused on survival, Margot said. The notebook doesn't have a section for civilization. Then we make one. The conversation that followed was long, messy, contradictory, and human. It covered everything from governance. How do you establish authority in a group of 39? Vote, consensus, designated leader? To resources, the pharmacies, the hospitals, the mainland supply runs. To defense, the bridge, the barricade, the treatment compound. To the bigger picture, the coalition forming on the radio, the question of whether to join, to lead, or to remain independent. Lucia spoke. The children's representative, self-appointed, standing in the cluster of kids with Devon's hand in hers and Jalen's steady presence at her back. The children need school, she said. Not reading and math, science, biology, ecology. We need to understand the compound. We need to understand the variants. We need to understand the ecology of the infected, how they move, how they degrade, how the environment affects them. The adults are thinking about defense and supply. The children need to think about understanding. Jake looked at his daughter and saw something that he hadn't seen before. Not the commander, not the survivor, but the scientist. The girl who'd been fascinated by octopus intelligence and tidal ecosystems and the blue blood of cephalopods. The curiosity that had defined her before the outbreak, buried under 3 months of survival, was resurfacing. Not as it had been, innocent and academic, but as something harder, more directed, more urgent. She wanted to understand the enemy. Not to fight it, but to know it. Because knowledge was the only weapon that didn't run out of ammunition. We'll build a school, Jake said, and I'll teach it. The room went quiet, not with surprise, with recognition. Jake Dominguez, marine biology teacher, Ball High School, Galveston. The man who'd walked 200 miles with a fish knife and a daughter's backpack. Who'd organized the seawall, crossed the bridge, fled the flood, led the group south, lost Theo, found Lucia, burned the aquarium, destroyed Helix's vehicles, and was now standing in a beach house in Texas saying the most ordinary, the most radical, the most necessary thing anyone had said since the world ended. He would teach, because teaching was what he did, what he'd always done. And the fact that the classroom was a stilt house, and the textbook was the apocalypse, and the students were children who'd survive things that would break. Most adults didn't change the fundamental equation. There were young minds that needed guidance, and he had knowledge to share, and the sharing of knowledge was the most human act he knew. Marine biology, Lucia said. Let's start with marine biology. The Gulf is right there. We're surrounded by ecosystems we can study. And the compound, it's biological. It follows biological rules. If we understand the biology, we can predict it, control it, maybe defeat it. That's your father talking, Jeremiah said, and his voice held something that might have been warmth. That's me talking, Lucia said. My father's the one who taught me to listen. Jake's chest did the thing. The tightening, the expansion, the grief and the pride and the love, all at once. A cocktail of emotion that was by now as familiar as his own heartbeat. The Shepherd made its move on day 91. The temperature had risen overnight, a warm front pushing through from the Gulf, bringing the kind of false spring that South Texas produced in November, when temperatures could swing 20 degrees in a day. By dawn, it was 58 degrees, and the dormant infected on the mainland were stirring. Not fully active, the warming was gradual, and their reactivation was similarly gradual. A slow return of motor function that began with finger twitches and head turns and progressed over hours to the full shuffling walk. The Shepherd didn't wait for the others. As soon as the temperature passed 50, it moved, not with the sluggish reactivation of the dormant, but with the sudden, purposeful stride of something that had been waiting. It walked to the bridge, past the burned-out husks of the Helix vehicles, onto the bridge deck. Contact, Amara called from the rooftop. The Shepherd, on the bridge, moving toward the barricade. Jake was at the barricade within minutes. Bull was already there. He slept near his defensive position now, his body conditioned to respond to Amara's voice on the walkie-talkie, with the same instantaneous alertness that had once responded to a referee's whistle. Derek was at the secondary position, AR-15 shouldered, eye to the scope. The Shepherd walked the bridge with a stride that was wrong in ways that no other infected stride was wrong. It wasn't the stiff mechanical shuffle of Stage 3. It wasn't the quadrupedal scuttle of the crawlers. It was a walk, a human walk, or the memory of one, deliberate, paced, the stride of a man who knew where he was going. The lab coat fluttered in the Gulf wind. The clear, dark eyes were fixed on the barricade, on the island beyond it, on the place where the aquarium had been. It stopped, 50 feet from the barricade, and it stood there, looking at them. Jake looked back. Through the scope of the AR-15 that Derek had handed him, he could see the face, Dr. Anton Rieger's face. It had once been, Jake could tell, a strong face, intelligent, the face of a man who spent his life in laboratories and conference rooms, whose concerns were grant funding and peer review and the specific gravity of data. Now, it was the face of something else. The intelligence was still there, visible in the focused eyes, the slight tilt of the head, the way the mouth moved as if trying to form words that the damaged brain could no longer produce. But it was a broken intelligence, a machine running on fragments of code, capable of direction but not of meaning. The Shepherd raised its hand. Not to attack, not to grab or claw or strike. It raised its hand, palm out, fingers spread, in a gesture that was, Jake's breath stopped, in a gesture that was unmistakably human. A wave, a greeting, a signal that said, "I see you," or a reach. A hand extended towards something it wanted and couldn't articulate. The ghost of a gesture that Dr. Rieger had made 10,000 times. Reaching for a beaker, a document, a handshake, his daughter's hand. "Hold fire," Jake whispered. "Everyone hold." The Shepherd stood with its hand raised. The Gulf wind whipped the lab coat. The clear eyes stared, and then it lowered its hand, turned, and walked back up the bridge. Away from the barricade, away from the island. North. They watched it go. A figure in a shredded lab coat, walking north on a bridge, growing smaller with distance. Behind it, the dormant infected were beginning to stir. The warm front breathing life back into their frozen bodies. But the Shepherd walked past them, through them, without interaction, without the gravitational pull that had once gathered them into a horde. It walked alone. "Where's it going?" Derek asked. "North," Jake said. "Back to Galveston. Back to UTMB. Back to the beginning." He lowered the rifle scope. "It came south to find the aquarium. The aquarium's gone. Now it's going back to the only other place it remembers. Will it come back? I don't know. Should we? Derek gestured with the rifle. The question was unfinished but complete. Should we kill it? Should we end it? Should we put down the last fragment of Dr. Anton Rieger, the man who created the compound that ended the world, the father who walked 300 miles, on the memory of a daughter he could no longer name? Jake watched the figure diminish on the bridge, becoming smaller, becoming a shape, becoming a dot. Not today, he said. The shepherd walked north. The bridge was empty. The Gulf breathed. And on Mustang Island, 39 people stood at the barricade and watched the thing that had been a man disappear into the flat, gray landscape that was both prison and home. The weeks that followed were the closest thing to peace that the world had produced since day one. The warm front passed, the temperature dropped, and the infected re-entered dormancy. The shepherd was gone. Amara tracked its progress north for 3 days before it passed beyond the range of her telephoto, a diminishing figure walking the empty coastal highway toward a hospital in Galveston that it would never reach with understanding, only with the blind, persistent drive of a compass needle pointing toward a magnetic north that no longer existed. Jake taught. Every morning in the largest stilt house, with a whiteboard made from a sheet of painted plywood and markers scavenged from a craft store, he stood before a class of 15 children, Lucia's 8 aquarium survivors and the 7 children from his traveling group. And he taught marine biology. He taught the tides, the way the moon pulled the Gulf water toward it, and the Earth's rotation spread that pull into waves, and the waves broke on beaches in patterns that had been repeating for 4 billion years. He taught the food chain, phytoplankton to zooplankton, to fish to birds to humans, the transfer of energy from sunlight to stomach, the physics of eating. He taught ecology, the relationships between species, the balance of predator and prey, the way an ecosystem could absorb disruption up to a point and then collapse, and the way it could rebuild from the collapse into something new. He taught the Lethe compound, not as horror, as biology. The compound's mechanism of action, its interaction with neural tissue, its transmission vectors, its vulnerabilities. He drew diagrams of prion structure on the whiteboard. He explained the inflammatory response and why ibuprofen accelerated the infection. He described the treatment compound's mechanism, the way it bound to the prion's active site and shut down its replication, in terms that even the youngest children could follow. Using analogies from the marine world they were studying, "It's like a cleaner wrasse on a reef," he said. The wrasse eats the parasites off larger fish. The treatment compound eats the prion's ability to replicate. The ecosystem of the body has its own cleaner wrasse, and we just found it. Lucia was his best student. She had always been his best student, but now the dynamic was different. She wasn't just absorbing information, she was synthesizing it, connecting it, building frameworks that extended beyond what Jake taught. She kept a research notebook, separate from Margot's inventory notebook, separate from her survival logs, in which she recorded observations about Houdini's behavior, the tide patterns around Mustang Island, the bird populations she counted from the beach, and the infected she studied through Amara's telephoto. The stage 4 infected are decomposing faster than the stage 3, she reported one morning, standing at the whiteboard with the confidence of a graduate student defending a thesis. In 2 months, the earliest infected, the ones from day 1, will have degraded to the point of non-functionality. Their muscle tissue can't support locomotion. The compound can keep the brain active, but if there's no body left to move, the compound needs a host, Jake said, and the host is finite. Exactly. The infected population has a half-life. It's not infinite. The compound can slow decomposition, but it can't stop it. Given enough time, months, years, the infected population will decline to a manageable level, and the treatment compound means that new infections can be halted before they add to the population. She looked at Jake with eyes that burned. We win, Dad. Not by fighting, by waiting, by understanding. The biology is on our side. The compound is good at destroying minds, but it's bad at maintaining bodies. And every day that passes, every degree the temperature drops, every infected that decomposes beyond function, The balance shifts toward us. Jake looked at his daughter, the scientist, the survivor, the 11-year-old who had killed a boy with a fire extinguisher and kept 7 children alive for 3 months and was now standing at a whiteboard in a beach house, articulating the strategy that would save what was left of the human race. "You're going to be one hell of a marine biologist," he said. "I'm going to be the world's leading expert on octopus intelligence," she corrected. "The zombie stuff is a side project." The class laughed. The children laughed. In a beach house on a barrier island off the Texas coast, surrounded by the frozen remnants of the apocalypse, children laughed because a girl made a joke about octopuses, and the sound was the most beautiful thing Jake had ever heard. Day 100. Elaine Cross approached Jake on the beach at sunset. She'd been under guard for 3 weeks, confined to a single house, watched by rotating pairs, permitted to move within a defined area. She'd cooperated fully, provided testimony, answered questions, submitted to Delia's medical examinations and Cass's intelligence debriefs. The 2 surviving operatives had integrated more easily. They were security personnel, grunts, people who followed orders and who, freed from the orders that had made them enemies, reverted to the baseline state of competent, tired people who wanted to survive. Cross was different. She carried the weight of decisions that transcended orders. The authorization of containment protocols, the suppression of the treatment compound, the calculated decision to let thousands die to protect corporate liability. She carried these things with the rigid, controlled posture of a woman who had been trained to manage crises and was now managing the crisis of her own moral reckoning. "Mr. Dominguez, Director, I'd like to request a change in my confinement status." She stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her voice level, her eyes fixed on the horizon. "Not freedom, utility. I want to be useful. I have skills, organizational, logistical, security. I can contribute to the defense of this island. I can help plan the supply expeditions that Dr. Royce needs for the treatment precursors. I can..." Why? The question stopped her. She blinked, the first involuntary reaction Jake had seen from her since the bridge. "I'm sorry. Why do you want to be useful? You ran a corporate security division. You managed global operations. You had helicopters and armored vehicles and 200 personnel. Now, you're on a beach in Texas asking a teacher for permission to help. Why?" Cross was quiet for a long time. The sunset painted her face in shades of orange and red, and in the warm light the angles of her features softened, not into kindness, but into something more complex. Vulnerability, maybe. Or the beginning of it. "Because I'm alive," she said, "and I didn't earn it. The soldiers who died at the bridge, they followed my orders. They died executing a mission that I designed, pursuing objectives that I set, in service of a corporation that created the thing that killed them. They earned their deaths. I earned mine, but I'm alive and they're not. And the only way I can justify the imbalance is to make the life mean something." That sounds rehearsed. It is rehearsed. I've been practicing it for 3 weeks. A pause, the mask cracked, just slightly. The real reason is simpler. I've spent my career in service of systems, corporate systems, military systems, intelligence systems, and every system I served failed. Helix failed. DARPA failed. The government failed. The only system that didn't fail, she gestured at the island, the houses, the barricade, the group, is this one. And this one was built by a biology teacher with a fish knife. I want to understand how. And the only way to understand it is from the inside. Jake studied her. The corporate mask, the cracks beneath it, the woman underneath the director. "You'll work," he said, "under supervision. You'll take direction from Bull on defense, from Margot on supply, from Delia on medical. You will not give orders. You will not make decisions that affect this group without approval. You are not a leader here. You are a contributor." Understood. And director? The children remember. Lucia remembers. Jalen remembers. They know who you are and what you ordered. You will not interact with them without another adult present. You will not be alone with any child at any time. Those are the terms. Accepted. Then get to work. Bull needs help reinforcing the eastern barricade. He'll tell you what to do. Cross nodded, turned, walked toward the barricade, where Bull was directing construction, with the same diagram and the dirt methodology he'd used since the seawall. Jake watched her go, the tall, rigid figure crossing the sand with the controlled stride of a woman who'd commanded armies and was now taking orders from a football coach with a prosthetic leg. The irony was not lost on Jake, nor was the risk. Cross was a weapon, useful, dangerous, and never fully trustworthy. But the world had run out of the luxury of pure trust. You worked with what you had, and you watched it carefully, and you hoped that the version of the person you were counting on was the version that showed up. He turned back to the sunset. The Gulf was on fire, oranges and reds and golds layering across the water in a display that no amount of apocalypse could diminish. The beauty of the natural world, persisting. The tides coming in, the birds wheeling, the sun going down on a world that was broken and building and broken and building. Night. Day 100 became day 101. Jake sat on the porch of his stilt house with a cup of coffee. Real coffee, from a sealed bag Margot had found in a vacation rental and hoarded for a significant occasion, and the 100th day of the apocalypse apparently qualified. The coffee was extraordinary. Not because it was good coffee. It was store-brand drip, months old, brewed in a pot heated over a camp stove. But it was coffee. The smell, the warmth, the bitterness on his tongue. The taste of the before time, concentrated in a ceramic mug with the picture of a sandcastle on it. Lucia found him. She sat in the chair beside his, the same configuration as the observation deck, as the barricade, as every moment they'd shared since the reunion. Side by side, not facing, looking in the same direction. "Can I have some?" she asked. "You're 11. I'm 11 and I've survived a zombie apocalypse. I think I've earned coffee." Jake poured her half a cup. She took it in both hands, the way she'd held hot chocolate as a little girl, a memory that surfaced unbidden and hit him like a wave, the force of the ordinary, the devastating power of a child holding a warm cup. "It's bitter," she said, "and that's coffee." "I know, I like it." She took another sip. "Dad?" "Yeah? The shepherd. You said he was trying to go home." "I think so." "His daughter, the one in the photograph. Do we know what happened to her?" "No. We know she attended the junior marine biologist program at the aquarium. But that was before the outbreak. She could be anywhere." Lucia was quiet. She looked at the Gulf. The moon was out, a waxing crescent, sharp and bright, its light laying a silver road across the water. "If she's alive, she's like me," Lucia said. "A kid who survived without her father. A kid who waited. Maybe. And her father walked 300 miles to find her, and he'll never know her name, and she'll never know he tried." "Lucia, it's okay. I'm okay." She sipped the coffee, made a face, sipped again. "I just think someone should know. Someone should record it. The fact that a man lost everything that made him a person, except the one thing that made him a father, that should be in the record. Tell Amara. She'll add it to the photographs. I already told her." She cried. Lucia looked at Jake with an expression that was, for the first time since the aquarium, unburdened. Not happy. Unburdened was different from happy, lighter and sadder and more real. "Dad, I want to show you something." She took his hand. Her hand was small and calloused and strong, the hand of a child who'd been opening cans and wielding fire extinguishers and tending octopuses for 3 months. She led him off the porch, across the sand, to the larger stilt house, where Houdini's expanded tank sat in the living room. The tank was dark, the lights were off, and the octopus was a shadow in the water, barely visible. Lucia led Jake to the glass. She tapped it 3 times. In the darkness of the tank, Houdini shifted. Its skin, barely visible, pulsed with color. Not the defensive red that Lucia had documented, not the resting brown. A new color. A deep, luminous blue that spread across the octopus's mantle and arms in a wave, turning its body into a lantern, a bioluminescent glow that illuminated the tank and Lucia's face and Jake's face and the dark room around them. "I've never seen that color before," Lucia whispered. "It only happens when I tap 3 times and it's dark. I think—" She paused. The blue light danced across her features, turning her into something otherworldly, something ancient and young at once. "I think it's how an octopus says hello." Jake looked at the octopus, at the blue glow, at his daughter's face, illuminated by a creature's greeting, and the wonder in her eyes. The old wonder, the tide pool wonder, the wonder of a child who loved the sea and its creatures, and the impossible strangeness of being alive in a world full of things she didn't yet understand. "Hello, Houdini," he whispered. The octopus pulsed blue. Lucia leaned against his shoulder. Not a lean this time, an embrace. Small, tentative, her arm threading through his, her head resting against his chest, her body pressing into the space beside him with the deliberate care of someone who was relearning the shape of safety. Jake held very still. Then slowly, he put his arm around her. Not tight, not possessive, just there. A perimeter, a shore against which she could rest. They stood in the blue light of an octopus's greeting and held each other. And the Gulf breathed outside the windows, and the coffee cooled on the porch. And somewhere to the north, a man in a lab coat walked toward a hospital he would never reach. And somewhere to the east, a radio carried a formula that would save lives. And somewhere in the dark, the future waited, uncertain and vast and terrifying and full of the specific, stubborn, inextinguishable light that humans produced when they refused to stop trying. "Dad?" Lucia's voice was muffled against his chest. "Yeah? I forgive you for being late." Jake's arm tightened around her. Not much, just enough. The kind of tightening that said everything words couldn't. The grief and the gratitude and the love and the promise that he would spend whatever time he had left being early, being present, being here. "Thank you," he said. The blue light pulsed. The Gulf breathed. The night held them, and in the morning, there would be work to do. Barricades to build and medicines to synthesize, and children to teach, and a world to rebuild from the ashes of the one that had burned. But tonight was for the blue light and the holding and the small, fierce, hard-won piece of a father and daughter who had found each other across 200 miles of the dead world and were learning slowly to live in the new one. Winter deepened. December brought the first true cold front. Not the teasing 50-degree dips of November, but a genuine norther that pushed the temperature to 34 degrees and held it there for 3 days. The Gulf turned the color of gunmetal, and the wind that came off it carried a bite that made the Galveston summers feel like a hallucination from another life. The infected went fully dormant, every one of them, across the visible landscape, standing, sitting, kneeling, caught in whatever posture the cold had found them. The mainland side of the JFK Causeway Bridge looked like a battlefield frozen in time, gray figures locked in mid-stride, reaching for nothing, their bodies rimed with frost on the colder mornings. Amara photographed them every day. The images would become some of her most famous. The still life of the apocalypse, humans preserved in the amber of chemical winter, their faces slack, their hands open, their eyes staring at a sky they could no longer see. "They look peaceful," Lucia said, studying one of Amara's prints. "That's wrong. They don't deserve to look peaceful." "They don't deserve anything," Jake said. "They're not choosing this. They're not choosing anything." "I know, but it still bothers me." It bothered Jake too, though he didn't say so. The dormant infected looked like sleepers, like people who had simply stopped mid-task and dozed off standing up, their bodies relaxed, their faces empty. You could almost believe, looking at them, that they would wake up as themselves. that the Lethe compound would release its grip, and they would blink and stretch and ask what had happened and go home. The illusion was beautiful and terrible, and Jake had to remind himself, every time he looked through the telephoto, that the people inside those bodies were gone. The compound hadn't put them to sleep. It had erased them. What remained was architecture without occupant, a house with the lights off and the doors locked from inside. Esteban was out there somewhere, in the horde that had been Galveston, in the mass of dormant infected that stood along the coastal roads and in the empty streets and on the beaches where Jake had grown up. His father was standing in the cold, wearing pressed khakis and a short-sleeved button-down. His car keys lost months ago. His face slack, his mouth that had said, "Me, Joe," now silent. Jake thought about this on the cold mornings, when he stood on the porch with his coffee and looked north. He thought about it, and he carried it, and he didn't talk about it, because some weights were private, and the weight of a father's face going blank in a parking garage was one that didn't get lighter for being shared. The school grew. What had started as Jake's morning marine biology class expanded, organically, into something larger, a curriculum that covered not just biology, but the practical skills of survival and rebuilding. Bull taught physical fitness and self-defense. Margot taught inventory management and mathematics, applied mathematics, she insisted. Pure math is for people with electricity and free time. Delia taught first aid and basic medicine, with Marcus as her teaching assistant, his steady hands demonstrating bandaging and wound care with the precision of a future surgeon. Cass taught communications, radio theory, signal processing, and the art of broadcasting, which Cass defined as the ability to speak clearly into the dark and believe that someone is listening. Jeremiah taught history, not formally. He had no textbook, no lesson plan, no pedagogical framework. He taught by telling stories. The stories of his congregation, the stories of the seawall survivors, the stories of the road, the bridge, the flood, the ship channel, the refinery, the aquarium. He told these stories with the same deep, resonant voice he used for prayers, and the children listened with the same rapt attention, because in the apocalypse, the difference between prayer and history had narrowed to nothing. Theo Kessler was an electrician from Bayou Vista, Jeremiah told them one morning, sitting in a circle of children on the beach, the Gulf cold and gray behind him. He had burn scars on his arms from an accident that haunted him. He talked too much, and he hummed Beatles songs, and he was afraid every day of his life in this new world. And on the last day, he walked into a basement, and he stayed, because staying was the bravest thing he could do. Jeremiah paused. Let the silence breathe. Bravery is not the absence of fear. Bravery is the decision that something matters more than fear. Theo decided that the truth mattered more, that the evidence of what was done to us, by Helix, by the government, by the systems that were supposed to protect us, mattered more than his life. The children listened. Some of them had known Theo, Jake's traveling children, who'd heard Yellow Submarine hummed for weeks. Others, Lucia's aquarium survivors, knew him only through these stories, these second-hand memories that Jeremiah was weaving into the oral history of their community. When you build something, Jeremiah said, you build it on a foundation. The foundation of this community, of this island, of whatever we become, is the people who aren't here. Theo, Ray, David Henderson, Connie. The people at Moody Gardens who died because we couldn't save them. The people on the seawall who stayed so we could leave. He looked at each child in turn. You are their legacy, not their memorial. Their legacy. The difference is that a memorial looks backward. A legacy looks forward. Lucia, sitting in the circle, wrote in her notebook. Not the research notebook, a new one, started after the 100th day, labeled in her precise handwriting, Oral History of Mustang Island. She recorded Jeremiah's words and the children's responses and the date and the weather and the sound of the Gulf, because Lucia had learned from Amara that the record was sacred, and from Margot that the record must be maintained, and from her father that understanding was the weapon that never ran out. Nina's pregnancy progressed into its third trimester with the relentless biological imperative that no apocalypse could defer. By January, day 140, though people had stopped counting days and started counting weeks, which was itself a marker of something, she was visibly, unmistakably, enormously pregnant. She still ran scouting patrols, though ran had become walked with purpose, and her routes had shortened from 3-mile sweeps to perimeter checks that kept her within a quarter-mile of camp. Delia monitored her weekly, blood pressure, fetal heart tones, using a stethoscope pressed to Nina's swollen abdomen, the tiny rapid heartbeat audible in the quiet room like a telegraph from the future. Nutritional status. "The baby's healthy," Delia reported to Jake. "Position is good. Head down, engaged. Based on my best estimate of gestational age, we're looking at delivery somewhere around early February. In a beach house. I've delivered babies in worse places." Delia paused. "Actually, I haven't. I've delivered babies in state-of-the-art operating rooms with full surgical teams and neonatal ICU backup. This will be the worst place I've ever delivered a baby. But the baby doesn't know that, and the baby doesn't care. What do you need? Clean towels, clean water, a quiet room, and for no one to panic." She looked at Jake. "Especially you. I'll try. Don't try, succeed. I'll be in the room with Nina. I need you outside the room keeping everyone calm. That's your job. You're the calm one. I'm not calm. I'm terrified all the time. I know. But you're terrified calmly, which is the same thing from the outside." Bull's bridge defense was tested on day 143 when a warm spell brought temperatures into the 60s and the dormant infected on the mainland began to stir. The reactivation was partial. Most of the infected managed only rudimentary movement, twitching and stumbling in place, their bodies too cold stiffened for coordinated walking. But a few, the more recently turned, the ones whose bodies hadn't yet suffered the deep cold damage of the long freeze, regained enough motor function to move. They drifted toward the bridge, drawn by whatever residual sense told them that prey was near, and they reached the barricade in groups of 2 and 3 and 5, bumping against the wall of vehicles and debris with the blind persistence of moths against glass. Bull's defense held. The barricade was layered now. 3 lines of vehicles, reinforced with concrete barriers, Bull and his team had salvaged from a highway construction site on the mainland during a cold snap supply run. The choke point funneled the infected into a killing zone where Derek, positioned on an elevated platform built from stacked shipping pallets, could dispatch them with the AR-15 at close range. Derek was good, better than good. The man who'd learned to shoot from YouTube had become, through months of practice and necessity, a genuinely skilled marksman. His hands no longer trembled. The post-traumatic tremor that Delia had diagnosed had faded, replaced by a steadiness that came from the peculiar peace of having found his purpose. Derek Loomis, car salesman, was a defender, not by training, not by nature, but by the alchemy of crisis that turned ordinary people into the thing the moment required. "Beautiful shot, Hoss," Bull said, as Derek dropped an infected at 40 yards with a single round. "You're shooting like you've got ice in your veins." "I've got terror in my veins," Derek said, cycling the bolt. "But the terror's pointing in the right direction." The warm spell lasted 4 days. 16 infected reached the barricade. 16 were stopped. When the cold returned and the survivors re-entered dormancy, Bull walked the bridge and counted the fallen, and chalked their number on the barricade wall. 16 marks, each one a line, each line a person who'd been stopped at the threshold. 16, he said to Jake, looking at the marks. That's a decent defensive stand. For a football coach and a car salesman. And a biology teacher. Hoss, you were up on the roof with the radio. Don't try to claim defensive credit. I was coordinating. You were watching. There's a difference. Bull grinned. The big mustached, impossible grin that had survived everything. But that's okay. Every team needs a coach who watches from the press box. That's you, Jake. You're up in the box, seeing the whole field. Let the linemen handle the scrimmage. Jake looked at Bull, the massive man with the prosthetic leg and the football metaphors, and the grief for Darla, that he carried like a second prosthetic, invisible but always present. Bull had never seen Darla again after Galveston. She was out there, somewhere in the dormant horde, standing in the cold in her Sunday dress. Bull knew this. He didn't talk about it. He defended the bridge and he called everyone Hoss, and he taught the children football plays in the sand, and the children loved him with the uncomplicated adoration of young people for someone large and kind and safe. Bull, Jake said. Yeah, Hoss. When this is over, when the infected are gone and the world is whatever it's going to be, what do you want? Bull was quiet for a moment. The wind off the Gulf was cold and it ruffled his handlebar mustache, and his eyes, looking north, were the eyes of a man seeing something far beyond the horizon. I want to coach again, he said. No, not football, something new. Something for kids who grew up in this. He gestured at the world, the bridge, the barricade, the frozen figures on the mainland. These kids, Sophie, the twins, Lucia's crew, they don't need football. They need something that teaches them to run and fight and work together, but also to laugh and lose and try again. I don't know what to call it, but I want to coach it. You'd be good at that. I'd be great at that. The grin flashed, then faded. And I want to find Darla. When the spring comes and they wake up and we have the treatment, I want to find her. And if it's too late, if she's too far gone, I want to be the one, not anyone else. Me. His voice was very quiet. I owe her that. You'll have help. I know. Bull put his massive hand on Jake's shoulder. The hand was warm, heavy, the hand of a man who held things. Footballs, children, machetes, the line. But the last part, the actual moment, that's mine. She'd want it to be me. She always said I was the only man she trusted with her life. His voice cracked, held. Turns out, she was trusting me with her death too. They stood at the barricade in the cold and looked north, and the dormant figures stood in the distance like an army of ghosts, and one of them was wearing a Sunday dress, and Bull looked at her the way the shepherd had looked at the island, with a love that transcended cognition, that lived in the body, in the bones, in the place beneath thought where the heart did its work without permission. February came. The cold held. The infected slept. And Nina went into labor at dawn on a Tuesday. Delia had been right about the timing, almost to the day. Nina's water broke at 5:47 a.m., and the contractions began with the disciplined regularity that seemed characteristic of a woman whose body had been trained to perform. Delia moved her to the repaired room, the largest bedroom in the stilt house, nearest the medical station, with clean towels, boiled water, and every piece of medical equipment Delia possessed arranged with surgical precision on a folding table. Jake was outside the room as instructed. His job was to keep the camp calm. He did this by standing on the porch and telling people, with the steady voice that Delia had described as terrified calmly, that everything was fine and under control, and please go about your normal routines. Nobody went about their normal routines. 38 people found reasons to be near the house. Bull paced the perimeter like a caged bear. Derek stood at the barricade, watching the bridge. His focus split between the mainland and the house behind him. Cass had the radio on but wasn't broadcasting, just listening, as if the frequency might carry the sound of a baby's first breath across the airwaves. Jeremiah prayed. Not the public prayers, the private ones, the whispered negotiations with the God he was slowly, grudgingly, cautiously beginning to acknowledge. He stood on the beach with his Bible open and his lips moving, and the words he said were between himself and whoever was listening. And this time, for the first time since day one, he thought that someone might be. Lucia sat on the steps of the porch with Houdini's portable tank beside her and her research notebook in her lap. She was not working on octopus data. She was sitting still, present, waiting with the focused patience she'd learned from Amara. How long does it take? She asked Jake. Labor? Hours. Sometimes many hours. Is she going to be okay? Delia's the best doctor I've ever met. That's not an answer. It's the best answer I have. Lucia looked at the tank. Houdini was resting on the bottom, its color a muted brown. She tapped the glass once. Houdini shifted but didn't change color. Lucia wrote this down. Single tap. No chromatic response. Subject at rest. Ambient conditions. Cool, overcast, elevated human activity in vicinity. And the act of recording calmed her, as it always did. The hours passed. The sun climbed, though its light was thin and watery through the winter overcast. The camp maintained a vigil that was not organized, but was absolute. 38 people, oriented on a single room, holding their breath. At 2:23 p.m., a sound came from the room that silenced every other sound on the island. A baby's cry, not a scream. Not the dramatic movie theater wail that people imagined. A cry, thin, sharp, new, the sound of lungs filling for the first time, of air meeting tissue that had never known it, of a body announcing its existence to a world that it didn't know was broken. The sound traveled through the closed door, down the stairs, across the sand, through the cold February air. It reached the bridge where Bull heard it and stopped pacing. It reached the barricade where Derek heard it and lowered the rifle. It reached the beach where Jeremiah heard it and closed his Bible and said amen and meant it. For the first time since day one. For the first time since his congregation died and his faith died with them, and he'd been standing in the doorway between belief and unbelief, waiting to choose, the baby cried and he chose. Not the old faith, not the God who let his flock be consumed. A new faith. A faith that was less certain and more honest, and based not on what he believed about the divine, but on what he knew about the human. That life persisted, that babies were born, that the sound of a newborn's cry in a world full of death was the only evidence of God he would ever need. Amen, he said, and he wept. The tears ran down his strong face and into his gray beard and fell on the sand, and the sand absorbed them, and the gulf breathed, and the baby cried, and the world, the broken, frozen, terrible, beautiful world, turned. Delia emerged from the room 20 minutes later. Her face was incandescent, was the word. Not smiling exactly. Something beyond smiling. The face of a doctor who had just brought a life into a world she'd spent months trying to keep alive. And the bringing was the most important thing her hands had ever done. Girl, she said. 7 pounds, 4 ounces approximately. All fingers, all toes, strong lungs. The camp erupted. Not with cheering, with something quieter and more powerful. Embraces, tears, laughter that broke through the surface of control like water through ice. Bull picked up Sophie and spun her in a circle, and Sophie laughed. A full, unrestrained 4-year-old laugh that she hadn't produced since before the outbreak. Derek hugged Margot, who was so startled that she dropped her notebook. Cass pulled off their headphones and stood in the sand and smiled at the sky. Jake climbed the stairs and stood in the doorway of the room. Nina was in the bed, propped on pillows, exhausted, her shaved head gleaming with sweat, her face transformed by the private radiance of a woman who had just done the hardest, most fundamental thing a body could do. In her arms, wrapped in a clean towel, was a baby. The baby was small, impossibly small. Red-faced and wrinkled and squinting against the light, her mouth open in the O of a yawn or a cry, her tiny fists clenched. She was the newest human being on the Texas coast, and possibly the newest human being in the world, and she didn't know about any of it. She knew warmth and heartbeat and the sound of her mother's voice, and that was sufficient. That was everything. Jake, Nina said. Her voice was hoarse. Come meet her. He crossed the room, looked down at the baby, at the face that was new and ancient simultaneously, the face of every baby ever born, the face of the specific, unique person this baby would become. What's her name? He asked. Nina looked at the baby, at the window through which the gulf was visible, gray, cold, eternal, at the sky, which was the sky of the world she'd carried this child through. Valeria, she said, after the hurricane. Jake looked at her, the hurricane that had reshaped the coastline and scattered the horde, and nearly killed them all. The storm that had been, paradoxically, the chaos that enabled their survival. breaking up the concentrated mass of infected that would have overwhelmed the seawall, creating the debris fields that blocked their pursuers, reshaping the geography into something navigable. "Valeria," he repeated, "that's perfect." "She's loud," Lucia said from the doorway. She'd come up the stairs silently, a skill she'd learned from Nina, the mentor she'd chosen without either of them acknowledging the choosing. She was looking at the baby with an expression that was half clinical fascination and half something softer, something that the commander and the survivor and the scientist couldn't quite contain. "She's a baby," Nina said. "Babies are loud. The infected will hear that from across the water. Then we'll build the walls higher," Jake said. Lucia considered this. She looked at the baby, at the tiny fists, at the red wrinkled face that was already smoothing, settling, finding the piece of skin-to-skin contact with its mother. "Can we get an octopus?" Lucia said. Well, we already have Houdini. But can we get more? For the school. They're really smart. They could help. The non sequitur was so perfectly, so completely Lucia. The sudden swerve from survival logistics to cephalopod intelligence. The 11-year-old's brain leaping from babies to octopuses with the agile, associative logic of a mind that saw connections everywhere. That Jake laughed. It came out broken and raw, more like a sob than a laugh. The sound surprised him. It tore through his chest and out his throat with a force that was half grief and half joy. The two so tangled that separating them was impossible and unnecessary. He laughed, and the laugh became a cry, and the cry became a laugh again, and Lucia looked at him with the concerned but amused expression of a daughter who was used to her father's emotional complexity. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Yeah." He wiped his face. "Yeah, I'm okay." "You don't look okay." "I look like a man who just watched the first baby born in the new world. That's what okay looks like now." Lucia looked at him, then at the baby, then back at him, and something in her face. The last layer of the commander's mask, the final wall of the survivor's fortress, softened, not collapsed, softened. The difference was crucial. A wall that collapsed left rubble. A wall that softened became a door. "Dad," she said, and this time the word was warm. The days after Valeria's birth were different. Not in the mechanics of survival. The barricades still needed manning, the supplies still needed managing, the radio still needed broadcasting. But in the quality of the days, the texture, the way people moved through the camp with a lightness that hadn't been there before, as if the baby's cry had released a pressure that had been building since day one. The cry was constant. Valeria had strong lungs, as Delia had noted, and she used them with the indiscriminate enthusiasm of a newborn for whom crying was the only available form of communication. She cried for food, she cried for warmth, she cried for contact. She cried for no discernible reason at 3 a.m. when the camp was silent and the gulf was dark, and the sound traveled across the sand like a small, fierce declaration of existence. Derek, who had worried about the noise attracting infected, was the first to volunteer for nighttime baby duty. He held Valeria in his large, scarred hands, the hands that had sold Toyotas and fired rifles and built barricades, with a gentleness that contradicted everything about his physical presentation. He walked her up and down the Stilt House's porch in the dark, humming. He hummed Yellow Submarine. He didn't know he was doing it. The melody had entered the community's collective unconscious, transmitted from Theo to Marcus, from Marcus to the other children, from the children to the adults, until it had become the background frequency of Mustang Island, the sonic DNA of their community. Derek hummed it while walking a baby at 3 a.m., and the sound drifted across the camp, and people heard it in their sleep and were comforted, and they didn't know why, and it didn't matter. On a morning in mid-February, Amara came to Jake with her camera. They were on the beach, Jake's habitual morning spot, coffee in hand, looking at the Gulf. The water was gray-green, the color it took on in winter, and the waves were small and orderly, the kind of mild surf that came between frontal systems. Shorebirds worked the waterline, sandpipers, willets, the occasional reddish egret, doing its drunken-looking hunting dance in the shallows. "I want to show you something," Amara said. She sat beside him and held out the camera. On the display, a photograph. The mainland side of the bridge, taken at maximum telephoto zoom from the rooftop. The dormant infected standing in their frozen postures. The burned-out Helix vehicles, rusted now. The metal degrading in the salt air. The bridge deck, empty. What am I looking at? Look at the infected. Specifically, the ones closest to the bridge. Jake looked. The image was high resolution, the details sharp, even at this zoom. The dormant infected nearest the bridge were stage 4, months old, their bodies significantly degraded. Their skin was papery, their limbs thin, their postures beginning to list as the structural integrity of their muscles and tendons degraded. They're deteriorating, he said. Faster than I expected. The ones from the early days of the outbreak, stage 4, 5 months of dormancy and decay, they're reaching structural failure. Look at this one. She zoomed in on a figure at the edge of the road. The infected was leaning at a 30-degree angle, supported only by the car it was resting against. Its right leg had buckled, the knee joint visibly compromised, the femur's connection to the tibia no longer bearing weight. Its jaw hung open, unhinged. The skin across its face was so taut and thin that the cheekbones showed through. It's falling apart, Jake said. They all are. The early wave infected, the ones from August and September, have 5 months of decomposition behind them. The compound slows decay but doesn't stop it, and the Texas climate accelerates it even in winter. My models predict that by spring, 60 to 70% of the first wave infected will be non-functional. Their bodies will literally be unable to support locomotion. And the later waves? Months behind, but on the same trajectory. The compound is fighting a losing battle against thermodynamics. Biology wins, entropy wins, she paused. Lucia's analysis was correct. The infected population has a half-life, and we're approaching the inflection point. Jake looked at the photograph, at the disintegrating figure, at the others, all of them degrading, all of them following the inexorable downward curve from animate to inert. The compound was powerful, but it was fighting the oldest force in the universe, the tendency of organized systems to fall apart, and the universe was winning. How long, Jake asked, until the infected population drops to a manageable level? Define manageable. Low enough that armed groups can move freely on the mainland. Low enough that settlements can expand beyond defensible islands and compounds. Low enough that, he paused, low enough that a man can walk to Galveston and find his father. Amara was quiet for a moment. Then she showed him another image, a graph, hand-drawn in her research notebook, showing the projected decline of the infected population over time. The curve was steep in the first year, shallowing in the second, approaching a low asymptote by the third. By next winter, she said, 18 months from now, the first wave infected will be non-functional. The second wave will be severely degraded. And with the treatment compound in distribution, new infections will be treatable. The wild population will decline to, she looked at the graph, tens of thousands, scattered, mostly stage 4 and stage 5. Dangerous individually, but not existentially threatening. Manageable. 18 months, give or take. She closed the camera. The world won't be the old world. It'll never be the old world. But it'll be a world where you can walk to Galveston. Jake looked at the Gulf, at the waves, at the shorebirds, doing their ancient work along the waterline, unconcerned with the calculations of human survival. 18 months. And then a walk home. A different walk than the one that had brought him here. Not desperate, not hunted, but deliberate. A walk north along the coast he'd grown up on, through the landscape of his childhood, to the hospital where his father had become something else. To find Esteban. To find whatever remained of Esteban. And to do, finally, the thing he hadn't been able to do in the parking garage. The thing that Bull carried for Darla. The thing that every survivor carried for someone. To say goodbye. The radio brought news in February that expanded the world beyond the island. New Baton Rouge formalized its coalition. 11 survivor settlements across Louisiana, Mississippi, and East Texas, connected by radio, governed by a council of elected representatives, defended by the military remnants at Fort Hood, and 3 National Guard detachments that had maintained cohesion through the collapse. The coalition called itself the Gulf Recovery Alliance, and its first act was to request that Mustang Island join. They want a representative at a council meeting, Cass reported, reading the decoded message. In person, New Baton Rouge. They're organizing transportation, a convoy of military vehicles, escorted, departing from Houston in 3 weeks. They want us to send a delegate. Houston's a dead zone, Nina said. She was nursing Valeria in the communal area. The baby latched in quiet for once, and her voice had the distracted quality of a woman splitting her attention between geopolitics and the immediate demands of an infant. A convoy through Houston is risky, but the military escort changes the calculation. Jake looked at the message. They have armored vehicles, personnel, and the treatment compound. They've been producing it from our broadcast formula. Their escort teams carry doses. You want to go? Delia said. Not a question. I want us to be part of something larger. This island is safe, but it's small. We're 39 people. The GRA is 11 settlements, 4,000 survivors, organized governance, military protection. If we join, we have access to resources we can't produce alone, medical equipment, manufacturing capability, agricultural knowledge, and, he paused, and we have a voice. The evidence we broadcast, the DARPA contracts, the Helix data, it's out there, but it's unstructured. The GRA wants to establish an inquiry, a formal record, accountability. Accountability for whom? Cross asked. She was in the room, no longer under guard by the group's vote, but still on the periphery, still occupying the uncertain space between prisoner and contributor. Helix is destroyed. The government that funded DARPA is functionally non-existent. Who do you hold accountable when all the institutions are gone? We hold the truth accountable, Amar said. The record, the photographs, the documents, the testimony. We establish what happened and we make it permanent, not for punishment, for prevention, so that whoever rebuilds, whoever creates new institutions, new governments, new systems, knows what the old ones did, and builds differently. Cross looked at Amara, at the 3 memory cards on the lanyard around her neck, returned by Cass after the crisis, worn constantly, the photographic record of the apocalypse. Cross's expression was complicated. Not the corporate mask, not the vulnerability of the beach negotiation. Something in between, the face of a woman who had been part of the system that created the catastrophe, and who was now watching the survivors of that catastrophe plan a future that would include a reckoning for what she'd done. I'll testify, Cross said, at the inquiry. I'll provide full testimony under oath, or whatever oath means in this context. Names, dates, decisions, orders, everything. Why? Jake asked, for the second time. Because the record requires it. Because Ms. Osei is right. Prevention requires truth. And because she stopped, restarted. The mask was fully gone now, and what was beneath it was a woman of 56 who had spent her career in the shadow world of corporate security and intelligence, who had never married, never had children, never built anything outside the system she served, and who was now, for the first time, trying to build something inside a system she hadn't created and couldn't control. Because I want to be part of what comes next, she said, and the price of admission is accountability. The group voted. Not a formal vote. Mustang Island didn't do formal votes. A conversation, a consensus, a reading of the room. The decision was to send a delegation to New Baton Rouge. Jake, Amara, with the photographic record, Cass, with the radio network expertise, and Cross, with her testimony. They would travel with the military convoy, attend the council, present their evidence, and return. The delegation would leave in 3 weeks. Jake had 3 weeks to prepare. 3 weeks to ensure the island's safety in his absence. 3 weeks to say the thing he needed to say to his daughter. He said it on the beach 3 days before departure. Evening. The sunset was spectacular. Gulf Coast. Winter sunsets had a clarity that the summer humidity denied them. the light sharp and clean, the colors saturated. The water was gold and crimson, and the sky was a gradient from blue to orange to the deep purple of approaching night. Lucia was beside him. They walked the waterline together, a habit they'd developed in the weeks since the reunion, an evening ritual that required no justification and carried no agenda. They walked and they talked, or they didn't talk, and the walking was the thing. The shared motion, the side-by-side orientation that allowed conversation without the confrontation of face-to-face. "I'm leaving for 3 weeks," Jake said. "Delia's in charge of medical. Bull's in charge of defense. Margot's in charge of supply. But the community, the decisions that matter, the ones about people rather than logistics, those fall to me," Lucia said. Jake stopped walking, looked at her. She looked back. Steady, clear. The commander's face softened, but not absent. She was 12 now, though no one had marked the birthday. 12 years old, 4 feet 10, 100 pounds of marine biologist and survival expert, an accidental leader. "You," he confirmed. "Not because you're my daughter. Because you've already done it. 3 months, 8 children, no adults. You don't need my permission to lead. You need my trust. Do I have it? You had it before I walked through the aquarium door." Lucia looked at the water. A wave broke at her feet, the foam washing over her toes. She was barefoot. They all were on the beach. The shoes saved for supply runs and barricade work. "Dad, when you come back from New Baton Rouge, can we talk about Mom?" The question was unexpected. Renata, Jake's ex-wife, Lucia's mother, in Hamburg, when the world ended. They hadn't discussed her, not once, in all the weeks since the reunion. Renata was a void in their conversations, a shape defined by its absence. "What do you want to know? Whether she's alive? Whether you've tried to contact her?" Cass has been broadcasting on international frequencies. European stations have responded. There are survivor groups in Germany and the UK and Scandinavia. The infection hit Europe later and less severely. The compound's primary distribution was through the U.S. pharmaceutical supply chain. But it spread through travelers, through imports. Europe is damaged, but not destroyed. So she might be alive? She might be. Lucia was quiet for a long time. The waves broke, the sunset deepened. A pelican dove into the gold water and came up with a fish, and the fish flashed silver in the dying light. "I want to find out," Lucia said. "Not because I need her. Not because I can't. I've been fine without her. I've been fine without anyone." She paused. "But she's my mom. And if she's alive, she should know I'm alive. Even if she left. Even if she chose Hamburg over Galveston. She should know." Jake felt the weight of this. The complexity of a child, processing the dual abandonment of a parent who left by choice and a world that left by catastrophe. Lucia's anger at Renata had predated the outbreak, had been the quiet, burning anger of an 11-year-old who didn't understand why a mother would move to another continent. The outbreak had buried that anger under more immediate concerns, but it hadn't extinguished it. The anger was there, banked like coals, and the fact that Lucia wanted to reach through it, wanted to find her mother, wanted to send the signal, was a measure of the growth that had happened in the months since the observation deck. "We'll find out," Jake said. "Cass will make it a priority." "Thank you." Lucia walked in silence for another minute. Then, "Dad, one more thing." "Yeah?" "The shepherd. When you go to New Baton Rouge, and when you come back, and when the spring comes and the infected wake up, the shepherd is still out there." "I know. It has to be stopped. Not because it's dangerous, though it is, because it's suffering. Whatever's left of Dr. Rieger and that fragment of a mind, walking toward a daughter it can never find, that's suffering. It's not the suffering of a whole person, but it's something. Some residual echo of what it feels like to want something you can never have." She looked at Jake. Her eyes in the sunset light were ancient. "We need to end that. Kindly, quickly. The way you asked Delia to end Connie." "I know. Amara should do it. With the rifle. From a distance. A clean shot. The shepherd won't see it coming. It'll just stop. The way sleep comes when you're very tired." One moment you're walking, and then you're not. Jake looked at his daughter, at the girl who had killed a boy with a fire extinguisher, who had locked a man in a closet and listened to him change, who had rationed food by age and survived 3 months alone, and was now on a beach at sunset, planning the merciful execution of a creature that was the closest thing to a mirror image of her own father's journey that the apocalypse had produced. "When I come back," he said, "when the time is right, we'll do it together." "Together how?" I don't mean you pull the trigger. I mean, we'll be there, you and me, when Amara takes the shot. We'll be there and we'll say his name, Dr. Anton Rieger, because someone should say the name of the man who walked 300 miles for his daughter. Even if the man is gone, the name deserves to be said. Lucia's eyes glistened. Not tears, not quite. The shimmer of emotion held in check by Will, the same Will that had held the aquarium and the children and herself. "Okay," she said. "Okay." They walked back toward camp. The sunset faded. The stars came out. The vast, unpolluted sky of a world without electricity. The Milky Way a river of light that their ancestors had navigated by, and that their descendants would navigate by again. At the steps of their stilt house, Lucia stopped. She turned to face Jake, not side by side, not shoulder to shoulder, but face to face. Direct. The first time since the aquarium. She hugged him. Not the lean, not the tentative shoulder press. A hug, arms around his waist, face against his chest. The full-body commitment of a child embracing a parent with the force of everything she'd been holding back. She gripped him so hard his ribs compressed, and her body shook, not with sobs, not with grief, but with the seismic release of a dam that had held for months and was finally deliberately opened. Jake held her. He held her the way you hold something precious and fragile and strong, with care and firmness, and the absolute commitment of hands that would not let go. He held her, and the gulf breathed and the stars burned, and somewhere in the stilt house behind them, Valeria cried, and somewhere on the mainland, the dormant infected stood in the cold, and somewhere in the dark, the world was waiting for them. Vast and broken and rebuilding and full of the terrible, beautiful work of being alive. "I love you, Dad," Lucia said, into his chest, muffled by fabric and proximity and the thickness of everything that had passed between them. "I love you too, Luce, more than I know how to say." "Then don't say it. Just be here." "I'm here. Don't leave again." "I have to go to New Baton Rouge." "I know. But after that, don't leave again." "After that, I'm not going anywhere." She pulled back, looked at him. Her face was wet and her eyes were red, and she looked, for the first time since the aquarium, for the first time in months, like a 12-year-old girl, not a commander, not a survivor, not a girl who had missed her father and found him and forgiven him and was asking him to stay. "Promise?" she said. "No, promise." She wiped her face with the back of her hand, sniffed, straightened. The commander's posture reasserted itself, but softer now, modified by the hug, by the tears, by the promise. She was still the girl who'd held the aquarium. She was also the girl who hugged her father on the steps. Both were true, both would always be true. "Good night, Dad." "Good night, Lucia." She went inside. Jake stood on the steps and listened to her footsteps on the floor above, and then the creak of her bed, and then silence. He stood there for a long time in the dark, with the stars and the gulf and the cold, and he felt the weight he'd been carrying. Since the parking garage, since Tomas, since the first moment he understood that the people he loved could be taken. Shift. Not lift, not disappear. Shift. From a burden to a ballast. From the thing that pulled him down to the thing that kept him steady. He'd walked 200 miles. He'd lost his father, his home, his world. He'd found his daughter, and the daughter he'd found was not the daughter he'd left, and the father who'd found her was not the father who'd left. They were new to each other. They would be new to each other for a long time. The rebuilding of their relationship would be as long and as difficult as the rebuilding of the world, and there would be setbacks and silences and moments of the distance that 3 months of separation had created. But the hug was real. The promise was real. The love was the oldest, deepest, most durable structure in either of their lives. And it had survived the compound and the horde and the fire and the distance, and it would survive whatever came next. Jake went inside, climbed the stairs, lay in his bed, closed his eyes. For the first time since day one, he slept without dreaming. 3 weeks, the convoy, New Baton Rouge. The council meeting with its delegates from 11 settlements, its military officers, its nascent bureaucracy. The presentation of evidence, Amara's photographs projected on a wall, Cass's radio logs, Cross's testimony delivered in a voice that was clinical and devastated and absolutely essential. Jake returned to Mustang Island in March, as the first warm days of spring began to crack the winter's hold. The dormant infected were stirring on the mainland. The annual reawakening that Delia had predicted, the slow return of motor function as temperatures climbed. But the returning infected were fewer than before. Amara's counts confirmed it. The first wave infected were failing. Structural collapse, tissue degradation, bodies that had been walking for 6 months falling apart under the compound's diminishing ability to animate decaying flesh. The math was turning. The curve was bending. The world was not healed, but it was healing in the slow, grinding, biological way that healing always worked. Not through dramatic intervention, but through the patient, inexorable work of time and temperature and the fundamental tendency of living systems to find equilibrium. Jake stood on the bridge and watched the spring unfold. The marsh grass greening, the migratory birds returning, the gulf warming from gray-green to the blue-brown of summer. The infected that remained were scattered, degraded, manageable. Scouting teams, led by Nina, who had returned to active duty with Valeria strapped to her back in a carrier that Marcus had welded from aluminum tubing, the baby sleeping through horde encounters with the serenity of an infant who'd been born into chaos and found it unremarkable, pushed onto the mainland, mapping routes, identifying pharmacies, establishing the supply lines that would sustain the community and produce the treatment compound in the quantities Delia envisioned. On a clear April morning, Amara set up on the bridge with the hunting rifle. Jake and Lucia stood beside her. The shepherd was visible through the telephoto, returned from its northern journey, thinner than before, the lab coat reduced to shreds that barely clung to its frame. It was on the mainland shore, a mile north, walking the same pattern it had walked for months, back and forth, along the water's edge, looking south toward the island where the aquarium had been. Dr. Anton Rieger, Lucia said. Her voice was clear. He was a neuroscientist. He worked at UTMB Galveston in the Texas State Aquarium. He developed the Lethe-9 compound because he believed he was curing Alzheimer's disease. He had a daughter who attended the junior marine biologist program. When the compound took his mind, the last thing left was the drive to reach her. Amara settled behind the rifle. Her breathing slowed. Her eye found the scope. The crosshairs settled on the figure's head, the clean shot, the brainstem, the Ikejime strike delivered from a mile away. He walked 300 miles, Jake said, from Galveston to Corpus Christi, through a hurricane, through a battle, through fire. He didn't know why he was walking. He only knew the direction, south, toward a building that doesn't exist anymore, toward a daughter he could no longer name. The shepherd stopped. On the shore, at the water's edge, it turned toward the island. The clear eyes, still clear, still focused, still the most human thing about it, found the bridge, found the figures on it, found, perhaps in whatever fragmentary way its ruined brain could process, the outline of people, of a family, of the thing it had been walking toward. It raised its hand, the same gesture, palm out, fingers spread. Hello. Goodbye. I see you. I'm here. Rest, Dr. Rieger, Lucia whispered. You found what you were looking for. It just doesn't look the way you remember. Amara fired. The shot crossed the mile of salt air in a fraction of a second. The shepherd's head snapped back. And the body? The body that had walked 300 miles. that had carried a photograph in a lab coat pocket, that had moved with the last ember of paternal intelligence through a world of horrors, collapsed. It fell on the shore, at the water's edge, and the gulf washed over it, and the tide began its work. Lucia reached for Jake's hand. He took it. They stood on the bridge, father and daughter, and watched the water claim the body of the only other father in the world who had understood their journey. Amara lowered the rifle, raised the camera. Click. The final photograph. The shepherd at rest, at the water's edge, the gulf beginning to take him home. For the record, Amara said. For the record, Lucia agreed. They walked back to the island. The sun was warm. The infected on the mainland were few and slow. The bridge was secure. The community was alive. And the Gulf, indifferent and beautiful, continued its ancient work, eroding and building, taking and giving, the tide coming in and the tide going out, in rhythms that predated the compound and would outlast it, in patterns that a marine biology teacher and his daughter could read like a language they'd been born speaking. 3 weeks later, a Saturday. Though the days of the week had lost most of their meaning, Jeremiah insisted on marking Saturdays as a day of rest, and the community had adopted the practice with the gratitude of people who needed permission to stop. Jake sat on the beach at sunset. Lucia was beside him. Between them, the portable octopus tank, which had been upgraded 3 times and now occupied a permanent position on the porch of their stilt house. Houdini was active, exploring the tank's enrichment objects, its tentacles probing and testing with the 8-armed intelligence that Lucia had spent 5 months studying. Lucia tapped the glass 3 times. Houdini shifted. The blue glow, the greeting color, the color that appeared only in the dark, only in response to the 3-tap pattern, spread across its mantle. In the fading light of the sunset, the blue was luminous, otherworldly, a small miracle of chromatophore biology that made the world feel, for a moment, like a place where miracles were still possible. I've been thinking about the chromatophore response, Lucia said. The blue. It's not in any of the literature I can find. And I've checked every marine biology text in every vacation rental on this island. Giant Pacific octopuses don't have bioluminescence. They change color through chromatophores and iridocytes, but they don't produce light. So what is it? I don't know. It might be a mutation. It might be a response to captivity, an adaptation to artificial conditions that wouldn't occur in the wild. Or, she paused. The scientist's pause, the one that meant the next word, was speculation, and speculation was a less comfortable register for a girl who preferred data. Or it might be something we haven't documented because no one ever built this specific relationship with an octopus before. 3 months of daily interaction, consistent stimuli, food reward, tactile contact. Maybe the blue is what happens when an octopus knows you. When it, I don't want to say loves because that's anthropomorphism, and good science doesn't anthropomorphize. But when it recognizes, when it produces a response that's specific to one individual, that doesn't occur in any other context. That sounds like love to me. It sounds like biology, which might be the same thing. She looked at him. The sunset was painting her face in gold and crimson, and the octopus's blue glow was painting her from below. And in the combined light, she was both the girl she'd been and the girl she'd become, layered, complex, irreducible. Dad, I want to study this, not as a project, as a life. I want to be a marine biologist, a real one, with a lab and funding and peer-reviewed papers and the whole thing. The world doesn't have labs and funding right now. The world didn't have antibiotics until someone decided to study bread mold. The world didn't have vaccines until someone decided to study cowpox. The world changes because someone decides to study something, and the studying produces knowledge, and the knowledge changes the world. She tapped the glass again. Houdini pulsed blue. This octopus is telling me something. I don't know what yet, but I'm going to find out. See, Jake looked at his daughter, at the research notebook on her lap, filled with 5 months of data, at the octopus in the tank, pulsing blue, at the sunset, the Gulf, the island, the community that had been built from catastrophe by people who refused to stop. Then find out, he said. That's what we do. We find out. From inside the house, Valeria cried. The sound traveled through the open windows and across the beach, and the sharp, fierce declaration of a 2-week-old baby met the rolling murmur of the Gulf, and the two sounds, the newest and the oldest, merged into something that was neither and both. From inside the house, Cass's radio crackled. A voice, distant, distorted, but human, was broadcasting from somewhere far away. This is New Baton Rouge, calling all stations. If anyone can hear us, we are alive. Repeat, we are alive. Cass picked up the microphone. Jake heard the click of the transmit button, and Cass's voice, steady, clear, the voice of a 19-year-old communications officer who had found their calling in the static, carried across the airwaves, across the Gulf, across the broken and building world. This is Mustang Island, Texas. We hear you, New Baton Rouge. We are 39 people. We have a doctor, a radio operator, and one 2-week-old baby girl. We have a school and a garden and an octopus that glows blue in the dark. We are alive. Static. The crackle and hiss of electromagnetic distance. Then, from New Baton Rouge, welcome back. Mustang Island. You are not alone. The tide came in. The Gulf was indifferent and beautiful. On the mainland, the infected stood fewer and slower, their bodies failing, the compound losing its war against entropy. The walls weren't high enough yet. The treatment compound wasn't widespread enough yet. The world was broken in ways that would take decades to repair, and in ways that could never be repaired. But Valeria was crying, and Lucia was talking about octopuses, and somewhere in Louisiana, strangers were alive, and the tide was coming in, and the stars were emerging, and the first cold of evening was settling on the sand. Jake sat on the beach with his daughter beside him, and the sound of the Gulf in his ears, and the blue light of an octopus in the dark, and he thought about the things he'd lost. His father, his home, his old life, the man he'd been before the parking garage, and the things he'd gained. Delia, Theo's memory, Bull's loyalty, Jeremiah's fragile faith, Amara's record, Cass's signal, Nina's baby, Derek's honesty, Margot's notebook, and Lucia, who was not the girl he'd lost, but the girl he'd found, and who was remarkable. He thought about the shepherd, at rest now in the Gulf's embrace, the last father standing the compass that had pointed south until the compass was broken. He thought about Haley, the girl on the radio, Victoria, Texas. I guess no one's coming. That's okay. Mommy said sometimes no one comes. He would carry that voice forever. He would carry it as penance and as purpose, a reminder that the world always contained more people who needed saving than could be saved, and that the gap between those numbers was the space where the hardest human choices lived. He thought about Tomas, his brother, drowned at 16 in the Gulf that Jake could hear breathing now. The original loss, the first failure, the wound that had shaped him into the man who walked 200 miles because he could not accept the mathematical finality of distance and death. He thought about Esteban, his father, standing somewhere in the dormant mass of what had been Galveston, wearing pressed khakis, eyes closed, chest barely rising. In the spring when the cold broke, the body that had been Esteban would stir, and Jake would go north, with Bull, who needed to find Darla, with whoever else needed to make the walk. He would go north, and he would find his father, and he would do the thing he'd been unable to do in the parking garage. He would say goodbye, but that was the future. That was tomorrow, next month, next year. That was the long, slow, brutal, beautiful work of rebuilding a world from scraps. Tonight was for the beach, for the sunset, for the blue glow of an octopus that had learned to say hello, for a baby's cry and a radio's crackle and a daughter's shoulder against his arm. It's enough, Jake thought. For now, it's enough. the tide came in. The end.